station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening? I love that music, man. I love that music when we're in a city that has a relevant, good football team.
Yeah. It's a lot more fun than when it's
football team.
Yeah. Better than when it's like COVID era, late 2020.
Scouting quarterbacks.
Playing in an empty grain silo.
Right.
Like, oh, there's that music I used to remember being relevant.
In another time and place, like 2 years ago, you and I would have been super psyched for this weekend because there would have been 4 college football games for us to scout quarterbacks in.
Right. Yeah.
Ohio State's one of the teams playing. We would have been like, C.J. Stroud is hosting Tennessee in a playoff game. And we'd have been looking, I like that. I like that.
I'll tell you,
Quinn Ewers,
you know
I'm going to watch him in this game, see if maybe the Texans. We don't need to do that.
You know what,
anymore.
though? I'm a little bit jealous of the various fan bases that are going to be debating whether they want Shedeur Sanders and or Deion, and whether they want is Deion the right fit? Is he not? That with the Texans and the McNairs and everything else around it, that would be fascinating.
It would have been fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm happy to sit in the stands for this one.
Yeah.
The Shedeur Sanders Deion experience. It's going to be fun to watch and see what happens. But this weekend's good, man. Tomorrow's a great day of football, man, and it includes the Houston Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs. And we got kicked off last night with a good one, man. Chargers and Denver Broncos last night. So I was a little fatigued. We had our building, the building I live in, had their Christmas party for the tenants in the building.
Yeah.
And
I'm just thinking of the difference between you and me. And obviously you attended, right?
I did.
Yeah,
I did. I had a few beverages.
You're so good about being sociable.
I'm a man about town.
Yeah.
Well, when there's free food and free drinks,
and strangers that are happy to talk to you.
I actually stuck to the people I know in the building.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't
You guys
go
had
walking
your own
around.
clique off
We
in
did
the
actually,
corner.
kind of off to the side.
The cool kids are over there.
I don't know who the cool kids, but I was not. Trust me, I was not walking around the room. But the food and the drink were excellent, and I bring this up only because we got back up to our apartment at like 8:30. The game had ready. So I'm watching the Chargers and the Broncos. And as happens sometimes when I have a few, and I'd gotten up at 4 in the morning, that day, I drifted off into a little bit of, started copping some Z's, started sawing some wood on the chair there. And I'm kind of drifting in and out of sleep. And at one point I wake up and the Chargers are lined up doing a free kick.
Yeah.
Right before the half. And I'm like, what universe am I in right now? What are they doing?
You're probably right. And if you're seeing it, even if you know how the free kick works and everything, it's just you're looking at, if you're waking up, you're looking at something that looks like it's a kickoff.
Yeah.
But wonder like what? Yeah, it would not make any sense at all.
It looked like a kickoff. And I'm like, they're supposed to be lined up way down there, all the gunners and everything. What's going on? It was like a fever dream. And then Dicker kicks the ball, and all of a sudden the Chargers have 3 more points. I'm like, what am I watching here? For those who missed the game, right before the half, the Chargers exercised a very, very infrequently utilized rule where if you fair catch the ball, you can take a free kick from there to kick a field goal.
Right, and because there was interference and the fair catch, it
moved it into field goal range. Yeah, you
right?
never see the rule because when teams are punting, it normally doesn't wind up fair caught in field goal range.
Yeah, they're usually doing it. They're aware of the rule as well, and they're trying to avoid any kind of opportunity for. So they booted it out of field goal range.
They did,
but you can kick a hell of a long field goal when you don't have any rush in your face, and you can keep the ball low. You can just kick a line drive.
The other team has to stand 10 yards back from the kick. Now, there's a Texans tied thing. You know who committed the interference that set up this infrequently used free kick?
Who was that?
Tremon Smith.
Oh.
Former Cully, Lovey era Houston. He might have even been on the team last year.
Yeah.
Part of that era of Texans football, man. He was one of those guys like, hey, maybe there's something to this Tremon Smith guy who's been on 4 teams.
So the 2 teams last night, obviously relevant to the Texans because they might face them.
Yes.
Either one of them going into that game. I still fear the Chargers more than I would have the Broncos.
Based purely on the quarterback.
I mean, just based on the quarterback. Yeah. And Bo Nix has come along and done really well, but there's still an element to the Chargers and their ability to use play action, which is still at times an issue for the Texans. Like Herbert's ability to use play action and just actually run that offense the way Harbaugh's running it. And the Broncos defense is just, they've shown their warts. You know, they're not they're not as good as of late as they were through the first part of the season. Yeah,
I guess that would be the incentive for the 3 seed. You've been more about the seeding than I have. I'm just like, okay, if they're the 4, they're the 4. They're probably going to be the 4. That is something, because I always think to the second round more about the seeding than the first round. But you're right, like, if you move up to the 3, there's a better chance you get one of those 2 teams last night and not the leftover team from the AFC North. Like, the Steelers and Ravens are both better than those 2 teams last night and more dangerous than those 2 teams last night. So that's where the seeding comes in. So in watching that game last night, I'm like, all right, I get it now. Because to be honest with the 4 seed and the 3 seed, the way it lines up right now, the 3 seed would be going to Buffalo in the second round if the favorites all won.
Yeah.
And the 4 seed would be going to Kansas City. The one thing I want to avoid in this postseason, period, end of subject, is a trip to Buffalo. To play that team in that environment. That if I were power ranking like the list of like venues or situations I want to avoid in the postseason, going to Buffalo is number 1 on my list.
Caleb Williams it was a funny piece in the press conference yesterday and or this week, and I feel like Caleb Williams, I have questions about him, and yet I do feel like he's kind of got a pretty funny sense of humor that sometimes people take too much as him speaking literally. So somebody asked him, you know, they asked him about playing in the cold, and he's like, I've played in cold weather before. I'll be all right. And he said, how cold is it going to be? And
no, it was Kyler Murray. It was Kyler Murray who said this.
It was?
Yes.
Oh.
And he said, oh, bleep.
Yeah.
It was Kyler Murray.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I like Kyler Murray's sense of humor.
I would say the same things about Kyler Murray that I would about Caleb Williams in a way. Like, it's, you know, like he's a little off kilter, you know, like we don't know.
So when Caleb was the one that was laying down on the bench this past weekend, right?
Correct. Yeah,
and I thought that was funny too.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think your take on Caleb Williams is applicable, but the thing you're about to say, we'll finish.
I
gotta
stop listening to things on the radio.
I
can't. Yeah.
Oh, is that where you heard it?
Yeah, I heard somebody playing the clip, and I'm like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Like they bleeped out because he says anyway. To finish the story, Kyler Murray says, "Bleep, that's cold." Or whatever.
Yeah. He's like, how cold's it gonna be? And someone's like 35. He's like, oh, bleep. He said the S word. Yeah, that was Kyler. I'd seen the video of that. That was good. I like Kyler Murray a little more now than I used to when I watch some of these press conferences. I wasn't a big Kyler Murray fan. Same way people aren't big Caleb Williams fans.
Well, Kyler Murray, I mean, the big question is, all right, let's see him in an actual pro offense. And, you know, the Kingsbury in Washington is done. Right, but you're starting to see, like, okay, how come they don't, like, they're not moving McLaurin around or anything? Like, this offense, is this it, really? Is this going to be it? It's like the same story every year with Cliff Kingsbury. It's like, oh, boy, look at this, best offense ever. And then about midway through the season, like, oh, all right, you're just kind of running the same stuff out there, eh? Expecting your players to do it all on their own.
He's the favorite to... He's the favorite to get the Bears job right now, Cliff Kingsbury.
You should hire somebody who's never actually been a good head coach to. I'm
sure if you heard, he used to work with Caleb Williams back at USC. So how did you feel when you saw Christian Harris wind up on the injury report yesterday out of nowhere?
I was upset.
Questionable, for those who haven't heard, questionable with an ankle injury. Had not been on the injury report all week, so... I mean, I guess, are we to assume this is something that popped up in practice? Like he turned an ankle in practice or something? I mean, he's not on the injury report all week, and all of a sudden, ow, my ankle.
I'm guessing,
hurts.
That would be it wasn't anything we noticed during the game or anything.
No, every question about Christian Harris to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and any of his teammates have been, man, it's great to have him back. He looked great. And he did. He looked great out there. There was no indication in the game that he was gimpy at all.
So hopefully if it's a sprain that happened in practice, I'm guessing it's a relatively minor one. So I'm not going to freak out about it.
I'll give you, does this make you feel better about Christian Harris's ankle? He is the subject of the player spotlight on the pregame show tomorrow. So he did an interview with Drew Doherty at some point in the last 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah. But
Does that make you feel any better?
He did an interview with Aaron Wilson like 24 hours before training camp started, and then we never saw him again. Wow. He just went into
That's
it was like
point.
he was
That's good.
I don't know. He was either. We still don't know if he was actually injured or if he was working for the CIA. It might have been one of those
That's
deals.
True.
Like
he wasn't
his
around
country
very
needed
much.
him or something. I don't know.
He was not around.
I'll
very
open
much.
up all possibilities for this.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Have you all seen Charles and Menahue's comments about the Texans? We have. We'll have those for you later in the show.
We have to bleep those out too.
Yeah, Ben's got a little legwork to do. I haven't sent it yet, Ben. Ben's looking around and they're like, "Do we get some Menahu comments?" Like, no. I haven't sent it to you yet. We just saw them this morning. So,
are you sure it was Charles Amenahue, or was it perhaps?
I'm positive that it was.
Are you sure it wasn't Ronaldo Wynn?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Are you sure it wasn't Rasheem Green? No.
I'm almost positive it was John Matuzak.
Charles Amenahue, not a big fan of the Houston Texans.
No, he isn't. I wonder, that pains me a little bit, but I wonder how much of that is just, I wonder if he's not a fan of Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby more so than
he
anything
actually
else.
said in the interview he likes Bill O'Brien.
Yeah,
it was
a lot of guys did like Bill
It was
O'Brien.
the era after O'Brien left.
That's right. It was when he was at his
Easterby Culley-ish year. You know,
honestly, I would, if I were a player on that team when David Culley was running the show, I might have pulled a Justin Reed. I don't know. It was just a mockery of what an NFL team's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
It was just a joke.
It's better now. Out for the game on Saturday, tomorrow, John Mechie, okay, Foley Fatakasi, Juice Scruggs, Cade Stover. 3 of those 4 were expected. I guess all 4 were expected because none of them practiced this week.
Yeah.
But Mechie, you're getting a little further down the depth chart in the receiving core, I guess. We'd probably see Steven Sims active this week. But you're going in with Nico, Tank, Robert Woods gets bumped up, Xavier Hutchinson's probably
and the thing with Mechie is, look, they'd like him to be a bigger part of the offense, but it's just he's still
gotta be reliable,
working his way into it. Yeah, between his hands and or not running the correct routes, it's not the solution right now. So that's not a huge loss, but maybe Xavier Hutchinson at some point becomes more of a factor. The 2 injuries for the Chiefs that are notable is Connor, their slot corner. He's out with his concussion. Yep. And then Humphreys, who they've been trying to work in as the 3rd guy to play left tackle this year, DJ Humphreys, and he hadn't looked good anyway, but he's injured, which means likely Thuney, their left guard, is going to be the left tackle. And he did all right last week, but it was just he was a stumbling, bumbling, rumbling type of scrappy effort.
It wasn't against Daniil Hunter
or
Will
Myles
Anderson.
Garrett.
Oh, it was against Myles Garrett. Okay.
So, no, and they gave him some help, but he did a pretty good job. But it wasn't the ideal scenario.
Yeah.
So then you've got a guard who had started his first game at guard last week. There's some opportunity there for the defensive line.
For sure. I like that matchup. We'll dig into that. Let's do that. We'll do the 6-pack in the next segment. Storylines, people, trends important to this game on Saturday, tomorrow. Noon kick. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. So let's dig into that next. We'll dig into the game 6-pack style coming up next.
The best time to buy a Chevy.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, D'Amico Ryans has the exact same view on this game against Kansas City and probably against the Ravens too, but he's only going to talk about Kansas City as I'm feeling about this, which is, hey, man, we've clinched our spot. Let's go see where we stack up against the really good teams.
And so for us, being at the spot we're at right now in our season, like what a matchup. We get to see, like, can we go match up versus one the top team in the AFC, right? And hopefully get a chance to see them again later down the road. So that's how I'm looking at this matchup is let's go see where we are. Let's improve as a team, and we may end up back in Kansas City again. Who knows? Let's go out and just play complimentary football. Don't make it more than what it is. Just stay steady, stay calm, and don't worry about the external factors we can't control. It's easy to get into that, is Mahomes playing? Is he not? Well, who knows? We'll find out when they kick the ball off. The weather, what is it going to be? Is it going to be cold? Who cares? This is playoff football right now.
Right.
So let's line up and let's see where we are.
Look, in a perfect world, this game would have there would have been a lot more at stake in this game had the Texans done what we expected them to do this year. And 9-5 is good. It's a good record. It's fine. They clinched a playoff spot. In a perfect world, and I'm guessing that the schedule makers probably thought similarly, this would be a game where there would be ramifications for the first round bye.
Yeah.
The Texans would be 10-3 or 11-3 instead of 9-5 or something like that. So independent of that, that's not the case, obviously. The Texans can't get the 1 seed.
It does for the Chiefs, potentially.
It does for the Chiefs. And there's stakes for the Texans, too, as you and I talked about in the open, moving up to the 3 seed. There's benefit to that. But the position that they're in now, where this isn't, they don't have to win this game. You know what I mean? They really can these next 2 games. It's truly just measuring stick kind of stuff. And then they're still going to be going to the playoffs.
This I am, and you know this. Drew Hodgson, my old Texans teammate, and I watched the offensive line in the run game yesterday. Because I was pleased with some things that I saw. Just more about I'm intrigued by Titus Howard at left guard. I thought he did some good things, both in the run game as a pass protector. They also still had a lot of issues at times in pass protection, particularly against games inside, that stuff. But in the run game, oh my gosh, there's just I don't know how they're at this point where it's this late in the season, and there are guys that just flat out do not know who they're supposed to block on a play. And there's just too many instances where multiple guys, we had the old classic cluster bleep where you had 3 guys trying to block the same guy while 2 other guys ran free. The tight ends are just getting absolutely destroyed. Obviously Dalton Schultz especially. Laramie Tunsil took a step back in terms of physicality and what I was hoping for him. It was the worst circle of swarm I'd ever put anybody in on.
Seth put Laramie in the circle of swarm last week.
I'm angry again. I'm angry that anybody would call it a lazy narrative that the offensive line was an issue this year. Because you're basically calling me an idiot. I can't watch this offensive line operate, and I'm supposed to be lazy for noticing it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I realize that these guys don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
That's all I want. Offensive linemen who know who they're supposed to block on any given play. It doesn't seem. Is that a goal?
No,
I watched last night and I saw both teams doing it.
No, I see other teams doing it.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Oh. Does someone get fired over this? Is there a change at the position coach at least?
I don't know. And honestly, sometimes when you talk about picking up the games inside.
Because it is very frustrating in Week 16.
Well, a lot of it is it's just basic fundamental stuff of guys, offensive linemen. You as much as possible, you want their shoulders to stay square to the line of scrimmage, parallel with the line of scrimmage. And these guys just turn like they're a revolving door, and that's how games get through. And it's basic. It's high school stuff. I don't get it.
Yeah. All right, let's get to this game. Let's dig in. 6-pack style. First can. Texans edge rush. There's a real opportunity here. You touched on the fact that Joe Thuney's going to be playing left tackle again. He's a guard playing tackle. And the Texans edge rush a couple games ago against Jacksonville kind of got shut out. Or not Jacksonville. Yeah, no, Jacksonville. They got kind of shut out in that game. Yeah. They made some big plays against the Dolphins that showed up on the box score. I thought they did a good job of kind of making life uncomfortable for Tua, which is why Tua had such a bad game. But the big plays from Will Anderson, the strip sack fumble, the huge sack by Danielle Hunter towards the end of the game. There's opportunities here. And I think, especially going on the road, this is like one of those non-negotiable things, Seth. If they're going to win on the road at a place like Kansas City in the postseason, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and company are going to need to show up.
I think, there's a lot of pressure on the pass rush, but still, even in doing that, it doesn't mean that when you're rushing 4 guys, they're always going to get there. The part that I get nervous about is Mahomes' ability to extend a play, whether his ankle is banged up or not. And that's where last week that wasn't going to be an issue for the Texans secondary because Tua is going to get rid of the ball quickly no matter what. I know that on the broadcast they're wondering if they'd hit them with some double moves or something at some point. That ball was coming out.
Right.
Mahomes isn't going to be like that. Mahomes will extend some plays, so there's more pressure on the secondary to, it doesn't have to look like, hey, 3 interceptions. It just needs to be keeping in your zones, staying attached to your guys, let the guys up front do their job. But sometimes they don't get there immediately, so you just got to cover.
Yep.
Tua takes the snap. Tua with pressure, throwing downfield to his right, and intercepted. Stingley again. That's going to do it. The Texans are going to beat Miami. Stingley's second pick seals the deal. And Houston will get its 9th win.
All right, it may not need to be 3 interceptions, Seth, but it sure would be nice if they got 3 interceptions. Mm-hmm. The turnover train. The Texans have been turning other teams over at a rate that very few teams have been doing. I was looking at the season kind of game log, team stats. It's hard to believe. The Texans had a period of 3 games early in the season, Minnesota, Jacksonville, and Buffalo, where they didn't cause any turnovers in those games. They actually went 2-1 in those 3 games. Mm-hmm. They went 3 games without causing a turnover. They've caught up quickly from that 3 game. They've caused 25 turnovers since that game, that stretch.
And I think that's where, when you look at Holmes on the season, he's got 11 interceptions, and that's been one of the stories of the season. 9 of those came in the first half of the season. Over the last 7 games, he's only got 2 interceptions, and they're both to the Bills.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because the Bills are stylistically kind of similar to the Texans in a lot of ways, and they can take the ball away a lot. So it's not like Mahomes, all of a sudden cured his interception issues. I think he just hasn't faced a whole bunch of opportunistic defenses in the second half of the season. I'm very excited about that possibility.
Yes.
That would be with all of my issues and concerns about the offense, the one remedy, the panacea for all that is, hey, just get a +3 turnover margin.
And especially if they set up short fields like the turnovers did this past game.
Yeah.
The strip sack fumble set up a 28-yard touchdown drive. The Kalen Bullock interception got them down to the 4-yard line. So, and I think they're going to need that. I don't have a lot of confidence that the Texans, in tough environments, weather should be good, but that's going to be a loud stadium on the road. Good defense. Yeah. Not a great defense like last year, but a good defense that they're going to be able to go 70 yards consistently.
Right, yeah.
10 plays, 70 yards. I don't think this is in them right now.
You know what? I guess maybe, when Nick said it was a lazy narrative that the offensive line was struggling, maybe what he meant, I guess the accurate way to put it would have been you're not ambitious enough in your scope. The tight ends are horrendous blockers, and the wide receivers really aren't very good either. They want to, but they're not.
They try.
They're not Deebo Samuel, or those guys like that. They just aren't. So it's the blocking in general.
The blocking in general,
which is still a thing in the NFL.
No, for sure. I mean, I think everybody back when Nick said that earlier in the season. Everybody, including Nick, would agree something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
So maybe even just blaming it as much on the O-line that you're. But the problem is, okay, if it was just the tight ends, if it was the tight ends and the offensive line, but it's okay, but the tight ends aren't making up for it in the passing game either. I barely know they exist at any given moment.
Yeah. No, you're right. All right, next one. The marquee matchup, similar to Nico Collins versus Jalen Ramsey last week. Which I don't know how to grade that matchup because Nico only had 17 yards, but he had 2 touchdowns. Nico versus McDuffie, versus Trent McDuffie. He's their best corner. He's their best guy in the secondary.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he follows Nico Collins around.
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Yeah.
So with the Chiefs, the defense, this is not the same Chiefs defense as last year. Mm-hmm. Now, they looked really good last week. They took the ball away from the Browns 6 times. That was Jameis Winston's true moment where he turned back into a pumpkin.
Yeah, 4 picks. Yeah, that was tough. And then
probably sexually harassed the pumpkin.
That's no, I know.
Jameis
doesn't do that anymore.
He's changed. I know.
He doesn't do that anymore. He just
gives
really good pregame speeches.
100% doesn't. Yeah. So he's a perfect gentleman to all pumpkins. I've known that. Right. It's long been known. He's never stolen a pumpkin out of a grocery store.
Ever. Just crab legs.
But they're not the same defense that they were last year or at the beginning of the season, really. But they blitz a bunch there. But I'm curious about just how much they blitz was as banged up in the secondary as they are.
All right, let's get to the next one. Chris Jones. This is the guy who can wreck the game for the Texans. This is the same way we've talked about Jeffrey Simmons with the Titans, Micah Parsons with the Cowboys. I would say, Josh Hines-Allen with the Jags is a little like that. But Chris Jones is elite, man. He is an elite interior defensive lineman. Here's C.J. Stroud on the problems Chris Jones causes.
His ability to get off the ball, and they use their silent cadence really well, able to hide it, and he does a good job of using his hands, and I'm, a big fan of his. He does a great job and has been doing it for a high level, for a long time, and, just pops out on film and, makes a lot of plays for them. Even when he doesn't make the play, he's taking on double teams, giving other guys one-on-ones and things like that. So, yeah, he does a really good job.
Yeah, this is the Jeffrey Simmons storyline again. It's, Micah Parsons is going to beat you. It's off the edge. And you're like, all right, well, we got Laramie Tunsil. And at the time, Titus Howard out there. They'll be – and they did a good job against Micah Parsons. This is a test. Titus Howard, Jared Patterson, Shaq Mason, you're on notice right now.
Yeah, no, it's a big test.
Yeah.
And they just haven't passed the test versus – a dominant interior defensive line yet. I guess the one saving grace might be that they're not. It's not as stacked. You don't have the combo of Simmons and Tavondre Sweat with the Titans. Neither of them you could really move. It's that Chris Jones is such a stud that at the very least you can focus in on him a little bit. Mm-hmm. The other big one is just Karlaftis versus Blake Fisher.
In
pass
a good one.
protection. Because there's another, with Blake, the guy, what I worry about is guys who are more powerful. Yeah. Because Blake's just kind of a slender rookie still.
Yeah.
So Karlaftis is a big, powerful dude, and that'll be a good matchup to see.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see for sure.
Hopefully it's a good one to see.
Hopefully for Texans fans, yeah. But I think it's a key matchup in this game. You're absolutely right. Karlaftis going against a rookie right tackle, that can wreck the game as well. The last can before we get to the prediction, Lady Luck. Lady Luck has been riding on the shoulders of the Kansas City Chiefs all season long. They are a very good football team, obviously, but it's been all they're 13-1, and other than the Browns game last week, it's all one-score games. Mm-hmm. And some of them are games that you go, okay, well, it's Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, and they're just doing things at the end of games. And then there's games where the Raiders are snapping the ball off of Aiden O'Connell's face in field goal range late in the game. There's field goals that are bouncing off of uprights but going in, stuff like that. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the Chiefs' ability to win close games.
Guys understand situational football, right? Play smart, have great awareness in those situations. Where KC has won a lot is, they take advantage of miscues on the other side of the ball, whether it's offense, defense, or even special teams. Like, you just have to be on the details longer. It's where they've got a lot of people. They outlast people mentally, right? And not so much physically, but it's mentally. They're mentally stronger than the teams that they're going against, and they find a way in the fourth quarter to win games. Quarterback makes a play, Kelce makes a play. Somebody's going to make a play, and it's not something you teach. I think it's just guys just understanding what's in front of them, and they know how to make the plays.
It's going to be hard for me to be angry after this game, I think, just looking ahead, Seth, even if the Texans lose, say, in a close game. The only things that are going to make me angry after this game are if the Texans get blown out, I'll be angry. Like, embarrassing. Like if they do something at the end of the game, like make a mistake or something that they've done poorly all year, cost the team, like they show no improvement. Or if the Chiefs win because the football gods decide that they need yet another one-score game at the end of the game that they have no business winning.
I'll tell you what, though. This is what people wouldn't realize, and understandably so, but the Texans and the Chiefs are so weirdly similar in so many ways. For one, the Chiefs have scored one more point than the Texans' offense. Two, their quarterback that they love has thrown way more interceptions than you're expecting to see from him. Hasn't been the same guy. Has been middle of the pack offensively. But three, you look at the game last week. The Chiefs took the ball away from the Browns 6 times. The Chiefs scored 21 points off of that.
Right.
There were only 8 minutes left in the game when Mahomes got injured.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, there was they slowed down after, and they were still passing the ball. With that lead, that 21-0 lead or whatever it was, that 6 turnovers.
Yeah.
And that's what they turned it into. It's just as frustrating there. It's just that I think for Chiefs fans, they feel like, we've seen this before. They'll be a different team when they hit the playoffs.
Yep.
They've got that. They can sit on that pedestal.
Yeah.
It was the same way we did with the Astros.
They flipped the switch before, man.
Yeah.
They did it last year. My prediction, Chiefs 20, Texans 19. Why would I stray away from, if I'm trying to be right, why would I stray away from what the Chiefs have done all year, which is low-scoring, close games that they end up winning but not covering the 3.5-point spread?
Yeah, they've scored 21 or fewer points in 5 of their last 6 games, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, it's not the same Chiefs team right now.
20-19 Chiefs is my prediction. And
it would be if the Chiefs score 30. This is where we are. Like, if the Chiefs score 30, I'm going to be pissed.
That would piss me off, too. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, what would make us angry about this game? That would. Because
I'm leaning on the defense. The defense has to carry us.
It would make me angry. It would also scare the hell out of me, because you're right. Like, a playoff run for the Texans is only coming, in all likelihood, on the back of the defense. Them giving up 30 to this version of the Chiefs offense, troublesome if that were to happen. All right, injury news for the Texans we'll get to. We had Thursday Night Football last night, and the Rockets get a big win as well. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. Also, Prize Picks.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Headlines, Texans-Chiefs. Game is tomorrow at noon. You can hear it on Sports Radio 610 right here. 9 a.m. Texans Countdown. Clint Stoerner and I will have you for post-game show following the game. Injury news, these Texans will be out for the game on Saturday, the game tomorrow. John Mechie, shoulder injury. Foley Fatukasi, he has, I believe, a foot or an ankle. He left the game against the Dolphins this past Sunday. Juice Scruggs still dealing with a foot. Cade Stover still recovering from his appendectomy from last weekend. So those guys will be out. The most concerning thing is that Christian Harris popped up on the injury report in a game where you're still dealing with no Azeez Al-Shire.
Yeah.
He's serving the second game of his 3-game suspension. Christian Harris pops up on the injury report with an ankle injury, questionable yesterday.
And, Christian Harris played way more snaps than I thought he was going to. He played 82% of the snaps, looked very, very fast, made some really nice plays. And he's somebody I really want out there because of everything we've talked about with Pat Mahomes' ability to extend a play, to have guys who are fast and can go sideline to sideline, who can stay in zone coverage but then come up and make a tackle when Mahomes does decide to run past the line of scrimmage. I just want as much athleticism as possible in the linebacking group. And they've got, Henry To'oTo'o is a different type of athlete this year. Devin White is usable in certain situations, but Christian Harris being back there, it makes a big difference.
It was so nice, and he looked good. He looked good against the Dolphins, too.
Yeah, no, and
no rust.
You're
really.
right. Well, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say no rust. I don't think he looked like the best version of himself, but right, he was still a very productive player.
Yeah.
Which he had fresh legs too. Now it's
that
just
helps.
a matter of just getting back into football shape, and hopefully, I'm guessing because it happened. These practices are not up tempo at all this time of year and in this situation. So I'm guessing. I would assume it's a minor sprain, and it's just something they have to put on the report.
Right. And I think the thing to keep an eye out for us today would be, look, this is the equivalent of a Saturday before a Sunday game. Usually if a guy's on the injury report and they're listed as questionable and they're not going to play and it's a road game, they don't travel with the team. They leave him behind. So-and-so's not traveling with the team. So I guess that'd be the thing. The Texans are going to be taking off here within the next few hours probably to go to Kansas City for this game. So we just got to hope, fingers, there's no email that says Christian Harris didn't make the trip. If he makes the trip, I think he's going to play.
I got to bribe somebody at the airport. Some airline worker or something. So somebody can be my source on stuff like this.
We need info.
There used to be slush funds for this kind of stuff.
Or
you bribe somebody, an X-ray operator at the hospital, all that.
Used to be slush funds or Mark Berman.
Yeah. There used to be a little guy that was somehow everywhere all at once.
There are certain media members that when they retire, when they're not doing their thing anymore, that certain ones, they just retire, and you're like, oh, good for you. You retired, and I really like you. I'm happy for you. And then there's other ones where people in our line of work feel the void.
Yeah.
Mark Berman served a big purpose for those of us in the content generation business.
Yeah.
All his interviews out at the airport, all the scoops and everything.
What do you think about that?
I wonder, whatever he's doing in retirement, I bet he's just crushing it. Like if he's building ships
He's
in a
been
bottle.
tweeting a lot.
I know he's been tweeting a lot, but I bet he's like, I bet he's built, if he's, let's say hypothetically he wanted to build ships in bottles. I feel like he's already got
he'd be good at it.
He's got a factory, a production line already.
He's got a kiosk at the mall with a bunch of little ships in the bottles. Yeah, for sure.
What the hell am I, why can I not spit this out? Henry Ford's innovation. The assembly line, thank you.
Oh, I was going to say the car.
No, the assembly line.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was about to say the thing he invented, but I know I would get well actually'd on that. And like, actually, Tesla invented that too, Seth. Read something, idiot. But he was an innovator. How well used.
Right. We've been getting a lot of texts from people this morning like, hey, guys, have you seen – and honestly, in the spirit of Mark Berman, who was the master at when he's at a press conference, hey, so-and-so said this about you. What do you think about that?
What do you think about that?
Yeah, what do you think about that? We're getting a lot of texts like, hey, guys, did you hear what Charles Omenihu said about the Texans?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Charles Omenihu, former Texan, now current Kansas City Chief, was on a podcast, did an interview. I'm trying like hell to find who the interviewer was. I've been Googling the whole break. I can't find it. I watched the whole interview, Seth. It seems like it was a UT-based kind of conversation. Like the interviewers seem to have some UT ties, and Charles Omenihu, for those who don't know, went to Texas. The quote that's making the rounds is this one right here.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to make this clear. I don't with this organization at all. And I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, it's definitely going to be some fire with her. Yeah.
Okay, the organization he's talking about is the Houston Texans.
So Menahue, I wonder why would he be upset with the organization more so than
let me tell
maybe
you.
Jack Easterby or Nick Caserio was he was here when Nick Caserio.
Caserio was a GM. Well, and always it's the last taste that you had of being there.
Yeah,
it's what I would tell Menahue if he were amenable to a conversation about this is, hey man, the team you're going to play is much different than the one that you left here in 2021. You might actually enjoy it here if you were a Houston Texans.
You're going to have this conversation with him before the game, and it's somehow going to take some of the juice out of his fire. He's going to be less hungry for a sack.
Given the opportunity, I would try that and see if I could sell him on that. But no, I think he's going to come in guns a-blazing. But I watched. It was about an 8 or 10 minute conversation, or at least that's the portion that made it out onto the internet. I watched it. The part that, his bitterness, to your point, stems from the way he feels he was treated during the David Culley year, where he was one of those holdovers from the previous regime. He was a starter at the beginning of 2021, and then by like week 4 or 5, he's inactive, and he's not really sure why. And then he wanted to get traded. David Mulligetta client, so Mulligetta requested a trade, and they got him shipped out to San Francisco. And I would say it's worked out pretty well for Charles Omenihu.
He's only played 3 games this year so far, and he's played pretty well. But
he's been banged up.
Yeah. So, but as far as sometimes you're coming off of injuries, but you haven't been playing football. You've got some fresh legs this time of year.
Yep.
So that's another. You add that to the mix of a guy that can rush inside, outside. When you're worried about guys picking up games on the inside, when you're worried about how Blake Fisher is going to continue to fare as a starter, like Omenihu's name is certainly out there.
Yep.
I'm just gonna. I'll see if I can grab him before the game and calm him down a little bit.
Okay, see if you can.
Hey Charles, things are different now.
It's all right.
Here, look, I've got a PowerPoint. Just sit down for a minute, okay?
Yeah.
And then watch my PowerPoint.
Here's all the moves that they've made since you left the building.
How much I care about you. I'm a Mac guy, but I put up a PowerPoint because I think for this presentation it's better.
Yes. Rockets beat the Pelicans last night, 133-113. Big performances in that game was Jalen Green, 30 points. This was a Jalen Green kind of game, man. Going against a team that's like 6-22. Jalen was an easy pick on Prize Picks last night.
Yeah.
For more than 23 points or whatever it was. He was really good. 13-22 from the field. And this was another game. We're watching it now. I had it on last night. This is them just mopping a bad team, which I like to see.
Which you like to see, but also they have their best shooting and best 3-point shooting percentages of the year. I don't like it when you. I don't like.
Don't waste it on these guys.
That's where I'm kind of like, okay, look, at baby steps.
Yeah.
If you can do it versus them, all right, cool.
Okay, that's
it's
a good
like
way
when
to
you
look at it.
In football, it's like, all right, the offense is struggling. They go up against a bad defense, but okay, that was a good offensive production. Yeah. Let's do more of that.
Yes.
Yes, I'll take that.
I will too.
I'll take that.
I will too. No, I just like see. Man, I just remember that season opener against Charlotte. I'm like, are they going to do this again, where they lose to? They lose to, they're just inexplicably losing to really bad teams.
Yeah.
No, man. They mopped the floor with the Pellies last night.
Let me fact check that on myself. Okay. Yes, both of those were the season best, both the shooting and the three-point
field goal percentage and 3-point field goal percentage. Yeah, they were really good last night. Thursday Night Football, the Chargers beat the Denver Broncos. Kind of not a must win for the Chargers, but had they lost that game, all of a sudden all those 6-8 teams, the Bengals, the Dolphins, the Colts are nipping at their heels.
Yeah. That
game last night really created some separation between the wild card teams currently and the teams that are still trying to get into the playoffs. The Broncos and the Chargers, both 9-6 now. The teams that are chasing them are all 8. Yeah. This thing could be locked up after the weekend. For
this guys. Is the 7 playoff teams, and how
clear.
It all shakes out are very much in play. I don't want to worry too much about what happens in the AFC North or anything else. As long as there's a chance that the Texans would get the 3 seed, that's why I'm playing this weekend. Aside from, I also want to see the offense actually do something at some point versus good teams. But really, I want to keep that 3 seed in play. I want the opportunity for an extra home game because you never know exactly how it'll all work out.
Are we buying the story that an owner of an NFL team used Madden ratings to decide whether or not his team should make a trade? If you haven't heard this story yet, stick around through the break. It is a doozy. We will have that for you coming up next.
If you haven't planned for your retirement yet, go to Trajan Wealth and don't worry about it. I think people.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a foot on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Getting some feedback on Charles Omenihu on the text page. He's such a terrible person. He's a me guy.
Ooh. Oh, no.
He was a bit of a mercurial sort when he was here, I think. Like he was an interesting personality, Charles Omenihu.
He had it was when he started butting heads with Cully. Remember, it was just kind of weird during training camp that year.
Yeah.
And then I don't think he was ultimately ever convicted of anything.
He had a thing with his girlfriend,
whatever he did out in San Francisco. So there was some drama there, but that was after he was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. Is all of a sudden Charles Omenihu going to be out there? What was the name of the guy in? Is it Jefferson from Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
Charles Jefferson.
Was it Jefferson? Yeah, it's Jefferson. Remember they made it look like the opposing team had destroyed his car. And Jefferson was out there.
Spicoli and Jefferson's brother crashed Jefferson's car.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, we gotta get out of this. So they painted up Lincoln High.
Yeah.
They made it look like Lincoln did.
I always felt bad for Jefferson's little brher there because he was obviously never going to measure up to Jefferson.
He was tiny.
Yeah.
He's just a dope smoker.
An idiot. So it's like, what is? Yeah.
Back when dope smoking wasn't nearly as acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah, it put you in a whole
Poor
separate
kid.
clique.
Kids, Fast Times at Ridgemont High is a comedy that actually ages fairly well. Now, it ages well in terms of it being funny. I don't know how well it ages in terms of things that are viewed as acceptable.
This is actually sexual assault.
Right. Like it is one of those movies where
I'm thinking about
it is one of those movies, those 80s movies where I would play the little game I like to play now in 2024, count the felonies.
I think, as I recall, the whole thing about that was all the sex in that movie was consensual.
Yeah.
But like it was the way the guy treated her afterwards.
Yes.
So it wasn't, if I recall properly.
He knocked her up and then just ignored her.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
No. What happened? No, remember though the dugout? What happened in the dugout with the older guy?
Oh, that was the first one. Yeah.
But that wasn't framed like, oh, this was a good thing. It was framed as like, oh no, she
was underage.
Yeah,
too.
that was bad. Yeah,
that was bad.
But it wasn't like one of those. It wasn't like Revenge of the Nerds where you're like, wait a second,
that was not consensual.
He's wearing that's rape.
He's wearing a Darth Vader mask.
Right. Yeah.
She thought he was somebody else.
So I think Fast Times at Ridgemont High ages pretty well. Other than how you feel about Judge
Revenge
Reinhold's,
of the Nerds, not as much. Yeah.
Spying on the one.
Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to this story. This Jets story is amazing. Okay, are you buying this, Seth? Are you buying this? This is a story. This is the second big story from The Athletic about how dysfunctional the New York Jets are.
Yes.
In the wake of the Joe. So if I had to guess, I would guess Joe Douglas he's chirping like a canary right now to all these media outlets. If I had to guess who the source is inside the rooms of all these things that we're hearing about.
From people that are,
there's only 5 people that could be telling all these stories. You know what I mean? Like that are in there that could be with the level of detail.
Yeah.
Right? So this story making the rounds yesterday in this piece on The Athletic from Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the beat for the Jets for The Athletic, Diana Rossini and Michael Silver, both national reporters, said this: Woody Johnson, owner of the Jets, decided to do his own research. This is the very beginning of the article. The New York Jets owner was at his house in Palm Beach, Florida last February discussing potential offseason acquisitions with team decision makers as they watched game tape. So he's got all the decision makers at his house. They're watching game tape. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy, a former Denver Broncos first-round pick, flashed on the screen. Jets GM Joe Douglas expressed interest, according to someone familiar with the meeting, at which point Woody Johnson took out his phone and started typing to somebody.
Yeah.
Okay? So Joe Douglas in there like, okay, I kind of like this Jeudy guy. Let's call Denver. And Woody Johnson starts typing on his phone. A few weeks later, Douglas and his Broncos counterpart, GM George Payton, were deep in negotiations for a trade that would have sent Jeudy to the Jets and given future Hall of Fame QB Aaron Rodgers another potential playmaker. The Broncos felt a deal was near. Then abruptly, it all fell apart. In Denver's executive offices, they couldn't believe the reason why. Joe Douglas, the GM of the Jets, told the Broncos that Woody Johnson, the owner, didn't want to make the trade because the owner felt that Judy's player rating in Madden NFL, the popular video game, wasn't high enough, according to multiple league sources. The Broncos ultimately traded Judy to the Cleveland Browns, and Judy's a good year for the Browns.
Yeah.
He went over the 1,000-yard mark, and this article goes on to talk about a lot of different dysfunction. This is the thing that's making the biggest headlines, and the story is that the person or people that Woody Johnson was texting to when Judy first popped up onto their radar were his 2 teenage sons,
right,
who play Madden.
And who seemingly have access and zero couth about anything about what they do around a football team. Right. Tell the story about his son in the game ball, Sean.
I got to find it.
That involves the Texans, right?
Let me find it, yes.
Now, there's a part of me that wonders, are we certain that his teenage sons wouldn't be better as the acting owners of the Jets than Woody Johnson? Maybe they would be.
There are a lot of elements of Madden that you talk to players, and they're like, yeah, Madden has kind of helped me with some defenses and stuff.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm reading these stories about Woody Johnson's 2 sons, and I haven't looked up pictures of them or anything at all like that. But in my mind, there were these kids that were sitting in first class on a flight I was on recently. And it was like, whatever, some people there have frequent flyer miles or whatever. I don't judge. But these kids looked like the biggest D-bags on earth.
Yeah.
They looked exactly like they're out of central casting, like the kids from the rich private prep school or something.
Yeah.
Kind of like just treating the flight attendants like crap and everything. I've never wanted to punch a child so bad in my life.
Here it is. This year on Halloween night, Jets played the Texans. Jets beat the Texans 21-13. The Jets registered their first victory since Salah's firing 4 weeks early. God. Okay, let me stop. As a Texan fan, that's just a painful sentence to read, right? Registered their first victory. Oh, by the way, Circle of Swarm in about 10 or 12 minutes. Are you ready for the Circle of Swarm?
Yeah.
I just want to let the audience know. Circle of Swarm coming up. Halloween night, Jets registered their first victory since firing Salah. Significant moment for a struggling team. Aaron Rodgers walks into an energized locker room with a game ball in hand. Expected that he would give the game ball to Jeff Ulbrich, who was the interim head coach.
Yeah.
It's a customary gesture when a coach, interim or otherwise, gets their first NFL win. The leader of the team hands them a game ball, right? Before Rodgers could even speak, Brick Johnson, yes, one of the sons is named Brick. Brick Johnson took another game ball and awarded it to wide receiver Garrett Wilson in a profanity-laced exclamation, which the owner's son later posted to Instagram. Woody Johnson then gave Ulbrich the ball that Rodgers had been holding. So Rodgers never even got to. The Johnson family just swooped in and completely usurped Aaron Rodgers' moment, which is tradition of giving the coach the game ball. Let me read that again. Brick Johnson, the teenage son of the owner, before Aaron Rodgers could even speak. This has to be on the Jets website somewhere, right?
I'm sure.
Do you think?
No, there's no way it's on the website.
Okay.
It was on his personal Instagram.
No. But the reason I say that is because after wins, these teams are always posting the locker room stuff now.
Right.
After wins. I know the Texans
But
do.
I'm wondering if somebody on the social media for the Jets realized how dumb and stupid
Fair point. Brick Johnson took a game ball, awarded it to Garrett Wilson, a profanity-laced exclamation, and then Woody Johnson would have had to walk up, the owner of the Jets, and take the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands and give it to Jeff Ulbrich. Multiple players said the energy felt drained out of the room.
The Jets have denied the astonishing story, by the way,
about the Madden stuff.
I
choose to believe it.
The statement is the Suns have no role in the organization. It's completely ridiculous to suggest that any outside info is intended to replace the opinions of Woody Johnson's staff. So that would be regarding the
Madden
grade.
Yeah.
The other thing, though, too, this is I found interesting was one of the statements that the team spokesperson made when discussing the complaints about the way the organization won't listen to people are afraid to speak up and everything. The statement was something along the lines of, there is no problem and there have never been any complaints. I'm like, okay, well, that's if you run any kind of business of any size at all, to claim that you've never had a complaint from an employee,
that's a lie.
Okay, so you're either lying or something else,
or you're the ultimate Shangri-La.
or you're really deaf.
Yeah.
Like you're really. either way, it's bad. You're either lying, and yes, there have been so many complaints that you don't even know how to acknowledge the fact that there have been complaints, or you're so deaf in such a bad organization that you don't realize that there are people that have issues. Like if you've got 5 or more employees, you've got employees with issues at some point in the history of the ownership of the Jets.
Yeah. It's a good article. It's fascinating. I'm so glad this is my team.
I feel bad for Jets fans, man.
You do?
Yeah, I don't. Because you're looking at that's the full sum total of it. It's one of the hardest things in sports is when the teams are owned by families, and sometimes you feel like, I don't know if this is the owner, but but don't worry, in 20 years his son will take over. So now the Jets are getting a glimpse at these two guys, these two kids. Woody Johnson's kids remind me of the co-emperors from Gladiator 2. There's kind of these weird dudes that are into weird things and just torturing people.
You sure you feel bad for Jets fans? They overlap a lot with Yankee fans and
Jets fans
Met
are more
fans
Mets fans.
Yeah, still.
And I don't. But likewise, it's not like Mets fans. When the Mets aren't like widely.
I guess
hated,
I'm throwing this swath over all of New York.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think down here in these parts, New Yorkers in general, I think maybe annoy a lot of people. I like to the extent that I feel sorry for them. There's a lot of New Yorkers I like. There's a lot of New Yorkers I like, but not to the extent that I feel sorry that they've got a crappy team that they're rooting for. You know, I'm just not wired that way, man.
I guess
hate watch a lot of stuff.
I think about any fan base that's been long suffering and they're still out there and they're doing it, especially in cold weather. I have a respect for that.
You're nicer than I am.
Whether I like them or not,
there are some.
It'd be a lot easier to pull you into some kind of hate crime. The way you just are so you just hate vast groups of people.
Vast groups.
You just need a nudge. You just need a nudge. That's the way that guy looked at you, Sean. An entire class of people right there that you now dislike.
New Yorkers.
Yeah. Okay.
New Yorkers. They're classes of people by geography.
So you hate Italians.
By geography.
Right, I gotcha.
American geography. How about Garrett Wilson? Speaking of the Jets, you want more? Okay, more dysfunction of the New York Jets? And this has a tie into the Texans. One that I think frustrates you, Seth, and me, Sean. Garrett Wilson was asked, I believe yesterday, the video surfaced yesterday, does he want to be a Jet long term?
I don't know, man. I just figure I just do whatever, whatever, go about my day, however, figure my feet at, and if they do it, I would be a blessing. I'd be awesome. I love the Jets. At the end of the day, they were the ones that believed in me, so but yeah, I can't be worrying about all that. Just go and finish these 3 games the right way. But I don't know, man. I can't be looking into all that right now,
Okay, so the trade rumors are flying now.
He's handling a lot better than Malik Neighbors, I guess. As far as the way he's handling being in a bad situation, Malik Neighbors.
Oh my God, looks like he's in a hostage video every time he does an interview. So with that quote, and with obviously the direction the Jets season has gone, not knowing if Aaron Rodgers is even going to be around next year. Could this be a total teardown and a rebuild? Will they be in position to draft a quarterback? All that. Garrett Wilson, who was the not AFC, he was the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, the year before C.J. Stroud, teammate of C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. So the trade rumors are flying, and the Texans are number 2 on the odds board right now.
Yeah.
For Garrett Wilson, and I think I feel the same way you do.
Yeah, I think that's based on just the Texans' reputation and the way they attacked last year, and people assume, oh, well, you did it with Stephon Diggs last year, now do it with a younger guy. I've got zero appetite for bringing in anything marquee right now into this environment until they fix their issues offensively.
Exactly.
We're going to go through a whole nother offseason wondering if, are they going to have 3,000-yard receivers?
Right.
Yeah, those, so, no, it'd be wasted money and assets. They got to figure out how to get the offensive line, the tight ends, the offense in general operating on a better level than this. They don't have anybody that can block. That's a big issue
that was my reaction to that yesterday, Seth, was, unless you're bringing in Jeff Stoutland from Philadelphia to coach the offensive line, I don't want to be using any of this capital to improve wide receiver and go get improve wide receivers, fine. And bringing back Diggs is fine because you're shopping in a different aisle.
Yeah.
This is different from the Diggs trade. For anybody going like, okay, well, just let Stephon walk in. This is our new shiny toy as the number 3, as a third wide receiver to go with Tank Dell and Nico Collins. Man, you're shopping in a different aisle. You traded a 2 for a year of Stephon Diggs. That was it.
Yeah.
You are with Garrett Wilson. Whoever trades for Garrett Wilson, I think somebody would. I think they're going to get offers. He's a really good player. You're trading the marquee wide receiver package, which is at least a 1 and more, if not 2 1s. And you got to pay him.
And it's
you got to pay him $30 million a year.
And this is the big thing. This is not just personnel. It's not because somebody the other day asked, how come the Texans don't invest in the offensive line? They've got the 6th highest offensive line payroll in the league.
Yeah.
They're not good. They're not performing well. And that includes in the run game Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. That's where it's on the coaching. And ultimately it's on Bobby Slowick. I honestly cannot watch this run game in the complete dishevelment of anything that is a semblance of competence. They don't know what they're doing. They're just, guys are stumbling through plays with zero clue who they're supposed to block or what their responsibilities are. And I don't remember seeing that these guys all got a 4 on their Wonderlic or something. They're not dumb players, but my God, it's bad. It's really, really ugly. And if D'Amico and Caserio can't see that, I'd be flabbergasted. And I don't know how it doesn't ultimately reflect on Bobby Slowick, that you can get up at the podium and say, well, the players need to execute. The players need to execute. This doesn't look like a guy missing a block here or there. This is just mass confusion.
Yep.
This is like a poorly designed fire escape plan.
Yep.
And that's when people die.
Yes.
It's just like you got arrows pointing to a dead-end wall.
That's when people die, like the Texans offense.
There's one play yesterday I'm trying to watch, and I can't tell. I think Dalton Schultz was actually trying to point out a guy for Nico to block. Like, they were so confused that Dalton's like pointing at somebody, and Nico tries to crack block him and can't get to him, and then Dalton got destroyed. It just, So it's not just that's why I say Bobby Slowick in general, because the tight ends are horrendous at blocking. The wide aren't on the stuff they should be able to do, the crack blocks and everything where they have an angle. It's just really, really bad. It's really bad.
It's bad, and it's regressed from last year. It wasn't great last year, but it's worse this year, and it's a lot of the same guys.
Yeah.
Coaching and players. It's wild. We'll get to Circle the Swarm here in just a second for this week.
There will be no offensive linemen this week.
There will be no offensive players this week, I don't think.
Yeah, Blake Fisher, I think I could have made an argument for, but he's still got to prove it. Prove it more consistently.
I think it's going to be an all-defensive Circle of Swarm off of that Dolphins game last week. Heading into the game tomorrow against the Chiefs, noon kickoff. I just saw this yesterday, but apparently the Texans are going to be, speaking of Madden, because we just got done talking about the Jets owner allegedly using Madden scores as a way to decide whether or not the team should be trading for guys. Apparently there's an alternative broadcast tomorrow, the Texans game. Had you seen this? That it's going to be on Peacock. The game itself is on NBC. So I'm assuming we're getting Tirico and Collinsworth. I don't know. It's on NBC. The game is on NBC. But on the Peacock app, there's going to be a Madden alternative broadcast where they, kind of like they did with The Simpsons like a week or so ago, they're going to Maddenize the game.
They're going to be like run the plays that are happening, but they're just going to be.
It's going to look like Madden guys.
Madden.
Yeah, it's going to look like Madden guys. I think it's interesting. Chad Ochocinco is going to be on the broadcast. I forget who's doing the play-by-play for it. I don't watch these, like the gimmicky alternative broadcast, like the slime one on Nickelodeon.
That's why I always get confused when I see people complaining about them, because
you don't have to watch it.
It's never been mandatory that you have to watch that broadcast. Yeah. That's where you saw the free kick last night.
I did.
And you were kind of groggy and you wondered if you were taking crazy pills or something.
I was in and out of sleep.
That's how I am when people complain about those alternate broadcasts. I'm like, I'm watching this and I don't see what's going on here. Why are you angry about something you don't have to watch?
It would be like me complaining about Lopez going fishing all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I hate fishing. Why is he going fishing all the time?
Why do you fish all the time? Yeah. I'm with you on that. I think it's. Look, you can't innovate without doing trial and error with certain things. And like a lot of us in the content generation and entertainment and sports business, trying to capture a younger audience, man. Yeah. And this is a way that you're trying to do. They've done it with Toy Story. They've done it with Nickelodeon.
You know what
and
it
The
is?
Simpsons.
It's always the old guys, like our age and older, who grew up in an era where there were only 3 channels on TV and you had limited choices. So it did feel like back then. Like, oh, I can't believe they're giving this person airtime.
Right.
All that I have, my only other choices are PBS and 60 Minutes. No.
Or board games.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Or Monopoly.
No, I just can't. I do that. And same thing, even when I see people online, like YouTubers fighting with each other about how one's better than the other, I'm like, who cares? Like, it's just like everything's a la carte.
Have you tuned into any of these for more than 5 minutes before any of these?
No, it doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I tried. I like The Simpsons.
Yeah.
I tried The Simpsons one a couple weeks ago. That was Bengals Cowboys. That was the night back from our trip. So yeah, we got home and I was excited to watch some of it, and I turned it on, and I liked Dan Orlovsky and Mina Kimes. They were both doing the play-by-play, and I'm like, all right, like 5 or 10 minutes, I got to dip my toe in the water and see what it was like.
I felt like for me,
back to Joe Buck.
Like many mergers, it ends up with a lesser version of each of the things that are merged.
Yes.
So I feel like, okay, the football's not as entertaining, but it's not like this is as funny as a Simpsons episode, and it's just kind of a novelty. So
players didn't even look like something you'd see on The Simpsons. Either,
yeah.
You know, like it was strange. And you could tell, like, we tuned in the second half, and I'm like, okay, I can tell that Mina and Dan are kind of running out of jokes here.
Oh, really?
I mean, you got to do like 3 hours of material that's Simpsons related.
Simpsons have a lot of writers, though, but they're used to doing half hour, 21 minutes of content.
Did they have the Simpsons writers provide material for the two of them, or were they counting on the off-the-cuff ha-ha-edness of Mina Kimes and Dan
You know what the
Orlovsky?
joke writers got to realize is that, like, usually those joke writers, they've got a system for brainstorming, and you might write 100 jokes and use one of them,
right?
But like when you're in a live format that's stretched out, use every single one of them.
All of them.
The ones that don't land, people will just be like, whatever.
On to the next.
But just like, if you hit 1 out of every 10, the people they remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. Sean and I get away with so much bad content. As long as we just keep throwing it out there, every now and then we stumble into something good.
Stop
good. Shaking your head, yes, Ben.
Yeah, no.
Not that emphatically.
Ben knows because he has to edit out all the bad stuff for the podcast. No, we leave it in there. We're true to the art. All right, you ready to swarm here? You ready to do a circle of swarmage?
Let's do this.
Circle of swarm.
Nico always says swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men. Believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right, Circle of Swarm. We do it every week. It is based on recent past performance with a little sliver of what we're hoping to see this weekend. A lot of it's past performance, and I can tell you this one is going to feel, at least I think, Seth, I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah.
You and I each, for those who don't know, Seth and I each pick 3 players every Friday at this time that we feel have embodied recently the swarm mentality that they need in order to go into Kansas City and go come out of there with a win and get DeMeco Ryans to double-digit wins for the second time in his young coaching career.
So what were you leading into? You said this is going to be...
I think this is going to be... I think this one is... I have a hard time seeing offensive players get into this circle of swarm this week, but I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for you. I feel like this could be a very defensive circle.
Surprised that a 2 receiving touchdown performance for Nico Collins would be...
That's my
wouldn't do it
criteria,
for it.
yeah.
No, I didn't have huge yardage output, but he had 2 touchdowns.
He did. I'll let you do that then.
Yeah, well, I got to be careful because I got to go first with Derek Stingley. Stingley first and foremost.
Seth
He started off
with
a nice... what would end up being important in the day. He started off the game with a really nice tackle at the line of scrimmage.
Set the tone.
Yeah, and then closed the game out with a couple of interceptions.
Closed out the tone.
That was easy. It's hard to be defense of the week in NFL and not be in the circle of
and
swarm.
not be in the circle.
That'll be a
offense
rule
or
of ours.
defense.
Yeah.
Even Kaimi, when he was special teams player of the week,
that's right,
a couple times. Kaimi's been in the circle of swarm before. I think a couple of times we've had Kaimi in there. All right, so Stingley's an easy one. I think that I'm going to put Henry To'oTo'o in this week.
Yeah.
Henry To'oTo'o, and this is based not only on the Dolphins game, but as you pointed out, man, the version of Henry To'oTo'o that we've got this year has exceeded all expectations. And I think it's Henry To'oTo'o in the circle of swarm, but in accepting this honor, he's got to be doing it in a DeMeco Ryans T-shirt. Because I think this is an indicator, I think, of if you're a linebacker, if you're anybody in the front 7, this team is going to get the best version of you. I think that's one of my biggest takeaways defensively. Like, you can't name a guy in the front 7, I think, that the Texans have not gotten a better version than even we expected. Like, I would put Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. I think we've got the best version of both of those guys.
Honestly, the one thing I was curious about with Danielle Hunter was that he was in a defense last year where they blitzed a lot, and that Brian Flores defense. And when you blitz a lot, you get more one-on-ones. Now he's in a defense that doesn't blitz that much at all. And he's still producing, and he's still second in the league in sacks or whatever he is right now. Where I think he's had to do more of it on his own, and that's been a big part of allowing those guys in the defensive backfield to have the years they're having, is that they haven't had to, commit blitzes to get a pass rush going.
You're good with Toa being?
Oh yeah. And the fact that he was a signal caller, the fact that he took the
good call.
You're down Aziz Al-Shire, and do you trust Henry Toa to be out there all 3 downs running the show, and he did a great job with it.
He was getting the defense set up in what I think was their best performance of the year. Good call. And I think he was their leading tackler in the process.
This is going to get
And
tight.
he didn't hurt any of his teammates this time by swarming either.
So how many do we have now? Just that 2?
Just 2, just
all right,
2.
So
Stingley and Toa.
Who goes in first, Danielle or Will? I'll just go ahead and put Danielle had 1.5 sacks, but Will Anderson had the strip.
Will Anderson had one of the biggest plays of the game.
Yeah.
Set up their first touchdown.
I think we had Will and not Danielle the week before, though, didn't we?
I'll tell you right now, I've got the history of the Circle of Swarm right here. I'll tell you exactly who was in it last week for week 15.
Those two are a little bit like they're like it's twins that have to share sometimes.
Yeah, last week, yes, Will, no Danielle last week.
I'm throwing Danielle in there just in case Will doesn't get in this week.
Okay, so we got Danielle Hunter in the Circle of Swarm. And look, Danielle's been great. He's been, you could argue he's been the MVP of this team this year.
Yeah. So for this week, the Chiefs are going to be playing their left guard at left tackle. Their left guard is new unless they try some different permutation. Mahomes didn't get sacked last week when they rolled with that lineup, but he was under pressure 50% of the time. It looked a lot like how CJ has looked this year. Mm-hmm. So there's some big opportunities with both the offensive tackles. A little bit of a false start off with Jawan Taylor.
Yeah.
The
and
right
Laramie
tackle
Tunsil.
and
it's
Laramie
like dueling
Tunsil.
pianos.
Those are 2 of the serial offenders every year.
They're the faces on the poster for it, man.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. You're going to have to be left up to the decision on Nico is going to be left up to you, because I'm not putting Nico in. And by the way, this is no disrespect to Nico Collins from my perspective. There are so many defensive players. There's going to be a couple guys, I think at least, that had really good games against the Dolphins that aren't going to make it this week. Tim Settle is going in this week. Tim Settle with the fumble recovery, he was active in that game against and I feel like the interior of the defensive line needs a representative from this game based on what they did against the run.
Yeah.
You know?
He was
swarming in his post-game availability.
He had the
well.
most pressures that he's had all season. I think, depending on which website it was, I think he had 6 pressures, but he also had a couple of caused holding penalties.
Yes.
Which is huge.
It's like a sack.
One of them was declined, but I think one of them was accepted.
Yeah.
But right, you're knocking him back 10 yards, where the average play goes for 5-6 yards. So that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So he's been a very nice find. And I'm not going to say it's a complete surprise because he's had flashes before. I was wrong earlier this week, Sean, when I said he'd only been in Buffalo. He was in Washington first, and then Buffalo.
Thought he'd been with another team.
Yeah, you were right. I don't know why I thought that.
I couldn't remember. I thought you were right. So, yeah, that's fine.
So, but yeah, that's and then the fact that he's people are torn. I've seen on the text line some smack about upcoming opponents.
Should he be the one doing that?
I'm not so sure. I like it, though. I like
it, too.
But I also when you start messing around with, talking about, hey, their quarterback better protect themselves.
Yeah.
You don't need anything at this time of year. You don't need anything that might wake somebody up out of their funk.
Especially Mahomes.
Or any of the offensive linemen or anything like that. There is... I know some people don't think that the blackboard material is that big a deal or not. I've always felt like it doesn't mean anything to a lot of people, but there's enough that do care about it that, you have to account for it. And there are guys that get really worked up when they find something that they can put a chip on their shoulder about. So I'm always of the opinion of you don't need to be talking that smack like that publicly because you can ambush people.
Yep.
And now you might have lost an opportunity to ambush somebody that was just thinking about Christmas.
Yeah. No, Tim Settle talking a big game, man. So I'm putting Settle in. So you and I each have one selection left. It's going to be tough for both of us here, especially if you like Nico. I'm going to let you decide on that one. And I know people are sitting with their phones, thumbs ready to go about how badly we screwed it up this week.
Okay, so Kalen Bullock's not in there yet?
Bullock's not in there yet. He's on my list, too. Bullock's not in?
All right, yeah, Kalen Bullock.
Kalen Bullock,
yeah.
okay.
So I think he might have missed a slot or two a couple other weeks where he played well, but there were just too many good performers. Yeah.
Yeah. He feels like one of those guys, Seth, that if the Texans are going to pull off an upset, either against the Chiefs or the Ravens or in a playoff game, there will be a big Kalen Bullock turnover involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he's come up with picks at big times. He was on with. Did you see he was on with Ross Tucker?
Yeah, I saw that.
He did. I got some audio.
Yeah.
I did. We'll get to it.
So, he was on with the Drive the other day.
Oh yeah. No, Kamari Lassiter was on with the Drive.
That was Kamari Lassiter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we got who's the last one?
Bullock.
No, but is he the last one?
Oh, no. I thought you were asking who just went in, the last one. Okay, so you're putting Kalen Bullock in on the strength of that pick. That's a good one. Pick right before the half. That was a huge play. Oh, boy. Okay, let's see. To me...
Nico had 2 touchdowns.
Nico had 2 touchdowns. I've already committed to not putting Nico in, so my apologies to anybody.
He's been in plenty this year.
To me, it's down to 2 guys. Will Anderson Jr., Christian Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Harris, on the strength of looking better than I think we expected him to, on the strength of playing 82% of the snaps on his first game back.
When most of us, or at least I think most of us, thought 50% was going to be the pitch count for him.
The ceiling, the pitch count. And no disrespect to Will Anderson Jr., who might be my favorite player on the Texans, certainly my favorite interview on the Texans. Christian Harris is getting his first Circle of Swarm induction in the history of his career today. It's happening right now.
That's true, yeah, because we didn't do it last year. And
we didn't do it the first 2 weeks of the season. We just started this baby in week 3. But, yeah, Christian Harris, first. Congratulations, Christian. If you're on your way to the airport for the team flight, with your AirPods in, listening on the bus, as I know most of the players are right now, probably all like
crying.
The ones who got in are like pointing at the guys who didn't, and they're laughing. Like, ha, ha, ha.
They probably sit in their own spot in the back, with a no girls allowed sign up and all that.
Yes. All right, so the Circle of Swarm this week. Text in. How badly did we screw this up? We get a lot of texts like that, but I think we did a good job this week. An all-defensive Circle of Swarm. That might be the first time we've had all-defense Circle of Swarm. Derek Stingley Jr., Henry To'oTo'o, Daniil Hunter, Tim Settle, Kalen Bullock, Christian Harris.
I feel bad for Nico Collins because he had 2 touchdown receptions, and it wasn't like there was a lot of opportunities for prodigious production yardage-wise, but he can handle it. He's been fine before.
He played on the Texans in 2021 and 2022.
Yeah.
He knows what it's like to be a victim of your surroundings.
Yes, yes. He, by the way, the over-under on him, he's the only one I feel good about offensively for the game, just because I think the number was 85.5, where he's been 85 or more yards in 6 of his 8 games, but one of them was also the
Cowboy game.
Well, no, but also the Bills game where he only had 78 yards, so that wasn't including it, but he did it in 1 quarter.
Did it in 1 quarter on 2 catches.
Yeah,
on 2 catches, yeah.
So as long as he stays healthy, I feel pretty good about that.
Yep, I agree with that. Text message, you guys did a good job. Thank you, Texter. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Nico had 85 yards or more in 6 of the 8 games he's finished. But then if you make it to 9 games, really, like, that 78 yards was in 1 quarter versus Buffalo. So really, like, that type of production in 7 of the 9 games he's played.
Well, in the two games that he's, and I can recite Nico's game log chapter and verse. The 2 games that he missed that he finished and missed that target, that 85 yards.
Yeah.
One was the Cowboys game, his first game back, where his snap count was way down. Still had 54 yards in that game. And should have had 77 on the first play of the game.
Yeah.
And then the other one was this past week where he only had 17 yards, but he did, to your point, had 2 touchdowns. He was still productive. Got in the end zone.
So
but he's not in the circle.
Nobody's
of swarm.
angry about that circle of swarm?
Not yet. No, just one that says you did a good job. Someone saying when Tim Settle talks bleep, he usually backs it up.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
No, the whole thing, that's the whole thing. Look, I had a grumpy old defensive line coach that laid this out for me once. It was me and one of my teammates had said something in the paper, so he sat the rookies down and was explaining that it doesn't just affect you, it affects everybody else. So if you're that's great if that's what fuels you and it gets you going. The problem is that everybody on that team that hears that is going to take it out on one of your teammates.
Yes.
So that was Coach P's. His whole explanation was that too. He's like, guys, he was an old guy by the time he was my coach. I've been in the NFL a long time. It's a long season. And everybody says, like, you show up and you're 100% every single week. That's bogus. There are teams, you can catch teams sleeping. And we never want to squander an opportunity to catch a team sleeping. And when you start yapping, like you're potentially waking up some teams that might be sleeping, especially late in the year.
Absolutely. All right, top of the hour, we'll be joined by Carrington Harrison, who is the afternoon host on our sister station, 96.5 in Kansas City. So we'll get a Chiefs perspective on tomorrow's game. Carrington Harrison, great host up there in Kansas City. He's going to join us at the top of the hour. Bill Barnwell did a piece on ESPN.com about the worst move that each of the 32 teams in the NFL have made since 2020. And then he took those 32 moves and power ranked them. What was the Texans' worst move, and where does it stack up amongst the 32 worst moves since 2020?
One of their best moves might be the worst move for another organ. Okay, this is interesting.
Might be the worst move of all time in the last 5 years. Yeah, it might be. Yeah. So this is fun. There are some Texans ties to some of these other deals that we're getting. This is a fun article that Barnwell did. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at KB Free, 1 west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I love articles like this one, the one that Bill Barnwell did here for ESPN.com. And it's, we can relive stuff like this now, Seth, because the Texans are in a much better place. We're not wallowing in futility anymore. They've clinched a playoff spot for the second year in a row. And I will say this, the Texans are on the good end of some of the items in this article as well. The article is titled, Ranking the Worst Mistakes for All 32 NFL Teams Since 2020. Okay, so since the beginning of this decade, what is the worst move that each of the 32 teams have made?
And you'll recall, so the beginning of the 2020 season got off to a bang relatively early on with the thing that affected all 32 teams was COVID and everything that sprang out from that. But almost simultaneously with that was probably, I'm guessing, which is something that's going to be.
So you haven't read this yet?
I haven't read this yet.
Good.
I can only guess when you ask about the worst moves the Texans have made since 2020. I don't even have to. It goes immediately in my brain. Oh yeah, 2020. That was when we got shut down for COVID almost simultaneously as DeAndre Hopkins getting traded away for nothing.
Dude, same day almost.
That was the first day. Was that the first day that we worked from home?
I think it was the last day
that we were in studio.
Last day we were in studio. Because you and I are here reading Peter King's Monday article where he's alluding to this possibility.
And we were kind of like, whatever, Peter, what are you looking for, clickbait?
We were.
Yeah.
We were. And then we get home, and I remember standing at my counter looking at my phone, reading the tweets that were coming out from Schefter, and the way it got reported, man, reliving this thing, it's crazy now. Like, again, the Texans are good now, so this is way less painful. But I remember the way that it was getting tweeted out in bits and pieces. Like, you could see Schefter was getting, like, bits and pieces of it. And so the first thing that got tweeted out was the Texans trading for David Johnson.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense because Arizona will probably pick up part of the salary. And they need a running back.
That was the wide assumption that they would take back some of the salary.
This makes sense. And I think even the draft capital came out before Hopkins. And they're giving up they're getting a second-round pick. Like, oh, okay, well, wow, that's a lot to take on David Johnson's contract.
Yeah.
Oh, and DeAndre Hopkins is in the trade. What? What? And then Stephon Diggs got traded the same day by Minnesota for like a first, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth.
That was where it was.
And there was no bad contract coming back.
If you were trying to rationalize it somehow, some way, it just did not make any sense at all.
It was so bad. Now, keep in mind, this article, and by the way, so you're guessing DeAndre Hopkins then in this article? You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That was the worst move. Keep in mind, in this article by Bill Barnwell, where he's ranking the worst move that each of the 32 teams has made and then, ranking them against each other, it includes, like, coaching hires, things like that. So every type of move.
Oh, okay.
Every type of move.
I wonder, but they only put one for each team.
One for each team.
So David Culley couldn't make the cut.
David Culley.
Not that it's his fault. It was just a bad hire on multiple levels. But it wasn't David Culley's fault. He just accepted the job.
And not worse than trading DeAndre Hopkins for what they did. So if you had to guess, where do you think that move stacks up amongst the worst moves since 2020? On a 1 to 32, where do you think that move stacks up?
It's got to be. I mean, I just still see. I haven't seen.
If you're within 5 either way, we're going to give him a ding.
I haven't seen any revisionist takes on this at all. Well, okay, if you're giving me a 5.
I'm giving you a 5
if you're giving
ranking
me a window
swing.
of 5. Okay, then 5 then.
It's 5. It's 7.
Okay.
It's 7. So you get a ding for that.
That was too wide a range.
It's
you're
Christmas
giving me
time.
it's
finals. I want you to pass.
I was going to guess 3 until you told me that I could be within 5. So I'm not an idiot. I'll go 5.
Okay, gotcha. It's ranked 7th. These are the moves that are considered worse than the DeAndre Hopkins move.
Yes.
All right. So the Texans 7th, biggest mistake trading DeAndre Hopkins to the. Yeah, give yourself a ding there, man.
Well, no, I'm going to ding whether it is or not. It's not a worse move.
Jacksonville Jaguars, number 6, hiring Urban Meyer as their head coach.
I'm not going to ding that. I like the gamble. I
wanted Urban here.
It was either going to be incredible or it was going to be a disaster, and it was a disaster.
It was a disaster.
So
I'm not going to ding that. It was a fun disaster.
It was.
Too.
It was a big. It ended up being a mistake, but I like to judge them as look. When it comes to coaching hires, nobody knows a damn thing, man. Oh, it was Jimbo Fisher an awful, sure, it's easy to go back and say yes, but come on. It was Lincoln Riley an awful hire? No, you just don't know.
There's people on the text page saying hiring Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
That happened in 2019.
Right,
Just
so that
not
didn't
to
make
actually, but that doesn't hit the radar.
I won't put that above. Whereas, you could tell from the get-go that the compensation they got for DeAndre Hopkins was just a
horrible
bad move.
trade.
Yeah.
We were angry the next day. Number 5, Carolina Panthers trading DJ Moore and multiple firsts to the Bears for Bryce Young. Bryce Young trade worse than the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
I think that one, again, I can't emphatically say that because you're still in the crapshoot of the draft.
Yeah.
And now Bryce Young is playing more of so I think that if their argument is that they created a bad environment for their young quarterback to be in, that's life sometimes,
To me, the worst part of that trade was them just throwing DJ Moore into the trade.
Yeah, so I would still move the DeAndre Hopkins trade up in place of those. So that would put them at
5.
At 5 right now. Okay.
Hopkins would be the 5th worst in your mind. San Francisco, number 4, trading 3 first-round picks to get Trey Lance. Is that worse than the DeAndre
I'm way
Hopkins
too generous with guys taking swings for the fences.
That's okay.
I would say that was a bad move just because he was so raw. And
he was really bad.
Yeah, so they get to keep
that's
there.
worse.
That was a lot of. That was hefty trade compensation.
Here we go. Okay. Number 3, Jets trading for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's
that's worse than the Hopkins trade.
When people do these things and then it's written about almost like it's no big deal, you start to wonder, wait, but is this not a 41-year-old coming off of Achilles tendon surgery? What am I missing here? Who actually hasn't been all that great as of late?
Yep.
What? And wait a second. The offensive coordinator is going to remain the guy that nobody thinks is a good offensive coordinator.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes. Yeah, the Hackett part of it.
Yeah, that was.
Barnwell didn't even mention that.
The other time, you factor in the entire environment and the fact that Nathaniel Hackett was going to be there basically because Aaron Rodgers likes him. That was a mess.
All right, let's get to these last two. So the Texans still holding steady at 5 on your chart here. Number 2, the Denver Broncos trading for and extending Russell Wilson. They've recovered.
I know they recovered
from 9
it,
and 6
and they got that Walmart cash.
Yeah, they do.
They're just. I feel like they're the dead money on coaches, which doesn't count against.
It's a lot of draft capital they gave up.
That is a lot of. The dead money for players obviously matters. Yeah, they gave up a lot of draft capital.
I think that's worse.
It ultimately didn't work out, but then you got to look at how Russell Wilson's playing now and think okay, maybe they were onto something. Now I'll keep that. No, Hopkins is worse.
Hopkins is worse. Okay, Hopkins is worse. Number 1. I think we all know what number 1 was, and the Texans were on the right side of this one.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns trading for Deshaun Watson and signing him to a 5-year, $230 million contract.
Yeah. They can keep that.
Yeah.
And the multiple draft picks, almost all of which have worked out for the Texans.
All of them, almost all of which have worked out.
Permutations as they get divvied up and everything. It's worked out pretty well.
Well, and the extra that came with Deshaun Watson, the extra that came with Russell Wilson is he's corny. The extra that came with Deshaun Watson is he might be a perv. Getting sued by 20-some-odd women.
Just whatever it is with Deshaun, as far as I always get nervous talking about the legality of various things and civil suits and all of that. Whatever it might be, it's that he just did not have control of his personal life.
No,
at the very least, I don't care. No matter where you're on the spectrum of allegations or anything like that, boy, he was a mess.
Yep.
And I think that with his play on the field since then, I don't know if he wants to play football anymore. It's a bad situation up there.
Bad situation. Carrington Harrison, really good radio host. Afternoons on 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. He will join us next to give us a Kansas City view on this Chiefs-Texans game tomorrow. And we'll get the real scoop on what's been going on with Patrick Mahomes this year. We'll talk about that with Carrington Harrison coming up next. Men's T Clinic.
Dial TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Texans Chiefs tomorrow, noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Clint Stoerner and I on the postgame show.
I was about to say I got to get up early. I might not go to sleep, Sean. We got
excited about this game.
We got teeing off the Notre Dame game tonight and on into this. It's going to be a great weekend.
It is going to be a great day of football tomorrow, and Texans Chiefs a big part of that. Let's get the Chiefs' perspective on things and go out to the hotline right now. Joined by the afternoon host, does a great job for our sister station in Kansas City, 96.5 The Fan. Carrington Harrison joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. You can get him on Twitter at C. spelling out the word C. Harrison on Twitter. Carrington, great to talk to you, man. How you doing? Happy holidays.
I'm happy to be on with you guys. I feel like I haven't been on in a long time. Maybe you guys have a new Chiefs guy. You guys have found somebody to place me.
His name's Ron.
Yeah, we've got one on the staff, actually. We got an in-house guy.
We get our fill. Yeah.
We get an in-house guy. Well, these two teams have not played in a couple of – last time they played, the Texans looked very, very different.
Yeah.
That was in 2022. And you know, now obviously it's a different Texans team, Carrington, and to a degree, it feels like a different Chiefs team too, with just the way this team has played this year. And Patrick Mahomes in particular, can you give us you watch every snap of this team. What is different offensively, in particular with Patrick Mahomes this year?
I think a lot of it is the surrounding cast. I mean, it's something that you guys are dealing with C.J. Stroud. I mean, the offensive line has just had issues basically the entire season. The Chiefs have started 4 different people at left tackle this season. They started with the rookie Kingsley Suamataia. He was sat down in the middle of the second game. They replaced him with Wanya Morris. He wasn't doing the job. They tried to bring in D.J. Humphries. He played 2 quarters in the Chargers Sunday Night Football game a couple of months ago. He then got injured in that game and hasn't played or practiced since. And now they've moved Joe Thuney over to left tackle. That's been a big portion of it as well. They've also had some wide receiver injuries. They lost Rashee Rice early in the season. Hollywood Brown hasn't played yet this year. He's going to make his debut. So it's very similar to what you guys have been dealing with some offensive line injuries and also some injuries in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this week because obviously you can't ignore the Chiefs' track record. You can't ignore everything that Andy Reid has done. And yet you look at these offenses, and the Chiefs have 329 points. The Texans have 328 points. Both quarterbacks have thrown more interceptions than you would like. But I don't get the sense from people in Kansas City that there's necessarily maybe the alarm or concern to the extent that we have here. Is there just a belief that, okay, we saw this last year, they'll figure it out in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% what it is. I've said that there are 2 camps right now with the Chiefs. Like, they are such a public team. Nobody is about Kansas City. Like, you've seen them enough. You know the cast of characters. You know the history and the track record. There is option A, which you just mentioned. Everybody else is overreacting about the regular season. You guys did this last year. You told us we weren't going to win the Super Bowl. You told us we weren't good enough. And look, we showed you we won in the end. And then there's the other camp that, you know, the Chiefs have been a little bit fortunate at times. I mean, they have had 9 games this season that they have won on the final possession or in overtime. So whether it's the Ravens game to kick off the season, whether it was an overtime win against Tampa Bay, they had a fumble against the Raiders on Black Friday, like, all the 50-50 games they've won this season. So if you just take 2024, so you have to include the playoffs as well, they have played 15 one-possession games, and they have won every single one of them. Just think about how hard that is. Seth, you played in the league. Do you know how hard it is to win every single one-possession game?
Yeah, especially when you're one of the fat guys. That's man, you're tired at the end of the game there. Yeah.
That's quite the parlay.
Yeah, but again, you know, because this is where we, you know, because we're like the rest of the nation, we've watched the Chiefs and watched what they've done over the last several years. And with any other team, if it weren't the Chiefs, I'd say, wow, they're getting lucky. It's impossible for me. Like, I'm at that position where, yeah, some of it is just flat out luck, but the old cliche about putting yourself in position to take advantage of good luck and not losing your head in certain situations. Like you got to factor that into it in some way.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the conversation that we're having right now in the NBA about what's wrong with the sport, and people are just making the point of, oh, they shoot too many threes. Yeah, that's some of it, but it's also who's shooting the threes. I don't have any problem with Jason Tatum taking a lot of threes or Steph Curry taking threes. Yeah. It's all these other guys. So you're right. Like, a lot of it is who is doing the winning. Like, Kansas City has built this up over time that it's kind of hard to question them in these moments. And I think it's the difference of thinking you can win and knowing you can win. There was a story that came out in the Broncos game where they blocked a 31-yard field goal to win. And DeAndre Hopkins goes up to McCole Hardman and says, man, we're going to lose this one. And McCole says to DeAndre Hopkins, man, we've won way crazier games than this before. Everything's going to work out. And then they block the kick. And, the place goes crazy. Like, it's those kind of moments that just over time, when you've done this as much as Kansas City has, you certainly get that benefit of the doubt.
So, Carrington, one of the other big issues, other than obviously all the marquee guys, the other marquee guys on the Chiefs is a certain Chris Jones. Who is going up against an interior Texans offensive line. They've had a rough go against pretty much every defensive tackle in the league, but the really, really good ones, they scare the crap out of us. I was looking back over Chris Jones' season. The only game in which he didn't have multiple QB pressures was the Atlanta game. Was there anything special like anybody has done against Chris Jones this year or in the past that gives him fits?
No, not really. I actually think this is probably a bad time to be playing the Chiefs defensive line. They got back Charles Omenihu, and you guys obviously are pretty aware of him. And he's just really been a big difference. Like, Chris Jones has played his best, I would say, the last 3 weeks or so since Omenihu has returned. Also, George Karlaftis has been a lot better with him coming back. So I would say that this is probably the most balanced that their D-line has been, and it's really kind of transformed their defense. Their defense was kind of leaking oil there for a bit, but they've really solidified. Now, some of that is just they played Cleveland last week. So going into last week, Kansas City only had 10 takeaways of the season. They had 6 last week against Cleveland. So some of their defensive numbers are a little bit skewed because they just beat up on the Browns last week.
That's where I was wondering about that because, defensively, they're not the same defense that they were last year, and they started off really strong this year, but they went into that lull. How much does the loss of Connor, the slot corner, and you're already dealing with the loss of the other starting cornerback, since October, how much is that going to really affect them, or do they feel good about their depth?
Yeah, the Connor injury isn't as much of a deal. It's really the Jalen Watson injury. That's really been the big one. The one that you alluded to, the one back in October, he broke his ankle. I mean, there really was 2 defenses for the Chiefs. It was with Jalen Watson in the early part of the season. And then when he got hurt, they really went through that lull there for a bit. I mean, up until last week, they had 1 interception in 2 months. So like I'm saying, last week really kind of changed the numbers of what they are as a defense. But they are starting to figure some things out since they got Omenihu back. And, the chicken of the egg argument, their cornerback room has gotten better as they've gotten better pressure the last month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't really take Jameis as the guy where you go, yeah, we're back. We're getting interceptions again. Yeah.
You know what though? That's what's felt weird and oddly similar about these two teams.
Yeah.
Like despite all the differences, I mean, the Browns turned the ball over 6 times and you only scored 21 points in that game. The Texans have been doing that all year long. They've lost games where they had a +3 turnover margin.
Twice.
Yeah,
they've done that.
It's been crazy.
Carrington Harrison joining us from 96.5, The Fan up in Kansas City, does afternoons up there, at C.Harrison on Twitter if you want to find him there. Carrington, big national topic this week has been the Chiefs and how they handle Patrick Mahomes, not just this week, but for the rest of the year in light of the ankle injury that he suffered on Sunday. He's going to play on Saturday, to nobody's shock here in Houston. He's going to play on Saturday. How big a topic has that been up there, and what's your take on how the Chiefs should be handling Patrick Mahomes for the rest of the season?
It's funny because I would say Monday, it was the clear A story. No one really cared as much about the game. It was about Patrick's health, and then what do you do? And early in the week, the Texans were the favorite. They were a -2.5 favorite. Patrick then spoke to the media on Tuesday, and that a lot of fears and worries down. You know how it goes. I mean, you're not talking to the media if you're not healthy. So the fact that he talked, he answered questions about his ankle. He said it wasn't as bad as a couple of the ones that he's had in the past. And then the line started to move and shift. And then they had a practice on Wednesday, and he was a full participant in practice. So he hasn't missed any practice snaps. He spoke with the media. It feels like it's a normal week. Now, we're not going to officially know until I think you see him play and how he moves and what his freedom of movement is. But they were pretty emphatic that this was an injury he had a couple of years ago in the playoff games against Cleveland. This is better than that. He also had this injury against Jacksonville. Like, this is the injury that he's had the most in his career, is high ankle sprains. So if there's any team that knows how to deal with this, especially with one specific player, it's Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that's where Sean and I were both in the camp of like, all right, we've seen this before. This is when Roethlisberger always had some kind of an ankle injury and always played through it. Like, obviously, he doesn't have the same mobility, but like because you've got a lot of experience watching Pat Mahomes hobble around and play really good football. What's the biggest way that it has affected his play in the past?
Actually, it's funny. I would say that there hasn't really been an effect. Like, most of the time when he's had these injuries, it's happened late in the season and the postseason. So, I mean, the one example that we had, the most recent example that we had was the AFC Championship game against the Cincinnati Bengals. They won that game. And then the Super Bowl against the Philadelphia Eagles. And I know before the hold on James Bradbury, it was a Patrick Mahomes 40-yard run that got them into position. So he's just a guy that has just always played through these injuries. He's actually never missed a game because of an ankle injury. The only time that Mahomes has really dealt with injuries in that regard was when he dislocated his knee about 5 years ago now. But, I mean, if they're telling you that he is going to play and he hasn't missed anything, I wouldn't count on it being less than 100% Patrick Mahomes.
Did they ever find the guy that broke into his house? Or the person, I guess? I shouldn't leave out the
They
ladies.
did actually find him. It was like some Southern American crime syndicate. They actually did find this individual.
Oh, okay. Man, and did they link him to those other athlete robbery? Like, was it the Kelsey and those other guys from other teams?
I know it was the Kelsey one. I'm not sure if it was anybody else, but I know it was the Mahomes and Kelsey was the same person. I do know that.
You say Southern, did you say Southern, like U.S. or South American?
South American.
No, some guy from South America. It was like some Southern American crime syndicate thing. I don't know all it was, but it was.
Sounds to me like, do people assume Jackson's involved somehow? Like, not intentionally, but definitely like wrote down his address and security code on a paper or something.
You know what? Jackson hasn't been around as much anymore. There was that time for about 18 months that it felt like every 6 weeks we got a new Jackson Mahomes story. We haven't had a Jackson Mahomes story in 2 years.
Yeah, he's been down at Carnival.
Traded in for Taylor Swift. It's the trade of the century.
He's got a little place in Peru, apparently. I'm blaming Jackson.
Hey, Carrington, and we're joined by Carrington Harrison, afternoon host on 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. Kansas City, Los Angeles, or New York, or even Chicago, big cities like that. What's it been like in Kansas City having a star like Taylor Swift, like so embedded and aligned with the city there? Like, what's that been like, especially on the radio?
Yeah, what's the grumpy old man factor there in that city? Because we know what the grumpy old man factor is elsewhere.
Right.
I think it's actually shifted. I think there was this is a publicity stunt. Mm-hmm. Then I think it was kind of, I wouldn't say it was 50-50. It was probably 70-30. This is cool. Oh my God, this is annoying. Get her off the screen. But I think as their relationship has gone on, and she's just done more things in the city. I mean, just last week after her concert tour was over, she spent 3 hours at the local children's hospital. Like, she's not on the team. She's not obligated to do that. She just spent a random Wednesday and was doing TikToks with kids and signing stuff. She didn't have any camera crew. She just went there, spent some time, and then left. And I think it's also cool that, I would say basically every week we find out that Taylor went to some local restaurant, and then the owner speaks about how cool it was that she was here, and she always gets a glowing review. And then, that's the new hot restaurant for the week. That you are right. Like, this isn't Los Angeles. This isn't New York. So when somebody of her stature is now going to places that you've eaten at for the last 20 years, that part's been really cool. And she's just done a lot of the small community things that, if you want to reach out to Kansas Cityans and show I am one of you, she has done most of those things.
That's cool. Who's like the next closest non-sports celebrity that's been that tied to Kansas? Can you even remember, like, anybody remotely close?
That is a great question. Yeah. I don't know if we've ever had anybody like this before. Yeah. I mean, there's famous people obviously from here, like Paul Rudd's from here.
Yeah.
Jason Sudeikis is from here. There's a couple of SNL characters, but I mean, nothing anywhere close to Taylor Swift.
Those are the guys you named are pretty famous too. You know what I mean? But you're right. Like Taylor's on another universe right now.
Yeah, and I honestly, maybe you guys were in the same boat. I didn't really understand it until, 2 summers ago, whenever the Eras Tour started. Like, I knew she was popular, but I didn't know she was Michael Jackson all of a sudden. And that's who she is. Like, she is this era's Michael Jackson. She's not that to me, but she's like that to hundreds of millions of other people.
I was the closest we probably has like whoever James Harden's girl. He brought in some. Whoever James Harden was dating at any given time, it wasn't quite necessarily up to the same stature of a Taylor Swift.
No, probably not.
Yeah, so I guess the Khloe Kardashian was maybe the biggest.
Yeah, probably in terms of fame. Yeah, in terms of just sheer fame.
Yeah.
Carrington Harrison, afternoon host, 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. You can get him on Twitter at c.harrison, at c.dot. Harrison on Twitter. Hey, Carrington, really appreciate you making time and enjoy the game tomorrow, but not too much, we hope, here in Houston.
Well, you know what? I think that the best thing for everybody is to just let Kansas City win this game and then clinch the 1 seed, and then they can take a little bit of rest for the playoffs. I mean, let's be honest here. You guys don't think that you're actually going to do anything in the postseason. We know how this story is going to end.
I held my tongue when I talked about how many weird Missourians are probably sniffing whichever seat Taylor Swift sat in at the diner and how much you guys are probably charging for it. I held my tongue.
We just got a tweet, Carrington, from a loyal listener who said, what a great guest from Kansas City. I wish you could have him on more often. And then you come in with your 3 Super Bowl smack talk on us.
I'm not having any. This is the thing. I'm not having any smack talk. We just see. This is what it is. The Chiefs are a Bentley. You guys are a Chrysler 300. That's a good car. Nobody's hating on if you have a Chrysler 300. You guys are going to win 10, maybe 11 games because you play in a weak division. Okay. You guys could maybe win your first playoff game. Then you'll go on the road and you'll play one of the teams that can actually win the Super Bowl, and you'll lose, kind of like last year.
I'm going to be disappointed. I will tell you, honestly, Carrington, the way I realistically feel about it is, yes, for this team to make a push in the playoffs, it's going to have to be one of those freakishly historic defensive runs. And it's going to have to come with the Texans getting 3 interceptions per game, and they're humming right now. So like that's where I'm hanging my hopes on. I've given up hope on them actually having any kind of a legitimate rushing attack.
Hey, Carrington, real quick, because I know you got to get going and we got to get going, but we do a segment at 8:25 every Friday called 5 Reasons I Hate You, where we do it about the team that the Texans are playing. Guess who just shot up to number 1 on the list in the next segment, my friend? Yeah. Carrington Harrison.
I didn't do anything to deserve this. I did absolutely nothing to deserve this. You guys wanted me to come on and give my opinion. I feel like I had a good performance. I appreciate you both.
You did. Carrington, you're the best, man. Appreciate you.
See you guys later.
All right, take it easy.
There was a point when he said he kind of just very cheerfully and jovially and not maliciously pointed out that Pat Mahomes basically doesn't have any drop off in his play.
Yeah.
When he's got an ankle injury, that felt a little bit like a dagger in my heart, and he was doing it very jovially.
You and I both. If you're watching on YouTube, when he said that, you and I both were like,
just give me something.
Yeah, something.
He has for a class. I was texting with some of my old high school classmates the other day about one of our friends from high school who did some time, and we're pretty sure he's definitely murdered somebody in his life.
Yeah,
this guy, but he's otherwise like the friendliest guy in the world. But he's just kind of psychotic.
Yeah.
But I'm almost convinced that he's definitely like jovially murdered somebody at some point. Like with killed somebody because he had to felt like he had to kill it. Yeah, that's what Carrington just did.
Carrington just did that. All right, 5 Reasons I Hate You, Kansas City style. We may have to adjust the list here in just a second. Stay there. We'll do that next on Payne and Pendergast.
Daisy French onion dips, Daisy ranch dips, the new dips from Daisy. Everything you've come to expect from Daisy sour cream.
a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. You're mesmerized by the TV screen in here right now.
Vanessa Richardson's up interviewing Jalen Green. Not live. This is from last night.
Yeah.
But Jalen, no, I'm looking at Jalen Green's braids. That looks like that's
you
probably
thinking of
like 6 hours.
Thinking about going with a little change for yourself?
No, God, I could never grow my hair out long enough to. You see, I got a haircut yesterday because I was starting to get a little too. I do not like
braidable
hair on my
not
head.
Braidable, yeah.
No, but that's an intricate braid.
It's tight, man.
That takes time, man, and it hurts afterwards. You
Does
got a
it? I had
headache,
no
because
idea.
they pull it super tight.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know from experience, just from guys telling me about it.
My big takeaway: Jalen Green, toughness.
Yes.
He's got toughness.
That's the evidence of that's what scouts will talk about. Like, did you see how tight
He
his
didn't
braids
have
are?
that? Did he have
and
that
he performed well with tight braids like that?
Did he have that before Ime Udoka got there? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm going to create a narrative where Ime Udoka has made Jalen Green braid level tough.
It was a nice still frame, though, because you could see Jalen Green, looked good, and then Vanessa Richardson looked really good. Like, it was a nice still shot because of the lighting after the game and everything.
Yeah, the dark lights and the red lights doing their thing.
Did they do that? Did the Christmas vacation thing?
Yes, that was last night. Yeah, they played Christmas. I think they did. They were advertising they were going to play Christmas vacation at the game at the Toyota Center. All right, let's get to 5 reasons I hate you for the Kansas City Chiefs. And Carrington Harrison, who just joined us in the previous segment and started throwing haymakers at the very end of the interview, we're not going to put him in here. I'm going on his show later today. I will try to come up with a proportional response to represent Houston on his show. Maybe I'll come in with these 5 reasons we hate the Kansas City Chiefs so much. But let's do it here. Number 5, 24-0 lead back in January of 2020. One of our worst football memories in the history. I think I speak for all of Houston when I say this. The Houston Texans, the last time they played in Arrowhead Stadium, Seth, with a crowd there, because they played there in the opener the next year, in the COVID year, but there was no fans there. The last time they played in front of a crowd, they coughed up a 24-0 lead by halftime. Of that game. They were trailing 28-24 of that divisional round playoff game, coached by Bill O'Brien. I hate that day, and for that reason, I hate the Kansas City Chiefs.
And that was a performance in which that entire playoffs, the Chiefs kept coming back from double-digit deficits.
Right.
Every single game.
Texans set the tone.
That was when we first learned to just never count out the Chiefs, no matter what they look like or what have you. So the Chiefs this year, offensively, they've been almost exactly the same as the Texans.
Yeah.
The quarterback play has been eerily similar. They've scored 329 points. The Texans have scored 328 points. And yet, learned our lesson by now that you can't count these guys out of either any game or any playoff run, no matter what they look like in the regular season.
Yeah, and the Texans started it. The Texans were the catalyst.
The Chiefs,
for this.
they ran out of gunpowder. That's how unprepared they were from the fireworks. Remember
the fireworks? I do. I actually wrote that in my Houston Press write-up for this game. The last time the Texans were here in front of a crowd, the Kansas City Chiefs literally ran out of fireworks.
If it was an actual war, we would have had them right where we wanted them.
Yes.
We would have been like, all right, we've sustained losses, but it's finally worked.
It's too bad it was a football
The
game.
enemy's will is gone. They have nothing to fight us. We could have run ramshackle all through their villages, but unfortunately, it was just a football game.
Yep, too bad. Number 4, it's just quite simply, Patrick Mahomes is the corniest GOAT-level player of all time. That Patrick Mahomes has become the guy who's on every commercial in this era is bothersome to me because he's you got to use Head and Shoulders. You got to State Farm. Jake from State Farm. You got to use State Farm as your insurance. Like he's just so voice.
Yeah, I guess
he's so corny, man.
So of the greatest athletes of all time, he's definitely cornier than Serena Williams.
Yes,
I'm not sure he's cornier than Michael Phelps. Now Phelps has a little cred from just his the bong video back in the day.
Yeah.
He's battled through some mental health struggles and everything.
And I'm talking more like the spokesperson Mahomes, like that he's on every commercial. I'm like, God, this is someone you'd never put on a commercial if he were just some regular dude.
So LeBron's got some cringeable stuff frequently, but he's not just that corny type of weird voice, whatever.
Right. He's good looking.
You get it. You get the appeal with LeBron.
Totally do. Yeah, totally. And I get the appeal with Mahomes. He's good at football, but the rest of the package is just so corny. And Patrick Mahomes seems like a great dude, but I literally I cringe when he does these commercials. He's so bad. All right, number 3. 5 reasons I hate you. My arch nemesis is on the Kansas City Chiefs, DeAndre Hopkins. Let me read you a headline from back in July of 2023.
I remember this incident.
DeAndre Hopkins was a Tennessee Titan, and he was practicing one day at training camp, and I tweeted rare footage of DeAndre Hopkins practicing.
Yeah.
Didn't tag him on it because some people are like, you should tag him, say it to his face. And I'm like, the last thing they want are all the replies from that on their timeline. You know?
They don't need it.
They don't care.
It's considered bad form to just put it right at his doorstep. If a guy's trying to ignore it, he can ignore it if he wants.
Well, he didn't ignore it.
Yeah.
He came after me on Twitter, and after I posted that, of course, the narrative on DeAndre being he never practiced when he was. That's why he got traded. Reportedly, is because he never wanted to practice. He decided to. He decided to respond to the tweet by saying, just buy my jersey for your wife at this point. I'm sure she's tired of hearing my name in your sleep. End quote. Now, he did what DeAndre does, which is eventually to tweet. He'll come after people, but then he deletes it.
Which is a wise move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he actually reached out to me in DMs and said, hey, man, it's all love. I'm just having fun. And we did squash our beef. But for purposes of tomorrow, hate you again, DeAndre.
Yeah.
Hate you.
And even though he wasn't actually really saying anything about Amy, he did bring your wife into it.
Dragged her into it.
He brought her into it. Yeah.
And that's one of those things, too. Like obviously, if you read the tweet, the connotation is that I dream about him. And
you
so
want to sleep with him.
I want to sleep with him.
Yeah.
But that is one of those tweets that if you just skim and see the word wife and buy my jersey, that you think he's saying, I'm going to bang your wife.
Right.
And you just skim it.
Yeah. Or that your wife is obsessed or something. Right. That's how, and a lot of people actually put that in the headline that he was going after Amy.
Yeah.
But which wasn't the case at all. No, he was saying that you were obsessed with him.
The headline wound up being in the Chronicle, DeAndre Hopkins, Sean Pendergast squash beef after star mentions host's wife. Not tomorrow, though, my friend. Beef unsquashed.
I cannot listen. We will not let him besmirch the honor of Amy Pendergast.
Damn right.
Like that. No,
I'm going to be the one that besmirches her.
Yes.
If anybody's going to besmirch Amy Pendergast's honor, it's going to be Sean Pendergast.
And we'll have a contest later, too, where one of you can win a raffle, and then you can besmirch Amy. But nobody else.
I don't like that idea at all. All right, let's get to number 2. Rashee Rice. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a wide receiver. He's out for the year. He's injured. But that doesn't mean we can't hate on him. He got off easy. I don't think he even got a suspension for all the chicanery he was causing on freeways in the Dallas area, I believe it was.
Right, yeah, what the hell is that?
Drag racing, I think, had a car that at least smelled of weed. I think there was a firearm there.
No, they
somewhere.
found firearms in the trunk. But after Rashee Rice and his cohorts had just walked away from the accident.
And the big thing was, there were a lot of innocent people in this accident.
Yeah.
Could have been really, really bad. He got off easy. So, at the very least, he will be subject number 2 on 5 Reasons I Hate You on Payne and Pendergast. I'm not going to let this go unpunished.
Yeah.
I'm the hero you all need. So, yeah, he got off easy, man. Can you believe he didn't get suspended for any of that?
No, especially because it involved. Now, I don't know the details of the case, and maybe they proved that they weren't his weapons or whatever. I don't know.
Or he wasn't driving or whatever.
Usually, especially once it involves weapons of any sort, they don't mess around with that, and there's going to be some kind of a punishment.
His mom, if I'm not mistaken, also porch pirate.
Oh, that's right. She got caught stealing packages, allegedly.
That's reason 2A.
Wearing, not. All right, listen. One thing to be a porch pirate. Listen, sometimes times are tough, you know. But she was wearing her son's jersey when she did it.
Right.
Don't be a horrible porch. Don't be an incompetent porch pirate. Don't wear identifiable apparel while you're pirating a porch.
Right. All right, reason number 1.
See that one video that was floating around. Maybe this is probably like 3 years old, but I saw it for the first time. Guy was like, I found a way to get rid of my old TV. He put it in packaging, like it was a delivery, and put it on his porch.
That's
and somebody
hilarious.
Came and stole
it. That's funny. Yeah. If there's ever a garbage strike, just take your garbage, put it in a big box,
like
and
a
wrap
nice
it.
Package.
Yeah. Reason number 1. Steven Nelson. He's back on the Kansas City Chiefs. We may very well see Steven Nelson with all these injuries they have at cornerback.
Yeah.
Is he still in the practice squad, or has he been elevated?
I don't think they've elevated him yet, but I'll almost be surprised at this point if they don't.
I agree.
And I think Steven Nelson, he's one of those guys that I think doesn't have to get ready because he stays ready. He's probably in pretty good shape. So
pretty ready on his podcast for sure.
I guess he'll play this week.
Yeah. He called D'Amico a milk dud head.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that to my head coach.
And he
get away
implied
with it.
that Nick Caserio was a clown for wearing his
He got after
sweater
Caserio,
vests
too,
all
when
the
he was
time.
still a Texan here.
Yeah.
Yeah, for his vest. Give me a break. Right. So that's reason number one. Steven Nelson. You don't call D'Amico Ryan's milk dud head and get away with it. Hey, a bonus one?
You as a bald man, as a vanilla dud head, was especially offended about that.
Yes. Yeah. Anybody with a dud head. Any flavored dud.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They make white chocolate milk duds?
Oh, do they?
I don't know. I was asking.
Well, it took them forever. It took Wendy's forever to get a vanilla Frosty. They had chocolate Frosties. They didn't get vanilla
That's all
Frosties.
they had?
They had chocolate forever, just for 40 years. All they had was chocolate.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Really?
vanilla's fairly new. We'll look it up. It was,
Okay.
vanilla fairly new, yeah. Bonus, 5 reasons I hate you. This is for the people saying, hey, have you seen what Charles Omenihu said about the Texans?
Yeah. We heard it.
Did an interview with what looked to be somebody that had some UT ties, and it's making the rounds on Twitter. The full interview's out there, but this is the cut. Charles Omenihu, who left here, traded to the 49ers, pretty scorned by the Texans. His mind is what he had to say.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to make this clear. I don't with this organization at all. And I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, it's definitely going to be some fire. But yeah.
And I don't know if that interview took place this week or earlier this season. I have no idea.
So Omenihu is here for, the ugliest, most dramatic, most dysfunctional era probably in this young franchise's history.
Yeah.
When you brought in a coach and David Culley, who clearly wasn't cut out to be a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Easterby was doing all kinds of weird stuff behind the scenes. And guys like Justin Reed, who also played for the Chiefs, had issues that year. And Justin Reed I don't know if Justin Reed's ever had any kind of an issue on any team he's ever been on.
I couldn't find a reason to hate him in this segment.
That year, it was so weird and odd. But Omenihu seems like he's holding the grudge. Hopkins has said conciliatory things this week. Reed's always been super professional about it, but Omenihu still has an axe to grind. Mostly against, I'm guessing, Nick Caserio.
I think Hopkins wouldn't mind coming back here for the twilight of his career.
Yeah,
I think he wouldn't mind coming back here. It's a different day and age in the building over there. You know. All right, that was 5 reasons I hate you, plus a bonus reason, Kansas City Chiefs style. We get to do this again on Tuesday on Christmas Eve for the Baltimore Ravens.
Are we going to do a Tuesday Circle of Swarm as well? I guess we
we should. Yeah, I think we will. Yeah, so Tuesday
we're going to cram all of our. We're going to have 6 hours of programming to cram in all of our most petty things.
That's true. Tuesdays are you're right.
We could also do it Wednesday morning.
We could. Yeah. No, that's
we're not
the
doing
day of the game.
I know, but
we're not. We're doing a show Wednesday.
Oh, we're not.
morning.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing the
usually
pregame.
When it's like a Thursday night game or whatever, we do our morning show and then we also do the pregame.
But the game's at 3:30. Yeah. We're not on the air. We get to open gifts.
Yeah, I don't think you should just casually be acting like I'm an idiot for thinking we might have a show that morning.
Acting like you're an idiot.
Yeah.
All right.
We do get our vacation day though.
Payne and Pendergast. Hell of a day.
Hey, you guys are taking your vacation day, right? Before you work 9 hours. Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky. He is frightened about what the Kansas City defense could do to the Houston Texans.
Mm-hmm.
And we will hear from him as to why next.
Zadok Jewelers, I'm frightened what's going to happen to you if you don't get that gift that you're thinking of for somebody.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 5 Reasons I Hate You always gets a reaction. So did Charles Omenihu with the audio that we played. Omenihu is sour for the Texans and the 49ers. That's from Derwin. If you missed it, Charles Omenihu. Ben, we can probably play that one more time, right? Like 11 seconds long. In an interview, had this to say. Former Texan had this to say about the Texans.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to make this clear. I don't with this organization at all. And I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, it's definitely going to be some fire with it.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. It'll happen tomorrow.
We don't know who he's being interviewed by, so I don't know. That guy seemed to be savoring the moment too.
He did. I think he's friendly with Omenihu. Yeah, seems like
excited
it.
to watch it.
Seems like it.
Sounded kind of creepy.
People texting in reasons number 1 and 2 should be Nick Wright and Ron Hughley to hate Kansas City. Stop it. Those are our friends and former and current coworkers. All right.
Yeah. Nick
would take great pride in that. I think.
Oh yeah.
Ron maybe too. I don't know.
I think with Ron, Ron's take on exactly what's going on with the Chiefs offense, I think might be a bit more pessimistic than the average Kansas City person.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's right.
Yeah, Ron feels like Mahomes hasn't quite been the same guy the last couple of years. And
Ron.
They had that great, you got to give him all the credit in the world for still putting together that Super Bowl run they did last year. But maybe there's something more long-term at play here. You gotta call it what it is. In the regular season, at least, Pat Mahomes hasn't been one of the best regular season quarterbacks in the league over the last 2 years.
Correct.
Yep. And yet, you should never, ever, ever, ever count him out in any kind of a playoff
and
run.
yet, if you needed one quarterback to go get you a drive at the end of a game, it's Patrick Mahomes.
I feel like it's Josh Allen at this point.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. How about Josh Allen with Andy Reid?
That'd be interesting. Let's get to Dan Orlovsky here. You're nervous about the Texans' offensive line, right? Especially the interior?
Oh, yeah.
For
I've
sure.
talked myself into little nuggets of optimism here and there, but overall, the problem is, you know what the problem is? That I watch other teams play football.
Yeah.
Because I watch the Texans and I'm like, all right, well, okay, we had 4 missed assignments on this run play, but you can, if all you do is get those 4 assignments right. This could have been a 5-yard game. And then you watch pretty much every other team in the league. You're like, oh, look at these guys all know who they're supposed to block.
Super jealous,
Amazing.
man.
How do you get to the point?
Super jealous.
At the elite level where your offensive linemen and tight ends know who they're supposed to block.
Well, Dan Orlovsky basically thinks that the Texans' offensive line is going to get C.J. Stroud murdered tomorrow.
Interior offensive line specifically, yes.
Their inability to pick up games and twists and stunts up front. Here was Orlovsky doing a little bit of film breakdown yesterday on ESPN.
My concern is that strength matches up with Houston's weakness. If I'm Houston, because, and it's specifically the inside, the guards of the Houston Texans are going to get absolutely abused in the games. The interior has been the issue all week, but to my point, the guards. And all Spags is going to do is run what we call these pick stunts, where a linebacker is going to wrap and pin the hip of that guard, and then that defensive tackle. Guys, 3 offensive linemen are blocking absolutely nobody. Like, this has got to drive Bobby Slowick absolutely out of his freaking mind, because it happens all the time. Sometimes it doesn't even mean a pressure is going to happen, a blitzer. They'll just do those internal stunts. If you're Kansas City and you're going to get Chris Jones this with a Mike Dana or George Karlaftis, that guard is looking out to his right. Dude, you should probably at some point get your eyes back inside, because here comes that loop. And again, both guards blocking absolutely nobody. One of them's on the ground. The interior play, the guards are going to get picked and stunted in games so much. Yeah. And even then, you know Spags is going to show you more, and he's going to say, you're not ready or planned for it, and we'll get home.
Let me just create the visual real quick, because if you're listening to that audio, I get it that he's breaking down video, but it's the tone with Orlovsky that I think is so good in that audio. And I think people know what he's breaking down. Like, we've watched enough Texans to know what he's describing. The part where he goes, dude, get your eyes back around.
Yes.
Shaq Mason is standing with no person within 5 feet of him staring straight ahead like he's a statue in the town square. I'm waiting for a bird to take a dump on his head.
They're so ridiculously unaware of the way the game of football works at times in pass protection. There's another example where
Shaq's been in the league for 15 years.
No, and there's like some of it's the simple stuff. Like there's an example where the center, the guard, the center, the right guard, and the right tackle slide to the right. And there's one guy there. Everybody else drops out. And Jarrett Patterson is just still staring off to the right. Meanwhile, the guy that had been over Jarrett Patterson had slanted the other way, which the rule is that means somebody's coming back. So basically, like, be aware of that. There might be somebody, when somebody leaves you, somebody's going to replace him. And they stare off into space. Yeah. So weird. I feel like they think like, oh, I must have the down off. And then Shaq Mason did the same thing. The first play that I was talking about there, Shaq was playing right guard. He had nobody to block. He actually had to shove Jarrett Patterson back over, but it was too late for Patterson to notice, they ran a game over here, and there's a guy coming free right up the middle. I mean, it's high school level stuff. No. I don't get it or understand it or know. I can't. This is why I get so frustrated. I have no answers for you. I don't know how this happens. I don't know how.
What was the week in the season where we felt like this should have been fixed? You know what I mean? Like, we're in week 16 now.
Yeah.
I'm beyond that point. I'm like, this is just who they are. This is how they're taught. This is how they're internalizing the communication that they're getting. There's a breakdown somewhere.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's with the talent level. Like, these are talented players who have done this before. It is either it's either laziness or they're just not getting the message. It's being poorly communicated to them.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, they've not changed enough of what goes on around it for me to think like this is when it's going to click.
Yeah, well, and then there's
tomorrow against the Chiefs.
You know, one of the plays he shows, it's where, you know, it's simple math sometimes where, okay, they send a 4-man, the Dolphins send a 4-man blitz versus 3 blockers. That's where, all right, CJ's got to know to get the ball out quick.
Right.
But it's on any given play, it's something. There's just somebody that doesn't get it and doesn't understand what's going on. The run game, when I watched through the first time, I was kind of forgiving of a lot of stuff, and there weren't that many actual run value. But then in going through a second time,
talking about the Dolphins game?
Yes, the Dolphins game. Just the Texans are just there's so many guys out of position. There's so many guys with missed assignments. There's so many guys that are lost. That's on Bobby Slowick. It just has to be. It's not when you get up week after week and say, "Hey, we're good when we execute." All right, then why are you wholesale not executing with multiple guys every single week? That's got to be on Slowick and Strausser and everybody else coaching the staff right now.
Text message, Wendy's has a salted caramel Frosty now. They do. They've got multiple flavors now. But forever it was just chocolate. Forever. Very frustrating.
A lot of good, it's probably one of the more under-heralded innovations, scientific innovations of this century.
Vanilla Frosty, for me,
was that Wendy's learned how to make, they're the only fast food place that knew how to make baked potatoes forever.
That's true, and chili.
Yeah.
You get a cup of chili at Wendy's.
There's something about Wendy's. I admire their style. They're like, oh.
It's going to be a little different.
We're going to give you a loaded baked potato.
Yeah.
How about that? Nobody else is doing that.
No one's doing that. And they're not milkshakes. They're Frosties. They're a little thicker. You need a spoon.
Is that the difference?
You need a spoon. Yeah, you need a spoon for the Frosty. I mean, until it melts a little bit. But yeah, it is thicker than a normal milkshake.
Where is it that they turn it upside down? Is that Dairy Queen or is that with the Frosty? Isn't there some? What's the frozen drink that Dairy Queen has? It's like a milkshake. A Blizzard.
A Blizzard, yeah.
Don't they turn it upside down or something?
Yes. That's not even a drink. That's like legit soft serve ice cream with a bunch of candy crumbled into it.
Oh, really?
You definitely need a spoon for that.
You need a spoon for that.
Got to have a spoon for that, yeah. Yep. Let's see. Milk duds are disgusting. They're for the same people. Pounds and circus peanuts. I can get with that. I like
peanuts?
no circus peanuts.
Oh, okay.
Circus peanuts.
Okay.
I don't think milk duds are disgusting. The other two, Mounds and circus peanuts.
Yeah.
You can have those.
I like Mounds.
You do?
Feels like I'm eating health food.
Because there's coconut in there?
There's a coconut. There's an almond. I know. I read something about almonds being good for you.
Almond Joy is the one that has the almond.
Oh, that's Almond Joy.
Mounds is an Almond Joy sans the almond. Yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. No, I need the healthy one.
It's basically chocolate with coconut.
The Almond Joy, that's the health food.
Oh, it's got a nut.
Yeah.
Got a nut and coconut in there.
Mm-hmm.
You got something that grows on trees inside this candy bar.
Yeah.
Nutritious. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. was asked an interesting question by Amy Lawrence, actually, when I was on with her yesterday. Which version of the Texans, if you're a fan, do you trust more going into the postseason? Last year's version or this year's version? We'll discuss that coming up next. But first, injury report.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers with your injury report for this week against the Chiefs. Christian Harris popped up yesterday. He's questionable with an ankle. Foley Fatukasi and John Mechie. John Mechie is out. Those guys are both out. Drew Scruggs still out with his foot/ankle injury, and Cade Stover will still be out. He had his appendix out a couple of weeks ago. On the Chiefs side of the ball, the two most notable ones are DJ Humphries, who had been their third starting left tackle for the season. He's going to be out for a second week. Well, the Joe Thuney, their left guard, moves out to left tackle most likely. And then Chamari Connor, the corner, who had a concussion last week, he'll be out for this game. That's your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. And, man, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they're here for you. Not just to
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Dude, you sent me this tweet during one of the breaks, and I'm looking at it now. College football playoff starts tonight at Notre Dame. We're going to get to the Texans here in a second. It's snowing there, first of all.
Yeah.
Now, Ross Tucker, there's a video of cars lined up down Notre Dame Avenue, like at 7 in the morning this morning. Mm-hmm. So there's people that are trying to get in and will get into the parking lot 12 hours before the kickoff. Mm-hmm. There are going to be some really drunk people at this game. This just in. Ross Tucker replies to the tweet with a video. Going to be interesting to see how the boys from Southern Indiana handle this cold weather. That's a good line. That's a good line.
I gotta go through and read the comments of the people that didn't realize that was a joke.
There's only one reply to it that I see. Yeah,
point out like basic geography.
It snows in Bloomington, bro.
Yeah.
Very first reply.
Yeah.
Very first reply.
God, people are
Ross
stupid.
can take it though. Like Ross. Can
no, I can't. No, it constantly astounds me like how many. Because the assumption there is that guy thinks that Ross Tucker is so stupid.
Yes.
And that's the problem is you see so many genuinely stupid things on social media that if you don't know the person, a lot of times sarcasm, you just assume like, oh, this is just another one of those idiots.
The bar ain't high, man. The bar is not high.
So they think that Ross Tucker is dumb enough to not.
Yes.
They think that there's a huge climatological difference between.
I guess. My big takeaway from this video. There is an appetite for the college football playoff.
It looked like there was a good chunk of snow on the field too. So I don't know how it's going to go during the day, but it might be a snowball. Who knows?
Could be fun, man. Could be. Well, and we've got 3 cold weather games coming up out of these 4.
Yeah.
The only one that's not cold weather is the one that's going to be in Austin between the Longhorns and the Clunkers. But you've got Indiana, Notre Dame tonight. You've got SMU going to Penn. I'm assuming it's snowing in Happy Valley right now. So you got a Dallas-based team going up to Penn State to play a game.
Yeah.
Where, by the way, the tickets are only you can get into that game for like $35. It's crazy, the dichotomy. Yes, it's wild, the dichotomy of the interest level in the games. You would think Penn State would be one of these places, and it probably has more to do with them playing SMU.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's playing Indiana. So you got 2 fan bases that are right there. Mm-hmm. It's still like at least several $100s, if not 4 figures to get into the Notre Dame game.
It's interesting, too, when it's, you're getting these home games, but it's a time when school's not in session.
Yeah.
And, I wonder on some of these schools, depending on whether the students are allowed to stay in the dorms or not.
I can tell you.
They
can tell you. Notre Dame had, about midway through the season, when it looked like they had a decent percentage chance of getting into the playoffs, they announced that they were extending how long the students could stay on campus after finals.
Oh, so you could stay in your dorm room.
Stay in your dorm room, yeah. So because they want the student section there. That's the loudest part of the stadium. Yeah. So at least I know that's how Notre Dame is handling it.
There are more students than usual, though, too, that are probably kind of like, I'll sell my tickets for this one.
For sure.
So I don't know if you need a student ID to get it, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, this is fun, man. I don't care. Like, whatever your argument is about whether you're for or against a 12-game playoffs or
football,
man, enjoy it this weekend because this is lined up really well.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun and great venues too, man.
What are you guys when you were at Notre Dame? Usually, if you're in a college town, people that live there are the townies.
Benders.
Oh, so South Benders.
South Bend. They're Benders.
Is there a North Bend?
No.
Oh.
No. It's the south bend of a river. That the St. Joseph's River bends to the south.
Yeah.
There. So they call it South Bend. Yeah,
okay.
They're Benders. And a lot of them don't like
They don't like the fancy lad students over there, right? Yeah.
At least back in my day, they didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe they've had some meetings since then, like the Wildlings, meeting with all the, the Starks down there in Game of Thrones, and they've come to some agreements on things. Not back in my day.
The Benders.
The Benders hated us. Yeah.
I would feel you should just call it the whole Stadies, like anybody from the state of Indiana.
Stadies?
Or which I'm introducing a bill that they should change their name to Native Americania. Instead of this politically incorrect name they have for themselves, these Indianans.
Yes. It's weird. The Benders like the Notre Dame football team, but they don't like the student body there. At least back when I was there. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Like you said, fancy.
Well, like
lads.
they probably feel, and they probably like a lot of the football players because they're not like your typical Notre Dame student.
Some of them are not. You're right about that. They also like the economic impact of being able to park cars on their lawns on game day and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of money that comes into the town.
Yeah.
Because of football. So they probably we all like money, right? We can all agree on that.
I only had one minor dating experience with a townie when I was in college, and it was when
in Ithaca.
I spent some time with a young lady who turns out was married with children. I found out afterwards. After I hung out with her, yeah,
hung out.
She kind of just casually mentioned it. I was like, oh yeah, wow, what you got going on? Oh, my husband's coming back tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Oh, son of a what the I gotta watch my back the rest of the time I'm here.
I like this.
What the hell? Yeah,
that runs a little contrary to your Mrs. Robinson lack of awareness stories from yesterday.
Well, I'd grown by then.
Yeah,
that was,
okay. It was later.
Yeah.
You're like 20 at that point.
Well,
yeah.
plus those Mrs. Robinson moments where I wasn't quite ready to read the situation.
Yeah.
That was when I was stone cold sober in the middle of a work day.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's different when it's
yes.
When it's 12 p.m. at the clubhouse,
out and about.
Yeah.
Ithaca. What do they call them in Ithaca? Townies.
Townies.
Just townies?
Yeah, I think it is, if I remember
Not
correctly.
iffies or thackies or
Townies
anything
or just the woman that's going to get me murdered. Those are the two things that I used.
Dude, yeah. Was that the last you saw of her?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't keep it going?
I don't think I was
disappointed.
Sean, I don't think I was her first foray into the extramarital world. I think it was. I think she knew what was. She knew how to handle her business.
We were a thing.
It was like I didn't feel as bad about it because the way she was so casual about it and wasn't like demanding my phone number or anything.
Right.
It was just kind of like, oh, this was her Friday night thing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Which version of the Houston Texans do you trust more going into if the postseason were to start tomorrow? Which version of the Texans do you trust more? Do you trust this version 2024 more than last year's version 2023?
Oh,
to make a playoff run.
I trust this season more just because the defense is hitting their stride at the right time, and that's without Azeez Al-Shire. And that if they're going to make a run this year, it's going to be with an absurdly impressive defensive performance, and you got to do it in multiple weeks. Man, no matter how good you are as a defense, it's hard to take the ball away multiple times against good opponents for an entire playoff run.
Right.
But I think that, they're more capable of genuinely standing up and making the Ravens uncomfortable. And even though the Ravens defensively aren't as good this year, I think that the Texans defense can make the Ravens as a team more uncomfortable. They can make the Chiefs more uncomfortable, or the Bills, than any part of the Texans team last year could.
Yeah.
So that's I feel better about it. I don't feel awesome, but I think I can at least see an avenue.
They're not as good as the teams that are in front of them in the standings. I'm not breaking any news with that. Nor were they last year when they were the 4 seed either. But if I ask myself, so when you're the lesser team and you're having to win in Buffalo or Baltimore or Kansas City, I say, okay, what's something that we do at an elite level that could lead the way? And I look at last year's team, and boy, what a great story it was. And they were a good team, and C.J. Stroud was excellent, especially for a rookie. But I don't know that team did anything at an elite level offensively or defensively. Good special teams, obviously. They rush the passer at an elite level. They have corners and safeties that defend at an elite level,
especially.
And they turn teams over as a defense at an elite level.
They're second in the league in interceptions. Right. So you want to talk about elite? They're actually the run defense. The run defense is one of those tricky things where, depending on which stat you look at, it doesn't tell the whole story. But they're a much better run defense than it probably feels like. Because of some of the big runs they've allowed at inopportune times. But like on a down-by-down basis, they've been very good against the run. But the calling card is the turnovers. So when you look at – because people will say, well, hey, look, they were close. It was a one-score game with the Lions. Yes, and how was that? It was because they intercepted Goff 5 times. Mm-hmm. As a team, they didn't play all that well. But the defense took the ball away from Jared Goff 5 times. Like that's the kind of – those are the kinds of performances you're going to have. That's how they were within 1 score of the Lions.
Yeah, and the way you complement that version of Texans football or Texans defense, to me, first and foremost, is just protect the football offensively.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't give the football away. How are we feeling about the 2024 version of C.J. Stroud going into the postseason versus last year's version?
Okay, so that's a very interesting question because it hasn't been on the trajectory that we were hoping for, obviously. And you can tie a lot of that to pass protection. You can tie some of that, I think, to play calling still. But when you factor all of those things into it, it's been a really hard environment in which to operate. So I look at it too. I don't expect a performance like he had versus the Browns. Which, let's remember, too, that started off with really good defense first that sparked the offense. The offense wasn't really doing a whole lot in that game. But then if he finds himself in a situation like he is, like last year versus the Ravens, I don't feel better about it because he's dealt with that all season long.
Yeah, it won't be foreign to him.
They might be better suited to figure it out. It's just, I do not feel... It's really hard for me to muster up anything positive about the offense right now.
Where is CJ? The 7 teams that are going to be in the AFC playoffs, where is CJ among the quarterbacks that are going to be in there? You got the Chiefs. I don't think you can make a case right now that Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar Jackson, I mean, they're all above CJ Stroud, obviously. Two of them are in the MVP conversation, and the other one has won 3 Super Bowls in the last 5 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The other ones are interesting. Like Russell Wilson is going to be in the playoffs. He's been better with the Steelers. He's won a bunch of games. But I've watched
him without George Pickens.
Right. I was at a game where he didn't have George Pickens, and they won, but it didn't look all that good.
Right.
He had like 80 yards in the first half of total offense in that game. Where are we with Justin Herbert and C.J. Stroud? Who do you trust more in that instant? Because Bo Nix is at the bottom for me.
And Herbert did well last night, but they've kind of fallen off a cliff offensively in general over the last 5 games.
Yeah.
So, do I feel better about? And it's hard to separate the quarterback from the squad around him.
Yep.
I'd still feel better about Justin Herbert at this point than C.J. Stroud in this passing offense.
Yeah. Very even, I think. I'd be glad that they would have home field advantage in that situation. I do think NRG Stadium, I can see what you're saying about Herbert versus Stroud just in a vacuum. I do think there's something to be said that Justin Herbert, Bo Nix, maybe Russell Wilson, maybe Lamar Jackson, but certainly Justin Herbert and Bo Nix have to come to NRG Stadium and do it.
Mm-hmm.
This pass defense has been super elite at NRG Stadium, So I'm
the biggest difference really between Herbert and Stroud right now is that Herbert's protected the ball better. He's only thrown 3 interceptions. I think they're within one of it on touchdown passes. They're right about it. They're at the same level. But just Herbert's had a more efficient year. That might be the most glaring difference.
Text message, CJ is back. He's checking down, taking the open option, and he's trusting the left side of the line now.
How many points did they score last week?
20.
How many yards?
180-something.
Minus
181, including a 35-yard fake punt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that we're giving them the fake punt in that 181 yards.
I think last week's performance and then 2 weeks before against the Titans, that's not any version of back and here we go and that's where we are. Maybe that's that guy saying that aspirationally, like this is the week that it clicks. But just the entire passing offense right now, there's just they're not back. I don't know, they were never there. They're just, I don't know what it is, but they're not back there, here, over there, anything.
No, I mean, the only thing I could say
purgatory.
Right. Well, they've protected the football. Like, he hasn't thrown a pick in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
But I don't think we came into the season thinking that late in the season in December that the thing we'd be saying about C.J. Stroud is, yay, he didn't throw any picks in these 2 games. We're talking about the rookie who threw the least for any rookie last season. So I'm with you. I'm curious what people think. Do you trust this version of the Texans more to get, say, to an AFC title game than you trusted last year's version?
I trust this version, but it's all because the defense is so opportunistic.
Yeah, that's okay.
And then I think I can get a big play out of Joe Mixon here and there.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so, too. And, a tank in the return game.
Yes.
Something is going to happen. I'm feeling it. I don't know if it's this weekend. There will be as long as they keep him back there, there's going to be a Tank Dell, either a return for a touchdown or a game, maybe it happens this weekend, where neither team is getting loose on offense, but then Tank all of a sudden gives you a big punt return to swing the field position, get you a cheapo touchdown.
Yeah.
I think that's happening. Man.
This team right
he
now.
looked good on all three of his punt returns.
The reason they've been able to win 9 games, a large part of it is that they're in the top 3 in the league in turnover margin.
Mm-hmm.
So protecting the football is paramount, and just continue to just take advantage of your opportunities. Hey, they did a good job of that last week. They had to. The only really meaningful offense was C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins in the red zone.
That's it.
Just those 2 passes. That was pretty much it. And you relied on the defense to get you down there.
Yes, their leading receiver was Joe Mixon with 5 catches for 33 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch the video of the funny guy that does the NFL videos for
Not
the
yet,
preview?
this week,
Okay. Yeah, he literally, this is how paltry the passing numbers were for the Texans. I think he literally showed like every completion. He showed at least like 1 completion to each guy.
Yeah.
And like Tank Dell had 2 catches for 26 yards. Nico Collins, 4 for 6 yards. With each guy, Robert Woods, 1 catch for 12. I'm like, it got more and more depressing. I'm like, is there anybody who's cracked like the 30-yard mark? And then the last one. And Joe Mixon led the way with 5 catches for 33 yards. I'm like, oh.
I'm trying not to think too far into the future and just try to focus on, like this season and everything. But like when you do look into the offseason, I mean, there's just they have to make some kind of change.
Yes.
There's no excuse to have this assemblage of talent, not to mention just money spent on all of these guys. And I would include when Stephon Diggs was still there and in the building and contributing. You just can't look at that and figure, well, we just need more reps and time.
Right.
It's inexcusable.
Text message, I'm blindly optimistic Bobby hasn't opened up the offense. That would be good. That's as blind as it gets.
Boy, he is playing it cool, isn't
yes,
he?
Yes, close to the vest. Hold. So we get to the 3 games in 10 days.
D'Amico's like, hey, we just picked off Jared Goff for the 5th time. Should we unleash the special playbook, or should we lose a game in which we picked off the quarterback 5 times?
How about now?
Yeah. Hold.
Kids, go watch Braveheart. It's a great movie.
That's a Gladiator one, too.
Yeah.
The 2 things to be a 90s era action hero in an historical drama: 1, you got to have a dead wife, and 2, you got to be yelling "hold" at some point.
Right.
You have to demonstrate your restraint.
Yes.
That everything else is like you're keeping your cool while everybody else is freaking out.
Then when the hold comes off, you're unhinged.
Yes.
You
got to go psycho.
Yes. Psycho. All right. Next head coaching odds for these 3 jobs. Would you take this job if the owner was using Madden scores to grade whether or not his team should make a trade? I don't know that the favorite for this job would stand for that. And where does Bobby Slowick stand on all these odds boards for head coaching jobs? We'll get to that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
About this time yesterday, Seth was regaling us with a story from his youth about how his radar for a Mrs. Robinson situation was not up back in the day.
There's an older woman coming on. No, not older woman, but an actual adult woman coming on to me, and I didn't realize it.
Yeah. Someone's asking on the text page, and I want to pay off for listeners like this who listen like same time, multiple days. Did your wife, Brandy grill you about your Mrs. Robinson story?
No.
After she heard it yesterday.
No. Brandy knows who she married.
That's right.
Charismatic man, some fine, good looking.
Right.
Oh, I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
Yeah. She's clearly smitten.
You can tell her level of respect for me is not so high that somehow a story about me. She gets it.
Yeah.
Innocent young Seth. It was like and I could chat with the adults when I was a younger man about stuff that they might have been surprised about.
Can you help it if you put out that type of magnetism?
No.
Right.
That's why she married.
She knows better than anybody.
Her mom told her that. She said, "You better lock that down, Brandy." She's like, "I'm trying, Mom."
Locks and chains right over here. So the New York Jets, a franchise. Oh, and by the way, Seth will be giving his prediction on the Chiefs game in the final segment of the show, our Friday tradition.
Mm-hmm.
I gave mine earlier, 20-19 Chiefs. We'll get Seth's prediction in the final segment of the show. We read excerpts from a story about the Jets earlier in the show in which it was the contention by somebody in the building over there a year or so ago was that owner Woody Johnson, with advice from his two teenage sons, nixed a Jerry Jeudy trade.
Yeah.
Because Jerry Jeudy would have come over from the Broncos. Instead, Jeudy ends up getting sent to the Browns. But he nixed the trade, the owner did, after it was all queued up at the 1 yard line because of Jerry Jeudy's inferior Madden scores.
Yeah.
His score as a player. Not Jerry Jeudy was bad at playing Madden. Jerry Jeudy, the player on Madden, had a bad Madden score.
This is one of the stories in there that it just made me feel like it can't. There's got to be more to it than just that. It was almost sometimes when people are writing a story, there will be parts of, like, some things are almost so unbelievable that you're like, we got to leave that out. Well, you know what happened?
That was the lead in this story.
The wrestling movie about the brothers, where in real life...
Oh, the Von Erichs.
Yeah,
the Iron
four
Claw.
brothers committed suicide in real life, but they left one of them out in the movie because they were like, this is just too much.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like this, if indeed the Jets actually... If the owner nixed a trade because he didn't like the player's Madden rating, I almost feel like that's too unbelievable to put in the story. There's got to be more to it. It can't, right? Sean, it can't be that.
The problem is this is not the only story that we've gotten about this team.
There's been a lot of stories about Woody Johnson being really sensitive to social media and bringing stuff up that he'll see from just like some jackass shock jock radio dude. He'll bring it up to Robert Saleh and want him to answer for it. Yeah, there's some weirdness there.
And there's other anecdotes in the story, like Jeff Ulbrich, the interim head coach, had just won his first game against the Texans on Halloween night. Aaron Rodgers is standing there in the locker room with the game ball in his hand, ready to give it to the coach. It's his first win as a coach. This is the tradition. And in swoops, literally his name is Brick Johnson, Woody Johnson's son. Teenage son swoops in, hands a game ball to Garrett Wilson, who deserved one, by the way, but profanity-laced accolades. Woody Johnson, the owner, comes, takes the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands, gives that ball to Ulbrich, all those things. So here's my question. Odds board for the Jets' next head coach.
Oh.
And this is a heavy favorite.
Yeah.
Minus 200. You know, we're still in the phase here where they're just probably just picking out candidates.
Mm-hmm.
To have this heavy a favorite is I think noteworthy. Minus 200. Do you think Mike Vrabel would stand for the shenanigans that we just described in the locker room?
No.
Yeah, he's the favorite.
Now Vrabel might feel. I think Vrabel has this ability to kind of really be, a genuine alpha male, in that, unlike all the guys on social media are like trying to teach people how to be alpha males and all this. Yes. I don't think Vrabel might not even know what the term alpha male means. Right. He's just a guy that kind of operates like a man's man. And I think also almost like has a way of maybe kind of, he does not, like he was the one guy on the Patriots that did not have any issues or problems just flat out arguing with Belichick or like kind of making a joke at Belichick's expense or anything. Yeah. He might feel like, no, I can handle him. I'll tell him how it is, and that's just but it's not his dream scenario for sure.
No, but it might be. I mean, Mike Vrabel might be just what they need in the building over there to kind of like maybe set the owner straight a little bit, and his two punk kids.
His two punk kids are the one. Yeah, I feel like Vrabel might be like, listen, I'll take this job, but those guys are going to boot camp with me this year. They're going to go work on my uncle's farm or something. Yeah, they're going to teach them the meaning of the word respect. Yes, these little punks. You take them out of whatever fancy $100,000 a year prep school you got him up there. We're going to show him the real world.
Amen. Aaron Glenn, number 2 for the Jets job. 4-1.
Oh, and he's a former Jet.
Jet.
Oh, I don't want that for Aaron, and yet I want Aaron to get a job.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of it's and I'll harken back to when DeMeco Ryans was being pursued by the Texans. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought like, what?
Who would take that job?
Why would he take that job? Why would he go back there? And look, I don't think Cal McNair and Hannah McNair are in the same universe as some of the things we've heard with Woody Johnson. Yeah, Cal's not texting people to find out what their Madden scores
Cal lets the football people do their 100%. Thing, which is honestly, there's a good and a bad to that. If you allow Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien to do their thing, you hired the wrong guys to just let them do their thing. But he does it is overall it's a positive to just let your football people do that, and Cal does that, whereas Woody Johnson, it seems like the exact opposite.
No.
You never want a boss that's going to like subvert your best laid plans.
Yeah.
Like you're like, okay, I think this is what's best for the organization, and your boss says, nah.
Right. How is Bobby Slowick stacking up on the odds board for the available jobs? I'll tell you. Bobby Slowick, 25-1, tied for 7th for the Jets job. Bobby Slowick, 14-1, 8th for the Bears job. Bobby Slowick, 14-1, tied for 7th for the Saints job. So the odds makers at least still think that Slowick is on the radar for these teams. Yeah. I think we feel differently here right now.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised, especially because Bobby's going to have he doesn't have the classic head coach persona, so you got to work against that. I think there's plenty of coaches who don't have the classic head coach persona who end up doing just great, like Tony Dungy. But you got to have something. You got to have something to rise above that.
Yeah.
Like the person hiring you's got to feel like, okay, yeah, he doesn't look, smell, or act like a football coach, but he's really, really good at what he does.
Yeah. You know who I think agrees with you on this?
Who's this?
Larry and Staff.
Oh, Larry.
I bet Larry agrees. What's going on, Larry?
What's going on, son, Seth? Look, a couple of things. I think that job in New York, perfect Bobby Slowick. Matter of fact, any head coaching job that he can get would be ideal for me in this situation, since he came back from the bye week and still hadn't figured out how to get Tank Dell open in that offense, man. But look, also, let's not just discard Braves, because Braves is the same dude that wore that silly-ass cowboy hat against the Texans when Amy told him to go out there with that old fake Bum Phillips act that he did. So anytime you could take a dude and put him in the circus, send his ass to New York, because New York is a circus. Fellas, look, I'm excited about this weekend, man, because this is an opportunity, and I'm glad Pat Mahomes' ass is playing, and I'm surprised y'all didn't put Tim Settle ass in that circle of trust.
Yes, we did. We put him in. He's in there, Larry. Settle's in there.
Okay. Yes, sir. Then that makes my day even better, because Tim Settle said they are coming to hunt, and Pat ass better be able to run. And I don't know if y'all saw the game. I know y'all watched the game last night, but I saw Justin Herbert slide, and that DB from the Broncos hit him after the fact, and I didn't see no flags, and I didn't see no 3-game suspension in NFL. This is what we be talking about. Y'all be picking and choosing how y'all want to dole out this punishment, man. And you can say it wasn't a big hit or whatever, but I be damned, it was the same kind of hit. Fellas, it's a great weekend because the Horns play this weekend. And then you got Notre Dame up there, and it's snowing up there in Indiana, so that's going to be fun. And then my boys get to seek revenge against some old sorry-ass Kansas City Chiefs, who I will go on record as saying he was not as good as it is in Texas. So So you could go with that old silly ass stuff and how.
I appreciate you, Larry. Yeah, I tried to keep barbecue out of the 5 reasons I hate you.
Yeah.
That's almost a separate battle. You know?
Everybody likes the food wherever they
I've been to Kansas City, and I find the barbecue to be delicious. I live in Houston, and guess what I find the barbecue to be here?
Yeah.
Delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's good food. Yeah, it's...
Put a bunch of sauce on some slow-cooked meat, and here we go.
It's hard to,
Or seasoning or whatever.
I won't say it's hard to mess it up. It is easy to mess up, but the experts are all good at it.
And I shouldn't have even brought sauce into the equation, obviously. It's a big sticking point for people. The one thing about that slide last night, I was retroactively angry.
What happened? For those who didn't see it, what happened?
It was Herbert was driving, slid, and the defender was kind of trying to sail over the top, but this dude looked like he went out of his way to hit his forearm. You remember the disease? It was like he was on a direct line at Trevor Lawrence. This guy kind of like put his forearm off to the side to hit
Justin Herbert.
Herbert.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say Bear. And then Herbert did a little bit of a mini flop. He actually it made it look like his arms went stiff for a second. Yeah. Then he kind of got up and looked around to see if anything was going to happen.
No, he fake fenced?
And then didn't go into the concussion protocol or anything.
He fake fenced?
We'll have to watch it again. It looked like his arm went stiff.
I got to go find
So
this.
either the people in the booth didn't buy it or I don't know.
Dude.
And they ended up scoring on that drive. So it was, and then I was angry retroactively. Wait, you guys are going to glide past this when Aziz Al-Shire was the worst person on earth for that entire
week. We're heels,
week.
Man. Yeah. They hate the Texans. We're heels. Here we are. Texans hated football team.
There was an illegal helmet-to-helmet early on in the game when the Broncos running back got hit. But it was one of those ones, both the defensive back and the running back both lowered their heads at the same time.
Yeah.
And I guess the new rule is you hope in a situation like that, you hope that you lose the battle.
Right.
Because you'll get 15 yards.
Yeah.
There's only half of the distance to the goal line there. But, I mean, it's because they're calling it on running backs, too, if they lower their heads. But when both players are lowering their heads to the same spot, how do you claim that one of them was lowering their head to injure the other? I don't get it.
I feel like the defense always comes out on the wrong end of that one. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Final segment coming up. Seth will give his prediction, which he's been incredibly accurate this season on, for the Chiefs and the Texans. Final thoughts, get you ready for that game. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. That's coming up next. And then I will be off to the men's tea clinic like I do every
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Here's D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, I like the outlook that he's got on this game because I think this might be the biggest reason. I know the Texans are playing for seeding. That's huge, all of that. He wants to see where this team is at right now.
And so for us, being at the spot we're at right now in our season, like what a matchup. We get to see, like, can we go match up versus the top team in the AFC, right? And hopefully get a chance to see them again later down the road. So that's how I'm looking at this matchup is let's go see where we are. Let's improve as a team, and we may end up in Kansas City again. Who knows? Let's go out and just play complimentary football. Don't make it more than what it is. Just stay steady, stay calm, and don't worry about the external factors we can't control. It's easy to get into that. You know, is Mahomes playing? Is he not? Well, who knows? We'll find out when they kick the ball off. The weather, what is it going to be? Is it going to be cold? Who cares? Like, this is playoff football right now.
Right.
So let's line up and let's see where we are.
I think that there's, okay, so as far as playoff implications, everything else like that, personally, I think as long as that 3 seed is open, then that's enough for me in terms of how significant is this game. Yeah, I'd love to have the 3 seed. Just as it's an extra, it doesn't guarantee you're going to get an extra home game by any stretch of the imagination, but there's potential for it.
I think there's the potential that you can get a much easier, not much easier, but an easier opponent in the first round. You'd be playing the 6 seed, not the 5 seed. That 5 seed, in all likelihood, is going to be whoever's left over out of the AFC North.
Yeah,
Steelers and the Ravens. And I don't want anything to do with the Ravens if we can avoid them. I'd rather play them at home than on the road.
You're gonna have to face one of those. You're gonna have to face a couple tough teams at some point. But let's graduate it.
Yeah, right, exactly. No, but if I can have the Broncos or the Chargers in the first round instead of the Steelers or the Ravens, and I think the 3 seed increases the chances of that.
And there's also a chance then that, too, maybe you have a home game because between the Steelers and the Ravens, whichever one of those are the 5 seed, very easily that could be the team that's still in the – so anyway, there's that. But I do wonder, too, though, there is, if you're not – if the players kind of know that this game doesn't really, really mean anything, it's not a – clinching the playoffs or anything, you got to have a reason to hate the other team. Mm-hmm. And I think the defense is I think they wake up angry, which is nice. I don't have to worry about that. I think in terms of what do you hang your hat on going into this game? I think that, look, these are the big bad bullies on the block. And it's the Chiefs. There should be just no better motivation than just flat out, look, this is a team that is a lot like us this year. But look at how people are talking about the Chiefs versus the Texans, et cetera. And look, and you build up a lot.
Of course.
You
delude yourself a little bit.
Right. We don't have to be living in a world of pure reality.
You don't have to be truthful
but you got to you got to beat up the bully on the block. It doesn't have to be any more than that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think the other thing too is if they lose this game, the Texans, then it greatly increases the chances that you do see the Chiefs if you get to the second round of the playoffs. Because the Chiefs winning this game, they're already 70-something% to be the 1 seed. Obviously, they win this game. That shoots up to probably 80 or 90%. The Texans, if you lose this game, you're almost in ink in the 4 seed, which means if the standings hold into the second round of the playoffs, and I'm not saying they would. I'm not saying it's a great percentage chance you face the Chiefs, but losing this game increases the percentage chance that you'll see the Chiefs again in a few weeks.
Yeah. So and then the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs have a much tougher schedule than the Bills, and so they can't ignore the fact that they play on Wednesday next week. I guess kind of makes it that they can't play the guessing game. They don't know exactly, they won't know exactly for sure that they've got it
the Bills play well after them next week.
Yeah. So you kind of assume, all right, well, the Bills will probably win these games, but
have to, right? I mean, they're playing the Patriots twice and the Jets. So the bottom line is there should be plenty of juice for this game.
Yeah, there's still plenty of reason for the Chiefs to play.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's a single part of Andy Reid or Pat Mahomes that thought like, oh yeah, we got this healthy 2-game lead on the Bills. No, it's not that simple.
Let's skip to Ben. Let's skip to Steve Spagnuolo here. We've not played this yet, but if the Texans are going to win, I think they're going to need more than 4 catches for 17 yards out of Nico Collins. They go as Nico goes this offense, it seems like, and they kind of did last week. They went as Nico. They got a couple touchdowns out of him, but they could not get him going between the 20s, and thus you wind up with under 200 yards of offense. Here's Steve Spagnuolo on Nico Collins.
Well, he's big and he's fast, and it's like you say about all these good wide receivers that those 50-50 balls he usually comes down with. I watched him on one play that keeps sticking out where they send him deep. CJ throws it to him. There's 2 guys right there. He comes up with the ball. I mean, we've faced those kind of guys before. And somehow, some way, you got to find a way to pry it out of there. But he's got some strong hands and a great catch radius. The quarterback has all kinds of confidence in him. And there's a couple of routes there that I think that they run exceptionally well that we figure we're going to see, because I think it looks like both the quarterback and the receiver are real comfortable with it. So we'll try to take those things away and then deal with whatever else comes up.
We'll try to take those things away. And by the way, I don't see them slowing down Chris Jones. So good luck even having those routes develop.
Yeah.
Who are we going to have cover Nico on those plays? Basically, Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Chris Jones is going to take away the quick pass.
Yep.
Or the deep ball. Excuse me.
Deep ball. Which routes do you think he's referring to, where it's just like CJ and Nico with ESP with one another?
Well, I mean, it's different when it's in the red zone or when in the scramble drill. It's Nico coming back over the middle of the field.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the deep posts and the skinny posts and all of those. There's a glance route that we just haven't seen as much of.
Yeah,
that's been the frustrating part. Is some of the stuff over the middle that CJ was just so automatic with, to where he was starting his release before Nico was even into his break. We just haven't seen as much of that. And just attacking the middle of the field in general in the shorter areas, we haven't seen a whole lot of it. And I don't know why exactly.
I said earlier in the show, there's only a few scenarios where I come away angry about how this game plays. Like if the Texans play a close game with the Chiefs, and my prediction was 20-19 Chiefs. We're going to get your prediction in a second. But if that were the game, provided it's, just not something the Texans screw up at the end of the game, provided it's not a blowout, obviously. For me, also, provided it's not yet another example of, oh, my God, this is the luckiest team on earth beating my team. The Chiefs have been very lucky at times this year. I'll probably be cool with however it plays out. Like, if it's a close game either way, and the Texans, it would be great. I said 20-19. 30-28, because that would prove to me that the offense might have figured a few things out.
Right, yeah.
And the defense has those days. They gave up 30 points to the Titans. They have those days sometimes. If they gave up 30 points to the Chiefs, I would not lose trust in the defense moving forward. If the Texans scored 28 points or 27 in Kansas City, and it was the offense truly doing it, not short fields and a real 350, 400 yards of offense, wow, that would be a nice boost heading into the end of the season.
The Chiefs have struggled to score more than 21 points over the last 5 or 6 games.
Yes.
They've done it once in the last 5 games. Is that the right one?
Yes, against the Panthers.
Yeah, and the Chiefs offense has their own issues and their own problems. Hollywood Henderson might make it, not Hollywood Henderson, Hollywood Brown. It'd be awesome if Hollywood Henderson
showed up at the game.
I think he passed away.
I think he did too. Yeah.
R.I.P. Hollywood Henderson.
Yeah.
So
if he didn't, he's a miracle.
He led a life.
He did.
He spoke to us in training camp one year.
I remember
when I was with the Jaguars. It was awesome.
Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, so Hollywood Brown makes a difference. I'm going to go. I think the Texans are going to turn. I think they're going to take the ball away. I think this opportunistic defense is humming. The Chiefs have struggled to score more than 21 points against various other teams. So I think that continues. But I think this is a frustrating. I think the Texans take the ball away from the Chiefs 3 times, and yet the Texans still lose 14-17. I'll say 17-14.
17-14 Chiefs.
Yeah,
so you think it's going to be the same type of game?
Yeah, I do. And I'm really, the fact that the Chiefs' defensive line is healthier now than they had been.
Yeah.
That Karlaftis, Amenahue, and then most specifically Chris Jones are going to be able to make life really, really uncomfortable. And until this offense shows that they can handle a good defensive line, I don't know when they're going to break out.
I have the same thoughts as you, just with a different score. I'm with you on that.
So one of our listeners said this earlier. Then he said, Seth, you versus the Titans, you said you were worried about the Titans because they have like all of the things that the Texans struggle against. And this is the same thing, except it's a 13-win team.
Yeah, except it's the Chiefs. Hollywood Henderson?
Yeah.
Still alive?
Oh, is he good for him?
Yeah, 71 years old.
Do you know he won the lottery twice?
Yes.
And the guy's got just like one of the most incredible. He's like almost an argument that we might be in a simulation. This doesn't seem to make any sense.
There's documentaries on everything nowadays.
Yeah,
I would watch a Hollywood Henderson documentary
because he had a big time cocaine issue problem when he was a player.
Really interesting Cowboy team.
Came back from that, but like had lost all his money and then won the lottery.
Yeah. Just
and
the way we all
years
draw
later,
it up,
he
right?
won it again.
Yeah. That's how I had it drawn up. He was my inspiration. I'm still 2 lotteries short.
That was your backup plan.
Yeah, that was my plan A. Hey, guys, tomorrow is my birthday. It would mean the world to me. It would make my day if I were to get a go die from Seth Payne.
Listen, I don't know what you're doing sucking up all this oxygen when the rest of us are trying to make a living out here. It's the holidays. Like, has it been enough? Haven't you ruined enough lives? Go die. Go die, everybody.
Dude, you need that needs to be your gimmick on Cameo. You need to get on Cameo and start doing go die videos for people.
Have him send me his wife's number before he leaves this earth.
That'll put you in a good headspace doing go die videos all day long.
That's going to be my, what's the little thing where Cameo?
Cameo, that's what I just said.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about how I actually wanted that kind of guy. I'd built up a whole fantasy. I'm a method actor, you see.
I do. I know.
Really believe I am aware. Paint a picture of why I want somebody to die.
I am aware.
Yeah, he's not a reckless wisher of death upon people.
No. He's got a plan.
I had to create a scenario in my mind where this guy was just ruining everybody else around him, and it's just like it'd be better for everybody if you would just go die.
Happy birthday, buddy. Go die.
Go die. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
We'll see if you make it.
Eventually.
It is. Yeah. Seth will find you. He's got your number right here. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, happy Friday. Happy Football Friday to both of you.
Boy.
Happy Football Friday. I actually have a go die.
You do?
Yeah, that Seth should probably say it to me.
Okay.
I did something about 5 minutes ago that literally makes me sick to my stomach.
Well, I don't think you should talk about your bathroom run.
Well, no, it wasn't that. Although that's in the ballpark.
Yeah.
I bet on Notre Dame to win the national.
Learned your lesson. To the national championship.
1,100.
Even Sean is like, wait a minute. Slow down.
Well, I just look. I have confidence in my team.
Plus
but
1,100, man. The value there. Great defense.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I know the computers aren't accurate with everything, but a lot of the computers like Notre Dame to win the national championship. Now there's a lot of scoring margin baked into that.
Their matchup against Indiana is perfect for them.
Yeah. Yes.
That ESPN computer has the Texans beating the Ravens 34-10 next week.
Different computer. That's right. Different computer. This was a Mac. Yeah.
I feel so dirty.
Was like, yep, analytics never wrong.
I do think if they win this game tonight, I think they give Georgia a really. This is not a Georgia of the last 2 years,
especially without Carson Beck. Not that Carson Beck is like the world beater, but without Carson Beck,
those two factors are what really led me to that, and I hate Notre Dame. I mean, I like Notre Dame okay as a team, but I just hate Notre Dame.
Wasn't it one of the nuns from your school?
Yeah, my sister Mary Ambrose from Notre Dame. She used to bless every Friday. After we would say our morning prayer, she would say, "And God bless Notre Dame."
Okay.
She went to St. Mary's.
And that's what made you hate Notre Dame?
She was a SMIC chick?
Yeah.
Oh, St. Mary's
That's the University across the street.
Still sounds like a slur. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was her name?
Sister Mary Ambrose.
She's not the one that hit on you.
No, she was about. Wasn't a nun. Wasn't a nun. She was about 80 years old when I was in second grade.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you go to a school where they Catholic school where they would? Smack you with
Sister
the
Mary
rulers
Ambrose hit me several times.
Yeah.
She smacked me in the neck with a ruler. Ooh. People always talk about the knuckles. She went whack.
The last place when I was in kindergarten in North Carolina, they still had a paddle there.
Oh, I got paddled in high school all the time.
I don't know then, but
I was a good kid. I really was a good kid, but I was absent-minded with my football equipment, and if you left something out, the coach would hit you with a.
In high school?
Yeah.
With a paddle?
With a wood paddle.
Oh,
what? Yeah.
With the holes in it and everything?
Yeah.
So is aerodynamic?
Yeah. No, I'm hand to God.
So you get spanked as a high school football player?
Helmet, practice jersey. Those are three that I got right there. Mouthpiece, helmet, practice
Where
jersey.
did this take place? Like in front of the team or privately?
No, you just go into their office and they whack you.
They whack you?
Yeah.
Would you bend over?
It's more the degradation.
Yeah.
Of the game, isn't it?
Oh, it hurt.
It hurt. How many times did this have to happen before you stop doing this?
Probably about 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Star defensive
70s,
tackle.
baby.
I didn't know
70s.
I didn't know they were doing it to high school students.
Oh,
I always thought it was
yeah.
just at the lower grades. Oh, okay.
Oh, coaches.
Man.
Coaches. Coach Greg Williams. Ooh, that guy had a swing.
Yeah, must come with a name.
That guy
Not the
could-
NFL one.
Yeah.
No, he was actually a very good
It would make
football
sense
player.
if it was the NFL.
I could
one.
totally see the NFL
Yeah.
one doing
He was
it.
2 Gs.
He was an All-American.
I could see him paying to get paddled.
He was
Seems
an
like that kind of
All-American
guy.
he was an All-American at Southwest Texas State back then. Now Texas State. He actually got drafted.
Your Greg Williams.
My Greg Williams. Yeah. Back like it was like the.
So they gave like the strongest coach on the staff
Yeah.
the paddling duties.
I feel like that's how you have to do it, right? Just like how you don't want to fight the S&C on any team. Like just like the strong coach is the discipline guy.
Commit to the bit, man.
Did they do the thing where they hold a Bible under their
No,
arm to
no.
remember them to
this
be?
was public school.
Did they read? Oh, this was public school.
I
Okay.
only went to private school first and second grade.
There
Okay,
used to
gotcha.
be some would do, if they were going to do corporal punishment, they would hold a Bible under their arm because you can't get as much speed, and also as a reminder to remember, keep your
proper
humanity
form.
about
Yeah,
you.
proper form, right, yeah.
Well, don't be a monster. Yeah.
90-degree angle in the elbow when you're bringing it.
He's got form spankage.
How many
going on
parents
over
would
there.
show up at the high school today if that happened?
Dude, it would be the lead
Parents?
story on there. They would shut down the school. Oh, my God. Well, gentlemen, have a great show.
I mean,
Football Friday.
how could we not after that?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, here you go. Here's the show,
Well, you've got one
guys.
fewer listener. He's dead now. But the rest are just waiting to be paddled.
Yeah.
All right. Antibodies and a pregame show to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
at
I'm
9
excited.
a.m.
Thanks for the reminder. Antibodies to you.
Yeah, Saturday football this week, everybody. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KALT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and Football Friday starts now.
It is a Football Friday. Football Friday continues, man. Since 6 a.m., it's been a Football Friday going strong right here on Sports Radio 610. And I begrudgingly tell you that this is going to be an audio paddling for the next 4 hours here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. You got Figgy Fig and myself, Reginald Atatula. Excited, very excited for this Football Friday. This is a fun Saturday of football coming up that is headlined in this city by Texans Chiefs at Arrowhead. GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium.
Know that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That is right. I didn't anticipate being called nerd by Sean Pendergast, but here we are. Get involved with the program, as we always love that you do. Get on the YouTube and the Twitch. Both of those are open and available to you. But then also, thank you for the ding, Seth. And then also the text line, 713-572-4610. Let us know what you're feeling on all fronts when it comes to this game. And I think that just like, let's start from the 30,000-foot view. We can dig in even further, as this is a Football Friday, so we're going to get all the way into this. But I was kind of coming to this game. I've continued to remain somewhat optimistic, trying to see the places where development and progress can happen for this team. Obviously, you've already won the division. You are AFC South champions. We have the shirts to prove it. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for helping us out with that. But there's still things to play for, right? We're not shutting this thing down. And I think for me, the things to play for are trying to find more progress headed into the playoffs. No,
look, I think this game can kind of sort of set the course like once and for all. Like we've been saying, well, the offense, how much better can it really get? But they've changed the offensive line. But you still have C.J. Stroud looking a little better.
Looked a little rejuvenated coming off the bye week. I will say that gave me a little pep in my step seeing those two particular plays, or three plays, right?
Yeah.
You see the touchdown passes, right, where he's able to step up in the pocket or roll out to his right. and then, do the scramble drill in a way that it felt like he had kind of deviated away from in the middle parts of the season.
Right.
And then there was that third down play where he is wrapped up and he finds a way to get the ball to Tank Dell there on the right side. And those were like, okay, those feel like sparks of the C.J. Stroud. Can those continue is one of the things that, feels like it's there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the Kansas City Chiefs have that little pixie dust, that magic pixie dust. Somehow,
Boy, do they.
Somehow, some way, they'll find a way to win games week after week after week, even though they're not really looking that well. A little statistical, quirk here. Did you know the Kansas City Chiefs offense has scored exactly one more than the Texans offense this year?
I did not know that, but
point.
There's a lot of places where these teams are similar. I made the passing remark yesterday that these teams are like the Spider-Man meme, and I was looking at some things that made me think, oh, yeah. Right, when we talk about success rate on, I believe, running the football, running the football is just, the Texans are very bad when it comes to success rate there. But, like, there's some different analytics that you look at and you go, hey, these teams are very similar. Success rate, I believe, passing the football.
And the way they win games, with the defense and all that.
Defense first, for sure.
So that's kind of where I'm landing on this as we get into a great Saturday of football, as we've been discussing. I feel as if, okay, we kind of know what this team is, but – if you do get a little more development on the offensive line, show a little more. C.J. Stroud does look like he did on those plays and in those moments, as you just mentioned, and maybe adds a little more to it. You do get a little bit more offense. The running game somehow starts to find its way with Joe Mixon.
I noticed the word somehow in there because that feels like you don't have an answer as to how.
Exactly. And you still get that defense. I mean, I'm not trying to be dramatic. I think you win this game on this day with everybody watching and the offense showing a little bit more life with the great defense already established. We might start changing back to like, hey now, they might have a little something after all.
So you in your words, right?
I think we changed the direction of this team, this game, not to be dramatic again, but I think we were very optimistic. Then it kind of fell off a cliff. And then we're like, it is what it is. See that, Figgy?
There you go. You catching on.
I'm proud of you.
No, I may say that. But anyway.
You keep saying that. Just keep being sick until you're not.
No.
You'll get accustomed.
And so we're like, okay, sort of resigned to the fact that this is what they are, right?
Yeah, resignation is a great word.
But you change against the Chiefs, an absolute iconic team with the iconic quarterback and iconic coach, and you go into Kansas City in the cold and you win with defense and you run the ball with Mixon. I honestly think we're all going to be talking different next week.
But that's the thing is, I understand that you're like, hey, there's an if here, but that if I am operating from a place of hope and optimism, I can be like, I can see a way in which this feels like it changes the trajectory, or at least the seeming trajectory of where the Texans are, especially as they, ramp up for the playoffs. If I am going to, the second mind, then I'm of two minds in this instance, and the second one of those is one that is a little bit more logical and reasonable, is that we have done this for a long time this year, where we're looking for the possibilities of this kind of ramping up to a better degree. And all sorts of different things, whether it's bye week or whatever other milestones, or Nico Collins coming back from injury, or what have you, right? The switch, moving Kenyon Green, or not moving him, but him getting injured and having some shuffle. Like, there's all sorts of different milestones that we were hoping would represent the opportunity for the shift into gear of this offense and this team at large into a place back closer to what the expectation we had of them was earlier on in the season. And at what point are we going to go, hey, that's all wishful thinking, and they are what we thought they are, or they are what their record shows them to be, or what have you. I think that's a lot closer to where I am right now, and understanding that this is a tough game that you're going in against. Someone on the text line makes a good point from the 713, not to kill the vibe, but CJ hasn't played particularly well on the road with weather conditions. That's another thing.
You're not wrong. How
much do we factor in the vaunted, road environment that Arrowhead is? How much do we factor in the little bit of magic, or maybe a lot of bit of magic, that the Kansas City Chiefs continue to sprinkle upon themselves? Did you know that according to the sports reference pages, right, the football reference and all those, if you look at just the way that they've played, in theory, they should be 9-5. This is a 13-1 team from Kansas City.
For sure. But to your point, that's why I said, once and for all if it doesn't happen. Because I just laid out, okay, if these things happen and we start to see the progress and development in these areas that we saw a little bit hint,
and that's based off the point differential, mind you.
Oh, thank you. But what I'm saying is, if these things happen and they build on what we saw on Sunday, then maybe it could change the direction of the team. On the other hand, to your point, if it doesn't happen and they they bleep the bed and they look the same and all that, well then that's it. If not now, when? When are you going to change?
I guess this is the kind of, I don't know what the right word is, but like to what degree is necessary for that field. I wonder how many people in our listening audience are in the same boat where I am, where it's like, I don't think that I'll have a change. What would it take in this game for you to have some level of change in that flip of the switch as you're kind of talking about, to where you're like, okay, actually, there does seem to be some signs of a higher life for this team, particularly offense. And now I am more hopeful headed in.
Yeah, I think it's easy. I think that's an easy answer. Run game behind this line, and C.J. Stroud continuing to show that he's not running for his life. He's actually confident and able to move around in the pocket. The little hints that we didn't say any hints on the run game, but the little things that we saw.
I could say there might have been some hints.
I don't know. Was it 26 yards he had rushing?
Yeah, and they didn't run the ball a lot, but
they had short fields, all that stuff.
Yeah, and it definitely came back to one of the things that I'm crystallizing, which is it's always something. Mm-hmm. There's always one point of failure in a play in the run game, and sometimes it's just that Jared Patterson can't get a reach block, or sometimes it's that Robert Woods isn't managing to get to the linebacker. That ultimately blows up the play. But I at the very least, in the other portions that weren't the point of failure, we're seeing more push. So maybe you can convince yourself in that way. But again, it's doing a lot of mental gymnastics to convince yourself, and that's what keeps bringing me back. So to the question that I posed, I feel like it would need to be resounding.
Well, resounding, I mean, that's interesting, because I think if you get 100 yards out of Joe Mixon, that's resounding.
But I think it's qualitative. Yeah. Right? I think it's less quantitative than, because we've seen 100 yards out of Joe Mixon many times this year. And how many of those times were those performances indicative of something that felt that it was substantial and that you could carry over week to week, and that you could, at any given time when you need it, pull out of your pocket a run play that you knew would be successful?
But in those games, there were other issues, and C.J. Stroud is not being protected. That's my point. If you can protect him, which we saw that, and we saw a more confident C.J. Stroud. We've never had a Texans team protect C.J. Stroud and run the ball in the same game.
At the same time?
In the same game.
Okay.
Haven't had it. I mean, try to find a game where they protected C.J. Stroud and they ran the ball. I mean, even Indianapolis, in the first game, he was kind of, we didn't know what was going on at the time, but he was kind of, I think he was sacked a few times and, running around, and they had to really scramble. But if you get that, then all of a sudden I think the narrative changed. But at the same time, to your point, there hasn't been any indication that they can put that together. If it doesn't happen now, it ain't going to happen.
The thought, sorry, I got distracted by the question that you posed. 2 sacks for C.J. Stroud was sacked twice in the Patriots game, and you end up with the Mixon 102 and a touchdown. Is that the best? Is that the best case of that?
That might be
against at that point the 1-5 in New England Patriots as Drew. I almost called him Drew Lock. Why is his name leaving me?
You're talking about Drake May?
Drake May.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. All right. It's a Friday in more ways than one. Like, for some reason, it seems like my brain is going, but it's because I'm amped up for this football that's coming down.
Just stick to the stadium names.
Yeah.
And the rivers that you used to.
Apparently, that's what my brain can handle.
If you ever want to feel good, just think about stadium names.
Rookie quarterbacks. My brain is like, ain't got it for you. But I know that he plays at Gillette Stadium, though, right? Like, I guess that's how that works. Yeah, no, I feel like it wouldn't be the points of it. It would be, are you picking up stunts on the defensive line? Because that's something that no matter what iteration of the offensive line that we've gotten, in moments where we go, oh well, they're doing this a little bit better. Yeah. You get like a tackle game, or you get something where you have one of these twists or stunts up front, and all of a sudden you're not picking that up, right? Like that especially against a Steve Spagnuolo, right? Like,
that's the other aspect of it.
I'm trying to remember which game it was this season for the Texans where you could see them. It was probably Kenyon Green's final game where you could see the defensive. You see the defense going, okay, so we're going to attack these seams and these weaknesses on the offensive line. And if there's anybody who is capable of, one, identifying, and then two, actually drawing up the things to attack a particular weakness, particularly on your offensive line, it is Steve Spagnuolo. With this defensive line that has become more robust than it had been any point in this season, with the return of Charles Omenihu, if I see that, right, and if I see them picking up in protection in that way, if I see some actual, like a full or some full plays where you get a run block that creates a lane and that also does not have some place in it where there's a point of failure, that, like, it's those things qualitatively, if I see those, and if I see those with any level of consistency, that would give me some level of feeling that, yeah, obviously you're competing against the Chiefs, which is cool, but then that you will take that ability to be competitive against a higher level team in this league and translate it forward to Christmas, to the playoffs. Like, that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm going to be completely honest, I'm not super optimistic that I will see that, even though I feel this to be a downright winnable.
Yeah, and there's another factor here as well that I think would make us all feel sort of like the direction is changing. And that happened last night. I mean, the Chargers winning helps the Texans' playoff picture, if you asked me, because the Chargers just have the Patriots and the Raiders left on their schedule. They're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be in the playoffs. Could they be the number 5 seed to face the Texans? I'd much rather face them than the Ravens. The Texans have the Ravens in there. The Ravens have the Steelers this week, right?
Yeah.
And then the Texans face them.
Yeah.
So, like, all of a sudden, it's not just like what you're seeing on the direction. Like, your schedule potentially in the postseason looks a little bit more like, okay, the direction of this team might be changing if they can get it what they want. I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather face the Chargers and the Ravens. That's for dang sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting question to bring up, because the Ravens are scary when it comes to the high water mark of what their offense can do. That is a terrifying offense, right? If I just stop at Lamar Jackson, who bona fide MVP candidate, he feels like he's been overtaken, at least at the top, by Josh Allen out here just being a menace and being the full assumption, or the full realization, rather, of what people thought Josh Allen could be when you just looked at the talent coming, or like the raw ability coming out of Wyoming. He's become that and more. In the NFL at this point. But Lamar Jackson, MVP candidate, the speed that he brings, the ability to throw the football down the field, and then you add Derrick Henry, who is like creating incredible amount of yards above the expectation. Yeah. And then you add all the wide receivers and or I guess the targets, because I feel like the tight ends are probably than the receivers themselves. Like, yeah, that high watermark is there. What we saw yesterday. That's a Chargers team that plays tough. Like, they resemble their head coach. Yeah. In Jim Harbaugh. Yes, Jim. I always have to. I don't know why, the Jim and the John gets me, but in Jim Harbaugh there, and like they're just evidently a really well coached team. Which, again, coming back at least to this offense, because I don't want to denigrate this defense for the Texans. If sometimes I have questions about them being a well-coached team, and how strongly do you feel about that in a team that is not consistently successful in the Texans offense against a team that is pretty disciplined and kind of handles what they're supposed to do, even if they don't have the outsized talent in the Chargers? That's an interesting dichotomy there. And regardless,
which would you rather face?
Probably the Chargers, but in either circumstance, right? Whichever one you face, you need to be able to do some of the things that I'm hoping that you can do, but I'm not certain that you will actually prove that you can do tomorrow.
But let's just kind of go forward a little bit. Let's say you beat the Chiefs and you get those hints from C.J. Stroud and the offensive line, a little bit more running game. And then you face the Chargers in the first round. You got the Ravens coming in on Christmas. Then you face the Chargers in the first round. I think that changes a lot.
Okay.
I think that changes a lot of how this team feels and how we feel about this team.
All right. Well, we'll talk more about that Chargers game. There's some interesting things in it. Just thankfully a good Thursday night football game. Shout out to the good flex. Good job, NFL. Yeah. Good flex there. Some folks on the text line from the 832. The Texans washed that Chargers team that I saw last night. Okay, that's a level of confidence there. And then 832 with an interesting take. I always felt this team was constructed in a way to beat the Chiefs. And I mean, if you're playing to the ability that it feels like you can on paper, sure. But again, I don't know that I've seen that demonstrated by this team. But we'll see how that continues to play out. And hopefully, with all of that, I feel like I brought the negativity in that segment on this, because I'm spinning it forward to like what I think would mean in the playoffs. I think this game right in front of you is downright winnable against the Kansas City Chiefs. And so let's break that down a little bit more as we continue on a Football Friday. But coming up next, I actually just want to get to maybe the revenge factor of this all?
There's
Because there's some guys there's some guys that you're familiar with over there on that Kansas City Chiefs team, including one Charles Menahu, who was talking. Let's see if we can get a little bit of an understanding of what he means and what he's talking about. We'll do that next.
According to C.J. Stroud, winning the division.
You ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Yeah, happy Football Friday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Gearing up for a fantastic football Saturday that's coming up, which is headlined, of course, by Texans. In Kansas City facing off against the Chiefs. That should be a very fun one. Of course, you can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. Starting at 9 a.m. is when Sean is set to get you going for that noon kick here in the great city of Houston. Hope you're having a great day and getting involved with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. Somebody said being scared of Russell Wilson is crazy. Who? The Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, we were talking about the Chargers and the Ravens.
Yeah, we were talking about the Chargers and the Ravens.
Yeah.
And I think the tough thing about it, because, again, somebody mentioned that they thought that the Texans would wash that Chargers team. And I understand that Chargers team last night that we saw, they had to fight their way back, right? They had to claw back into that game. And seeing that game, maybe I could see it. I can maybe see that kind of thought process if you go, oh, man, the Texans will run away and hide. But I don't know that the Texans have demonstrated themselves to be a runaway and hide team.
No,
right?
they have not.
The hide part would be possible but with this defense. The runaway part is the part that I'm a little concerned with. But we'll talk more about all of this as we continue. One of the things with this game is just the familiar faces that the Texans will see in this one. Obviously, Justin Reed is one of those guys. And then the one that has been making news recently, Charles Menahu, who has returned recently for the Kansas City Chiefs to add that outside pressure on the pass rush. Now, I mean, obviously played here with these Texans for a while. And
went to UT, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
UT. He a Texas. Is he? He's from Texas.
He's from Houston, lived in Austin. I'm going to get to this in a little bit, but he went through the whole thing in the entirety of the podcast. Went to Houston, born in Houston, went to Texas and all, lived in Dallas for a while. So he is
all over the place.
He's a Texas guy.
Yeah, he like me. He like me for real.
Yeah, he really is.
Been all over this great state of Texas. But now he is playing for a team that was formerly called the Dallas Texans, the Kansas City Chiefs. And in I guess I don't even remember when this particular podcast happened, but he started talking about the Texans organization, and apparently no love lost there.
Okay, if you hear the clip that's making the round,
yes,
you're going to say, okay, bitter, problem,
yes,
get over it. All that. Let's listen to it first. Then I'm going to explain something to you.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to make this clear. I don't with this organization at all. And I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, it's definitely going to be some fire with her. Yeah.
All right, so that's fighting words, right? That's trash talk. That's a guy that's going to bring it. It's we got a grudge match upon us.
Yes.
You couple that with Tim Settle. And what we heard from him.
I didn't think Tim Settle was going to be the guy in front.
All of a sudden, he's there.
But I mean, if you get, especially if you follow the folks on the beat who will go into the locker room frequently and talk to folks, Tim Settle's always giving you something interesting.
Yeah,
he's always giving. He is an interesting dude. He's got a lot of personality, and that shows in any video that you catch or any quote really that you catch of him talking.
But here's the thing. So I actually listened to the entirety of that interview. It was like 14 minutes. And if you listen to it, I got a question for Texans fans. How were you feeling about that time that Charles Omenihu was here? How were you feeling about the direction of this organization, about how they lied and were, they told different stories. They were just an organization that had no direction. David Culley and Lovie Smith. And of course, Jack Easterby.
Oh, boy.
And just some of the ways that the team just fell off a cliff on the field as well and misusing players. If you listen to that whole he said what he said, and I'm not trying to defend Charles Omenihu, but I would highly encourage people to listen to that because everything that he talked about in that podcast, from how they misused him, how they sent him mixed messages, how they would tell him one thing and do something else. We were all talking about that. I mean, that's what this organization, we were all saying the same thing. Figgy, you were here. I mean, it was like, what are they doing? They're dysfunctional, et cetera, et cetera. He's just the one that actually, that was a player that actually said it out loud.
Yeah, I remember seeing him roll his eyes when Jack Easterby was going through the stretch line.
He didn't shake his hand.
Yeah, he just kind of rolled his eyes a little bit. I'm like, damn. But no, I understand what he said. I was actually shocked that he said F the organization type thing because right now it's a little different. I mean, the only person that's still here is Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
But and that's probably the person that traded him.
Well, he talked about Nick Caserio on the podcast, too.
Yeah.
He said he was telling him things he didn't want to hear and how they moved him to the inside and then the outside. He actually said, and people are wrong on this. They seem to think that, J.J. Watt and he had a thing because I think there was something on field where J.J. told him, adamantly to do something, whatever it was. He's talking about J.J. Watt like one of his friends. Like he said, J.J. Watt helped me become a pro and all this other stuff, and if it wasn't for him, I don't know how I would have handled it. Like the clip itself is very, very misleading.
Yeah. And as a Texans fan, I understand why you would be like, okay, like let's gear up, let's go against this guy.
Yeah.
Because he said F our organization. Like I get it, but he kind of had it rough here, man. Like
he had it rough.
Even with Bill O'Brien. I think he was one of the people in Bill O'Brien doghouse at one point.
But he actually thanked Bill O'Brien too for drafting him and letting him have his rookie year, which was kind of a good moment for him. And then it went straight down there, and then there was confusion and dysfunction and everything else. Look, he said those words. He's going to try to back him up. He's a factor in this game. He's only played 3 games and he's getting better every week.
Yeah.
But anybody who's like, screw that guy. You were saying this. I was.
Well,
I was saying the same damn thing.
On the text line, 832, watch the whole interview. He's a crybaby. And someone said,
I watched the whole interview. He was not a crybaby.
Okay. Y'all will have y'all
interview was you watch.
Yeah. And then from the 979, bro, Bill O'Brien and Easterby are gone. We hate them too. What's Omenihu on? And that's the thing that I kind of got was like, look, man, I think it's absolutely reasonable to have a lot of those feelings about that time because as you've rightfully detailed, it seems like we all kind of had those. Yeah. I mean, that is part of what made the Texans, and I say this with no glee, a little bit of a laughingstock in this league for a period of time.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is like this organization rightfully turned over and changed course. And I don't know that it's like necessarily group those things together, but I guess when you talk about it, when you're going into a game against an opponent, it don't necessarily have to be fair. Like one of the things we know about athletes is that they be making stuff up. Didn't we watch a whole 10-hour documentary where a large part of it was just Michael Jordan making up slights to be able to get his rocks off so that he could go be great?
Yeah.
Then I do wonder if that's what Charles Omenihu is doing here.
I think the other thing too, I think just the simple fact he said it out loud just kind of
that's it. Bingo.
Because because Justin Reed played here too.
Yeah.
Played almost the same amount of time that he was here.
And even DeAndre Hopkins, Justin Reed and DeAndre Hopkins, when they were asked about it yesterday, they're like, oh, nothing but respect for the organization. You know that ain't true.
Yeah. So I think, honestly, even Justin Reed is a very nice guy, too. I'm sure he wanted to put it to the Texans, too, because the Texans the one that didn't want to sign him back. So they felt like that they needed to move on from him. So I'm sure he feels some type of way, too, but it's the simple fact that Charles actually said it. It said, I want to.
That's it.
But he did say it.
I want to take it to that team. I want to ball out against that team.
He did say it. And so, he has to own it. Yeah. And that's going to be one of the major things to watch is that defensive line versus this Texans offensive line. This, I guess, new look again. Yeah. Texas offensive line for the what is it, third time new look offensive line. That is going to be something that is worth watching. But you did mention that other guys were talking about this. And, of course, the revenge game aspect, it feels like that sits very strongly with the Charles Menahu. Does that sit with DeAndre Hopkins? Your first time playing your former Texas team. Does it add more juice?
No, it doesn't. I still in Houston as well. I know some of those guys. So, I see them in off season, but it doesn't really have any more significant than, any other game to me.
See, now this is two different tracks of the same thing. Because D-Hop got treated as bad or worse than Menahu.
Oh, man.
Like, as bad or worse. But D-Hop is basically saying, and we've gotten some of this on the text board, like, hey, those guys are all gone. Figgy, you alluded to that. They're all gone. Why is he still mad? Well, people react differently. Some people are like D-Hop, and clearly he's like, I like most of those guys. My problems are all gone. Whereas Menahu is like, he's that guy that got fired from a company and 20 years later is still holding a grudge. And it's a whole different regime.
But even with DeAndre Hopkins' situation, everybody is gone from that whole front office. Bill O'Brien, everybody that was there at that time is gone.
Right. But he's doing it differently than D-Hop.
Yeah, so he probably don't have an issue with that. But Charles Menahu, Nick Caserio is still there. And he mentioned how, I guess, Nick Caserio was the one trying to have him inside, outside, was kind of that. So he probably still feels some type of way because it wasn't that long ago. It was only like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you think that D-Hop and Steven Nelson, or sorry, not D-Hop, Charles Menahu and Steven Nelson, happy to kind of have that opportunity to kind of talk trash a little bit?
I'm interested to see what Steven Nelson does, if anything, in this game. Because if Kansas City wins, we'll hear from him.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna dust off that podcast he's been doing once in a while.
We'll hear from him. It was just fascinating to me because when I first the cut as well, just the cut, I was like, come on. And then I heard the whole interview. I'm like, well, he's kind of saying what we all said.
See, when I heard it, I was kind of shocked because I'm like, dang, I know he has some issues here, but I figured those issues was gone. And he probably like, I ain't got a problem personally with the organization, but just the people that was moving me all over the place and selling me false hope and all this other stuff. I thought it would have been that, but he just went out guns blazing, like F that whole record label.
Yeah.
So at least we know that in one aspect there will be some passion that shows up in addition to just the football of it all.
There is going to be some passion. We got a grudge match.
In some way, shape, or form. Shout out to Veldrin on the Twitch chat saying so many grown men caught up in their feelings. That's sports for you, baby. We may not get into like soap operas or telenovelas in that same way, but that sports deliver that same drama for us. There's a little drama for you in this one as the Texans face off against the Chiefs tomorrow at noon. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Football Friday. Let's get into our question of the day. Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, and Patrick Mahomes were 3 quarterbacks who engaged in the annual tradition of getting their offensive linemen some cool gifts. What's the most unique Christmas tradition that you have or best Christmas gift that you've gotten? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
Chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Football Friday. As we're dead smack in the middle of the holiday season.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all of them. We're still gearing up for a Saturday midday football game, Saturday at noon versus the Chiefs for these Texans. But, the holiday season is all amongst us.
It came up quick, man.
It really did.
I saw a tweet about, I forgot who tweeted this, but they said Alex Bregman will probably make a decision after Christmas. I'm like, after Christmas?
That's
like,
forever.
wait a minute. I'm like, that's next week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, quarterbacks in the league are getting into the holiday spirit. Is Mahomes, Burrow, Purdy, all giving gifts to their linemen. We'll talk a little bit more about what the actual gifts were. But the question of the day bases off of that. What's your Christmas tradition, or
your most unique
Christmas tradition, or what's your favorite gift? One of the two. As I imagine that these offensive linemen every year enjoy this particular tradition where their quarterback, it seems like quarterback more now than ever.
It's a tradition. That's where this came from.
It used to be the running backs would really take care of their guys after the season, for blocking up for them. But it seems like
y'all ain't taking care of us.
Yeah, since there's more money.
Y'all ain't paying us no more.
There's more money in that quarterback pocket. Those guys tend to really take.
That's right. Their budgets have been slashed.
100%. That's right.
Y'all
man.
appreciate us.
The bonuses really had to be cut back this year on the running back.
Get somebody in the 5th round, like y'all be saying.
Get the quarterback to get you some gifts.
Exactly. Quarterbacks did. Patrick Mahomes,
undrafted one.
Patrick Mahomes took care of his offensive lineman. He got them like a gift package of sorts. It wasn't just one. They had like a Yeti cooler.
Mm-hmm.
They had
red Yeti cooler.
Yeah, red. I guess obviously some Lucchese boots, like Oakley's sunglasses, a Rolex, and then the thing that I thought was the most important was a Normatic Elite. Like some legs, like recovery things. I don't even know how to describe them.
Basically help you feel better.
Yeah. Air compression leg attachments, which are $1,000 each. He got those for his offensive lineman. I was like, give me some pragmatic, right? You can give me some Louis Vuitton luggage or whatever, or you can give me something that will actually help me on these days after I was squatting down, having to, pop up and block and move all these 200 and 300-pound dudes. Brock Purdy and Joe Burrow also did some stuff. Joe Burrow got his offensive lineman's katanas.
Swords.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah. Swords.
What am I supposed to do with that?
So, first of all, Mahomes' gifts were outstanding. That's a great.
He got it. He's one of like 6 dudes in the league that makes over $50 million a year. You better.
Purdy's was incredibly generous. He only makes $980,000 a year, and he got them all cars. Or SUVs, I guess.
Oh, yeah. But he went full-blown Oprah.
Yeah.
You get a car.
Yeah.
You get a car.
And meanwhile, Joe Burrow gets some swords.
That sound like Joe Burrow,
It really does.
Joe Burrow's an eccentric dude, man. I don't think we often think of him as that, but, he came into the season, colored that hair up, bought him a Batmobile, and bought his guys some katanas.
I forgot about that.
He was like, if y'all gonna protect me, y'all gonna protect me like some samurai.
Hey, that's Kevin McAllister as a grown man in the NFL.
You're not wrong.
So what's your most unique operative word Christmas tradition? And this came up because of obviously that's a unique thing that quarterbacks do. And I had a conversation with a friend of mine about our Christmas thing that we do with countries and all that. And he said, well, we have Find the Pickle. I said, Find the Pickle.
That sounds like that should get like you in prison. Yeah, I don't like what's happening there.
They have a unique Christmas tradition in his family that's called Find the Pickle. And apparently, I Googled it, this goes back to like old Germany. There's a Christmas ornament that's a pickle, and whoever of the kids finds it gets an extra gift. So it's like you wake up Christmas morning, first thing you do is look at the tree to find the pickle.
Okay, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get it, but it just sounds funny. And the conversation that we had when he told me that went about how you thought it would.
Of course. I feel like I'm pretty generic. Like, I don't know that I have anything that's particularly special. I do wonder like that. I feel like I'm real simple about Christmas. It's just, hey man, can we eat something and then can we get some gifts? That's really the thing for me.
Yeah.
I am interested in like the traditions that seemingly have popped up for others, Like, does anybody do y'all do the elf on a shelf? Because that's been something that I've watched other people do, and I'm like, that seems exhausting. Although that's not the greatest way to look at things around the holidays, because all of it is just a little extra effort to try and spread joy. So probably I shouldn't put it in those terms. However, it does.
Yeah. I don't know how unique this one is, but outside of our regular, pick a country thing, we do karaoke all the time, Christmas evening. And that gets kind of...
Oh, karaoke. For some reason, we went caroling.
No, we have karaoke machine.
Oh, man, y'all going down to the neighbor's house and singing?
Yeah. Yeah, and the Find the Pickle jokes are coming in.
There you go.
Yeah, do you have any unique in your family?
Not really. My family kind of plain a little bit. I know the only unique thing we did, and this was during COVID and all that stuff, we had like a Christmas get-together via Zoom. And that was her.
Nice.
That was her family.
Yeah,
my family ain't gonna do no stuff like that.
Ain't gonna mess
her
with that.
family. Yeah, her family.
Your mom about to be on the phone with you. So how do you get into the Zoom?
Oh man, Mom, you can't look at this. You can't get Zoom on the Obama phone, Mom. They won't let you log on that way. But yeah, we did that. It was actually pretty cool, man. Because at that time I was sick. I had COVID. During that time. So we was on the Zoom looking ugly as hell, opening gifts and all that stuff. So they sent some
you did gifts and everything?
Yeah, everything.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, the whole shebang.
Oh, so y'all had to mail them and then hold on to them until the day?
Yeah, we had to wrap them, man, like we ain't see what it was and all this other stuff. But it was cool, man. It was a weird time.
A lot of people go to the movies on Christmas evening.
Really?
Yeah.
I can see people watching movies at the crib. Like, I do wonder how many people do things that are out and about on Christmas. And, of course, this Christmas, the unique celebration will be watching and playing or, and attending football games as we will on Christmas at NRG for the Ravens game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, I guess my unique one, I guess it's not all that unique, but it's, basketball. Like, I am morning till night basketball guy. Yeah. And, of course, I say that, and it's hardcore. See, as
like watching it.
Yes, watching.
Okay, I thought you were playing.
They put the 5 games on, and I do my best to watch as much of those 5 games as possible. That's not going to happen this year, obviously, and it's waned because sometimes it's just hard to be able to be with family and watch sports the whole day, as I'm sure we all know from Thanksgiving. But that's one of those. Especially with it being the unofficial start of the season, as a lot of people view it. That's usually one of my favorites.
Yeah, a couple of things I did since I've been living here with me not having no family here. Whenever we don't cook anything, we try to go somewhere, and obviously a lot of places are closed.
Chinese food on
Chinese food.
That's a big one.
We usually do Japanese. Go to a Japanese restaurant, like hibachi or something like that. Korean barbecue spots and stuff like. We usually do something like that. We do that on Thanksgiving and Christmas.
That's a big one. 832 said at the movies in their Christmas pajamas. That makes sense.
Okay. See, I don't be outside like that on Christmas often, so I guess I just do not see that. So hey, all right, cool. But I did want to ask about your favorite gifts because again, this is about the tradition of these guys, these quarterbacks giving gifts. And y'all being some jerks was talking about how these Texans offensive linemen shouldn't get no gifts from C.J. Stroud.
What did he get?
Being Grinches.
Oh, wow.
What
does C.J. Stroud get his
Grinches.
offensive line?
They need a bag of coal.
Y'all being some Grinches, right? Oh, my goodness. Which is funny, and I think we'll talk about it more, but I feel like Laremy Tunsil, as much hate as we kind of gave him to start the season, he's been pretty good lately.
He's been good.
He's been pretty good lately.
He's been good. Now, even the running game.
He can't get a gift?
Not a lot of.
Laremy can't.
He should be buying people gifts.
Yeah.
Brother, you make the most on the team.
What does C.J. Stroud?
I ain't giving you nothing.
What does C.J. Stroud get them? If you go back to your favorite, gift, that moment of opening that gift that still resonates.
I just kind of want to see how many people are going to bring up the bike. I feel like the bike is like the class, or it's either the bike or it's like the game system. Because for me, I remember, and I don't know why some parents do this, and this might be a Two Americas moment. I'm not certain. We'll see on the text line. My mom made it certain I ain't getting you no Nintendo 64. It's not happening. And then here comes Christmas morning. What's under that tree? And Nintendo. You didn't have to do that.
It got me like that.
You didn't have to do that.
That's like I would have been happy. The Red Ryder BB gun.
Yeah,
you shoot your eye out.
Yeah,
she Christmas storied you.
Yeah,
you didn't have to do that. She got me like that, and I didn't know this until I got older. But I kept flipping back and forth like, I want a Nintendo 64. No, I want a PlayStation. I want a Nintendo. I was going back and forth. Yeah. I didn't know went back and forth exchanging these.
Oh,
Yes.
wow. That's mean.
No, you had them in customer service in the holiday season.
Yeah, this was back in the day too. This was in the 90s. So
they was at Sears in line just sick.
I know.
The lady was like, "Oh, here you come again."
Yeah, but
changed his mind again.
I ended up settling with the Nintendo 64, but she had it wrapped up. And I used to always try to shake and try to see what it is, and it ripped open where I couldn't really see it, but I kind of knew what it was.
Yeah.
And she threatened to take it back.
Of course she.
Well, she was versed in taking it back at that point.
Yeah.
She'd done it a few times.
Stroud needs to get his lineman PEDs.
I appreciate that, actually. I kind of like what we're doing there, right? Like, hey, man, let's get the weight up.
CJ needs to give his lineman a playbook and game film.
There was many people and many variations on the UTM and the
How to
text
play
line.
offensive lineman for dummies.
That's the one. Are we still making the 4 Dummies books, by the way? Are those still in the game?
I still be seeing them.
Okay, because I was like, I feel like that's one of the I guess cottage industries, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
That's kind of been hurt by the internet. Is with so much internet, and you can Google things. I guess the idea that the 4 Dummies book's still out there makes me happy.
How to not false start for dummies.
All right. They might have already gotten that. It feels like they've gotten significantly better about the pre-snap penalties. The 281 said in tying the unique Christmas traditions and the gifts. 281. Me and my brother received a Nintendo when we were kids, and it's still set up at my parents' house. So we sit up every Christmas Day and play.
That's
cool.
That's a good one.
That's a good unique tradition too.
That's solid.
And this is not unique, but before I moved here, every Christmas we used to stay up to 12 and. As I got older, this was when I was older, but I used to just sit and drink with my dad, just listen to music.
No, that's the hey man,
music, just drink all night, and then the kids gone to sleep, and then we be up all night till about 4 in the morning,
cutting up.
Yep.
Holidays are the great time to stay up because you ain't got work in the morning, so you can
exactly
actually have a good time. And shout out to the 832. Said we'll never forget when I was 5 at my parents' house and they let me open a gift on Christmas Eve. It was an Earl Campbell jersey. I bet you felt like the person
as a kid, that was my favorite Christmas. I got a football uniform, with the pads and the helmet and everything. Boy, I thought I was styling. And then as an adult, of course, Gibson, 2009. That was a cool one.
Oh, wow. 832. Another 832 said that they were going on a walk with the cousins. I thought that was a Thanksgiving activity, but I guess anytime the cousins link up, go out there and get you a walk in, feel better. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, continuing to be in the holiday spirit. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where did y'all see that thing that hadn't happened in 50 years happen? We'll talk about that next.
Ready? Your AFC.
Real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're about to go quick.
What are we doing?
We're about to go around the NFL. I was going to say, we're about to go quick assist.
We're about to go quick assist.
We're about to go around the NFL. We were just talking about favorite gifts and the offensive linemen getting gifts from the quarterbacks and all that such thing. And somebody was talking about how they got an electric guitar for Christmas in '96 when they were in 8th grade. They still, and now they play a whole bunch of instruments, so that means a lot to them.
And go out in that garage and play.
Yeah,
that's right. And they better. I'm sure that there's a lot of regretted gifts of like, here, we got you a drum set immediately. Problem.
I actually got a drum set when I was a kid.
How many
I know
times
your
you play
parents
it?
hated you.
I loved it.
Really?
Hated you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Still don't know how to technically play the drums, but
you got to feel for it. And cut all that noise out. And then when we talked about traditions, the tradition that I should have mentioned is looking for batteries on Christmas morning, because you done gotten something that is battery powered, but you don't got no batteries in the house, and now you're remoting out of the fire, or the fire smoke detector.
If I had a nickel. That should be a tradition. Christmas Eve or the 23rd, go buy a bunch of batteries.
Just have some batteries.
Because you're going to need them.
I know they clean up around that time.
I know.
Battery makers, they clean up around that time.
Because ain't nothing sicker than, oh, look, I got this RC car. Yeah, we'll go to the store tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
We'll go to the store. You on Christmas outside looking at everybody else with their gifts. I got an RC car that I can't use yet. Yeah, you're in the loop right here. Let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of that process for you and find the best price on the market. That's QuickAssist. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. We begin with Thursday Night Football, the first iteration of Thursday Night Football where they flexed in, or I guess they flexed the game out, but they flexed in this divisional matchup amongst teams that are likely to be playoff contenders or playoff, I guess, participants. Because the word contender is fraught, right? But playoff participants in the Broncos and the Chargers at SoFi Stadium. And boy, it delivered.
It was great.
It delivered in a very big way. The Chargers ultimately win 34-27. But early on, man, it looked like it was all Denver Broncos in this, and I was very impressed with, just Bo Nix in general. With both of these guys. Like, it felt like this was one of the few games, or maybe not few games, but one of the games where you could actually look up and be like, whoever loses this is going to be very disappointed because they both played very, very good football, which is and Thursday Night Football oftentimes.
They've had a good year, Thursday Night Football, first of all.
Early on, it was rough.
But it's been pretty good overall compared to what it normally is on Thursday Night Football. But anyway, the huge implications, too. Huge implications for the Texans. I think the Texans now have a legitimate shot, as we mentioned about an hour ago, maybe face the Chargers, and I'd rather face the Chargers in the first round. But beyond that, just a terrific game. You saw why Herbert is special with a couple of his throws, including the touchdown throw, which was just ridiculous.
Yeah, when the Chargers started raging back into this game, you could see Justin Herbert in particular, but the rest of his team really just kicking into a different gear. The guy, Ladd McConkey, one of my favorite wide receivers, dating back to when he was at Georgia. Like, you see the connection that those guys have. Gus Edwards broke a crazy long one to ultimately put them ahead for good. in this game. And so, yeah, man, this was a fun one. And one of the things that helped crystallize this game was a fair catch situation that brought up a rule that is oft overlooked. It is the fair catch free kick rule. So I think we all think that what happens with a fair catch is when in a punt or kickoff situations, you catch the football and then they just put the ball, or at least in a punt situation, they just put the ball where you caught it. Or in a kickoff situation, you fair catch it and it goes to the 35 or what have you. But apparently in the rule book, and this is a rule that, again, we don't think about very often, it's actually a choice. And you have the opportunity to kick a field goal from a kickoff formation in those circumstances. And this rule apparently pops up like every, 4 or 5 years. The last time that one of these was attempted was October of 2019. The time before that was September of 2013. 08, a couple times in 08, oddly enough. And the last time it was successful was 1976.
Yeah. Look, first of all, it had to be Jim Harbaugh's team, right? Like it had to be. Like he was after the game, he was like, I've been looking forward to this. I've been so excited about.
Actually, let me give you the audio because, of course, as you mentioned, only a weirdo, and I say that affectionately,
he was
right?
So looking forward to it.
Only a weirdo like Jim Harbaugh, rather, could have done this. And this was him talking about it after the game. You can hear just how excited he was about it.
First one we've made. We tried one with the 49ers. I think it was like a 70-yarder or something. 71, thanks. Mr. Dawson, probably a little. I wanted it so bad that tried a 71-yarder, but it is my favorite rule.
His favorite rule.
It's my favorite rule. I didn't know anybody had a favorite rule, but of course Jim Harbaugh does.
That immediately made me start thinking about what my favorite rule is.
Me too.
I'm not going to do that.
Me too.
I just confessed. Was it earlier this week that I have a favorite penalty? So I don't know. I'm too much of a dork. At this point.
You are, but that's neither here nor there.
Touche.
I guarantee you, most players on the field didn't have any idea what was going on. Like, even though they practiced it, they're like, wait, we're going to do that thing that we've done, twice a week for the last 7 years. They probably had to be lined up how it worked.
Wait, what is this? What do we got to do?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Is there any chance you remember this next time it comes around? Because, I
remembered it last night.
Okay, you did? Because I didn't.
But it jogged my memory. I could have gone the rest of my life and not realize that was a rule. But when they did, I was like, oh, yeah, that is a rule. Oh, yeah, that is a rule. And little Ray Wershing trivia for you. That I always liked the kicker that made the last one in
1976.
76.
Who?
Did you know he actually won 2 Super Bowls with the Niners? Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, all that stuff, or at least one. I know he won one because he had like 4 field goals in that game, but that's neither here nor there. He never looked at anything but the holder whenever he kicked field goals. He never lined it up. You know how they do now? They with their arm and they do the pointing thing.
Yeah.
And then they look and they get the wind gauge and all this other. All he would do is jog on the field, look at Joe Montana, who was his holder, and Montana would kind of like you do with a golf shot. You don't look at the hole. You look at the spot right in front of you, He never looked at the goalpost. And he was one of the greatest. He played for like 15 years.
That's crazy.
Not once, ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Now, of course, I do wonder if he would have been able to make it in this era where it feels like we are unreasonably.
They go too. They do the whole thing with the arm.
But also, like, the expectations on kickers are crazy now.
He was damn good,
right? Like, I think that we've gotten to that place where I think good in that time was different than good in this time. Because even with that play, that is a 57-yard field goal,
yeah.
And what it makes it easier not having the line in front of you and not having that timing issue.
Take
right?
as long as you want.
Right, as long as you can have the right angle, right? Because part of the
you can kick it low.
Yeah, exactly. Part of the difficulty of a long kick is that these kickers have the leg to drive it, but you can't drive it on that low angle if you have, dudes that are going to jump up and knock it down in front of you. You can do that with this, this free kick, this fair catch free kick, which Cameron Dicker did. But also, he kicked that through with ease. And again, there was a point in time where a 57-yard field goal was an asinine thing to throw out there. Mm-hmm. Now you got a dude who does that, and we're all like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That was fine.
Now I want to see more of them. Here's the other thing.
No, you don't, because you're sick. The first time you see a free kick go against your team,
that's awesome,
and it goes through against your team. No,
for sure. But
I'm sick.
The other thing I was thinking about, Frank Ross was ticked. He wanted it.
Yeah,
he's about as nerdy as Jim Harbaugh when it comes to this stuff.
That is fair. He absolutely is. You know that the Texans have been involved in one of these.
I do not recall. Maybe that's why I jogged my memory.
Over October 9th, 2005, Rob Aronis attempted one of these.
Okay, maybe that's why
in a Texans-Titans
it rang
game.
a bell. I don't remember it exactly, no.
Somebody said, what is the rule? Again, for your edification, it is the fair catch, free kick rule. When you fair catch, you have the opportunity to do what we typically think of with a fair catch, which is take the football from that place, at least on a punt. But you also have the opportunity to fair catch it, and then from that spot, kick a field goal untimed. I mean, in a kickoff formation. So it's a kickoff formation, but you're kicking a field goal.
So you could do this from a punt, if you fair catch a punt.
Yeah. And anywhere on the field, like you said, like Harbaugh said, he tried a 71-yarder one.
He sure did, and that was a little bit too much chip on your dip on that.
It's a little bit. I guess you wouldn't do this in a close game, like towards the end.
Oh, for sure.
No,
you would.
I'm saying
like in a close game.
It has to be very specific circumstances.
That's what
like in this instance, it was a fair catch, but then there was a penalty that was tacked on because the receiver was ran into by the kicking team, and so that created a circumstance where you were close enough to knock one down.
Yeah, I was thinking because I feel like teams wouldn't probably do this because it probably be a lot of time left, first of all.
Yeah.
And they'll probably try to run that time down as much as they can. So I don't think they'd just settle for a field goal right there, right off the bat.
It's all situational. Like this is the type of rule that's supposed to be once in every few years, anyways. Of course, it's Jim Harbaugh who was giddy at the opportunity to drop that out.
That's actually pretty smart because some people wouldn't do it. They'd just take it, take it to the game, take it to the house or whatever. They wouldn't.
And Harbaugh would be yelling at his TV. What are you doing?
And those 3 points felt like they were
it got them going.
Like it definitely got them going. Yeah. I was able to late in the game. They were able to use a little bit of the distance that they had point wise to make this game put this game out of reach for the Denver Broncos. So shout out to the Chargers. They both are tied at 9-6 now. So, yeah, that race at the bottom of the AFC playoff wildcard situation there.
I didn't realize the Broncos had the better record.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy.
And that defense has to be really, really tough. Like that defense continues to be really good. And I think that was why it was kind of interesting to see the Chargers go up and down on them late game. After it was like 21 to 10. The Broncos were really stifling that Chargers offense early. All right, some other things around the NFL. This is an interesting thing that happened with the team that you played last week, the Miami Dolphins. Apparently, we got reporting this week that the Dolphins could possibly release Calais Campbell if and maybe when they get eliminated from the playoffs. Now, they have a 7% chance of making the playoffs at this point. I think they're ninth in the AFC kind of standings right now, which it's getting slimmer and slimmer, the margins or the opportunities for them to make the playoffs. Calais Campbell is a longtime veteran in this league. If I remember correctly, he's like in his late 30s. And, I mean, just a great guy, but he's never won a Super Bowl. And so they might release him to have the opportunity to go and sign somewhere and then get into the playoffs and possibly try and chase a ring. Do you like this?
I do. I think that's fine. I think it keeps the game even more interesting. It makes people really have to change not only themselves, but people looking at their odds change, et cetera. I get that, hey, what are you doing? It's kind of like when, your girlfriend trades you a team at the fantasy trade deadline because she's out of the playoffs and you have a chance. And so it's like a wink kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I like it. It makes it more interesting.
They
were going to try. They thought about trading him before the deadline.
But, I mean, they were still pushing. They were still pushing for the playoffs. I like it for Calais Campbell himself, like one of the consummate good dudes in the league. It is going to be deeply frustrating when he goes and signs with the Chiefs or something, or Detroit is really the team because they lose Liam McNeil. Mm-hmm. They need that kind of defensive line presence.
I think exactly what they're talking
about. That's probably exactly where he ends up. Probably when the Dolphins are eliminated. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure that there's other teams that were like, oh, look, there is a dent in the armor of the Detroit Lions.
Not anymore.
No, here comes the friendly giant that is Calais Campbell, and to help this team because he is ring chasing. So I think that's cool for him, but it does make me wonder. Hey man, don't make this a habit of kind of circumventing the structures that are put in place here in football. Some other things before we go. I think we mentioned this in passing yesterday, but. There's been some serious circumstances. We thought that David Montgomery would end up having to have season-ending surgery, and it seems like they've done enough, asking around, enough second and third opinions that it seems like he's going to be able to, go without the surgery and maybe be available later on in the playoffs for that team. So like if they can have all of these things come together, if Calais Campbell can maybe join and help strengthen that defense, that really does depend on having maybe some double teams up front against the defensive line, and then they can get Montgomery back to get back that tandem that they have running the football later on. They might still have a little bit of a possibility of really contending for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, the third opinion was Dan Campbell's. I think anytime this happens, I'm always a little skeptical. Because when they say, surgery seems to be the option, seems to be the most likely thing, and then all of a sudden they go, I think I'm going to rehab, I'm always a little skeptical of that because that's asking a lot. I don't know if we'll get the same David Montgomery that we've seen past, but at this point, I mean, it's their run, it's his body, and he's going to make the decision. But if they get anything out of him, I guess it would be better than nothing.
Yeah. All right. So you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL right here. Coming up next. Let's hear from some of the other parties in the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's hear from some of them as we get ready for that big-time matchup between these two teams on Saturday. We'll do it next.
According to C.J. Stroud, Baylor Bears and LSU Tigers battle it out in the Kinder's Texas Bowl at 2:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve. There's no better way to close out 2024 than with some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up kinderstexasbowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I got caught off by the Christmas music. You know what I forgot, though? I think I've talked about how, like, I don't have like a Christmas songs. Mm-hmm. And then I remembered, I have a Christmas playlist that I just never think about, and I dropped that in. And so I have also jumped into like the Christmas spirit all the way around.
Of course.
We'll see if the Astros are going to be in a Christmas spirit move, as Chandler Rome is tweeting about a potential gift that they might have. Astros and free agent first baseman Christian Walker are in serious talks progressing towards a deal, according to him and Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic. So, hey, that's going to be something to watch. We might talk about that a little bit more in What's Poppin'. But we are moving and we are careening very I keep using that word, and I always feel weird.
Careen has a bad connotation.
It does, because it almost feels like you're moving towards the accident. That's what, but we're on a path.
Forging forward, forging toward. Something better than careening. Careening sounds like you're,
I didn't even know what the hell that meant. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
I keep trying not to use the word in this.
A better word than careening towards Saturday. 713-572-4610. And we're the word people.
I guess. Is that going to be the sub? I guess the sub heading of our show is the word people.
The word people.
But
the smart show.
Oh God.
Yeah. I don't know if that's.
I think
true.
Seth and Sean will have something to say about that.
Yeah. Using words that are not super, I guess, common or whatever.
The grammar geeks.
Like that's not. That doesn't make.
Hey,
you
if you
smart.
throw Seth Payne on this show, man, it's gonna be a lot of measuring around here, man. All type of big words.
That is true. Seth do be using some, but he uses them better. Like he throws them in nice and easy. Speaking of words, let's get some words from Kansas City Chiefs folks, as that is the opponent in this one. Let's kind of get some perspective there. And I kind of want the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, because one of the things that popped up was the idea of Marquise Hollywood Brown possibly returning for the first time in the regular season for this team. I know that he had gotten injured for the Chiefs in training camp, and so. Andy Reid, will Hollywood Brown actually be ready for this week?
There's a good chance on that.
How's Hollywood looked? I mean,
he's done a nice job. I mentioned earlier just about it wasn't his leg, so he's been able to run, keep himself in running shape. But the rest of it, where the surgery wasn't that, it looked good. He was doing fine, yeah.
Barreling.
Okay, this is just going to be...
It just hit me.
Somebody said veering towards...
Barreling, that
trudging
sounds good.
toward... Trudging sounds like we're laboring
Trudging
towards...
is hard. Barreling, like you're barreling, like you're good. Head down, running hard, barreling toward that game.
That's okay. I feel like you're
Why don't we
Chris
just say
Berman.
headed towards the game?
Yeah, that's too easy.
Let's keep it simple.
That feels like Chris Berman, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling towards the football game. No, but I find this to be a very interesting part of this game, the return of Marquise Brown to the Kansas City Chiefs, because that's one of the things that this team, we know for the last few years that they've really looked forward to is a wide receiving threat. And obviously, DeAndre Hopkins is one of those, but DeAndre Hopkins is a particular type of threat. He is I always view it as he's always open, right? Even if he's not. He is, if there's dudes on him. In fact, the first game that he played when he made his way from Tennessee to Kansas City was just, he was in triple coverage and they threw that thing up there and he came. As we've seen many a times when he was wearing the battle red and he was wearing the deep steel blue here in Houston. That is one type of guy. I think the other type of guy is something that Xavier Worthy was drafted to kind of give them some semblance of, and then also that clearly Marquise Brown was brought in, which is a guy that has the speed that can get Patrick Mahomes back to kind of that deep threat that we saw before. Teams kind of put that too high safety over top, that too high shell over him all the time, and then also that you could tell that they want to get back to. And especially this year, Patrick Mahomes has wanted to kind of throw the ball deep, almost somewhat recklessly. And I think that that's going to be an interesting thing, because what is something that we've talked about with this Texans defense a lot, at least prior to the last few weeks when it feels like they've really locked in on a different level.
Oh, that secondary, man.
Those explosive plays. So I'm going. This is going to be a very interesting part for me in this game, is seeing how much, with the clear want and desire that that Kansas City Chiefs offense has to try and get the ball downfield, and adding a player who you imagine should be able to address that. How much are they going to try and test the safeties and Kalen Bullock and Eric Murray, and then how much, obviously, Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter? What are those challenges that they're going to put up? And then how does this defense respond to it? Does it look like the turnover defense that this team has really leaned heavily into of late, which I imagine yes? Or is there a possibility that some of those explosives that we saw teams not connect on could possibly happen in this one?
Well, and I think, as much as the Chiefs have not been an overwhelming offense, I was mentioning earlier, they've scored 429 points all year. The Texans have scored 428. They only have 1 point more, but weird quirk. But they are entering this game, Reggie, with a lot more weapons than they've had of late. You mentioned Hopkins and Brown, Xavier Worthy. They're pretty healthy, at running back. Travis Kelce, of course. They have other tight ends that they're going to be able to use. So they have weapons,
but what's
like
funny,
they haven't had much, this year.
This defense has actually been pretty good against tight ends.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I've always thought that was going to be like the weak spot.
That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, although I guess Jonnu Smith had his day against this defense, so I guess we could probably, the overall trend isn't always line up with the immediate situation. And here we go, more words coming in. Rushing headlong towards, bull rushing towards some football, crescendoing towards the game tomorrow. I kind of like that one, to be completely honest. But how about this? As we continue hearing from some Kansas City Chiefs on this game, Justin Reed, a man that we're familiar with, he was talking about this Texans offense in a way, and I found this to be interesting. This is Justin Reed talking about Joe Mixon and his ability to not only run but also be a pass catcher.
Yeah, just to have an awareness of him, just because he does such a good job out of the backfield. I mean, running the ball, he's able to find his cuts, he's patient. And then in the pass game, in the screen game, he's able to find some explosive plays. So he was doing it in Cincinnati too. So this is a guy who has a track record of it, and it's just about having awareness of where he's at and trying to take away what they want to do.
And that's going to be their, that's what the Chiefs are doing. I mean, they like everybody else at this point. Stop Joe Mixon, take your chances everywhere else, especially in must-pass situations.
Sure, yeah. But it was interesting to see in the Miami Dolphins game. Now, it stunk that he had to be the leading receiver yards-wise, but it was interesting to see that the Texans clearly made an effort to get him the football in some space and allow him to do some of that, where, dump it off to him or intentionally kind of get him maybe like a screen or something adjacent in the flats and allow him to get some space and do that. That's something that I know Mark Vandermeer has been pounding the table for, and that we've all wanted to see some. Do you think that continues to be a way that this Texans team can maybe find some juice, especially throwing the football, getting the football into a clear playmaker and a difference maker into his hands?
I think it's almost necessity at this point. You don't know. You know what you're getting out of Nico. Dalton, okay, as I mentioned, he's been all right, but the dude still has, in 7 fewer games, fewer catches than Stephon Diggs had in 8. So he's been okay, but not exactly what we thought we would get. So that leads to, there's a little bit of uncertainty with Mechie, obviously. Tank Dell's kind of, sort of, is playing well. The one you can count on is Joe Mixon. So the one you can count, if you can count on him, you get him the ball any way you can. So I'd say Joe Mixon for sure.
Yeah, I want to see that continue. Obviously, I want to see them be able to run the football. But one of the things that early on in the season, or maybe not even just early on in the season, but I always think about if you're in a space where you're like, the run game isn't quite where you want it. I just always go back to those like late aughts New England Patriots teams where they got to a place where they were like, hey, we're not running the football great, but what we'll do is We'll just quick pass. The quick passing game will serve as a substitute, and I do wonder if some of that, like where you've seen them try and get the ball to wide receivers, and that doesn't always work well. But how about the running backs getting it to them, but just in a different way, and allowing them to kind of do some of the things that the run game does to a defense, but with getting the ball out quickly, and specifically to someone like Joe Mixon, who can make some hay. And so I think that was one of the things that was cool about seeing them implement that in the Dolphins game, and I hope that continues forward.
And don't forget Tank Dell. Bobby Slowick this week was talking about how cool it was to get the ball into his hands in special teams. Of course, that's Frank Ross and D'Amico's decision. But what Tank Dell can do in special teams. But clearly Bobby Slowick has been wanting to find different ways. He's the king of the end around. I think he talked about this week as well. Their biggest, quote, explosist play was on an end around to Tank Dell. They're
15 yards. Yeah,
their only explosive play. So maybe, just space, maybe even screens, just get him in that space, end arounds, et cetera.
Yeah, but the thing about screens is with this team, I don't know why.
No, it hadn't worked.
Because I had that moment again that I think we've all had this season where you're watching other football games and you're like, oh, wow, look, a screen that the team ran, and it worked. Like, that's incredible. That's how they're supposed to look.
The Dolphins were like, oh, that's how you do it.
Right. That's how screens work. Yeah, so, look, I think that, yes, I would like to see them, but I'd also like to see them work more often. As we continue getting some audio from the other side, from the Kansas City Chiefs, I wanted to hear from Steve Spagnuolo. We were mentioning earlier Charles Menahu, and I think that his reintroduction to this Kansas City Chiefs team over the last couple of weeks has been really big, and I kind of wanted to hear from the man himself about Charles Menahu and how he's impacting games for the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, listen, you guys know how I feel about Charles. It was good to get him back, and it was going to take a little while to kind of amp him up. He's playing a little bit more on first and second down now, which is a good for us when they decide to throw it. He's getting better in the run game. That takes a little while. I mean, remember, he steps into this thing with really no padded practices since the Baltimore game, a year ago. So that's taken a little while, but I think he's getting there, and I'm glad we got him. And we just need everybody, everybody up front to kind of play like we did last week to help everybody else on the back end.
And speaking of getting healthy and having more of their weapons, I mean, who's going to be big? He's played. As you just heard, he was out for a long time, but has played 3 games, gotten progressively better, had a sack in his last game. So I think Menahu playing first and second down against the Texans, you might see a lot of that because he's known more of as a pass rusher, but the Texans, against all opponents, and you end up seeing them pass a lot earlier on first and second down.
Well, at least they've started doing that a little bit more to try and keep themselves ahead of the chains, which, thank you. Appreciate that. That's helpful. But yeah, man, I think, and this ties in what we were previously talking about. Some of those things that get the ball out quicker are going to be useful because one of the things that you can look at kind of the remainder of the entirety of the season, you can go, this Chiefs team doesn't generate a lot of pressure, but that's different once you bring in more pass rushers. For a long time, it felt like it was just Chris Jones, who, yes, bad man, number 95, know where he is. And then George Karlaftis, who's kind of been off of that. But you could find third downs where Chris Jones was having to move to the outside because they did not have what they felt was enough credible pass rushing threats in those downs. Charles Menahu can be that 100%. And so now you have more of those threats on the defensive line where maybe they'll be able to generate more pressure with those 4. And don't forget Spags likes Blue. And how do you slow down a pass rush that's getting there? I'm not saying that they absolutely will. This is the challenge that is there for the Texans line and this new look. Can you hold up in that way? But also, can you help them out by throwing the ball just over those guys and allowing some of your speedy guys like Tank, like Joe Mixon, like some of these folks to get the ball in space and go. Now, that's a tough ask because there's so many times where we've had these things where, this would work. But if you execute it right.
Exactly.
And the problem is,
how many times have they said that?
What's the words that I've been? Yeah. There's always something, right? There's always something. And Brandon on the YouTube mentions one of the things. The offense has some tells that spotted that, if the screen or if, something is coming up, defenses seem to be all on top of it. So that is a challenge that exists for the Texans offense, and specifically Bobby Slowick, as they move into this one. So, yeah, just a few audio clips that I thought was interesting from the Kansas City Chiefs that really help set the stage for this game. And I'm really interested to see how this goes.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the 936 who said Chandler Rome's tweet about Christian Walker has the word I was looking for. Progressing. We are progressing towards a Houston Texans.
You gotta be aggressive.
All right, barreling towards a Houston Texans matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs up there in Kansas City. And we'll talk more about that Chandler Rome tweet. Let's get into what's popping in H-Town, as it seems like the Astros there might be another name that they possibly might add in free agency. We'll do that next.
outage, keep everything in your home, including your AC, running at half the cost of a generator. Visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Football Friday. We are closing in on game day. Appreciate you guys sending in all these different words to mean that we are moving towards a football game on Saturday at noon. Texans, Chiefs, right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, appreciate somebody on the boss, badass mofo Lady T.
Oh wow!
On the Twitch, saying Reginald looks warm and comfy today. I do, but it's really just because I threw on this Texans AFC South Championship.
Okay, where you get it from?
Shout out to our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors for hooking us up.
Yeah.
But I threw over my hoodie because I had on my hoodie, and it's an extra large, and typically I wear a little bit smaller than that. I wear a medium on a regular occasion.
Excuse me.
So I just threw this on over top. No, that's not a brag. I want to be able to wear a large. If I was dedicated enough in being in the gym, I would wear a large, but I'm not. And so, that really is less of a brag than you think it is.
He said this large shirt is way too big.
It's an extra.
Big,
I said extra large.
Sometimes,
don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Sometimes I just forget to eat.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
But yeah, no, that's pretty sweet. And we talked about it before. It feels a little different. Not like a B.O.B. back-to-back. It feels a little bit better. First 2 years with D'Amico.
Doesn't matter what it looked like.
Right now it doesn't.
Where's the drive going to be today for Football Friday? You know what? I got you on that, and I got you on here. Hang out through What's Poppin'. I'll get that on the backside because I got to do a little searching through my phone. What I don't have to do a lot of searching for is this report that came out from Chandler Rome minutes ago. I'm talking about 20 minutes ago. And that is that the Astros and free agent first baseman Christian Walker are in serious talks and progressing towards a deal, sources tell Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome of The Athletic. So, man, a guy that I think had been linked heavily to the Yankees to play first base, Christian Walker, played on the Arizona Diamondbacks, went to the World Series in 2023. He is up there. This would be his age 34 season, so he's got plenty of experience. I like this as a potential move.
I think it'd be huge for the Astros because
3-time Gold Glover,
3 straight
Gold
Gloves, and so. Okay, I know the immediate inclination is what? Wait, he's going to be 34? Oh, boy, another Abreu on the no. He has been Mr. Consistency the last 3 or 4 years.
Over an 808 OPS the last 3 years.
Yeah.
This last year was the lowest of his last 3, but 84 RBI, 26 bombs.
Yeah, he's shown no signs of any sort of drop-off or anything like that. I think it'd be great. And plus, the obvious thing is, that would be an absolute lock. That's a wrap on Alex Bregman being an Astro. He's gone.
And that's immediately what I thought, because I know with the Nolan Arenado no trade clause situation, there was all this reporting that, that doesn't mean that deal is done.
Well, it wouldn't here. It would here.
You feel like that would be
you got
full.
your third baseman and your first baseman.
With Paredes and Walker on the corners.
But that's okay. You just kind of come to grips with that. Maybe you don't like it. But, boy, talk about a good backup plan if the Astros could. You could could easily say they're still fighting. There's still something there, that could maybe get them into the hunt again, because those are two good corner players right there.
And both of them good defenders as well. So you solidify your infield defense, which I know was something that was of concern. This would represent in some ways them walking the walk, especially if you're not willing to actually shell out the money, which again you can knock this organization for if you want to. I'm not taking that away from you, but this would represent them talking, really walking out the idea that no, we still want to have some level of contention. We still want to be some level of good.
Yeah,
I think that would be an interesting grab to get. Somebody on the text line said make that happen and then grab Santander in the outfield. And then go to work.
Yeah, and the other thing with him at his age. It's not gonna be anything more than like a 4-year contract.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
You can do that. I think reportedly 4 years is about what has been on the table for him. So $22 million a year for 4 years. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Astros.
Yeah. So that's an interesting thing that we'll keep watching. Not saying that that'll get done, but the outfielder positions definitely need upgrades. You're right. So 8-3-2. But it seems like now that things are moving for this Astros team, they're addressing issues down the line, which that is absolutely needed as you get ready for the next season. Some other things that are popping. Apparently, this just came down the pike not too long ago as well. The Texans are signing tight end Irv Smith to their active roster today ahead of the game tomorrow. So this will give him an opportunity to, continue playing. I know that he was on the practice squad, and it'll keep him from possibly being poached, because that's one thing about when somebody's on the practice squad. He's the best. He's the best blocking tight end that you have.
Well, I'll take it a step further, because I kind of, I thought about this and was a little bit surprised, but the more you think about it, he's right. Clint was saying the other day, he's the best overall tight end they have.
And I'd like to see a little bit more before I get to that point.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that I am disagreeing with a former NFL player, especially one who played offense and has that particular eye. But yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit more before I get to that place. But I do like having Irv Smith here. Like you could see in some of these plays when he is blocking, as it seems like Bobby Slowick wants his tight ends to absolutely be involved in those things. Those things go a lot better. And one of the things again that I keep coming back to spend plays with team is just it's always something, right? It's always one point of failure somewhere. I feel better when Irv Smith is in there that he won't be that point of failure. And if you can minimize those, we can get closer to the idea of maybe you being able to run the football with some level of consistency or some level of regularity, because that would be very helpful in these moments in the playoffs. Having a run game that you can just throw out there and be like, hey, I feel better about the opportunity.
Even if he is just the blocking tight end. I mean, like I said, Clint thinks he can be more than that. He's better. He's the best overall. But even if he is just a blocker, who cares?
Yeah, that would be very helpful. All right, how about this? The Rockets, they smoke the New Orleans Pelicans last night, 133-113. And it was spurred on. Jalen Green put up some big numbers in this one, scoring-wise. I mean, everybody put up some big numbers. That's 133 points. Right? That was a very nice thing to see after a 5-day layoff coming off of that NBA Cup defeat, NBA Cup semifinal defeat to the Thunder, in which the Thunder really limited your offensive output. It was nice to see this team get out and score. They knocked down three-pointers at a high rate, including Dylan Brooks was out here knocking down shots. I believe it was 6 made three-pointers for him, which tied his career high, if I remember correctly. 6 of 10 was what he shot. And it wasn't just that. He was taking shots with the level of confidence that made me think, who the hell does he think he is?
Well,
and I hit
a confident guy.
I hit up B. Scott, and he was like, he kind of playing like he Kobe, like he think he Kobe. And he kind of was. And that was really nice. And I think one of the big things about this game that they pointed to was it allowed Fred VanVleet to play a little bit more off ball because other guys were scoring, and he didn't necessarily have to do as much setting up for everybody. Defense works. One, if you're knocking down shots, right? You're getting some open shots. And then two, if that ball is hopping around as it was early, a lot of assists in this game. And it helps that the Pelicans aren't very good right now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, that was you take it, and it wasn't necessarily an impressive win considering the opponent. You did what you're expected to do.
What, 20 points against that opponent?
But what did I say? If you're going to get well shooting the ball, this is the point in the schedule where you can get well. Two games against the Pelicans. I think they have the Raptors. I think they have someone else with it. Minnesota. No, they have someone else.
Their upcoming games?
Yeah, they have a softer part of schedule. So step one complete. If you're going to get well offensively and knocking down shots and change sort of the habits that you've been having, missing shots, this is the time to do it.
Okay, so the next few opponents, obviously they got New Orleans at home. That was a nice one, 34 points for Jalen Green. They go on the road for a little 3-game road trip over the Christmas holiday season. Sunday, they'll get Toronto at Scotiabank. I'm going to do this just for your benefit. And then they get Charlotte. Oh, wow. Where is Charlotte? What is that called? I actually don't remember that center.
Oh, I should have used that one.
Yeah, you should have. You should have, because I don't remember what that arena is called.
This is the get well stretch.
But yeah, they get the Charlotte Hornets. That's not a good basketball team either. And then they go to New Orleans.
Spectrum Center.
I should have guessed it, because I was like, I think it's Spectrum, but I don't feel good about that. And then they'll get the New Orleans Pelicans on the day after Christmas.
That's what I'm talking about.
So yeah, I mean, 3 teams that are, you can get after 100%, and they're going to have the opportunity to do that, give themselves a little bit of time. Also, Reed Shepherd got some time. It's supposed to, I guess, for lack of a better term, garbage minutes down the stretch, which is good. And more minutes for that dude, get him more comfortable on the floor. And hopefully, if you up that defense, you can add some more shooting that way as well. Shout out to the 713 who said this. I'm guessing the Christian Walker potential addition feels like an Uncle Mike move. Love it.
Kind of does. Doesn't it?
I can see it. I can see it.
Veteran, does it all the right way, still productive, a professional hitter.
Professional. And we'll see what that brings, and if the Astros do officially sign Christian Walker there. And one more before we go. It is bowl season, And the bowl games this week felt early because they had to accommodate the college football playoff games, first-round games that are happening tonight and tomorrow. In fact, Adam Spillane already touchdown in Indiana.
We'll get to that.
He is there.
The weather is awful.
Gross. It is disgusting.
Awful.
But I don't got to deal with that. However, right, what that has done is that's pushed some of the bowl games into some, kind of not great geography, at least in the schedule. And but it doesn't matter what the geography is. A win is a win, and that's what happened for the Sam Houston State Bearcats.
How about that? Shout out Brandon Scott, B. Scott. We got a lot of listeners.
There's a lot of people.
Hey,
of listeners.
Hell, Colin that was in here a couple days ago.
He went to the game.
Yeah.
He drove from here.
The R&L Carriers New Orleans Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah.
But, and totally pulling the curtain back, Reggie goes, I put that on the doc. He goes, what are you talking about? I was like, it's Sam
Did not
Houston's
watch
name,
a lick of the Sam.
Like,
and it says nothing about Sam Houston themselves.
Why did you put this on the doc? Hey, man.
I absolutely blame, again, just the schedule. And also, a lot of these bowls have just become TV fodder so that there's something on in these holiday seasons where there's not often a lot of stuff. And I just didn't realize it was on. My bad.
I watched, I ran circles around you last night because I watched a total of about 8 minutes of this game.
You did?
I did.
You basically watched all of it.
That's a lot for
all of the 31
Wednesday night, December 19th college football game. But
they had an interception return, mind you.
Big plays at the end. I heard. I didn't see those. I saw the ones earlier.
Okay.
But like
31-26 was the victory. In case you wanted the score over Georgia Southern.
Sam Houston State, Stephen F. Austin, alumni all around Houston. I've covered that game, called it for the radio. It couldn't be happier. This is the one good part. Like, everybody wants to bash on the NIL and transfers and all that. This is the best part of it all. Programs like Sam Houston State can get players that were in other programs, and they've always tried, but now it's a lot easier. They raise a little money. All of a sudden, who would have thought Sam Houston State would win a bowl game? An FBS bowl game.
Well, hold on. You said this like any bowl game was going to be crazy for them. But, I mean, over the last...
like this type of bowl game.
Over the last, 6-7 years, the trajectory has been really good for Sam Houston State. So you absolutely give them their credit. I'm interested to see what they do going forward. Obviously, Casey Keeler moving on. But, yeah, this is a good step. And it's one of the reasons why I love bowl season is because you get to have a positive punctuation mark for so many programs that don't have, that aren't going to be in the college football playoff landscape and those types things. And not to get on my soapbox, and I will make this very short for all the people that are already rolling their eyes, but it's one of the reasons why I hate how so much of the gravity, so much of the oxygen in the conversation gets pulled towards that, especially as we expand the playoff and we don't get to appreciate the likes of this. And I say this as a person that did not watch the game, so I understand the hypocrisy that happens here. But a game like this that gets to punctuate a 10-3 season for Sam Houston, right? This is part of what college football is. This is a large part of what college football is for a lot of folks, and I hate that we do so much looking at the very tip of the top.
But I think we do
appreciate
them, just not with the gravity as you talked about as before. And by the way, eat 'em up cats on the text board.
Yeah,
looking like a ticker right now.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man, we got a lot of listeners.
Yeah, man. So shout out to Sam Houston State getting a bowl victory. The R&L Carriers New Orleans Bowl champions.
Where was it played?
In New Orleans.
What was the stadium name?
I don't remember. Where's R&L Carrier? Is that one played? Is that played at Tulane Stadium?
I don't remember.
I don't remember where that's actually played. That's probably played at the Superdome. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Come on, Mr. Stadium, man. You got
Hey, man, look, I'm not infallible. Y'all act like I'm a robot over here. I am not that. But that's what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Actually, one of the things that's popping as well, it's a football Friday. So the fellas will be Clint Ron out at Twin Peaks on Northwest Freeway.
Perfect.
There you go.
Get out there.
Yeah, if you want the address specifically, it is 12830 Northwest Freeway in Houston. So get out, go see the fellas, get you something to drink, get you something to eat. I'm sure there will be some prizes to be won, and of course some good football Friday talk into a Saturday full of football, including Texans, Chiefs, and you can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, in fact, we'll talk a little bit more about this. Dan Orlovsky seems to be real concerned about your Texans offensive line. How concerned are you, and is he right to be concerned in the way that he is? We'll do that next.
All right. Hey, maybe this is your day, your week, your weekend to go get that new vehicle. How about you do it from your recliner, the comfort of your own home, and just give that easy lease from D&M Auto Leasing a call.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're getting into that Christmas vibe of stuff. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Adatula hanging out with you. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday as we are continuing to move towards. We're closing in on. We're bull rushing towards. We're
barreling
towards. Texans.
Headed towards.
Chiefs. Headed towards. Texas Chiefs tomorrow at noon. We'll talk a little bit more Texas here in a second as Dan Orlovsky of ESPN has some concerns about this offense. I want to see if you agree with them. 713-572-4610. But before we get there,
breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
We're seeing multiple of the newsbreakers, multiple of the big names in baseball making it official. Christian Walker is going to be signed by your Houston Astros pending a physical.
Bob Nightingale reported 36 seconds ago it is done.
Okay.
Christian Walker has agreed to a 3-year, $60 million contract with the Houston Astros. I don't mind the money.
Not at all.
I really like the acquisition.
He's a good player, man. Yeah. So it does feel like, maybe the Nolan Arenado thing is done, and maybe more importantly, Alex Bregman, that feels like that is completely out of play. Isaac Paredes, I know that he ends up playing in various places, but it's third and first are really the big ones. And if you got a first baseman in Christian Walker, one who, offensively is good, defensively is also really good, 3 successive Golden Gloves in the last 3 years. It feels like you're kind of done on the idea of having Alex Bregman return as a Houston Astro.
Yeah, no, that's a done deal. We just come to grips with it. You have your third baseman in Paredes. You have your first baseman in Christian Walker. Both productive players, both great defensive players.
Something that was made very abundantly clear about this Astros team that was what they wanted, was they wanted to make sure that if they got anyone that was still defensively, that's something that I took from the Alex Baum kind of comparisons where it was like, nope, don't want that guy.
And 3 years, $60 million, that is not bad, man, for a guy that has been consistently productive. Yes, he's going on 34 or has turned 34.
Yeah, this will be his age 34 season coming up.
But it drop production in the last 3 or 4 years, certainly the last 3. Now, it's not all going to be sunshine and rainbows. You always have to give up some things. They're going to give up 2 draft picks because he was going to be, I guess, what's the term? They exercised the option or whatever it was on him. You did give up Kyle Tucker as part of this deal, and apparently you're going to keep, or at least try to keep Framber
Valdez. Well. We'll see how that goes. But you think about it, offensively, right? That has been the calling card of this Astros team throughout the long-standing run that they've had. You look at the offensive options that they have, and you start naming them. But and there's still very clear needs in this offseason for that team. But you start looking at the offensive options. I don't know how early you want to put Altuve in there, but clearly you still have Yordan, Yanez Diaz, and then you add Christian Walker, who can do this at a pretty high level. Isaac Paredes is no slouch, right? Yeah. Like you've got some options to be able to cobble together, and cobble together is probably unfair, but to put together a team that still has an opportunity to contend, particularly in this AL West that I don't know is terrifying. The one team that I always have questions about is the Seattle Mariners, because they always seem to have the talent, but I don't know if they ever really put it together. We'll see what the new manager there is able to do. But no, this still seems like a team that would have an opportunity, assuming that Dana Brown does what I think we all want him to do, which is now, can you do something about this outfield? Like, if you can give me some with this outfield, particularly like some outfielders that have some bats that are coming along with them, not just gloves. You can work with here. You can work with some here.
Yeah, and then the window's open, and they're not hiding it. As I mentioned, losing draft picks is not great for a team that doesn't have a lot of prospects. They've lost draft picks the last couple of years. But they're still fighting for what they can this coming season.
Yeah. All right. So that is the breaking news. If you missed it again, Christian Walker, first baseman previously with the Arizona Diamondbacks, will be the new Astros first baseman. I don't know if that pending physical still remains in there if we're done here, but it's a 3-year, $60 million deal as reported by Bob Nightingale, as well as others who are breaking this story. All right. Let's go back to your Houston Texans ahead of this game tomorrow that you can hear here on Sports Radio 610. Dan Orlovsky of ESPN. He's the former quarterback. You remember the time that he ran out the back of the end zone that one time?
Yes,
you remember
I
that?
do.
Okay, cool. He's also somebody who has a very bland palate. He's notoriously.
Oh, that's right.
Notoriously eats like a
Mac and
5-year-old.
cheese and hot dogs.
Yeah,
That's all like chicken with no seasoning and stuff, right?
Mac
Like
and cheese and weenies.
And by the way, that's not like racial. Like he just genuinely just doesn't. He eats like chicken with no seasoning and stuff. It's
And also
very
the
weird.
guy, until Davis Mills, had the single worst practice I've ever seen by a Houston Texans quarterback. During training camp, I think he had.
He do wonder why black people smell so good. He feel like all black people smell good.
That too.
That is fair. So he's an appreciator of like good smells apparently though. So I can say that. How much do you appreciate the ball knowledge in this perspective? This is Dan Orlovsky with his kind of concern about this Texans offensive line in this matchup.
My concern is that strength matches up with Houston's weakness. If I'm Houston, because, and it's specifically the inside, the guards of the Houston Texans are going to get absolutely abused in the games. The interior has been the issue all week, but to my point, the guards. And all Spags is going to do is run what we call these pick stunts, where a linebacker is going to hit of that guard, and then that defensive tackle. Guys, 3 offensive linemen are blocking absolutely nobody. Like, this has got to drive Bobby Slowick absolutely out of his freaking mind, because it happens all the time. Sometimes it doesn't even mean a pressure is going to happen, a blitzer. They'll just do those internal stunts. If you're Kansas City and you're going to get Chris Jones doing this with a Mike Dana or George Karlaftis, that guard is looking out to his right. Dude, you should probably at some point get your eyes back inside, because here comes that loop. And again, both guards blocking absolutely nobody. One of them's on the ground. The interior play, the guards are going to get picked and stunted in games so much. And even then, you know Spags is going to show you more, and he's going to say, you're not ready or plan for it, and we'll get home.
He seems disgusted. Like just like these guys, they're not. They're
like,
on
look,
the ground.
one of them on the ground.
And then he says they're going to get absolutely abused. How do you really feel?
Does he not feel like a lot of folks around here? Like
He does.
That even when we talk about this offensive line looking better, all of that is with asterisk, because we know that this offensive line has not been up to the standard of any other offensive lineman in the league or offensive lines in the league. Yeah, man, I think that he clearly has a point here, and yes. The point that you have to really lean on is the tone of voice that he brings there, because,
Disgusted.
yeah, man, there's a lot of those moments where you look at the offensive line and it's just like you're not picking up stunts. And this is the basic things that you need to be able to do. And some of it I will, and maybe I'm being too kind in this regard. Let me know if you think that's what I'm doing here. Some of it I do wonder is like the continuity that's not forged, but then you can again be mad about, hey, that's probably why you all needed to have your asses in training camp, right?
Yeah.
But the continuity and being able to have that familiarity with the guy next to you and those types of things. But no, there's way too often where passing there's no flow in passing off defenders as they rush, and then when they add stunts and games and those types of things up front, there's so often that they're not handling that up well, and it's just not. It's not sound, right? Like the actual mechanics of what they are doing is not sound. And I'm sure that for a quarterback watching that film who's covering all these teams around the league looks at this team as like, this is particularly bad. And of course, when you come up against an interior defensive lineman like Chris Jones, and a defensive coordinator like Spagnuolo who knows how to attack the weak points of the defense, of an offense rather, this is going to be first and foremost one of those things that was coming up, I'm sure, earlier on this week in those meetings, like, yo, middle of the offensive line, let's see if we can apply pressure to C.J. Stroud up the middle.
And I think it's very important to note this about Dan Orlovsky. He was watching film of just Sunday's game, just the Dolphins.
Yeah, because
this line.
At one point,
like
when
this line that's going to be in Kansas City, it's not like, well, they've stunk all year, as we've talked about.
Yes.
Or the interior is really, really, really bad and all that. No, he was looking at this game and showing dudes that were just flat lost. I guess it was Shaq Mason did a little dipsy-do, a little pirouette, if you will, on some stunt, and he's like, come on, man. I mean, he's like, what are you doing? Another one, when Shaq Mason was looking to his right, trying to find somebody to block, and a dude was coming straight up on his left.
Yes.
So, they've got issues, but maybe this is going to fix it. No, he was looking at this last game. And it did make me think a little bit more, because I've been saying it's kind of like their last stand. Like if the offensive line, if this line can't figure it out now, they're just not going to. Well, he was saying, no, they're just bad now.
And the tough thing about it is, like, again, you look at some of the guys that you have and you're like, is it that they can't do it? And with some of those instances, I have questions, right? Like Shaq Mason has had a long career, and you've seen him do this before. But I do wonder if it's just like, are we getting to a point where we're over the hill there?
Yeah.
But I feel like actually, let me just ask you the question straight up. Do you think with a majority or with all these dudes that this is just that they can't do it? Excluding Laramie Tunsil, because I feel like Laramie Tunsil deserves it.
He doesn't want to run block as often as he should.
But I feel like over the last couple of weeks, he himself has been pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Right? I know that DJ Bieniemy wrote a piece about how, that draft night, debacle continues to kind of be a fuel for him in some sorts. And I thought about it. I was like, yeah, we have not talked about Laramie Tunsil. The pre-snap stuff has not been there. And he's been, the pass blocking is good. He has the power to be able to affect in the run game. How consistently does he do that is a question that I know that you're bringing up. But he deserves that. Okay, so maybe we put Laramie Tunsil aside. Maybe.
But can they not do it? I think Shaq, I mean, it's always hard to say. It's always hard to see. But he's not the same player that he was by any stretch. And let's be honest. I mean, how many games has Jarrett Patterson played center? How many games has Titus Howard been back at left guard? So I think I said this, sort of their last stand. I really believe that because we opened the show. I was talking about anyway, like if things go right, and you get the same C.J. Stroud and or the hints that you saw against the Dolphins, and obviously the defense is doing its thing, and you get some receivers doing, but it still comes back to the offensive line. Like they have to show progress this week, or else this offensive line, Dan Orlovsky might have an aneurysm because if they don't show some improvement here, then we know the story. It isn't going to get better.
No, and that's where we've been doing this for a long time. That's where that settles in. How likely do you think it's actually going to be that all these guys are now getting on the same page, and in this week they have figured out that hey, when you're in a situation and the protection is called, and you look up and there's only one guy with these three offensive linemen that you have here that you need to get over and help on the other side where I'm sure there's more pressure. Like how much is that going to happen? I'm not certain, but you have that's what you have to hope for. Like you have to hope that that's that level of progress. But yeah, clear concern for me, especially since you have Charles Mena who is now coming back for this Chiefs team and who was helping them apply a ton of pressure. You saw that against the Browns where they were on Jameis Winston's neck, Bubba. Yeah. They were on his keister getting into that backfield. You would absolutely hate to see C.J. Stroud in that circumstance because that would represent a lack of progress. That would a backslide of sorts, and that would definitely not bode well for getting a win in this game, or really what that would mean for this team in the postseason, I think.
He said they're going to get absolutely abused. That's a direct quote.
And I hope that he's wrong. Like, what is the amount of abuse, I guess, for lack of a better term, that you're willing to deal with in the name game with this offensive line? It's not, are they going to go and absolutely win? It's just like how much can we handle that we can actually make something shake with?
No, look, I think here we go again, and back to where we've been all season long. They've tried several different looks on the offensive line, several different personnel. They've seemed to have settled on this. I don't anticipate Kenyon Green finding a way back into the lineup. So if it doesn't happen now, if this ain't it, then it's going to have to be how far can your defense take you.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, man. The offensive line against this defensive line, one of the big keys to this one as the Texans face off against the Kansas City Chiefs. Tomorrow, you'll start the broadcast at 9 a.m. here on Sports Radio 610, getting you ready for that one. All right, coming up next, we're about that time where we get into our lunchtime confessions, and we'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
According to CJ. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I found out yesterday that I've always loved, admired, trusted one Figgy Fig.
Yes.
I found out yesterday that I might trust him more than I probably should.
Really?
Nothing against you, Figgy. So he was helping me out with a Fire Stick, downloading some apps that I didn't really know.
You've already said too much.
Some good apps.
They're coming for
some
you.
good apps.
You know, Lopez is a little older, so
yeah,
he don't understand.
I said, Figgy, can you download this for me? And he did.
So you need a Tubi, is what you're telling me?
Anywho,
yes.
Anyway,
yes.
So he texted me, and I'm up on top of the post with my granddaughter looking at the Christmas lights in the skyline, having dinner after dinner, and he goes, "Hey man, what's your Amazon username?" And I went, "Oh, he must be doing that." I said, "All right." A little while later, "Hey, what's your Amazon password?" And I said, all right, go ahead.
Well, after what mother's maiden name?
Well, you're close. Hey, Amazon just texted you a code. What's that code? So I texted him. I forwarded him that code.
What's your social?
So Figgy, I didn't even think twice. Got the app downloaded. Everything's
That's
good.
cool. I actually felt kind of weird doing that because I'm like, because you don't never text nobody, "Hey, what's your password?"
Yeah.
And so I did that.
You might not.
Yeah.
And see, I did that hoping because Amazon, that Fire Stick, sometimes they put you through a lot.
Yeah.
Just to set up something simple.
So what are you going to buy on my Amazon?
I already deleted the password, man.
Nothing's ever deleted.
Yeah.
Nothing's ever deleted.
Already.
But I got to confess, I mean, I trust Figgy more so than I do most people on this planet. Because
Go ahead and get you something nice, Figgy.
Hey, that's cool.
Get yourself something nice.
Hey, I'm the favorite son now.
Yeah.
Move over, BG.
You went to Thanksgiving and everything. It's true. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, get out of here, BG. I'm the best.
These are my confessions.
I don't even know what quite the confession is here, but I have a bit of audio that made me smile. Mm-hmm. Is that sufficient enough of a confession that I should bring to you? This comes from a basketball game in Sacramento at what is it, Golden One Center. Now I'm just doing it to annoy you.
Yeah.
The Golden One Center in Sacramento as the Kings were playing. Bill Kennedy was the referee for this one, and I just love Bill Kennedy for this reason in particular. There was a challenge, and so Bill Kennedy stepping to the mic to let the Sacramento fans know whether the challenge that their coach made was successful.
After reviewing the play, the defensive foul that was called on number 23 has been overturned. Unfortunately, the foul is now on number 9, and the Lakers will retain possession of the ball on the side. This challenge is successful.
What other refs have that kind of drama in them? What other refs have that kind of showmanship?
He let them get their applause in.
Keep it coming, keep it coming.
That's like being at the Oscars or something. Yeah. And you say something, and then you let the crowd, cheer and all that stuff.
But he went psych. You're still getting a foul.
Unfortunately,
however,
a little wink and a nod to the camera.
Yeah.
Bill Kennedy is probably my favorite official.
And he's been around now for quite a while.
I love it. I love it. Maybe everybody's least favorite official was Scott Foster, who left. He left the game, the Rockets-Pelicans game for a period of time. Mm-hmm. They had to go to the old school two-man refereeing crew.
Did a fan hit him or something?
I didn't see actually what happened. So maybe in fact, you know what? Just for my own personal purposes, I'm going to pretend like they did.
Yeah, okay.
These are my confessions.
So I want to give a shout out to my old lady, my wife.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do?
You're not going to be torturing her this time?
No. What you mean? That's you.
That's right.
I'm not the one buying the prank rap. But we was going to make some Christmas gifts for everyone here at the station.
Oh,
Wait,
is she the one doing it? We gonna get one of these joints?
Yeah.
She's the one that's doing it.
I'm so excited. I'm legitimately excited.
Wait, hold on. I'm about to pull a Bill Kennedy. However, so she was gonna make some maple cream, homemade maple cream for everybody.
Don't tell me
at
this.
The little glass.
Don't tell me this.
And she did it for her coworkers earlier this week. Mm-hmm. And then she like, all right, yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna do it for your coworkers and all that. Mm-hmm. Last night, I guess it went rough for her. Like, it wasn't coming out how she thought it would.
Oh, no.
She was so frustrated, man. She was up to like 12:30 last night.
Well, that just makes me feel bad for her.
I feel, my confession, I feel kind of bad for her.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, man, everybody coming around giving gifts. I'm like, all right, I can't wait to bring mine.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out right.
That's
man.
okay. It's a thought that counts, as they say.
Yeah, she felt so bad, man.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Don't sweat it.
I wasn't expecting it. I just got hyped right now because you said something. So really, this is your fault. I would have been perfectly fine.
Hey, I'm channeling my Bill Kennedy right there. I said, hey, got some gifts for you guys. Unfortunately, it didn't work out right.
Yeah.
But, salute to her, man.
Yeah, that guy. Tell her no harm, no foul.
Yeah, it's the worst when, especially somebody that's a real cooker, when they get something wrong and they're like, I don't know what happened.
They beat up themselves.
Yeah. So, it's only like 2 times she messed up something like that. So.
All right. All good, though.
Yeah, all good.
All good.
These are my confessions.
Money makes you do stupid things. This may not be a confession, maybe just the reality. I made a bet this morning, about 5 minutes before the show, that makes me sick to my stomach. Sick. But I still made the bet. After kind of looking at this college football playoff, which, by the way, if you thought that I wasn't going to have the quirky, sappy college football line, you got another thing coming because that's coming up next. But I bet $100 plus $1,100 on Notre Dame, Barf, to win the national championship.
Well, I mean, you already took one L to them in the season. So at this point,
wow, that's mean.
What?
That's just mean.
That is factually accurate.
That's just mean.
That is factually accurate. Don't be mad at me. Tell your team to play better football.
Man.
Why, what is this?
Yeah.
Why am I getting why are you booing me? I'm right.
Over there, it's a low blow.
That's a low blow. That's a cheap shot.
That's a cheap shot.
Yes, but I'm not a big Notre Dame fan. Never have been. I like a lot of people from Notre Dame. Shout out to Sean and all my friends from Notre Dame. But I shouldn't be betting on them, but I am. $100 Notre Dame to win the national championship. I don't.
Well,
either.
That's why I did it. If it was to go to the championship game,
win the national championship.
That gets a little tough because I don't even know if I've fully put together which I probably should. Like the games start tonight, but I don't think I've put up together who I fully think will win it. But I think that their path, if they were to move
and we'll get into
there,
that in the next segment. Yeah.
I think it's an advantageous one, so I could see that. I understand where you're getting the value there. I like that.
All right.
These are my confessions.
I am allowing myself to drink the Kool-Aid.
And that is?
I understand the Pelicans are not very good at basketball.
They won 5 games.
Yeah, they have won 5 games out of 25, something like that. It's not pretty over there. Seeing the way that these dudes were knocking down shots.
You are drinking the Kool-Aid.
We don't need no shooters. We got these shooters. We got Dylan Brooks.
The development is going to happen. They're going to knock down the shots. Yeah. The offense will come along.
Yeah. We don't need no trade.
I believe it.
The Pelicans, huh?
We got some shooters.
I'm believing it, man. I'm believing that they can shoot. Like, it won't always be 133 points. It won't always be quite that. But I do think, man, like we might be living in the world where the first part of this season has been a little bit of an anomaly, and these open shots will actually go down, and the offense will look a lot more passable.
Well, you are drinking the
Kool-Aid.
I
am drinking. Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
That far.
I am drinking the Kool-Aid. I admit it. I understand. I've diagnosed it, but I'm there. I can't help how I feel. I have the fever.
Man. Well, okay. I mean,
you're like whatever, dog.
That's your opinion.
No, I do think
we both made questionable decisions today.
We did.
You with Notre Dame, and me with drinking the Kool-Aid.
And
I understand.
But if, as we've been saying, as I've been saying, certainly, if they can get their strokes down, so to speak, in this week part of the schedule,
incredibly wild phrasing.
The key to it all is just getting your stroke down. And if you do that,
I've often said that.
And if you do that. Maybe that shooting prowess would linger for a little bit.
They only shot 44% from 3 in that game.
But they had key players making a lot of shots.
They got downhill.
Like
this feels like it's doable.
Yeah.
I mean, they got downhill to the basket, and they shot 57% from 2, or like from the field just generally. Yeah. So they shot really well from 2. Like I think the
Pelicans won 5 games. You said
like 3 points.
5,
yes.
5, okay.
5 and 23.
All right.
Yep. And the way Jalen Green been going, he probably had 9 points.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Jalen Green had a robust 34 points, 13 of 22 shooting.
Then the very next game, he always get 9 points.
Yep.
Lately, he's been getting like 12,
11
towards the end. But then usually 9 the next game.
These are my confessions.
So I was on social media. I ran across a clip from the Sherry Shepherd show, and it said the Temptations performing Silent Night live.
What?
Wow.
That's what I said. I said, wait a minute, what? So I tapped in on it. I'm like, who is these ninjas? This ain't no
wow.
This ain't no doggone Temptations.
Yeah.
Who is these people?
Was it like one person from the?
That's my confession.
Yeah.
Salute to Otis Williams, man. He's still
holding on.
He's still holding on, man. My confession was I thought they all passed away. I didn't know it was one living
original Temptation.
So he's got the rights.
He do.
Yeah,
I looked it up. He got the rights to the name and all that stuff. So
do y'all like it when a band kind of continues on like that?
Unless it's like the lead singer, like the Journey thing is awesome. The guy that replaced, that's awesome. But like when you get like Temptations and you got all but one are no longer with us and they still call it the Temptations, no.
yeah. I want to say like 81 years old. He's still doing this. He's still doing this thing, man. Salute, but
83 apparently.
Oh, 83. Okay.
And I didn't realize he was born in Texarkana.
Okay, but yeah. So apparently everybody came to see you, Otis. Everybody came to see.
Because if they didn't come to see you, I don't know what they came to see.
Exactly, man. Salute to Otis Williams of the Temptations.
These are my confessions.
We good.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All everybody's clear there. Those are the confessions right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Why does the new guy voice change pitches so often? I don't know. I don't
Yesterday you had a good high one.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
With that.
Little Gus Johnson going on.
Yeah.
I wish I could be Gus Johnson. Gus Johnson does some wild things with his voice.
Hollywood. You'll see him.
Yeah, you will see.
Yeah, you'll see him.
Because it seems like he will play. And, of course, you'll see Patrick Mahomes tomorrow when the Kansas City Chiefs welcome in your Houston Texans to Arrowhead Stadium. You'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. And that's going to be amongst a long day of all sorts of football and such. Speaking of, college football gets going tonight, and tomorrow you'll be hitting it hard. And so coming up next, let's get our Lopez with our college football theme, our college football headline of the weekend as we head into the first round of the college football playoff. We'll do that next.
The Drive is
releasing today.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Real festive on a Football Friday. It's a festive Football Friday. There you go. There's the alliteration I was looking for right here. As we're getting ready, we are barreling towards, we're bull rushing towards, we're doing all the things, getting ready for Kansas City.
Using them all.
Yeah, getting them all in there as the Texans should already be on their way up to Kansas City.
Yeah, it's about the time they leave right about now. Yeah.
Absolutely. To Kansas City to take on the Chiefs tomorrow. And that is one of many, many really fun football games this weekend. A lot of those college football-wise.
Yeah, man.
As the college football playoffs gets going. And so, as we do on a Friday in college football season, as it still technically is, Lopez, what is your college football headline?
This happy college football theme of the week is You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch Saturday.
Okay.
You're a mean one.
Mr. Grinch.
And the reason is, and this is where I wanted to talk about here. There's going to be some upsets. Like it's inevitable. Just like any bracket, we know about March Madness. Is it
inevitable?
No, it is. There's going to be some upsets.
All right.
They're absolutely not this weekend, but I started to kind of think about, all right, where do I see an upset happening?
Okay, so we got 4 games going here. Is obviously you have number 1 Oregon, number 2 Georgia, number 3 Boise State, number 4 Arizona State, all having their bye week. Or their bye into those bowl games that will happen on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. And so right now you're dealing with the home playoff games, which that's going to be a fun, exciting level to all of these games. But yeah, where's the upset in these 4? I guess that
look,
looking at them.
I've been a sort of a 2024 fan of Indiana and obviously supporting Adam Spillane and having fun with him and all that.
That's 11 Indiana to you, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't see it happening tonight. I really don't. The weather is I know they live in Indiana too, but the weather is atrocious. They've had some experience, playing in a big game atmosphere with Ohio State. Started out well in that game and then got really, beat up to a pulp pretty good. And Notre Dame's defense is, I believe, first or second in points among the teams, at that level. And their passing defense is ridiculously good. Well, that's what Indiana does. They score a lot of points and they pass the ball. Big chunks downfield. Just not a good matchup for Indiana. I was going to say I hope they win, but I don't now because I bet on Notre Dame to win the national championship. But part of that bet with Notre Dame is their matchups are good. It's a perfect matchup for what they do well facing Indiana. And then they might face Georgia, which is
no, they wouldn't. Is it Georgia?
I thought it was Georgia.
I think they're lined up with, as I've already lost the bracket that I had directly in front of me a moment ago. But they are lined up. Oh yeah, it would be the possibility of Georgia. That's right. I'm confusing them and Penn State in my brain. But yes, if they beat Indiana, they would go up against Georgia.
Georgia's
in the Sugar
not
Bowl.
that scary. I mean, their defense, of course, too, but they're not the Georgia we knew.
No.
So I think things are lining up for Notre Dame as much as I would if I hadn't bet some money on it. So not Indiana at Notre Dame. Not Clemson at Texas.
Okay, see, yeah, Clemson is the team that is,
You
they
think
have
that might be
the
one?
lowest. No, well, here's the issue, and this the big talking point that happens in this game is with Texas because Quinn Ewers has left things to be desired, particularly in the red zone. Like when they try and pass in the red zone, it's not been very good. He can kind of operate the offense, but there's not a level of consistency there. And they've got the guys in the trenches, but you've got to be able to throw the football. You're sitting over there looking like, hey, man, Arch Manning is right there, right? Arch Manning was able to produce one of the biggest plays that you had in that SEC championship game that they played. And so the question is, how long will the leash be for Quinn Ewers? And if the leash is kind of long, could that be something where they depend on him and he kind of hampers the great plays that Sark puts out there to the point where it allows Clemson to remain in that game long enough to find
I guess it's possible, but I don't see that. I think it comes down to 2 games, and it's because the 2 coaches involved. If things go bad early at Penn State or at Ohio State, Figgy, what's that stadium going to be like if Tennessee gets up 10-0?
Oh, man. A lot of booing.
How is Tennessee scoring?
saying, if Tennessee,
I was going to say, how are they scoring 10 early?
But they have. I mean, they will make some plays on offense. They've been known to have some good
Not
speed
against one of the better defenses.
Well,
in
no,
the
I get it,
nation, Ohio
but
State.
that's why I'm saying upset.
I think that one might. We have a lot of opportunity for some ugly games in some of these circumstances because of a lack of offense in some Tennessee is one of those. But yeah, I mean, in all these games, as why the evidence of the disparity here. I think the shortest odds on this one are Notre Dame at they're -6.5.
Okay.
All these other ones, Penn State is -8.5 favorites. Ohio State -7 favorites, and then of course Texas a -12 favorite. And that's the only game that's probably in the confines of the South where you probably have some decent weather. All these other ones, y'all gonna be dealing with some ugly weather that might also add to a game that might be a little ugly. So we might have some slobber knockers of sorts if possible.
I'm kind of looking at SMU, man. I mean, I wouldn't bet on that one, but James Franklin, same thing, same dynamic. If they fall behind early at home, then the whiteout and all that stuff in State College, they're going to be very, 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 very upset with their coach. He's feeling a lot of pressure. SMU has none. I mean, at all. And I think they've proven consistently. SMU is not. They've played some good teams.
That's going to be an interesting one. That one gets going at noon Eastern time, so 11 a.m. Central. And that one's on TNT. That's one of these weird things. The TNT is kind of a sublet of sorts, some of these football games as well. But Kevin Jennings is going to be a big part of that. SMU's quarterback. Obviously, we mentioned the cold, really good defense in Penn State, even though they be out here being unserious to like the big ticket teams once they actually get there. That's been Penn State and particularly James Franklin's. I want to say calling card, but that's a little more mean than I want to be. I want to be relatively mean, but not that mean. That's been his kind of hang up. Is that when you get to some of these big ticket teams, when you get to Michigan, when you get to Ohio State, he's had these issues. SMU would be a different level of that.
Sure.
If that was the loss. But Kevin Jennings is a good quarterback. Can he generate offense? But then particularly in the confines of that weather, that defense, it feels like a bridge too far. Especially, I feel like Tyler Warren will have an opportunity to do something against SMU, who's been pretty good against tight ends, but they ain't seen a tight end like Tyler Warren.
Look, they have so much talent at Penn State, and they have had so much talent at Penn State for a long time. But things start getting a little interesting there. SMU could well be the one. I don't know if there's going to be any upsets. There's going to be an upset in the tournament, in the bracket.
Yeah, I feel better about like in that second round once you get to the bowl games on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. But on these ones, I'm willing to go chalk. Kevin Jennings, maybe he gets going with the dual threat and gets his legs running. But yeah, this one I feel like it's going to be chalk. But I'm going to be really interested in watching these games just because I think there's a lot of aspects and factors in this that are going to make it a little different, including the home field advantage, man.
Yeah.
I was listening earlier to when Sean and Seth were talking about it, and I felt so stupid that I had not considered this till this point. But like the time in the school year that these games come is actually after a lot of these semesters have ended, and so I had not even considered like I just want to see what degree the home games are, and I know that they've sold a lot of these tickets to the point where there were some shenanigans.
Yeah.
If Penn State particularly and making sure that their students got the tickets. I want to see like what the environment ultimately is. Is it fully in that regular home game? Is it somewhere in between? But it's definitely not going to be the full neutral game experience. So that should be a fun thing to watch amongst other things.
Yeah, and look, I think it's going to be. I'm really in on this the playoff. I think people are going to go nuts. I think it's going to really take hold immediately and be like next level stuff. But good matchups. I think the most boring game might be Texas, but you never know. Clemson has some players.
No, yeah, I think that one might be boring just because of what I talked about, where the offense can maybe not churn, but that Texas defense is a monster. Like we've got some great defenses on display with Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Like I think all of those are really, really good defenses. I do feel for a guy, Adam Spillane, who's on the ground in Indiana already. He found a way to get tickets there. He's going to be cold, and I feel like he's going to be disappointed.
It is really, and it's going to be a late game, too.
Yeah, that one kicks off at 7.
They were in line to get into the stadium parking lot now. They were in line at 7 a.m. this morning.
Should we like start a group chat and just send him texts all through the game and annoy him and bother him?
Well, he just sent a picture 13 minutes ago.
On Twitter?
We have arrived, and it's the city limit sign of South Bend, Indiana. He's just miserable, but excited.
Yeah,
to be
but I feel like he's miserable just generally.
You gotta live in the moment, though, man.
Yeah, he absolutely. He's just gonna. I can't wait to talk to him next week.
Have you been taking in any of these other bowl games that have all been displaced? Like this would typically be the week, like a Saturday, where a lot of these bowl games would live normally, but because they clear out for the college football playoff to try and make that more prominent, and not even make it is more prominent. You've had bowl games like all during the week. You have bowl games on right now. In fact, I think at 2:30 you're going to get Florida playing Tulane in one of these bowl games. So all these bowl games have kind of been pushed. Have you been actually checking out any of these bowl games this week?
I have, and checking out is the way it is. I mean, just a little bit here. I talked about last night. I watched like 8 minutes of Sam and Georgia Southern, but either way, I don't mind this. I mean, I think people still value the bowls. I know the transfer thing kind of hamstrings a lot of these squads, but that's just the life. That's the sacrifice you make. I think once the games start, I mean, it's still the environment. It's still fun to watch. It's not the stakes, but there's 12 teams with high stakes, and that's what makes it worth it.
Yeah, on the text line from the 832, Notre Dame has no chance of beating Georgia. I wouldn't say that by any stretch. Well, one of the things that also makes it more interesting is that Georgia expects Carson Beck to miss the entirety of the college football playoff. You remember in the SEC championship game where I think they narrowly defeated Texas 22-19 in overtime. He sustained an elbow injury.
Well, and then probably more than that too.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And he returned for that last play in overtime just to hand the ball off, which, mind you, that was not a 2-point play.
Yeah.
There was I can't remember. It was one of the offensive linemen saying they had run out of 2-point plays. That was just a play that they typically run on first down. They just lined it up, handed the football off, and went ahead and plowed his way into the end zone. But yeah, Gunnar Stockton is probably the guy out there, and he looked fine. But I think that's going to be interesting, right, to see just how good Georgia will actually look with that second quarterback. Now they'll have some time because they don't play until New Year's Day.
Yeah.
A
little more time to prepare, a little more time to game plan, and they're going to be all about it. But Georgia's going to be about what their defense can do, and then that's just the way it's going to be. Just don't screw up is what you're telling him.
All right, so if you have to pick a game of the weekend of these, which one are you going for?
I'm interested in SMU Penn State. Maybe it'll be a 30-point win, and I look like a dummy. That's fine, and it wouldn't be the first time. I'm interested in that one because of all that. I think the most entertaining game would be tonight, Indiana and Notre Dame, just because same state, haven't played each other, I want to say, in like 20-something years. And Notre Dame with cross-state rival, well, not rival, but a team that's across the state. And Indiana has been a darling, all year long. So we'll see if they can pull off another one.
How sick is Sean if Indiana manages to find a way to by hook and by crook get this?
Sick. Sick. Like mood-shifting sick for the next week. Like, absolutely.
You think Ryan Day actually loses his job if something happens here?
If he loses, does he lose his job?
I do think that it's been kind of overblown in some ways.
I don't think so. Like, it's very frustrating, believe me. But if you look at his overall record, I think it would be kind of silly unless they have a plan. Somebody else better coming in. I don't see them moving on from him.
I think there's a chance Ryan Day and James Franklin lose their jobs if they lose. There's a lot of pushing at Penn State and State College for the same thing happening.
I don't see Penn State moving.
We just be talking though, right? Like I feel like that might be the talking of this.
I mean, to me, I feel like it would be common sense if you feel like this squad ain't going nowhere. It's
Ryan Day, it's a real thing though. Like there's a legit push among boosters, and he can't get it done. Losing to Michigan, man.
Yeah, that's always tough. But if
Michigan,
yeah.
Did you see Kirk Herbstreit's son?
No. What happened with Kirk Herbstreit's son?
Kirk Herbstreit's son committed and signed to Michigan.
Well,
wow.
Yeah. I mean, he's his own man.
Well, he said Ohio State didn't show as much interest, or maybe they didn't even offer. Michigan did.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's blasphemous, man.
How good is Kirk Herbstreit's son? Like that's.
I mean, they did offer him a scholarship.
Okay.
Yeah. See, at that
he's
point,
not like a preferred walk-on or anything. He's a scholarship player.
Okay.
Yeah. See, at that point, I'm not really mad at, because as a parent, you know this.
Mm-hmm.
If your son get a scholarship offer to Texas, UT,
yeah,
you're gonna be like, hey,
no, well,
let's go.
That's a conversation we had when he was, I want to say freshman or whatever. He was a big-time swimmer and was getting looks and all that stuff. Ended up going to A&M, but he asked me one day. He goes, "What if Texas offers me a scholarship and A&M doesn't?" I said, "Hook 'em horns."
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a clip of that.
I said, horns. What if?
Well, that's not what the edit's going to say.
It didn't happen.
Hook 'em horns.
Come on. Thank God that didn't happen.
All right. So there you go. Once more, your college football headline for the first iteration of the 12-team college football playoff is what, Lopez?
It's You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch Saturday.
Yeah, let's see if
because there will be upsets.
Well, let's see if anybody comes to spoil Christmas.
Who's Mr. Grinch is the question.
Shout out to the 281 who said, I know y'all not talking about it right now. Can you please shout out the last Houston area team left in the high school football playoffs? Richmond Randall plays at 7 versus South Oak Cliff of up in the Dallas. So it's a little Houston-Dallas rivalry.
Shout out to you.
Okay.
That happens so often in these high school playoffs. So shout out to Richmond Randall. Hope they get a W. All right. You're in the loop.
I think they've only been around for like 3 years.
That's all it needs. I remember Katie Pato got a state championship. What was that, a couple years ago? In that same way where they hadn't been around very long. It's always amazing to see the coaches jump in and immediately and get something to shake. And 6-2-0, I don't know if Pendergast and Spo have like anything riding on this game. We probably need to check in and see if they have anything riding on this game because, whenever you have that, you have the opportunity to have some fun with it.
I know Spo said nah, right? And because I think the last time he was in with us, he was just like, I ain't betting. I ain't doing that. Nope.
That's right. He said he just wants to talk some trash.
Yeah, whatever, dog. All right, coming up next, let's get ready, man. The game is approaching. It is nigh. So Texans win because
it is nigh. That's a new one.
Hey man, it's like that's one of those types of words that you use in the holiday season.
Nigh is the game.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's one of those Christmas story or Christmas Carol type words to use, right? Texans win because Texans lose because. What are the factors in this victory or loss at Arrowhead tomorrow? We'll discuss it next.
Ready? Your Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Man, Figgy's been coming with all the tunes here on a festive Football Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with myself, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig as we're getting ready for one, Christmas, but two, more importantly, Texans at Chiefs.
That's way more important than Christmas.
That's right. That's right.
More importantly, this game.
It's more important than Santa Christmas, but not more important than Jesus Christmas. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
I don't know.
Don't write me letters about it. I think I cleaned that up.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's also encroached upon a Football Friday, if you didn't hear earlier, the Astros have acquired a first baseman. His name is Christian Walker. He's headed into his age 34 season. Still three-time Gold Glover. In fact, the past 3 seasons when it comes to first base. But I think it's a 3-year, $60 million, $20 million a year, and you're giving up a couple of draft picks. I know that kind of scares people away, or at least hurts a little bit for some folks. And then I think the thing that gets interesting is that you begin approaching the tax line, which is clearly something that this team doesn't want to have to dip
Probably
into.
going to be over, to be honest, because they still got to get an outfielder.
And that's the thing is, are they going to go that way? Or you remember they've talked about the idea of Ryan Presley possibly being a trade candidate, a dude that wants to close. So maybe you're able to find somebody who wants a closer and can maybe spare an outfielder, and that's why you address it or something. I know that it seems like they don't want to trade Fromber, but they said they'd listen. So their outfield still needs to be addressed, but it feels like first base, third base have been addressed with Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes respectively. And I think that it's time that we probably say a heartfelt goodbye to Alex Bregman.
Yeah, it is time for that. It is funny also to me when you see these reactions because everybody's like, today would be a great day to sign Alex Bregman. You want to keep contending. He's your heart and soul and all that. And then you get 2 players that can actually probably, if you get an outfielder especially, make you a better team than last year. I mean, you can argue that, with
and we will at some point.
At some point. But people are like, oh, dang, you gave up 2 draft picks. Well, okay, you got to pick a side here. Do you want to keep the window open, or do you want to go ahead and
people want to go for it all and keep the draft picks,
keep the draft
and keep the farm system.
it's one or the other in this case.
We want it all.
It really is.
Yeah, you try and thread the needle. Like that feels like that's
ideally, but not for this team. We knew they were weak on in the farm. They'd given up some draft picks. Well, if you want to keep the window open, that's what you got to do.
And from the 832, Jacob Melton, come on down. Yeah, man, you probably are going to see some of those guys from the farm get a little bit of opportunity to filter in.
I wonder what that outfield going to look like, man.
As of right now, I don't want to think about it. I'm heading into a
Myers.
weekend.
And Dubon.
Don't ruin my Saturday. I got a lot of good football and stuff ahead of me.
It's still early, so I don't think that's penciled in.
Yeah.
And I guess again, it's encouraging seeing the Astros and Dana Brown in particular making some of these moves. All right, let's get back to the game though of the weekend for us. Texans Chiefs. Let's do what we do every Friday. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that you think that lead to a win or a loss in a victory or in a game against the Kansas City Chiefs?
I've been talking about, they now or never kind of with this line, now or never with getting taking some sort of next step with the offense. But I'm going to go back to how they won last week. I think that's we talked about it on Monday. This is the template.
Turnovers.
Great defense, big plays, turnovers. So I'm going to say, let's see what Tank Dell can do with a big punt return or giving them some field position.
That part of this.
I love what they've done with him. I think it took them way too long to get Tank Dell into as a return role. Little field position or maybe even going the distance from Tank Dell. A couple of turnovers. Seth said this morning he thought the Texans would turn the Chiefs over 3 times.
And I was nodding my head right along with them.
Still lose.
Okay.
And I'm like, they've done that before. they've done that before. If you turn them over 2 or 3 times and you get either really good field position, good play, or maybe even one going the distance from Tank Dell, I'm not gonna speculate too much on just how good this line can be against the Chiefs. I'm not gonna speculate too much on just how big of a leap Joe Mixon can do running the ball against the Chiefs defense. What I do know the Texans do well is turn the ball over, and now they got a punt returner that can maybe help you in a cold weather situation.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be something that factors into a Texans win is those turnovers. Obviously, it's abundantly clear, and I know that we've talked up and down about how this offense has not looked like it's been as effective as you would want, but it looked a lot better. It looked better in that game, especially when you're able to get them short fields. Like we can go up and down about how they only really got like 140 yards of offense, but if you give them circumstances where they only need 140 yards of offense, you can get yourself a lot better. And I know that's, again, I don't know that you can expect that consistently to be a way to win. It's one of the big things that I brought up as a concern. But I do think that turnovers is a possibility in this game.
Yeah,
Patrick Mahomes, after
he throws them,
he's throwing not just interception, but he's wanting to test teams downfield. After a long period of time of going from being that guy that's really just throwing bombs over top to Tyreek Hill to teams kind of putting that too high safety to force him to be a little bit more surgical work underneath. This year you're seeing him want to tend towards, I want to get that ball over top, I want to get those big plays. And with Hollywood Brown, Marquise Brown returning, I think that is going to entice him to try and throw the ball over top a little bit more. And I'm willing to lean into the idea that this team defense secondary has gotten more comfortable with being able to lock that down.
Yeah. With
the safeties, obviously Kalen Bullock being having a nose for the football out there, being a ball hawk, but then also All-Pro Stingley has shown his ability to kind of be sticky, to break at the right time. I begrudgingly will say
he does
to close.
Jesus Christ!
Hey, the facts are the facts.
The ball skills that this defensive secondary shows, I think that they're going to get a couple of turnovers in this game. Absolutely, and that is going to factor in if you're going to win this football game. I think that some turnovers are going to be necessary.
Lose because to me it's also obvious. As much as I've been hopeful with what I've seen so far in a small sample with this line just ain't it, and it's not going to be it. And no matter how many combinations you try. Different players you try, inside, outside, whatever, it ain't ever going to be it. Now, if this off, I mean, it's now or never to show something with this line, and if they're not, they have no chance.
Yeah, and I mean, it's real easy to see the pathway towards this line having real issues, and that is, hey, Chris Jones is over there.
Yeah.
And then they've recovered more support in the pass rush situation. This team likes to blitz as well. So, hey, there's even more pressure generation. And this defensive coordinator has demonstrated himself to be very good at, calling the right plays at the right times that put quarterbacks under pressure. It was just evidence last week against the Browns where they had Jameis Winston on his keister many a times. Like C.J. Stroud and this offensive line, like you saw him finding a little bit more comfort with some clean pockets against. This is not that Dolphins defensive line, and I think that's where that could be a little that could be fraught in this game.
And they've added Charles Omenihu in the last couple of weeks,
right?
Who's acting like Jefferson from Fast Times at Ridgemont High right now.
Don't get the reference.
You saw it.
Mm-mm.
Why don't you see it over the break?
I might.
Somebody messed with his car, and he was not happy.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, legitimately, don't know the reference. Sorry, my bad, guys.
So Omenihu is feeling it. Big revenge game for a lot of people, but I don't know if that's going to be a win because or lose because. I think the other lose because is even if you do get some semblance of what we had yesterday from C.J. Stroud and the offense, you got to get Joe Mixon in space, man. You got to do more than just try to run the ball. You might be hammering your head against the wall there. You got to get him out there. I think, we've talked about it earlier. Get him the ball as a receiver, and maybe some good things will happen on the edges.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'd like to see is like with the threat of this defensive line against the offensive line that you have that you're throwing out there, even though you'll have one more week of continuity, whatever that ultimately means on the field.
Yeah.
There's quite the possibility that they're going to be able to apply some pressure. One of the ways that you can slow down a defense is just throwing that football over top of them if you can, and getting the ball out into space. And so that's one of those things that's easier said and done, especially with this Texans team. The screens and those types of things have not been executed particularly well. But if there was ever a time to find a way to get them done, this game would be very helpful to do that.
The other thing that I think is going to be really, really important in this game, we've talked about Christian Harris and what a place to start from, after missing so many games.
Yep.
But we still got to go back to. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was a full go. By the way, he didn't just participate; he was a full go in practice yesterday.
However, continue.
That ankle is going to be taped and taped and taped and taped. He's not going to. I don't care how full go he was. He's not going to be as mobile a guy. And Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, I believe they're now second and third in sacks per game.
Yeah,
in the entire NFL.
Yeah, this is a terrible tandem, and that's where I was going to go specifically. Thank you for walking me up to it. Texans win because Patrick Mahomes has the possibility of being under duress. Yes. Because not only that, you were talking about the injury report. One of the things that came with the injury report is that DJ Humphries is indeed still out, even though he's I think fourth guy that they played at left tackle this season, and he had not been great. Joe Thuney this past week went from guard to tackle, and Pro Football Focus ratings, of course, here's the typical disclaimer, right? It's a little bit subjective, and you can take it for what you will, but he was the second worst rated blocker in that game from everybody that blocked, right? And that was him on the edge. Now, mind you, he's playing against the Cleveland Browns, where I'm sure Myles Garrett factored in quite a bit in that grade, but what is Myles Garrett when you're looking at the likes of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, right? It feels like that's a similar proposition and challenge that these tackles are going to have to face. Those tackles for the Chiefs are going to have to face with this Texans defensive line. You have an opportunity to make this really tough on Patrick Mahomes. So the Texans win if they can take advantage of those matchups and Patrick Mahomes' possible limited mobility in the pocket, and maybe sit him down a few times, or just add that pressure, and then you add to the possibility of those turnovers as well.
And I'm really intrigued to see just what the next step, if any, might be for Christian Harris. D'Amico tried to talk about it. I've talked about it. Other people have talked about it. I don't think people still fully grasp how impressive that was that he did, and if he's going to get better, and if he's going to be even more comfortable, and as I mentioned, his forte is defending the pass. Well, one of his fortes, he can do it a little bit of everything, and he really wasn't even tested that much by the Dolphins. If he can add that second level to what we know is a great third level with Stingley holding it down, and the front we just talked about with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, if he can all of a sudden get you that caliber of player at the second level, at the linebacker position, even Patrick Mahomes is going to struggle and going to be running around and trying to find connections.
I don't fully understand the connection here, but I appreciate the sentiment and the energy from the 832 on the text line. We have Tim Settle Jr. We ain't scared of Charles. I don't quite.
Oh, you know exactly what he's talking about.
Okay. Is there going to be a fist fight? Is that what's happening?
Well, they can't really face each other, but
that's what I was wondering. I was like, I don't understand quite.
Maybe warm-ups.
Yeah, I was thinking about who was it? Anthony Edwards that said they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels. That's what I was thinking about.
Oh, well, then that's fair. That's fair.
Man, hey, they did beat the Suns, so
yeah,
they did in that circumstance. They absolutely did. Is there anything else that you like? Is it as simple as whoever's defense plays better in this one? Because again, it feels like these teams are kind of similar to each other.
Well, both. Obviously, yes, but whichever defense. Clearly, they are mirror images in terms of how they win games. The quarterback play being a little bit confusing, although Patrick Mahomes had maybe a little more success. But the other thing, it's very, very simple. Like, they've added weapons that they haven't had before. Xavier Worthy's coming around. Hollywood Brown is new. They have D-Hop. D-Hop is going to have a toe tap catch on the sideline. He's going to give that to the Texans at some point. His forte. The Texans secondary. Talk about Derek Stingley, how awesome he is. Kamari Lassiter. They're still
Jimmy Ward's been really good in that role.
Jimmy Ward's been a lot better.
We knew that was something that he could do, and he's snapped right back into that role like he never left.
Yeah, but they've had those moments with the deep ball, and that might be something that they're going to try to exploit. And as you mentioned earlier, Mahomes is going to try it.
Yeah, neither of these teams has been great offensively over the last few weeks. Defenses have been real stout. Do you have a prediction for this?
I can't pick the Texans here as much as I'm really hopeful, and I think that it's going to be a very telling game. But I'm going to say very low scoring.
Yeah.
Defenses like crazy. Turnovers having a big impact, maybe making a difference. But I'm going to say some field goals involved here. So I'm going to say 20-17 Chiefs.
That's about what I was thinking. So just to be different, I'll go 23-17.
Another field goal by Butker.
Yeah, man.
Who's missed a couple here and there now.
He has.
Yeah.
So I'll bring it back down to 20. No, I'm just playing. Yeah. And I think this is a downright winnable game. In fact, you know what?
It is.
I'm switching it. 20-17 Texans.
All right.
Bleep you. But yeah, I think this is a downright winnable game. But the margins are very, very thin on this one. Incredibly thin on this one. It should be a really good football game, but I am anticipating a nerve-wracking football game.
Oh, for sure.
In this one. So I can't wait to see it. And if you're riding around or if you just want to make sure that you listen to Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware, you'll be able to hear that Sports Radio 610. It starts, in fact, at 9 a.m. with Sean and Seth. Don't stop there, right? Make sure that you're fully informed of who's going, who's active, who's not active, what it's going to look like before that game kicks off at noon to get you going on what should be a delightful football Saturday up and down the schedule. 713 says it's 31-28 Texans over the Chiefs. That's a lot of scoring.
That's a lot. I don't think it's going to be that much, but you never know.
Man, are we also, and you know what? I probably didn't account for defensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
Do you feel like we could get a defensive touchdown in this one? Maybe that's what juices the scoring a little bit. 2-1 with a little bit of conspiracy, and I say that with all due respect. The Chiefs on the schedule is the real reason Aziz got suspended.
Oh, there you go.
So you got to keep your third eye open.
Yeah.
You got to be aware. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. This is about the time where we turn it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, speaking of that game, man, me and Ryan got a little bet coming up tomorrow. And I thought it was a good idea if I'll be or whoever loses getting the dunk tank.
Yes.
Clinton T. Mill, they want to take it a step further. So I'll let you know what they had in mind to spice up this bet.
Okay. Let's see what the bet looks like for Texans Chiefs. We'll get that next.
According to CJ Stroud. experience. The Baylor Bears and LSU Tigers battle it out in the Kinder's Texas Bowl at 2:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve. There's no better way to close out 2024 than with some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up kinderstexasbowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on our Friday. Happy holidays to everyone out there. I'm sure some people probably out there on the road about to take off and
shopping, talking about.
Yeah.
Might go. I think he's saying the people that are traveling to go see the people.
Oh,
yeah. Some people leaving out. It's more people around this office than I thought it would be because it's
that
usually
is fair. There are more people here
It's
today.
usually a ghost town around here. But salute to everybody for the holiday. So tomorrow we've been talking about the Texans Chiefs game all week, and they play tomorrow. And I decided to go out there on the edge and make a bet. I usually don't make bets, and I decided to bet Ron Hughley.
Mm-hmm.
So Ron Hughley, if you haven't heard, I think he might be a fan of the Chiefs.
He may have mentioned that.
Yeah, he might run that up a couple times. So I decided to bet him because he's on a losing streak right now, man.
Mm-hmm.
He lost to Tyler Milner.
So you're in here trying to hit for your lick?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Let me get in on this too. Let me get in on this action. So tomorrow we're gonna be at the Barking Pig in the Heights. And we're going to be watching the game, and I will be rooting for the home squad, Houston Texans. And if the Texans win, Ron got to get in the dunk tank.
Man.
And
what's the weather going to be like?
It's going to be cold.
It's going to be cold.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cold enough.
And, I mean, I feel like it's a fair bet, right? Like, it's not too.
Sure it is.
Because you will also get in the dunk tank if you lose, right?
If the Texans lose, I will get in the dunk tank. So I felt like it was a fair bet. It wasn't too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But no dyeing hair and get a tattoo of this. It wasn't nothing crazy. It was some fun.
Yeah.
Not lopping off no fingers or nothing.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But apparently Clint and Tyler felt like this might have been a little off.
What? It's going to be cold, man.
That's
60
what I said.
60 degrees is the high.
Yeah, that's what I said. So here's Clint and Tyler on the drive. You can hear them coming up shortly. Talking about you need to add a little extra to this bet.
I think whoever's running the dunk tank should turn it into an ice bath. I think it's got to be as cold as you can get it over while you're there. I mean, what's
I like it.
I mean,
what's wrong with not just falling down, getting wet enough in front of a I mean, what's the big deal? You're just going swimming.
Because here's
it's a big
key.
deal. I don't want to go in there and get wet. Hold on, Biggie doesn't know how to swim. He can't lose this bet.
It's not going to be deep enough. He's going to be
deep. Well, I know he is short.
Wow! Dang.
We'll go in there and get him. It won't be me because I can't.
It needs to be freezing cold. Hey, you need to stand up out of that pit. Whoever standds up out of that pit, there needs to be an embarrassment beyond just wet.
What? No.
Like you need
that is embarrassing.
You need to stand up there, and them nipples need to be rock hard. That little old thing needs to be light switched up.
Falling into the water for Figgy is enough.
I think it should be ice cold.
I'm with Clint. It's not a big deal to just fall into some water.
Stop it.
Unless you're Fig and can't swim. I feel bad for
it's
Fig.
not. No, it is. No, you go in.
Some floaties. He's more embarrassed.
You go in and you go in with your clothing that you have on, and you get dunked in your clothing. That's not. No, nobody can walk out of there.
Yeah, have they never had to walk around in wet clothes?
Dude, just any water
your socks
in 55-degree temperature is
your underwear
cold. Yes.
Yeah, man. Like you just you are walking around with the risk of catching pneumonia.
Yeah.
That is all that is happening.
Yeah, I was listening. I'm like, man, y'all doing too much now, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a type of person that try to bet and you gotta cut all your hair off or you gotta do this.
Yeah.
Like, just a cool little friendly. Like, I don't want to get wet,
guys.
Of course you don't.
I'm still learning, so I'm gonna lean on you guys in your experience. Is Clint an instigator? I think Clint might be an instigator.
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't really thought of him as an instigator.
He's giving off a little bit of bet you won't hit him though. Energy, you know what I mean? That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
In this moment, nah, that's not enough.
He was definitely doing that in this segment.
In this segment, no question. But so was Tyler. Like, I like it.
Yeah. But the one thing I will say about this is I felt like me and Ron, we came up with this bet. I called him out on this. I felt like we didn't really get the rules down because I'm not sure, like, whoever loses, do we, like, get into some, like, swim trunks, or do we get in the clothes that we're wearing?
You just go however you want to go. I would change.
Yeah. I felt like we started the spade game, and as soon as we was about to cut,
but
like, wait a
Big
minute.
Joker's a little
It's Joker, Deuce, Ace.
Deuce high?
Joker, Deuce, Ace. No, we always do Ace, King, Queen. So
what are house rules on this one? Like, what are we? Do you have to? Are you allowed to have a change of clothes?
Okay, you know what a good compromise would be? To keep Clint, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. I got Ron on the line right now.
Okay. What's happening, Ron?
What's up?
Yeah. First off, it's always Joker, Ace, King, Queen. Man, you take them twos out.
Joker,
Wait,
you taking out the twos and not one of these jokers?
No, man. I'm keeping the jokers, baby. That's where I play, rise and fly. That's where I am. But no, man, I really appreciate that, Figgy. Like, this is just friendly. I don't know why people got to try to add two bets. I don't understand that.
People want to see you suffer, man. Like, it's enough that.
No, man. No, everybody got to bring a bag of ice. Everybody got. You got to do it in a Speedo. No, kiss my ass.
I mean, it would be easier to do that if you were in a Speedo, though. So.
Yeah, so
now we got Osita over here sitting next to me talking about you sound scared. No, we made a bet. Why don't you do it?
I just want to make it clear, like, what do we do? I felt like we didn't really set the rules. So, like, are we getting in there with the clothes we come in with, and maybe have
Listen,
some?
Figgy,
I
don't care what you get in on. All right, like, if you want to get in your drawers, if you want to get it, like, I don't care what you get in on. Like, to me, like, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter what you wear. Like,
I'm just looking out.
You got to change. I just want you to get dunked.
And see, I'm doing this just to look out for you because you're going to be in that dunk tank. I'm going to be fine, man. I might come in there in a suit.
All right, I think a good compromise, because they want to put ice in there. Come on, man. It's going to be 55 degrees. You're going to be cold anyway.
No, hold on, Lopez. There ain't got to be no compromise. They not involved in it.
No, I'm saying just because he was looking for a rule, like, okay, whatever clothes you're wearing, you're going in on your clothes, and then you can change. But I think it'll be a better visual, like in your clothes, getting dunked.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, it's cool. Like, for me, like, I ain't gonna be mad if Figgy go in there. By the way, Figgy, I can hear it. You sound like Tim Settle does. Like, you just saying it, but you don't really believe it. You sound like, you know, when Tim, like, I could see in Tim's eyes when he said, "Why the hell did I say that about Patrick Mahomes? Why didn't I just keep it with the offensive line? Why did I invoke 15?" That's how it sounds. So, like, I hear you, but like, yeah, man. Figure if you said, "Man, I gotta change, man. I gotta change this." I'm just concerned, man. Like, Figure you gonna be able to stand in there. Like, I don't want you to get. Like, I don't want.
This is nasty work.
That's
mean.
Hold
on.
That's mean.
Y'all really living up to the name of the show because it's a lot of drive-bys happening.
I just know Figgy's not a strong swimmer, and I just because I'm telling you, brother, I go in there and get you if I need to.
See,
I don't want to, but I just hope you good though.
See, and that's been a running joke on this station for years because, like, I can keep myself alive. Like, I can survive. I can't save nobody's life. Yeah. I mean, I ain't jumping in the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, this ain't Baywatch over here. Where I just jumping in, man. Like, I'm good. I can't be I can't be no lifeguard, but I can survive. I'll be good.
Yeah, like, no, I'm just telling you, Figgy, we can't go on no bike rides. Like, for me, like, I ain't got
somebody can't ride a bike.
No, I know it. I'm being honest about it. If it was a bike riding competition, I'm being honest about it. That's why I'm just making sure you good when you fall in, that you don't start to panic.
Oof. Yeah, I ain't got to worry about that though because you gonna be in there, man. I think the Chiefs gonna catch. They gonna catch one, and the refs ain't gonna be able to help. Appreciate you, Ron.
Okay, there you go. There you go with the refs. All right.
Hey, what time's this shindig start? You're gonna be watching the whole game there?
Yeah. I'm gonna be there. We gonna be at the Barking Pit starting at noon. They got some drink specials and free touchdown Jello shots.
Okay. I don't know how many of those you'll have.
Yeah.
What about for field goals?
Yeah, it's like, can we get some field goal Jello shots? How about some turnover Jello shots? How about that?
Hey, they might change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Come on out so you can see Ron get
Hey, first down. Everybody gets a shot.
That won't bankrupt you. Do we get some solution there, or do we just talk?
You're in your clothes. Whatever you're wearing, you're going in.
Yeah. So it's pretty loose, man. So I'll probably find some clothes that just be in and, just in case. I don't think I'm going to lose, but I just want to make sure, man.
All right.
So it's around the holiday time, and somebody actually sent this to me like a couple hours ago. I got it's a figgy drink going around.
There's a figgy drink?
What? Yeah, somebody sent me a video of a figgy drink going around, a figgy holiday drink.
A you drink?
Yes.
Who did this?
Figgy got a drink out here. Wow.
I got to meet with Tony Busby after the show so we could kind of try
figure out the dollars and cents of it.
Get my money for it. But here, if you want a holiday drink, a good holiday drink, here's the figgy drink, courtesy of somebody on TikTok.
Hi, everybody, it's Babs. Have you ever had a figgy teeny? It's the perfect holiday
This is that
drink.
old lady.
Let me show you how to make them. Figgy
She's enormous.
4 ounces of gin.
What?
Yeah, she's not like
my daughter loves these with tequila.
very popular.
Wait, can we press pause?
What's her name?
Can we press pause and address the fat shaming that this man just did?
I mean, enormous as in a big. Like she's got a TikTok and Instagram following off the charts.
Really?
Like, grandma something or aunt something?
Yeah, she looked like grandma. She kind of had the Aunt B look.
I didn't know she stole.
Griffin.
I didn't know she stole your name.
Yeah, man. I'm like, damn.
All right, go ahead. Continue.
Next in, fig preserves. You can't have figatinis without figs. And 2 heaping tablespoons right in. An ounce of fresh lime juice. A splash of maple syrup, about a ½ ounce. Now ready for the ice. Shake it up for 15 seconds. Take your frosted glasses out of the freezer and pour. Garnish with a fresh fig and a sprig of rosemary. To make your figatinis ahead of time, just pour them right back into your liquor bottle. Pop them right into the freezer until ready to serve. Your guests will be singing, "Oh, bring me my figatini. Oh, bring me my figatini. Oh, bring me my figatini. And bring it right now."
I actually know who that lady is. Like she's real popular with her menus and stuff and cooking and all that. But yeah, she can't be doing that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I am not any level of alcohol connoisseur, so forgive me. Does that sound good? Because I just did not think those things did not really catch my attention that well. But I also don't know what that's about. Did that sound like a good drink to you?
Somebody make it for me.
Not bad.
713-5724. Hey, make it. Let me know how it is.
Not bad, but I did see this morning. Did you see they're going to have signature cocktails for the Beyonce show at NRG?
Of course they are. Of course they are.
I'm not lying.
I am so into how the Texans are and how NRG in general is going to manage all of this, because it really does feel like there's going to be 2 separate kind of like fan bases, and not like team fans bases, but like 2 separate people coming for different reasons.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really want to see all the people that's only there for the Beyonce Cup, because
there's gonna be a lot of them.
Because we there every single game,
right?
So we kind of know the normals and all that stuff. I want to see the people that's just dressed up. I don't know,
for a concert or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's a big factor.
Because Beyonce fans are in that set of fandoms where they'll dress up for the game in a particular way. Yeah. And so you'll Texans jerseys and Ravens jerseys, and that's a very reflective human being.
What about that?
Oh damn, she dressed up real
TMZ, nice. I found it. TMZ came up, reported it. Oh, hey, Beyonce.
Okay. All right.
They're going to have 4 signature cocktails by Aramark for the concert, for the halftime show. Silver Spritz, Blazing Cactus, Ruby Sparkler, and the Texan Honey. All Beyonce signature cocktails. I'm not a big fan of the signature cocktail at weddings.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm getting at the signature.
No.
That's the best.
That's the perfect thing to get at
the his and hers.
Too much peer pressure.
What do you mean?
Like you have to drink that. I don't want that. I want a vodka tonic.
No, you don't have to.
Come on, man. Try something different.
If you have a signature cocktail at your wedding.
And you don't have to get it.
By the way, what was one of the rules I had for all 3 of my kids' weddings? No signature cocktails. Just open,
I ain't know
open
that
bar.
was a rule.
Open bar. That's it.
What a jerk.
Man, come on.
I'm not saying that the
Let
idea
them have
is
their
bad.
fun.
No.
Actually, so at the Burger Pit, have a signature cocktail. I have a Figgy's Crown Jewel drink.
Okay.
Oh, so you got all the signature cocktails out here. Okay,
yeah, man. So yeah.
But you're not getting married.
Who?
No, and people can.
I was like, that sounded like an edict, like you can't get married. And I was like, he already is. I don't know. Okay, so shout out to the Figgy Teeny. What did we learn today? I'm trying to figure out. This was
we were all over.
This was a mixtape in the truest sense of the word. We were all over the place. And you guys, someone's going in a dunk tank tomorrow at, what is it again?
At the Barking Pig.
The Barking Pig. That's right, in the Heights. And Based on my prediction, it'll be Ron. Based on your prediction, Lopez, it'll be Figgy Fig.
Mm-hmm.
But then you guys can talk about it over some Figgy Teenies, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, come on now. And the good thing about this place is a family friendly place.
Excellent.
So bring
That's
your
even
kids. Dog friendly. So,
Is Action Jackson?
Yeah. So come through, man.
Action Jackson coming through? Or did Action Jackson actually go home?
Nah, he ain't go home yet. I think Sunday.
He not going home.
Yeah.
Action Jackson's not going home. Actually, he is home. We'll say like
He
that.
is home.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys continuing to text the line where many people have said no. Clint absolutely is a pot stirrer and an instigator. Thank you, text line. Coming up next, we'll get ready to talk to those fine folks where they are currently, where I've already forgotten because it's been a wild football Friday. But coming up next, we'll draft the weekend with all of the fun games. What are the games that we are most interested in? We'll do that next.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic, festive Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Guy, for mentioning Twin Peaks, the Twin Peaks studios where we're broadcasting, but then also Twin Peaks off of 290 Northwest Highway is where Clint and Ron are broadcasted from of The Drive. They'll be out there, and we'll talk to them here briefly, or here shortly, rather. But before we get there, let's talk about the fantastic weekend of football that we have ahead of us. And we'll talk about that by drafting the weekend. It's one of the easiest ways that we can go about that. We'll go around, we'll draft our favorite games or situations over the weekend, and talk about them that way. So,
yeah, non-Texans, of course.
Yes, because that game is the top of the list for all of us. I mean, it's also one of this week. It really does feel like it's one of those ones.
Yeah,
100%.
Oh, for sure. It would be if someone in Boise, Idaho, or something would be drafting this game if they were doing the same thing.
Shout out to Boise, Idaho.
My draft board is very college heavy because we got elimination games, man.
We do have elimination games.
We've got elimination games, and I'm going to start with tonight. I think it might. I don't know how good a game it's going to be, but it's must watch, and that would be Indiana at Notre Dame. Just absolute. Why did I just go first?
It's all good. I was gonna ask you to go first.
I haven't gone first in a while. I think that was subconscious. Yeah, Indiana.
We're not actually playing for anything.
At Notre
It'd be
Dame.
one thing though
I thought
if
we were.
Next year we need to come up with like a scoring system.
I thought Christina's going to make us something.
Hey, I thought so too, man.
Well, are you lashing out right now? That felt like lashing out.
No.
You felt that? That felt like lashing out.
Where did that come from? I'm saying she'll have a chance to make us something. I know she'll do good.
Okay.
Yeah. She screwed up the last one, but that's all right.
See, look at that. That was nasty. You didn't have to do that.
You're lucky she don't listen to the show.
You really didn't have to do that. I feel like you're lucky she don't listen to the show, honestly.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, facts.
All right. You know what? That is true.
All right, so you've got Indiana, Notre Dame. I mean, we also locally, just here at the station have a lot of interest in this game.
Yeah.
I have notoriously not watched enough Notre Dame, so I'm super interested in this one as well. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that's a good pick. Fig, what you got?
I guess I watched this Ohio State and Tennessee.
Yeah, I should have seen that. I should have seen that.
Don't act like you're not all. Come on.
I'm going to just watch a car accident.
Yeah, sure.
No bums. They need to do something. I see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, that one feels like a fun one, although I think it might be a rock fight.
Yeah, I can see that being a sneaky one for Ohio State to kind of blow the doors off too, man. Because I feel like they was a good team all year. They just lost to Oregon and unfortunately lost to Michigan.
Yeah.
But the tough thing, I think both of those teams come with tough defenses. It's one of the weird things with Tennessee this year. You have a Josh Heupel offense, and of late that's meant just throwing them down at widespread. That team is just big time defense, and the offense is like, Especially I think Nico Iamaleava. I smoked that. I just definitely did not hit that right. So apologies to Nico, the quarterback at Tennessee. But he was asked specifically about playing in that weather because being a California kid and then playing at Tennessee, seeing that weather at the Horseshoe up there is not something that he is familiar with, or at least has not played a lot of circumstances under.
Yeah.
I'm not really hopeful when it comes to that offense for Tennessee. I do think this might be one of those grinded out games with two really, really good defenses.
I think it could be. I think it absolutely could be.
All right, we have somehow made it back to me, and you know what? I will keep the trend of college football games going here. And funny enough, I don't really view either of these teams particularly highly. But give me Penn State SMU just for
I like that game. I think it's got potential.
I know. Again, I think that this will be a really interesting game and will give a possibility of me being able to laugh at. Actually, not a possibility, a guarantee that I'll be able to laugh at one of these schools, but for different reasons, right? SMU is just, they have a supreme level of winning. The reason why, remember, Cal and SMU going into the ACC, they're not getting revenue share early on. And SMU was like, that's fine. We've got all the money in the world. Who cares? And so they go in, their backup quarterback, fine. They got him. Penn State don't got a backup quarterback. And like I said, Penn State.
Transferred, right?
Yeah, he's transferring. He's in the portal, rather. And more importantly, they're just as a program. They're a good program, but they never beat the great programs, particularly those ones in their conference. And if they lost a program that I wouldn't consider a great program.
Yeah.
It'd be like, hey, James Franklin, what would you say that you do here, right? It'd be on that tip.
Exactly.
And so, yeah,
I could be a bleep show, man, if they lose.
I'll definitely watch the first hour of that, 11 a.m.
Sure. Exactly.
11 a.m. tomorrow. I can't guarantee beyond that because then, Texas get going.
Yeah, Texas get going, and that's what makes it interesting for my next pick because it's going to be right after the Texans. You got Texas. Clemson at Texas, probably the fourth most attractive of the college football playoffs, but there's still something at stake. And as much as I think Texas is going to win, and I'll be like you. I'll watch the first hour, see what's not because something else is coming on, but because I want to. It might just be interesting for about that long.
I'm surprised we went all 4 first-round games.
Yeah.
There's another game, and I'm glad that you did that because it gives me an opportunity if Figgy doesn't do this. There's another game that I really want to get to. Figgy.
Okay. I'm a little nervous for you then because I'm going to skip to Saturday, and I'm going to check out this Steelers-Ravens game, man.
Is that the one you're thinking?
Old school AFC North matchup.
AFC North matchup, a matchup that matters greatly for these Texans as well, right? Like, be interesting to see what happens with this Baltimore team that you're going to see on Christmas on a short week, right? Like a little bit of advanced scouting, which I'm sure they're already doing anyways. But then also, depending on how this goes, like this could shift or this could go a long way in shifting who is possibly in that 5 seed and who, if the Texans remain in that 4 seed, who you would meet up against in that wild card round. So, this game is going to have a lot of impact in addition to probably being a very fun football game to watch.
Yeah.
So that was absolutely sitting on, but great pick there, Figgy. I think that's going to be one of the really interesting games this weekend. Funny enough, it feels like we're dealing with a flip of where the Saturday is going to be the really strong football day, and then Sunday you might be able to get a nap in or two in there
you
periodically.
Yeah.
But I do think that this game will be interesting, and give me Vikings-Seahawks. Vikings.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Too late.
I already called it.
Too late.
That was not
I thought for sure I was going to say I got nothing after this one.
Well, yeah.
Nothing but a nap. I'm drafting a nap.
Yeah,
but you didn't take it.
I wanted to take it, and I looked at the wrong game, and so I will let you have this. Yes, Vikings-Seahawks. I think that's a good matchup, but it's not the matchup that I wanted to take. Go ahead and take the one I wanted.
Eagles-Commanders.
Yeah.
That'd be the other good NFL game to take, and then it's nap time. That's a noon game, so.
Are there any other games on the weekend that you just find interesting, just generally? To think about.
We mentioned this during a break. I think Tulane in Florida, just sort of like, hey.
Well, that one's starting here in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that could be an upset. That could be an upset right there. But I'm not going to be setting my schedule for it. But I might keep an eye on that. And then you also mentioned the Fury fight.
Oh, wow. How did I not? Yes. Fury Usyk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wow. That should have been my first overall pick. I'm so excited.
First overall, that's a bit much.
No, absolutely. I've been excited for this fight for months.
Yeah.
Like the first one, did you watch the first Fury Usyk?
No, did not. I mean, obviously I know what happened.
Like, especially for you, who's a big-time boxing fan, or at least definitely were at one point, especially being with Muhammad Ali being your favorite athlete of all time. Man, the era of having a great heavyweight fight.
Actually, was getting a rundown about it this morning. It got very interesting.
We haven't had very many of those great heavyweight fights, and this one delivered in a great way. It was a really fun fight, and so coming back around with all those stakes, man, I'm excited for this fight. That one, I don't even remember what time it is. It's the middle of the day, so I know I'm gonna have to fire up the multiple TVs. But that one's happening in Saudi Arabia, so I really want to see that one. All right. That is the weekend, a full, fun weekend of sports, and we only touched the surface of it when it comes to the college football playoff, the NFL. But, we got to make sure we get time for these fine fellas who are out on location, northwest part of the city. They're out there off of 290 at Twin Peaks. It is Clint. It is Ron. It is The Drive. Fellas, what it looking like?
It's looking good, man, and it's going to be a good time out here, as always. As you know, we never, ever come empty-handed. You got a chance to win $25 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards, and that's big time as we get closer to the Christmas time. You want to slide in there real quick late and add to one of them gifts. They got everything you need. You got a chance to win that.
Ron, hey fellas, like I told him, if you can't find that last gift for whoever it is you're still shopping for on your Christmas, if you can't find it at Academy Sports and Outdoors, you just need to unfriend them jokers. I mean, you just need to move on, man.
Huh?
I mean, damn, if you can't find something under that roof, hell, I quit you. I'm done. I'm sorry. I tried.
You ain't worth it.
I tried. I couldn't find. I'd write him a note. I couldn't find nothing for your ass at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
That's a sign.
Clint said, I got one. I got a one stop.
Yeah.
That's it, baby.
I like it.
man.
I like it. And
what
man,
are you doing?
they took care of us too, man. They got us these ready to roll AFC South Division Championship shirts. So shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
By the way, I got you a hat in the truck, Ron. I got you a hat. I was going to try to take that to the house, and Reg went ahead and spilled the beans there.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
wait, how did this become on me? Wait, what happened?
I mean, I was going to kind of just leave that in the truck and kind of see if I could
just
snake
thrown
by.
it on now.
Yeah.
We got. I got a T-shirt. You got a lid, man.
Oh, great.
Academy Sports and Outdoors taking care of us, man. Hey, by the way, get down to your nearest Academy Sports and Outdoors and get your Texans gear, all gear, but them Division Champ, that Division Champ apparel, shirts, hats. I'm sure they've got hoodies and things of that nature as well. So slide on by Academy Sports and Outdoors and get that taken care of.
Man, I'm trying to. We only got a minute, but I'm really interested in what your take is on the Christian Walker signing by the Astros.
I'm sure we'll hear it
We'll
soon.
hear that and everything. Okay, more importantly than all that you'll have on a Football Friday and all that. Clint, I was getting a little bit of a sense of instigation with you talking about this dunk tank, man. Are you an instigator? Is that what I'm hearing? Am I right there?
I mean, I think there's some things that could probably be taken as instigation, but at the end of the day, I think what is just dipping in the water? We're in Texas. It's
Man,
not like
we ain't putting our feet in the water. We going all the way down.
Come on.
Vicky's going all the way down.
Yeah, I need whichever one gets dunked, I need to come out nipples hard, light switch showing.
Wow.
What makes you think nipples won't be hard?
Well, I know this. If that water's about 50 side there, no doubt you're going to be cutting glass.
That's right.
And that's about what it's looking like. I think it's supposed to be that temperature
in the
outside.
50s. That's
Well, I got T-Mill on it. T-Mill's going to show up with about 15 bags of ice.
All right.
Okay. Well, if he goes out of his way to do it himself, then that works. That's fine. I think we've addressed this.
Why don't you just sit back and do the post-game show?
Oh, okay. Don't I have something to do?
Just sit there and look pretty.
Ain't you busy, you son of a
post-game
show? That's fair.
Ain't that a damn thing, boy? Hey, nah, man, y'all bet ain't good enough. I want to go ahead. I want to enhance this thing. I want y'all to really something.
Oh, man.
Sorry about that. Take it to the next level.
I mean,
Sorry
getting plunged in some water, man. Don't get too crazy, you know?
All right. Well, I'll let y'all keep litigate. Y'all can hash that out.
Hey, this is a January, February conversation, Tyler. You can march your way on that.
It's December.
Look
It's
at there.
December.
Well, you scored some points with the Santa's helpers on that one.
Do they like it? Yes.
Excellent. All right. Get out to the Twin Peaks out there off of 290 Northwest Highway and see these fine fellas. The drive, they're getting going right now. You're in the loop. We're done here. Y'all have a wonderful Christmas. We'll catch you after that. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we're live here at Twin Peaks. 291. Come on out. Have a good time and hang out with us. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. As we said, if you missed it on the other side, first off, Twin Peaks, the beers, I'm seeing 26 degrees right there. They're ice cold. That's what Clint is trying to get Biggie to jump in and get dunked into.
No, not that cold. That'll ruin you. I mean, you talking?
You don't need it to be that bad.
Nah, not that bad, man. Your nipples may quit working at 26. I just
not just your nipples.
Just sub 50. Sub 50.
We don't have people get amputated like those fans.
I don't need ice on top. No, I'm good.
Yeah, it's the city, but no, come on out, have a good time. They are in the Christmas spirit. I'll just say that around here, and you will enjoy yourself.
Santa's little helper.
Yes, and like my man right here, you can sign up and have your chance to win some prizes. As we've got gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoor. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and give yourself a chance to win a gift card. So come on out, have a good time. As I said, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Big game tomorrow, Clint, as the Texans will take on the defending two-time champion Kansas City Chiefs in a big game. This is even though the Texans have secured the AFC South, they're in the playoffs, and they know they're going to host a home game. This still feels like a lot of meaning in this game for the Texans, Clint. It does feel like, I think you called it earlier this week, this is one of those measurement games. This is one of those games.
It's a measuring stick game. Yeah, absolutely. And Ron, it's. I mean, I don't want D'Amico and CJ and company talking about measuring stick games, but I damn sure think that they will, in hindsight, after the game, look at it that way. And I feel like it's our job in the media to acknowledge acknowledge that and be honest with you, build on it. I firmly think this is one of about 4 measuring stick games this year, and you're catching this measuring stick game, you're catching them fully healthy. So I think it's going to be a real tell of who the Texans are at this point.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a big game, and I want to start here today, talking to the fans, talking to the people out here, and I know I'm sitting next to a fan, and I can see here on YouTube and Twitch there is another fan by the name of Tyler Milner in this piece. And I wonder where Texans fans are on this. As you said, this is a measuring stick game for the Texans to kind of just see, hey, where they are. You're about to go in the playoffs, and this is probably the number 1 seed in your conference in the playoffs. And honestly, this could be a potential matchup in the divisional round if the Texans kind of take care of business in their first game and the Chiefs are the 1 seed. This could be if they're the 1-4 matchup. I just throw this out to the fans, 713-572-4610. Those of you, the beautiful people on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Are you in the space where, and I want you to be as honest as possible, where you are in a place where you believe, like you fully believe that your Texans can walk into Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs, or are you more in a hope place? Are you in you know what? I honestly, deep down, believe that the Texans can go, or are you more, I hope they can win that game? Just because, in contrast, and you can understand it, as Astros fans, you can understand this. There ain't no hoping. You believe. You believe in your team because of what they've done. The Kansas City fan, the majority of them, Clint, they blow past both of it. They expect or just fully know they're going to win the game. Where are Texans fans? I'll start with you, Clint. Are you in belief? Do you believe the Texans can?
I can only speak for myself. I don't want to speak for fans in general. I mean, anybody can beat anybody on any given Sunday. But if we're talking about, where our overall, I think overall where the Texans sit right now, they got a lot to prove before anybody should expect the Texans to go into Kansas City and win a game on a Sunday afternoon. Whether we're talking over the last 10 years or we're talking this football season, when it's all said and done, there's a lot to prove before we go beating our chest about the Texans going to Arrowhead. Like I'm in to use your terminology and the way you pose the question, I'm in more of a hope category than an expect category at this point in time with the Texans. Whether it's Kansas City or really any of the top half of the AFC on the road. In December, I'm and be in Kansas City for damn sure. Yeah, I'm more in hope than expect.
Text line coming through, Texans by 10. I believe.
That's rich.
A couple of texts. I believe. Yes, believe the Chiefs ain't been awesome. People here on, someone texted also. I truly believe here to YouTube and Twitch. He says, I'm in hope mode. Is what Toby says. Greenhead VR, we will smack the Chiefs as long as we have CJ. I believe we can beat anyone.
God bless,
I just wonder where the fan base is in their mind. You have confidence in what's the level of confidence that you have in your team. Tyler, I'm curious. Do you believe, actually believe, or are you more? You hope you're in a hope place.
Yeah, I mean, I believe for all the reasons and things y'all just talked about, mainly that you got a franchise quarterback you think now in Houston in any given Sunday, but likely, I wouldn't say that. Would not say likely, but
what you're
possible,
describing,
yes.
You just sound like you're describing hope.
Yes.
Yes. You can't believe.
I went to the thesaurus for some synonyms there.
I was going to say, you sound like and honestly, it makes sense, right? It makes sense why Chiefs fans are in a different place, mindset-wise with your team. That's why I use the Astros as an example. With the Astros, the Minnesota Twins come into for a series. There ain't no, boy, I hope we beat the Twins. It's, man, we're the Astros. We're gonna beat the Twins, and it's just a place of where your teams are. Like I said last week, after beating the Dolphins, I think it gives this team and the fan base around it hope. This will now believe we do anything if you pull this one off. We can do anything if we can go into Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately that's what's at stake because I don't know. Look, the Texans are going to get a home playoff game, and it's up to somebody else to decide if they get to a higher seed where they could potentially, if an upset happens in the first round, get a second round home game. Now, we'll see if all that unfolds. Ultimately, the Chiefs. I mean, you can argue the Chiefs have more to play for at this point in time in the sense of they're playing for home field advantage or, I'm sorry, they're playing for the bye or not. And so, what's at stake for the Texans is exactly what we're talking about. I think when you laid that out last week, I thought it was tremendous. You go beat the Miami Dolphins. That's a sub-500 football team, but it's a better team than a sub-500 football team given that Tua's back. You beat them, you show that, hey, man, you've got a standard. You built a foundation. You're above stooping to the level of a 500 or below football team. And now you have hope. And these next two ball games are definitely ball games of where if you go out there, I don't even think you got to win. If you just go out there and compete your ass off and both Kansas City fans and Texans fans walk away with, whoo, that was a hell of a football game. Boy, that could have went either way. Man, that was big boy football. Then I think we all walk away believing that the Texans have a real chance to make a run. If you go out there and the Chiefs sleepwalk through this thing and get, even if it's a close victory, if they sleepwalk through this thing, then we got problems.
Yeah. Someone said, I believe bad teams have been close with the Chiefs. Someone texted in, I believe, I want to hope that the Texans can win. I just was curious the mindset of Texans fans going into this game, especially the next couple of weeks, just to see where the mindset of fans are. Again, as we talked about it, you can text in. I see people texting in. You're in the place of, I wanted to go Cedric the Entertainer so bad. That wish and hope. But you're in that believe or that hope phase. A lot of you text in. I don't know if you mean that deep down in your heart, but you believe. You believe that the Texans will go into Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. We'll see about that coming up on Saturday again as we continue here at Twin Peaks here, 291. Come on out, hang out with us until 6 o'clock. Clint, some Astros news. And I would say, again, this does not help those who believe that Alex Bregman is going to return, in my opinion. Reports are out that the Astros and first baseman, 33-year-old first baseman Christian Walker, who had played for the Diamondbacks, he had declined his offer with the Diamondbacks. Reports are that he has signed a 3-year, $60 million deal to become the Astros' first baseman. He plays first base. Last year, he won the Gold Glove in the National League playing first base. He hit 84 RBIs, hit 251. He had a really, really good year, his best year of his career 2 years ago, 33 home runs, 103 RBIs, 36 doubles. He was a top 25 MVP candidate, has won the Gold Glove 3 straight years in the American League. But this seems to be down the alley of what the Astros are comfortable with. Like I said, 33 years old. I think he'll be 34 during the season. And it fits that bill. And now you have your first baseman, and you sign Paredes in a trade who played third base, and the other position that you thought he might play was first. So it looks like you have your corner infielders together. That to me does not bode well for Alex Bregman's return. By the way, Christian Walker, he'll be 34 when the season starts.
Yeah, look, with every move that's made, it's less and less likely that Bregman comes back, especially when they're corner infielders. I mean, at the end of the day, I love this move for the Astros. You get your first baseman, and if you look at it, the last 3 years of his career have been 3 of the top 4 years. I think year 2 of his career, he had a 850 or 870 something OPS. But when you look at Christian Walker, the last 3 years of his career have been the best 3 years of his career. I believe he's won 3 straight Gold Gloves. I'm not positive, but I believe he has. When you bump him up against the rest of the Astros, he's above 800 in that OPS. One guy that did that last year, which was Yordan Alvarez, which was damn near 1,000. Now you believe, or you at least hope, that Tucker, if he'd have stayed healthy, he would have done that as well. And so Walker is a top 3 OPS guy in this Astros lineup without a doubt. The homers, 26. I think Bregman had 26 last year, and the only 2 guys other than Bregman would have been Tucker and Yordan Alvarez that had more home runs than him. So from a power perspective, he's that guy. And so, look, I think this is a guy that you plug into your top 5, again, in this lineup, your top 5 hitters. He's super productive, and you got a hell of a lineup starting here. I mean, I think you can argue the bottom 3 when you get down there to White Boy Chaz, Dubon, I guess Chaz McCormick, Dubon, and Jake Myers. Then obviously that can be improved, and defensively we know that could be improved. They need a left-handed bat in the outfield. That would be nice, but things seem to be coming together, at least in a way, as an Astros fan, where you can sit back and plan on watching another Astros season with the hopes and expectations of making a run in the playoffs.
Tyler, you love this move? That's what did you say you love this
Yeah,
move?
I love it. Absolutely.
Tyler, you love this move?
I don't know if I'm that infatuated with it, that in love with it, but I don't hate it. Right now, and where we are right now in the off season for Major League Baseball, it's just, for me, it's kind of like we'll see. Okay.
I mean, what other free agents out there you signing that you like better at first base? I mean, there's got to be a top 3 guy.
Yeah,
it's available.
My thing is just, is this an Abreu type of situation?
The age, I guess.
I mean, he's going to be. He turns 34 in March, and that's the only thing. He's been, like, if you go look at the production of Abreu leading up to his time here, you hadn't noticed he completely fell off the map, or you didn't know he was going to completely just fall off like he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like this, but we're seeing this is the formula now for the Astros. They were trying to make a trade to get Nolan Arenado here, who is 33 years old, in a trade where it's not as much money in years, and now they're going to try to make it work with Christian Walker. I would have thought maybe they'd have thought twice about making moves like that since what happened with Abreu. But clearly they are honing in on this, and like my man Wesley said on here, I think we just have to start accepting, and I know this is going to be hard for Tyler. I think we just got to start accepting that Alex Bregman is probably not going to be an Astro.
I think that's
that's where you
with this move, unless we all of a sudden find out Paredes can play right field.
Yes.
Which hey, look, I'm here for it. If he can play right field and bring Bregman back, that'd be even better. But yeah, I mean, we got to start looking at it as it's highly likely or highly unlikely that Bregman's back in an Astros uniform.
Yeah, and what I will say about that is, like, if that is the case, then all right, it offered 156 to Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is 3 years, 60, nowhere close to that. They should then find a better option in right field than platooning Mauricio Dubon and whatever it was he said. Right, like, I mean, there's got to even be a short-term veteran that fits what you'll do that is more reliable than I think just platooning Dubon and having.
Well, here's the thing is what the organization has proven that they would do at the trade deadline is go get whatever the team needs. Now that's of late it's been starting pitching more times than anything. But look, I mean, now they may do something and address those issues, beforehand. We'll see, but. I'm not opposed to seeing how this thing unfolds and seeing, giving the opportunity to these guys until the trade deadline. And if at that time you need to make a move, you make a move. If whoever's available, you make a move and move on. I still think I'm not a huge Jake Myers fan, obviously, but I still think there's obviously some room for growth with him.
They definitely believe it.
And yeah, they definitely believe it. If you look at Chaz McCormick, I mean, there was a time, not last year, but the year before, there was a time when, I mean, he was a top 10 center fielder in baseball in terms of statistically, he was a top 10 center fielder. One of the best, actually. He was better than top 10 at the plate anyway. So can he get back to form? And if that happens, maybe this looks a little bit different.
Yeah.
Now, you still don't have that left-handed bat, so, the left-right situation that old school baseball heads like to fall in love with. I mean, that's going to stick in somebody's craw, but ultimately, I'm willing to see it out and let it play out. Could it be better? Absolutely, but I'm willing to let it play out.
Oh, hell, you ain't got no choice now.
I know I don't have a choice, but I'm like we're talking about it today. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, well, hell, what are we going to do? I can't believe these guys are in this position. What are they going to do? Oh, my God. Like, no, I think they're making necessary moves, and the lineup, for the most part, at least top six, looks really good. And the bottom three have had their, at least Dubon and Chaz have had their days in the sun. We'll see about Jake.
All right, coming up as we continue live on a Football Friday, the most important thing in the building for tomorrow's game, we'll discuss that and let you know what that is coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Ready? Your AFC South champion Texans are headed to Arrowhead to challenge the Chiefs this weekend. Hear all the action here Saturday with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
All right, y'all, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, if you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about
Later. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290, here's The Drew with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I'm sorry. Wow, this one used to really get me every time there. I'm sorry.
What's that?
Right here, I tried to talk through that, but that little song that Tyler just dropped right there, that used to.
You like that little ditty?
That used to get you, huh?
That used to be
leaned up against the wall in the club.
They almost got me right there.
Ron, this happens every now and then.
What?
And this is not good radio, but I look back. What do you think when you look back at the TV right there with Tiger on it? What's the first thing comes to your mind?
That boy getting old, man.
Sad.
Bro, Tiger looks 10 shades darker than he typically is right there.
He looked like he's been.
Look at that one. It's really not him. It's TV.
He's doing the opposite of Sosa.
We're in here. We're at Twin Peaks. Like, the TV situation is beautiful. I mean, I can see 80 TVs from where I'm at right now. But there's one right here that clearly something's wrong with the tint on the TV. And I'm talking, Tiger looks like he has been in the sun for 42 straight days, or he's aged 30 years in the last 1 year. And then I just happened to glance over to my left, and there's a normal picture, and Tiger looks somewhat normal. Ron, this picture right here, I thought, man, what? I mean, he been practicing. He been in training camp or what?
Nelson Mandela. He still looks old even in this one.
Yeah, but damn, at least his shade is right there.
Tiger looks like he's been digging ditches in prison for the last 10 years, like that and he's just aged. He's just aged.
If you ask him, he'd probably tell you he has been. Hell, between them winning them car accidents and losing golf tournaments, hell, he probably feels like he has been.
Now he gets to be on the bag for Charlie. Actually, he's going to play with Charlie. We'll see.
Well, that PNC championship, that is actually a cool watch. If, to me, John Daly and Lil John are in it, and then you got Tiger and Charlie. I mean, if ideally for them would be the perfect world if those two come down the stretch with in the lead, battling out to win. That would be really cool. But this time of year, you don't get much.
No, you don't. You're just hoping Tiger can make it. That's all it is. I still believe he can catch Jack. All right. As we continue here on a Football Friday, Clint, what is it? What's the most important thing in the building that at least has been communicated to C.J. Stroud?
Look, I think that is right. I mean, I think the most important thing in the building is what is being communicated to C.J. Stroud. And look, we've talked about this. Half our listeners could probably guess what I'm fixing to say is like I am this aggressive, taking shots, explosive train that these guys just cannot, for whatever reason, get the hell off of. It drives me nuts. Here's Bobby Slowick. Listen to this. This is Bobby Slowick.
Plays,
and this is a general question. Bobby Slowick spoke. Hey, Bobby, what is this offense good at?
Well, I can't give all the secrets, but I would say explosives would be the number one thing, if you keep it fairly generic. Our quarterback's really good at throwing explosives. We got really good skills. We got a really good run, a great tight end. We got guys that can stretch the field if they need to, and also can catch the ball underneath and run for it. So I think, like, if you take out last week, which I don't know if we had an explosive, maybe we had one, and yet we still are ranked like 6th in the NFL going into last week. We were somewhere in the top 3, and we've been there pretty much the entirety of the last year and a half. So that would probably be the number one thing that jumps out is at any time if we get what we want, that the players can just make explosive, fun plays happen.
I think Bobby I listened to all the audio. Bobby got caught off guard here with this follow-up question. And I think
losing it?
I think he's reaching for an answer. But that, to me, that's the significance here is like it's immediate go-to, aggressive shots, explosives, yada, 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 instead of, hey, man, we've been playing really smart football. We're staying ahead of the chains. We're playing winning ball. We're good in the red zone. We're good on third down. We're doing this. We're doing that. Or at least those are the things that we're trying to get better at. We go straight to the explosives, which, in my opinion, has led to some of the issues with this offense right now. So I don't like the explosive conversation any more now than a month ago.
But you don't But you don't think that's the best thing that they do? Like, of the offense, like, I'm not saying – like, this year they haven't done a lot of great things. But, like, Nico Collins, the explosive plays, some of it a little bit with Tank. If you were to say what's the best thing does, not run the ball, it's not protect, it's not –
Man, you scored 20 points, and the only explosive you had last week was Tank Dell making 2 people miss behind the line of scrimmage and going and getting 15 yards. Clearly, it's not the best thing you do.
I'm not great. I'm not saying they're great at it, but I'm just saying,
but it's it's elementary football, man. There's teams every year in the league. If you've got a quarterback that's sitting back there that's willing to hold it, and willing to try to throw the football down the field consistently instead of playing winning football, you can be the most quote-unquote explosive team in the league. You can be a one and done in the playoffs or miss the playoffs and be the most explosive team in the league. It's like when he says something that like, boy, when we get what we want, man, we can really go get it. Well, hell, I mean. Yeah, that's the end game here is getting what you want, the right call, the right time versus the right coverage, and manipulating them into running that coverage, and you getting that shot and taking that shot and hitting it. I mean, anybody can hit. Anybody in the NFL can hit shots when they get what they want. The key is how good are you when you don't get what you want? How good are you when teams aren't letting you just throw the football down the field and get explosive after explosive? Right, that's the end game here is I just wish the offensive coordinator, and I hope for this at some point, like, hey, man, what are y'all good at? It's not explosive.
Well, what do you think, Bobby? Like, if you were Bobby Slowick, I'm not talking about what you think or how they should do it. What would be
if you're asking me how I would answer that question, I would say I think we've been significantly better on first down for about a month to 6 weeks now. We've been pretty good at staying ahead of the chains, and when we do that, we're a really good football team. When we protect the quarterback, it's getting better with Titus Howard in there and Fisher at tackle. It's better this week. We had some opportunities, so the protection's getting better. Like to me, that's because you're not good at anything. Like, you're inconsistent. You're not. There's nothing you could. That's why I said he got caught off guard. But you could tell his go-to when he gets caught off guard is boom, aggressive, explosive quarterback throwing the football down the field. Like they're not consistently good at anything.
Oh, I agree. But if you were to say, what are you good at? To me, this year the most consistent thing they've been good at is big plays with Nico Collins. Like, to me, on the offensive things they've been good at is at one point it was Joe Mixon, but really that's only against certain teams. Against any team, when Nico Collins has played for the most part, that has probably been the best thing the offense does is make big plays.
I can't argue with you on that. But my point is, if that's the case, you're not a very good football team.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that they're good on offense, but if you tell me what's the best thing that we've done on offense, I would say it was that. Like, I can understand when it gets to that point for the question. What is the best thing you do?
Yeah, what do you do good? Because he had just got through talking about how they self-scouted through the bye week, self-scouted, working on what we were good at and getting back to what we're good at. Okay, well, what are you good at?
The right answer is probably nothing, but, he's not going to say that.
Correct. So the right answer is, hey, we've been better here, and here, and we're working our ass off to be better, and we like the moves that we made with Titus and Fisher, and we're going to keep this thing rolling, and hopefully it works out for us as we close the season out. Right? That's just at the end of the day, look, I don't want to pick Bobby apart on this one piece of audio, but at the end of the day, for me, it's the messaging to the quarterback in the building. I just hope and pray is not – explosives, guys, let's work to get what we want and to get these explosives, man. I hope that's not the messaging to the quarterback.
All right, coming up as we continue live here on a Football Friday here at Twin Peaks off 290. Come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. No worries. Good time, fun time. Sign your name, put it in the raffle box. You have a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. Coming up, Tyler, I think, had a really, really good idea that we can try in the next segment. But, Tyler, I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of confidence in this. I think it's a great idea from you. I just don't think it's going to go off the way that we want it to. I may be wrong, and maybe the people will prove me wrong.
Come on, Drive family.
We'll let you in on that coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, if you were
Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue here live on a Football Friday. Make your way in as we are here at Twin Peaks off 290, as you heard there. And we got prizes. We're not empty-handed. Clint, if you see on YouTube and Twitch, is a pinky finger out drinker. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, let me clear that up. Let me clear it up.
Tyler, you can see it. It's a pinky finger.
The pinky only jumps out there when you're drinking that top shelf tequila, even when it is at Twin Peaks. You know what I mean? If you're drinking cold beer, one of them 29-degree man-sized drafts, then
you can pick it
you
out.
could if you'd like, but you don't have to. You don't have to do that, right? This is just that top shelf tequila.
That's what you do there.
I went ahead and went with Jordan's brand tonight.
Ah, what's Jordan's brand?
Sincoro. Sincoro. I tell you what, for all my tequila drinkers out there, anybody that would like to sip tequila, Sincoro is, I think, the identifying feature here is there is a very, very faint aftertaste. There are almost no, relative to other tequilas, there's almost no aftertaste. So if you don't like that bite at the end when you're sipping tequilas, Sincoro is a good one to go with.
Okay.
Not much of a bite at the end. Pretty smooth.
Pretty smooth.
Now I know there's a bunch of the connoisseurs out there that don't like the Sincoro, and they got this others, no additives, no this, no that, but this ain't a bad one. You know what I mean? Beautiful bottle too.
Is it? I haven't seen the bottle. I didn't know Jordan had gotten to the liquor game.
What the hell? What rock you been under, Chief?
I didn't know.
It's very similar look, a little sleeker, a little more diamond cut look, but it's the 1942 bottle. And it's clear. This one's clear, not brown, obviously, but it's a tall, slender bottle.
All right, I might taste it. I do want to get to the Tyler idea because I think it's a great idea. So much so that I want to give as much fairness to this idea. And before we discuss it, I do want to get Clint football horny real quick, Tyler.
Turn me on one time.
Irv Smith, they've signed to a contract. So Irv Smith, Clint, I didn't know you had fallen into Irv. In love with Irv Smith.
That made me football.
Hey, man, I didn't know either until I watched that film.
There has been a complete football crush on Irv Smith. So they've signed Irv Smith. So he's going to be here, baby. He's going to be here. As you said that there's a chance he may be the best tight end on the roster.
No, I didn't say there's a chance. You didn't like my take, and so you added that. You added that layer of doubt to my take.
Oh, there's no. Oh, I'm sorry. He is. You're saying. Let me step on
now.
out.
There is an if, Ron. There is an if.
Let me step out the way.
There is an if. If this is how the Texans are going to use their tight ends, if Dalton Schultz is going to be a 2 or 3 catch guy on a great night, a 4 catch guy, if he's not going to be more of a priority in this offense, then Irv Smith is the best tight end option they got. Put the guy on the field that is going to be a dog in the run game. Put a guy on the field that is going to be he is going to be relentless in the pass protecting game. And again, I know this wasn't a popular take, but from an athlete, I'll put it to you this way, because Irv Smith has not had a Dalton Schultz year in terms of getting the ball thrown to him as much as Dalton Schultz has.
In fairness, Dalton Schultz has not had a Dalton Schultz year.
Well, I mean, Dalton Schultz played with the Cowboys that are just slinging the damn thing all over the park at fault damn near, and the Texans who you had one of the greatest years you've ever seen a rookie quarterback have last year. But, Irv clearly has not had one of those kind of years. But from an athlete standpoint, he's every bit of the athlete that Dalton Schultz is. Now, I don't know mentally. I don't know if he plays the game as cerebral as Dalton Schultz. I have no idea. But physically, based on the film, hey, man, that dude right there is going to help you in the run game. He's going to help you in pass protection. and he's an upgrade in both over all the other tight ends that you got. So, yeah, I'm down with Irv Smith.
More Irv Smith fans from the text line. I've been clamoring for them to move Smith Jr. up since they got him on the practice squad. Better than Stover, better than Quentin Tacoriano, or whatever I just said. Better than
Tegan Quatoriano.
That's what they put in. Quentin Tacoriano is what the person texted. But better than, I think you meant Tegan Quatoriano, as Clint said, or whatever the hell his name is, Gus and Katie said. We'll see. He'll be here. So they've signed him here, so nobody can pull him off the practice squad. They brought him up here, and he's going to be here. And it makes sense with Kate Stover having the appendix situation where he's going to be out for a little bit. All right, Tyler came with, I thought, a good idea, and I think he was inspired as we played some Mahomes. Do you got some Mahomes audio handy for you, Tyler?
Let me look real quick.
Next minute or so. But I think Tyler was inspired by us playing a bit of Patrick Mahomes and hearing that voice that just no one ever is getting used to. It is hard to get used to.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
That somebody sounds close to that, and a little bit more lower. Do you have some Mahomes audio? Let's hear a little Mahomes audio, Tyler.
Well, first my wife Brittany got them for me, so I had to. I'm not throwing y'all down, but I have to wear them, But at the same time, I threw them on that first season. We had a pretty good season that season. I only wear them for game day though, so I can't get. They're not too worn down. They're not like these nasty. I clean them.
You wash them.
I do. I wash them. I wash them every once in a while at least.
All right. That is bad.
That's him talking about wearing the same damn underwear every game.
That's Pat talking about wearing the same underwear.
I clean them though.
So, we're somewhere in the middle of it. We're somewhere we're dancing around it here, and I think so. Tyler comes up with the idea of fans calling in 713-572-4610, and we're not going to do it right now because I want to give this ample opportunity. I want to give you time to practice because I don't think this is going to go well.
Damn it.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot of potential.
I'm going to be honest. It's not your idea. Because Tyler, let me tell you what Tyler wants to do. Tyler wants to open up the phone lines and allow you, the listeners, to call in and give your prediction and quick synopsis of how the game's going to go in a Patrick Mahomes voice.
I think it'd be a really good idea.
I think it's a great idea. I just don't believe that our listeners are going to be able to execute it.
Oh, that's right. The Drive family can do this.
I don't think we're going to get any good
Tyler's
ones.
got a real Muppet
Tyler
sound.
is going for it, and I'm telling you this, Tyler. I'm going to give people 2 hours.
Okay.
2 hours.
I like it.
4:45. Practice it. I don't want it to sneak up on you.
If I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go.
4:45. We're going to open up the phone lines, and I want to hear people follow through because I think it's a great idea. I just don't have a lot of confidence that and look, a little bit is on our end because we just haven't really trained the callers to really pull themselves outside the box.
You just got to really get to the back of your throat.
I just don't I don't think we're going to have enough of those. I hope that I am pleasantly surprised, but I do not feel good about it. I feel like we're gonna have some Lindas call up and just use their own.
Yeah, well,
voice.
you may. We'll see if they can get through. I mean, Tyler is. He literally sounds like the Muppet.
Yeah, if we got 4 Tylers
is
trying
Muppet
to,
the right
that's
word,
a hell of an
puppet,
effort.
or what is it?
Yeah, Kermit's
that's a hell of
Muppet.
an effort. I don't we talked about in the first segment, belief and hope.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit under hope.
You're under hope.
I'm slightly under hope. I'm gonna say, hey,
try to hold on to that hope, show.
Can we get one? Can we just get one?
I think we can get one.
I want to see 45.
There's enough smart asses out there.
Ocho said, Ron, this is not a great idea. Hell, I'm already annoyed. No, that means
screw you, Ocho.
That means it's a good idea, Ocho. It does. It means it's a great idea. So someone texted and said Tyler sounds more like Yoda, not Kermit.
I can kind of hear that, but I have a Yoda that's much more Yoda.
I am.
Let's hear your Yoda.
That does sound similar. It seems to cross.
I don't have Yoda.
It sounds.
That was it though, huh?
It sounds a lot like his Mahomes. All right, coming up. Be ready for that. 4:45. We'll open up the phone lines. I just don't know how this is going to go. Clint, you kind of hinted towards this earlier. I am really, really intrigued to see the approach C.J. Stroud has in this game, because you could see the thought process go a different way. What approach will C.J. Stroud have in this game? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, I got cut off a little bit because I want to make sure you know about the men's clinic. Guys out.
Sports Radio 610. Let's play here, an Odyssey sports station.
When you think of the word dog, you should think of me.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live on a Football Friday. A huge game coming up tomorrow for your Houston Texans as they will take on the two-time defending champs in Arrowhead at Kansas City tomorrow noon. Be a huge game. Could be a game we see again in the postseason, as these right now are the 1 and 4 seeds and could meet in the divisional round. We'll see what happens there, but a big game coming up, and because of that, we're out live. We're on the road on a Football Friday here, Twin Peaks off 290, and you can come on out, have a good time, hang out with us, as we'll be here until 6 o'clock. You got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We got a couple of those that you'll have a chance to win. All you got to do is fill your name, put it in our raffle box, and gives yourself a chance to win. We'll hook somebody up with our first one in this hour. In the 3 o'clock hour, we'll hook somebody up with our first $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Be smart like this gentleman is right now, filling it out and putting it in our raffle box. As we get ready for this game, Clint, the C.J. Stroud approach in this game is interesting to me. Because, yes, Bobby Slowick will have some parts in it. D'Amico Ryans will have some parts in it. But ultimately, when they get out on the field, it's C.J. Stroud. As you know, you've been in that position. Ultimately, it's C.J. Stroud out there. And to me, I'm wondering what's in his head. Because, Clint, you know who he knows is playing on the other side of the field. He knows it's Patrick Mahomes, who is, I would think, for the most part, looked at as, yes, Josh Allen is the MVP this year, is having the best year, but I think most people still view Patrick Mahomes as the best quarterback in football. He knows who's over there. And there is a thought, and you've been here. You played at the highest level, a competitor. I think you knew when Peyton Manning was on the other side. Mm-hmm. I think you knew when you were facing certain guys, and your approach could be out of whack, or like, hey, I'm coming in, and I'm going to show I belong on this stage with them. That's what I'm wondering, because the competitor in him has to be like, I know what I did last year against Joe Burrow. I was there last year against Joe Burrow, and I went tit for tat, and hell, I outplayed him, and I beat him in Cincinnati. And that is the mindset that could be in his thoughts. And I would be surprised if it's not, because one thing we know is CJ is a competitive kid. But I don't know if that is the best thing for him in this game, Clint. So he allowed the matchup with Patrick Mahomes to in any way get to how he approaches play in this game. And I think you kind of hinted towards that at times this week, but that to me is going to be a big deal. How does C.J. Stroud handle playing against Patrick Mahomes? Does it make him say, all right, I got to go make plays and go toe-to-toe with him? Or is it, hey, to hell with him. I'm not going up against him. It's just what I need to be doing.
Yeah, look, hopefully the right messaging is consistent in the building during the week. I mean, because what you're talking about, whether it be Pat Mahomes or just C.J. Stroud himself, there are moments, flashes in a game where him and Bobby both, for no reason, get aggressive and make poor decisions that end up killing drives or make it difficult to score points, score touchdowns instead of field goals. And so hopefully the Pat Mahomes, dynamic is the exact opposite. Hopefully, knowing Pat Mahomes is across from there is, hey, we're gonna take for sure instead of for some more. You know what I mean? We're gonna make sure that we keep drives alive, we stay ahead of the chain, we get touchdowns and not field goals, and we don't get overly aggressive. So hopefully, because he's done the things that, like, if he does the same things that he's done this year against Kansas City, one might look at it and say, oh, well, he was pressing because it was Pat Mahomes, and that's why he was doing it. Well, he did the same thing against Tua. He's doing the same thing against, week in, week out kind of deal
Well, it seemed like against Tua last week, he kind of took what they gave him.
First drive game when he killed the drive with throwing a wheel route or something. You know,
but he didn't press. He didn't seem like he was pressing it to try to force it down the field. The Lions game in the second half felt like he did a little bit. Felt like there was some forcing a little bit. A couple of games this year.
But here's the deal though, Ron. Is that, there's some games were more than others. I think he was overly conservative last week, which I'm really cool with. But it boils down to, we've talked about this a million times. It boils down to the decisions you make on 3rd and 2 when you're on the 30-yard line going in, and you just, against teams like the Chiefs, you can't waste drives. You can't miss opportunities. The better team you play, the more likely that is going to bite you in the ass. And so call it the Pat Mahomes effect. Call it, I believe it's Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud and the approach of trying to be aggressive all year long. I think it's more of that than anything. But I don't think that Pat ultimately has anything to do with it. I think it's just kind of been whether it's one play here or there or it's an entire game, which it causes sacks and C.J. getting the hell beat out of him, it's been a problem.
I get that. And I'll throw this to you because you have actually been in the situation. As I said, I think you knew what time it was, and you knew who was across from you when Arkansas played Tennessee and Peyton Manning was out there. And you knew.
I vividly remember playing them in Little Rock, and I was toe-to-toe to that with that sucker. I remember the commentators saying it, and that was a big moment in my career when they said, hey, this Stoerner kid at Arkansas is going toe-for-toe with Peyton Manning
But can't you – but like I said, you're there. Was it different for you going into that game and meeting like CJ? Is it different for CJ going – because he's on the stage. This is a standalone game against him.
I'm a poor, I think, source for that kind of information. Like for me, it was always 100%, hey, man, go out there and play the best game that you can potentially put on the field. Like it was, sure, there were moments like when I'll go back and watch that game against Tennessee and people really thought like I'm toe for toe and I'm running with Peyton. That's a cool moment for me. But like
that affected you going into the game.
No, I was never good enough. I was never. Or you call it not good enough, which I refer to it as. Some people say I was so locked in, but I mean, I wasn't good enough to think, boy, I'm finna go out here and outplay this guy. Hell, I was more worried about, all right, on 3rd downs, they're gonna play, quarters and 2, and here's my key to tell which one is which. And I was more locked into the plan and having success snap to snap. I couldn't get caught up in those one-on-ones. Yeah. So I mean, these guys are clearly on a whole different level than I was in a sense of kind of how they see the game and think the game. It's a little more like PlayStation or Xbox or whatever the hell these kids play nowadays for them than it was for me.
Yeah, I get this. Someone just texted, and hopefully he realizes he's facing the KC defense and not Mahomes.
Video games are the devil.
But that's what people are going to be saying.
Damn it.
I can't believe Tyler played that himself.
He should. That's play it more often.
I think, but a lot of people are going to say Stroud versus Mahomes. And, like, I think when he's Burrow this year, I think it was a little extra pick.
Oh, they're going to say it. Hell, I just looked at
I think it was for him. Yeah.
I just looked up at that TV a while ago, and it said hobbled Mahomes will outplay C.J. Stroud. I believe is what the conversation was.
What the question was, will that happen? All right, well, so, yeah, his approach to me, if this is a pissing match against Patrick Mahomes, his approach is going to be something to really, really watch. By the way, to me, and to go more on this, and that you all may disagree, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, Clint, Tyler as well. I think, to me, the most important player in this game for the Texans is Joe Mixon. This, to me, for Bobby Slowick, for the offense, and its best chance of success, this, to me, has to be, Clint, more of a Joe Mixon-centric game than a C.J. Stroud-centric game. And it is not because I think C.J. Stroud is bad or anything. To me, it's clear. We've watched games this year. Their top 3 offensive performances, 41 points against the Patriots, 34 against the Cowboys, and 29 against the Colts. Joe Mixon had big games in all of them, right? And he was 178 total yards against the Colts, 150-plus against the Cowboys, 130-plus multiple touchdowns in those games against the Patriots. And it eases things for C.J. Stroud. So to me, Clint, this game for the Texans has to be a CJ throws the ball when they need it more than the Chiefs dictate when he has to throw it, and that to me means Joe Mixon has to be a major part in this game, and I think Bobby can't quit it. Bobby can't stop it to me either, unless the game just dictates it, which I don't think it will because the Chiefs don't really blow anybody out.
Well, the scary part about that is the Chiefs' defense, I think, what are they, second or third?
They're really good against the run.
They're really good against the run. And
I didn't say it's going to be easy,
it's just been – the fact of the matter is you look at the better the defense is that the Texans are playing, the less impact Joe Mixon has on the game. And the reality of it is it goes from like him just mashing poor run defenses and poor teams ultimately. And then when the Texans are stacked up against a better team, a better overall defense that takes pride in stopping the run, that has guys that are going to be where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there, it's not just, hey, man, 60, 70, 80 yards. It's 25. That's the scary part of it is that it's feast or famine, and when they played a better defense overall, it's been famine. So if they light up, and I don't light up, I mean, shoot, 80, 85 yards, I'll take it. What do you think the over-under for Joe Mixon is going to be set at? I bet it's 72.
Oh, I wonder if it's that high. I'd say in the 60s. Tyler, I'm sure you would probably be able to find out.
They usually don't post those until the morning of.
Yeah, well, your thought, Tyler, what do you think? I'm thinking in the 60s.
I would guess that could be. I'd probably lean more towards the mid-70s or so. Yeah. I think I've seen a few times this year coming off maybe not so great games for Joe Mixon where it's been like 71, 72.
From the text line, why do we keep complaining about the offense and the O-line? It is what it is.
Because they dropped off from last year.
Have we talked about the offensive line today?
We just have to face it and move on. We got to talk about the game.
It is what it is, I guess.
To me, I think running the football effectively, it just some effectiveness to where the Chiefs have to actually look at it and deal with it and don't just get to sit in 3rd and 8s or 3rd and long.
Joe Mixon.
I think is the key to the game, because if the Texans get to dictate when CJ's throwing it through bootlegs or play action or whatever and slows down the pass rush or slows down the ability for Spags to just blitz, I think that is a major factor.
Well, if they threw it to run it last week against Miami, right? They threw it to run it last week against Miami. I would imagine that would be the plan coming into this game was you got to throw it to run it against Kansas City. They're better on the defensive side of the ball. So
you think they throw it to run it?
I mean, that would be I would think that's. And that was the plan versus a lesser run defense last week. These guys are better than that. I imagine that in order to get this thing to open it up a little bit, you got to throw the football around the park. Yeah. And you got to he's going to make, which look he is for the most part he's really good. It's that one like brain fart that they can't help themselves to take the shot, and it gets them in a spot where they can't recover. Right? That's why it's so freaking ridiculous the way that Brady was for 20 years. Man, he was just so right and so committed all the damn time. And it was shocking how CJ was last year, and that's just ultimately what he's got to get back to this year.
Yep. If the Texans can block them, right? If the Texans, which I'm not saying it's an easy task, but if the Texans can give CJ some level of time, that's why I'm pushing so much on Mixon in the run game. Yeah. If they can give him some semblance of time, I think the Texans can win matchups on the outside.
Well,
I think Nico and Tank can win matchups on the outside against the Chiefs' corners.
To your original point about the run game, look, if the Texans can run the football, they can win a Super Bowl. That defense, and if you can run the football, and when I say run the football, I mean go in there and give yourself a chance against. If they can get Joe Mixon going in a game, I don't give a damn who's on the other side of the ball. If they can get Joe Mixon going with that defense they got, they can make a run to a Super Bowl. And I don't check up one time saying that. I think they're far from it, but that's the reality.
I just think, in particular in this game, if they can just run it to a point, Clint. Not even talking about the 140 something that Joe has had or what he did against the Colts. If they could just run it to a point where the Chiefs have to just check up on it.
Yeah, complimentary and timely.
To allow a bootleg to mean something.
Yeah.
To allow play action to mean something, because I don't think the Chiefs have. I like McDuffie a lot. The size, I think, will give them problems. I think they will see a lot of Joshua Williams, who Nico can absolutely get into the kitchen and flip flapjacks on and cook him. I can see that if they can block him, he has time. They can win on the outside. It's you got to do something to slow that down. All right, coming up as we continue here on a Football Friday. All right, the Mahomes injury. How should D'Amico, Matt Burke, this defense approach things with Patrick Mahomes? Should that injury change how they look at defending Patrick Mahomes? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that,
Stadium. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
If I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, you heard that. If I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. And remember that voice coming up at 4:45. It's
My
on
ankle's
you.
feeling a lot better, Show.
I'm hearing Sean Pendergast has a really good one. I have not heard his Patrick Mahomes. People are texting in that you should allow Sean Pendergast to jump into the.
You can do it on Payne and Pendergast. This is The Drive.
I know. I wouldn't mind if Sean called in and he did it on The Drive. He's a listener. He's a fan, I think. No, he's a fan. He's a listener. But no, coming up 4:45, Tyler came up with a great idea that, I'll be honest, I don't believe to get executed because I don't have. Look at John Daly. I don't have a lot of faith that it is going to go as well as it does in my head or in Tyler's head. But you have to come on, and Tyler will open up the phone lines 4:45. You have to give your prediction and how you think the game's going to go in your best Patrick Mahomes voice. All right, you got to start.
You got it?
It sounds like the first part of it, you got to act like you're starting a lawnmower because that's what it sounds like. When he gets going, it sounds like you're starting.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah, that's so. Hey, get on in here. I want to see a real good effort. Sell out. You got to sell completely out. All right, Tyler's working on his, as people have accused him from having more Yoda than more Mahomes in it. We'll see.
I mean, Mahomes himself is kind of a blend between Yoda and Kermit the Frog. So that makes me feel like I'm just hitting the nail on the head.
I mean, that's Travis, man. Travis is supposed to run a post when he ran a corner.
Yeah, I can't believe you're not better than that. I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one. It's a hard one.
I mean, you've been listening to that voice for years. That's the best you got?
That's the best I got. Right. Yeah, just the start. The start is like a lawnmower. Here it is. But come on out. By the way, it's good drink. It's Clint just finished off his little tequila there.
A little Sincoro on the rocks,
here.
baby.
Yes, that's right. Twin Peaks out here.
I'm out here teaching lessons.
Teaching lessons. All right, teaching lessons.
If you're drinking something off that tip over there, you better put you a big ice cube in it. Don't be putting no Coca-Cola ice in my.
I hate to tell you.
My sipper, man.
All right.
You don't want to talk about it?
I want to talk about this because I want to get your expert opinion on this.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if this is expert. I don't know if you had this injury or to deal with it. And I want to hear from the people as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. In your opinion, do you think with the Mahomes injury, right? Clearly we saw he got injured. He's not 100%. And clearly, but he has gone through all the practices. He has not missed a snap of anything. He's participated fully every single day, and he is going to play. If you're D'Amico, if you're Matt Burke, does this change? Do you change your approach based on the injury to Patrick Mahomes?
Not one bit.
You don't think like I'm gonna heat him up, pressure him more to try to make a move.
They're gonna heat up everybody they face. That's gonna be. Apply as much.
Well, they can
pressure.
do that with their ends anyway.
Yeah, I mean, apply as much pressure as you possibly can. That's going to be the game plan from jump. But yeah, look, I think it's a major mistake if you look at this game any other way. I mean, we've seen Patrick Mahomes literally in a game get rolled up, come back in the game with a bum ankle, and go make plays with his feet in the most critical moments of a game to win it. I mean, it's a major mistake to respond in any way, shape, or form to this injury. I will be shocked if he's not the Pat Mahomes. Now, he'll limp around. Now, he's definitely going to limp around, but I'll be shocked if we don't see a guy that impacts his game with his legs in some way, shape, or form multiple times throughout.
Yeah, as I see some people texting in, do you feel like they should change how they operate? Should they do anything different with their defense because of the injury with Mahomes? And someone did text in that they want to see how well he can move. I would try to get him off his spot, as someone texted in, to see how well he can move. Listen, I was thinking that. I was thinking like, let's do that. Here's my thing, Clint. I don't know if Patrick Mahomes is as injured as I think a lot of people think he is.
If I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go.
Like when you hear people like Marcus Spears say, I think you should sit him out for the rest of the regular season and not play him. There are many people we have listened to that have given opinions like sit him down. I say sit him down, from Stephen A. to I heard Ryan Clark, saying the same things. Marcus Spears, a lot of people saying sit him down. He shouldn't play. Sit him down. Don't play him. Mark Schlereth, sit him down. Don't play him. Don't take a chance. Man, Clint, he's participated in everything. Hell, Joe Mixon got a rest day.
Yeah.
Right? And you knew Joe was playing. I love Joe. Laramie Tunsil gets rest days.
Gets rest days on the regular now.
He didn't even sit one day.
Right.
Like,
and he's a competitor.
Not just a competitor. I also think if this thing was anywhere near like this, like it was 2 years ago against the Jags, and then when they played the Bengals, I think they would have kept him off it. Like one day, I think there wouldn't have been a thought. To me, the way he's practiced and how much he's practiced, like this feels like maybe this was more like one of them, hey, man, he rolled it really, really good in a basketball game, and then, like, he comes back and you feel differently after you've had a few days rolling off it. So, to me, I don't think you change how you do anything because, like, I don't think Patrick Mahomes is rolling out there at, like, 60% like I think he was against the Bengals 2 years ago. I think he's closer to 100% than maybe some people who are thinking he should sit out the rest of the way. So yeah, I don't think you mess things up and like, to me, blitzing, and you say this all the time, blitzing guys like Patrick Mahomes. If you're going to say, all right, man, we're going to heat him up and get more pressure to get him off his spot, well, you better get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Because you just, as you've said, one of the first things I've heard you say, and I've stolen it, is Boy, you want to paint an easy picture for the quarterback to figure out? Send a blitz, because I know exactly where I can go.
It's the easiest thing in the game, man. I was not very gifted, but boy, you show me blitz. I knew I was going to get hit, but I didn't give a damn. I mean, I knew where I was going with the ball, and if I were successful, it was going to be 6. Your ass was going to be in trouble, and it was as effortless a decision to ever make. And so if you are reckless with it, careless with it, and you show Pat Mahomes, hey man, I'm coming to get you, and even if you leave a safety in the middle of the field, you want to leave some kind of disguise and rob or somebody. If he's got a key and he knows it's man, look out now.
And I just don't think the Texans have to. I think Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and Autry, all those, I think they could give them problems on their own. Now I don't think you just don't do it at all and not mix it up. But I don't think the game plan is, all right, man, because they did that to somebody earlier this year. I can't remember who it was, or they just said, man, we're going to blitz like hell. Yeah. We're just going to blitz over and over again, and it worked.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, yeah, that's right. And it worked because he wasn't as experienced and understanding of the game.
Yep.
But, to me, just let your big dogs on the outside eat. It is your biggest advantage on the football team against their worst thing that they do by far is their tackles having to protect. And I don't think you need to add anything extra to it.
Well, they've been really good this year disguising defensively, and so I think you see more of that. I think you see more disguising and making him hold the football and make him process after the snap. And hopefully your big guys can get there a few times. If not, before the ball is released, as the ball is released, and you can get some hits on him. I think that's the approach here. The thing with Pat is I think he does have faith in his deep guys. I think he does have faith in Xavier Worthy. Now, whether he keeps the ball in bounds or not is the question. Not Xavier Worthy. But, when you look at Xavier Worthy and now Hollywood Brown, I think he's got faith in throwing the ball up to those guys. And so this is a week where I think the Texans are going to have to play coverage a lot. Like they did last week, they played a lot of coverage. But you're going to have to disguise and show some different looks, and that way you just make him, he thinks he's got a good idea of what's going on before the ball is snapped, but post-snap, make him see it and check it to confirm what the hell's going on, and then make a decision, and that holding the football that one split second may give you a chance to get there.
All right, college football kicking it off tonight as we look up on one of these mini TV screens here at Twin Peaks here on the 290 location. College game day has already started. All right, they're already in South Bend and Notre Dame, and there's a big matchup tonight between Notre Dame and Indiana, an in-state matchup. Would it be a bad thing for college football if Notre Dame lost tonight? Would that be a bad thing for college football? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I just recently –
wine, and more. Drink responsibly. B21.
Top Dog Fireworks. Say it with a boom.
Notre Dame. Supposed to be a reputable university, right?
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tell the truth, Tyler. You missed Jimbo.
What?
You missed Jimbo. Come on, you played that. You played that.
I miss his sound bites because
that didn't warm you
funny.
up a little bit. That didn't warm you up a little bit.
No.
Notre Dame. Supposed to be a reputable university, isn't it?
Supposed to be a reputable university, right?
Man's talking son of a gun. By the way, where is he?
Chilling.
Jimbo? Shoot on that farm out there. Where
I
that
didn't
farm
know if
was
he
in
slid
Texas.
himself to Jacksonville State or something like that. I didn't know if Jimbo picked up. He gonna go just chill, huh?
No, yeah, there were rumors towards the end of this season about him going somewhere, but I can't even remember where now.
Yeah. Shut up.
Maybe West Virginia. I'm not sure.
All right, as we are here live, Football Friday, we're at Twin Peaks, 290. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You can also win $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and have some good food, good drinks, and hang out with us a little bit. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, so go ahead and kick it with us for a little bit. I'm looking up at the screen, and they are juiced. Somewhere, our very own Adam Spillane is out there in South Bend. He is out there hanging out as he is getting ready. His Indiana Hoosiers are in a place he never, I think, dreamed in his lifetime would have a chance to play for a national championship.
They won't be there long.
You know, he wouldn't say that about you if that was saying it.
You sure about that?
I think
he likes to talk him some ish about the Aggies sometimes, if I recall.
I think Adam has more respect. Damn, man.
Respect.
That was a shot. That was a bad shot, too.
It is how I feel about it. I told y'all yesterday. Indiana's about to get their ass whooped.
Yeah, it won't be there. It won't be there long. Is what he said.
Enjoy it, Spo.
But I'm looking at this, and it is packed out. And Indiana and Notre Dame are playing each other. And this is Indiana is thought of as a basketball school, right? It's right up there with Duke and Kansas and North Carolina. To be honest with you, and I know even though Belichick took over there, but those are schools that you don't traditionally look at as, all right, yeah, those are who fans claim. And I would throw this out to the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this as well. Clint, I know college football is one of your real loves. You probably at least watched a piece of every one of the bowl games that have happened so far.
A little bit. I ain't bet on every one of them, though, Tyler. I'm thinking about the second half of this Florida game, though.
Florida Tulane going right now. But do you think it's bad for college football because the winner of this game faces Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, I believe, in New Orleans? Do you think it's bad for college football if Indiana is the team that is facing Georgia and not the matchup of Notre Dame versus Georgia, two brand powers?
No, I think we need it. I think all college football fans, obviously, unless you're a Notre Dame fighting Irish or you're a Penn State Nittany Lion, I think all college football fans, we need Indiana to win in the first round. And
really?
Yes, and we need SMU to win in the first round.
Notre Dame. Supposed to be a reputable university, right?
I'm telling you.
Really?
Absolutely, moving forward. Because, look, if SMU and Indiana, more so SMU, but I think Indiana's in the same boat. If they get the doors blown off of them, then it's going to come around next year, and that 3-loss SEC team, whether it's South Carolina or Alabama, is going to get in over the team that was undefeated in their conference, but maybe the strength of schedule wasn't quite there. And we're going to be right back in the mindset of all the blue bloods get all the benefit of the doubt. They get in no matter what. And to me, I'll say the biggest part of the expansion in the playoffs is that every college athlete, football player, can start the season knowing that if they handle their business, they can get in the college football playoffs. And if it get to a point where next year it's like, oh, man, look what SMU did. They messed the bed. They never should have been in there. It should have been Alabama. Or if Indiana, we should have took the strength of schedule more into consideration, and it should have been Miami, or it should have been South Carolina. Right? If we get into that kind of thing, I think it's bad for college football. So we need one of those two teams, if not both, to at least be competitive for
That's
4 quarters, if not win.
Like if they're competitive, it's cool, right? Like if SMU and Indiana get the doors blown off of them, Boise, whenever they play to, get the doors blown off of them, I think maybe that's different. If they're competitive, I think it's fine. I don't know, man, Clint. I'm just going to be honest, and I don't know where you stand on this, Tyler. I don't know where other people stand. I think it does make me more inclined to be excited to watch Georgia versus Notre Dame than Georgia versus Indiana. I want to.
Georgia's got problems, man.
And yes, they got their starting quarterback who's probably not going to be there potentially in Beck. But I don't know. The matchup of Georgia Notre Dame does make me more inclined to watch it. I think I'll watch it. I think I'll watch it anyway.
Kurt Cignetti and this team, after being doubted, they win in the first round. Hell, I'm in on that now. I mean, I know. I agree with you, logo-wise. And
Cignetti, is that what his name? How you say it?
Kurt Cignetti?
Yeah.
Yeah, the head coach.
I know he's the coach. I see that name up there. I never.
Googling. He's pretty good. Look, I mean, this is a big-time matchup. I mean, you've got. I mean, take the logo off the side of the helmet. Indiana's the best run defense in the country.
I think Indiana's a good football team.
And look, let's be real about this. Look at Notre Dame's schedule. Notre Dame's the best two opponents on their team was A&M before they were even A&M that we thought they were, and Georgia Tech. So if we're going to talk about Indiana's schedule, let's talk about Notre Dame's schedule as well. And on Notre Dame's schedule, they lost to Northern Illinois.
Notre Dame supposed to be a reputable university, right?
You got a top rushing attack in Notre Dame versus the number one run defense in the country in Indiana. Now, which one's for real, I don't know, but that's the main matchup. And then you flip it on the other side of this thing, Ron, and look, what quarterback is truly better? You know what I mean? This is not. Oh, buddy, what's my man's name at Notre Dame? Mine just went blank. The kid that transferred from
Riley
Leonard, right? This ain't the dude that was at Duke. I mean, it's not the same guy.
Yeah.
And so, look, I don't know, man. I just
so the Cinderella aspect gets you more.
I don't
than
know how
the name.
Cinderella this actually really is if we break it down. But absolutely, yes.
Like Tyler, I think there's a lot of people who pick in Notre Dame just because they know the name and they know that helmet more. Tyler, are you more moved to see the Cinderella Indiana face Georgia, or the name or the feel of, hey, another team that's been in the top 5? A&M's a good football team that beat another team that I think will give Georgia maybe a better game. Like, what are you more into?
I think I lean towards just those programs that we know and are prominent already.
The Notre Dame-Georgia matchup, just like, all right.
Yeah, just like that Notre Dame-Alabama matchup was back in the day. I remember sitting at that Mexican food restaurant in Little Rock, and for about 2 minutes in that game, I was like, well, boy, this is a buzzkill. This is a damn buzzkill.
Yeah, but Notre Dame, Alabama brought you to the table.
They did.
Notre Dame.
And look, teed me up.
And then they sent you on early.
Teed me up, got me drunk, and sent me home.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this text from somebody coming in. I want Indiana to win this game, but not be in at the end. Like win the first game and give me Indiana, Georgia, but not have Indiana be crashing the big part. Like, I don't want to see Indiana in the national championship game.
Well, here's the beautiful part of that, though, if we're honest, is that whoever gets there is going to have to prove that they deserve to be there. This isn't going to be go out there and win one game where you just had the better night against a better football team and you got by, and now you're in the big dance like the 4-team playoff was, right? This is you got to earn your way there. If Indiana, SMU, if Clemson, who's been doubted, if any of those teams get to the championship game, hey man, we've got to put all doubt to bed. I mean, they've won 3 straight big time matchups where they were dogs. So I agree with you just from the outside looking in. Yeah, the brand is always going to be big. But, man, this is I don't know that this isn't a much more even matchup than what it is. What was that line yesterday, Tyler? We talked about it.
7.5.
Notre Dame 7.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
correct.
That's a big
it's
line.
a big number when you start looking at how comparable these two teams actually are. These two teams, two of the highest scoring teams in college football per game. It's going.
And I'm not going to lie to you, Tyler. When I start watching the game tonight, I think I'm going to go for Indiana. I feel like you know how you can't control.
You can if you want to torture yourself.
I'm just saying, you know how you can't control who you want to win when you're watching the game?
Yeah.
I feel like when I watch it, I am going to want Indiana to win. But I don't. But I'm with that texture. I like, for me, I want to see Georgia and Oregon at the end. Like that's probably the game that I want to see at the end. My man, I know you want to see UT. My man has got them horns out there. I want to see Georgia, Oregon. That's probably the game that I want to see. I don't know how I feel about Indiana crashing that sucker. Like, I don't know how. Like, you know how it's like, oh yeah, I love upsets. I love upsets until Houston hosts the Final Four that has Diego State versus FIU in the damn thing, and it's like, all right, well, the upsets was cool, but.
Well, if they would have showed up, it would be something to remember.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. We'll see if it's a good thing, but we'll Cinderella stories are cute until
it ain't.
Until you're like, damn, who is this cat? All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, the pressure's on this weekend with versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, the Texans are playing uphill. They're playing a team that they're trying to get to that status year in, year out. There's two guys on the offensive side of the football that the pressure is on, and it's ratcheted up. I'll tell you who those guys are and why, obviously, and then we'll cuss and discuss. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT Tucson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint's mama told me he used to strut around when he was a high school star wearing a banana hammock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Hey, for the record, John McClain's line his ass off.
Okay.
You boy ain't never strutted. I've been strutted around a time or two, but I ain't never strutted around in no banana hammock.
Oh.
John McClain doesn't mince words here.
Do you remember everything that happened in those years in Dallas?
100%.
Well, sorry.
And what I strapped on my body, absolutely. There wasn't no banana hammock involved. Absolutely. Well, okay, slid on, put on, wore. There ain't never nothing strapped on neither, Tyler.
You should have let that just live out there. And
look here.
And let him go.
Look here, Tyler. I got one weapon. I got one weapon. If it wasn't good enough, I wasn't strapping nothing on. I'm a one-weapon man.
Lauren said, "This is new. What the hell are we talking about?"
John McClain is full of bull. No banana hammocks. I'm a one-weapon man. There's no doubt about it, baby. But the Texans, Kansas City Chiefs this weekend. The Texans. Are trying to get to a spot where they're in the same conversation with the top teams in the AFC, which for the recent history at least, it's been the Kansas City Chiefs. So this is a monster game. Anyway, obviously for the Texans, I don't know that it makes a whole lot of difference in terms of their seeding. I guess they could get up, they could jump one seed, or even possibly two, but it would take the wheels coming off elsewhere. But nonetheless. This is a measuring stick game for the Houston Texans, and I think this defense has played well enough that we can probably feel pretty good. Most people can feel pretty good about expecting them to play well and show well the rest of the season. Against Lamar, I think they'll show well, give us a chance. I'm not saying they're going to be as dominant as they were against the Dolphins, but they'll give us a chance. And I think the same thing against Kansas City. I think they'll give us a chance. And this is about the offense. And Ron, I think there's some significant pressure on two guys. When you look at the type of defense that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to play, it's disguising, it's bringing pressure. There's a lot of movement. In fact, here's Bobby Slowick talking about the Kansas City defense and what they're up against overall schematically.
Yeah, I think it's really like team and scheme dependent, Spags, you could tell, puts a lot of time into disguise and pre and post snap movement and how they want to handle that, how they want to help confuse the quarterback and mix it up with some of the pressures they have, with some of the coverages they have. I think they're really tied together and in tune with what they're doing. That's one thing that jumps out when you watch them. They're a darn good defense. They're also extremely well coached. They don't give freebies. They're on their technique. They're on their responsibility. And what they do shell-wise, how they disguise things. They can show middle field close, rock and roll all the way and invert it and go middle field close. They can play two shells out. They got everything, which is great for us. It's a great challenge. It's great preparation as we keep going through the rest of the season. There's other teams we played where what you see is what you get, and we've kind of had both sides. So it's just another rep for us to go and try to attack.
That's Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick talking about the Kansas City Chiefs defensively and specifically scheme-wise what they're going to do. And here's the gist of it, is they're going to disguise when they play coverage, and they're going to disguise when they bring pressure. In other words, they're going to disguise, and you're going to have to be sharp and on your communication. And to me, I think the number one pressure is on Jarrett Patterson, Ron.
Center.
The center, Jarrett Patterson. I think not only in this game is the whole point of the Kansas City defense is to confuse Jarrett Patterson and ultimately C.J. Stroud, but I think it starts with Jarrett Patterson. Not only is that the end game here for the opponent and what they're trying to do all week and they're planning, But right now, I think Jarrett Patterson has the leg up, if you will, in the center competition and like the future center of the Houston Texans. I think he's got a leg up because he clearly communicates better. I think if you read between the lines with this team and what they've said and how they feel.
The center position has been better under him.
Yes, he communicates better. He goes out there and communicates well against this particular defense. That is a huge statement. It's a huge feather in his cap as it pertains to moving forward and being the starting center for the Houston Texans. And if he doesn't communicate well, and it looks like a jailbreak consistently up front, and it's not just Chris Jones kicking ass, it's because they're confused and don't know which way to go, then I think it could be something that pushes him into a spot where, hey, man, how quick can you get Juice Scruggs back? How quick can I get my future, my second-round pick, my guy I moved up in the draft to get? How quick can I get him back up there and get him back playing again? Because if the ceiling isn't high enough to give me an advantage versus the Chiefs, then what the hell are we doing? And the reality of it is, with Jarrett Patterson, there's not been a lot of them, Ron, but there's been kind of random here and there types of occasions where he's clearly confused, where they're showing pressure. He's snapping the football. He's working to the left. To the left, they clearly bail out, and he stays over there too long instead of coming back to the right side and helping Shaq Mason. Right? Put your head on a swivel and get back. Once they show that they're not coming that direction, then you flip your head, flip your eyes, and help on this backside and stay active and find somebody to block. Like there's been some of those moments and critical moments with Jarrett Patterson. This is a monster game for him that'll go a long way for – I honestly think if he plays well in the next two games, Ron, he could be the future at center for this football team.
I mean, he's definitely on that track right now.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's been a clear – I don't want to say that the improvement of the offensive line is all – push towards him and the move at center,
right.
but it's clear it has gotten better around him, right? And especially
here's where it's gotten better, Ron, is with him, and this may be opponent, this may be coach, I don't know what it is, but with him in there, the offensive line as a whole, each player is more decisive on what the hell they're doing. They don't look as confused. Now, they're still getting beat from time to time, but it doesn't look like jailbreak, what the hell are we doing, a good chunk of the times, and it had a tendency to get that way with the other guys there.
Yeah, and I think that's the key is to see what's, who's looking better around him, right? And I think Brandon. Now this may not pertain to Kenyon Green, but Brandon brought it up: is do they feel like Kenyon Green would be better around a better, a center? Would that improve his play? And that's the thought: is has that improved the play of the guys that have been around him? Does Titus Howard look better than he did last year at guard because you got a center who's putting things together? So I think he's most definitely in the running for that right now.
Yeah, well, no, make no bones about it. The communication, confident, clear communication from the center, even if it's not perfectly correct every single time, will make a mountain of difference as it pertains to Patterson. It's clearly been better, so we'll see. Secondly, Ron, we talked a little bit about it earlier. The amount of pressure on C.J. Stroud to handle what's going to get thrown at him this week is through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean, there's already a couple of people, I can't remember who it was, but it was what's my man that's on the podcast with Russ?
With Russ.
Yeah, Greg, the one that the quarterback analyst.
Greg McElroy?
No. The one that I played the audio of a couple weeks ago. Watches all the film and breaks down the quarterback.
Greg Cosell.
Greg Cosell, there you go. With Ross, I'm sorry, not Russ. There's already some whispers out there of like, oh, yeah, well, it's easy to sit and watch TV cop and say, well, the O-line's not very good. There's already some whispers out there about, hey, CJ's just got to be better. And it's not just me doing it here in Houston. It's starting to happen kind of nationally. CJ's got to see these things. CJ's got to be better under pressure. CJ's got to be better in chaotic situations. CJ's got to be better in the red zone and third down. And when the pressure's there, he's got to be able to stick in there and make throws. That's already starting to buzz a bit. That's going to get really loud if C.J. Stroud doesn't handle this well this week. And when I say handle well,
if it's really clear, Like if it's like the Jets game where he got sacked 8 times and you can tell.
Yeah.
I think but if it's clear on this standalone game, big stage, the next 2 games that he's just missing throws. Like if he has like Sunday Night Football, he has a throw like he did with Tank and he just comes up short, misses it, and it becomes a pick. I think that like that one's hard on anybody.
Well, just being in control of what the hell's happening, because the guys that we're talking about. Because the reality of it is last year we were talking top 5 quarterback in the NFL, not just the AFC, right? I mean, when you're in those kinds of conversations, you handle these types of situations well. Now, whether your team wins or not, we'll see. There's a lot that plays into that. But you handle it calmly, and you handle it in a fashion of which you're consistently giving your team a chance to win. And I think the pressure's on for him to do those kind of things. And it is. I think the pressure's through the roof on C.J. Stroud.
No, it definitely is, and that's the part. Like he doesn't need to put too much pressure on him. Just make the plays that are there for you to make.
Yeah, I don't think it's him putting pressure on himself. I just mean the noise around.
Oh, I know it.
I'm
saying the noise. Don't let it get to him.
In his head,
Yeah, just make the plays that you that are there to be made.
All right, you're listening to Sports Radio 610. I'm Clint Stoerner, it's Ron Hughley, and Tyler Milner's back in the studio behind the glass. He's missing Santa's little helpers out here, but we are up 290 Twin Peaks. Come on through, hang out with us. I think we got another gift card to give away. Ron, we got another gift card.
That's right, baby. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
We got a little raffle to give away. We got a football game coming up tonight. Good little atmosphere here popping at Twin Peaks. So come on through, Ron. I asked a couple of questions yesterday around all of these college football games, and me and Brandon and Tyler Milner, we all gave our opinions. I'm curious where you're at. Which one of these games good football, Horny? Start top 4 games, first round of the playoffs. Tennessee, Ohio State, SMU, Penn State, Indiana, Notre Dame, Texas, Clemson. Which one of them games gets you good in football, Horny?
Yeah, I think the SMU Penn State one is fun, the contrast of what's going to happen there. But for me, I think it's the two, like the big one, that Ohio State-Tennessee game.
That's where I went.
Because I don't know how good those teams are.
Yeah.
Like I don't like. I know they've had seasons where you understand why they're there.
It's hard to describe the matchup, right? Like
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if how good they are. Like the last time I saw Michigan, it was Ohio State. They were losing 13-10 to Michigan, right? And
Tennessee got beat by Arkansas.
Yeah, and it's just like they've done enough. It feels like to me those teams have almost done enough.
Yeah.
And just didn't lose enough to get to this point, but I don't know how good they are.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
That's the one.
I'm with you on that one. That one right there. All right, now let me ask you this, Ron, because we talked about it yesterday again. These are some really cool environments, man. I mean, you got Penn State, Ohio State. I mean, when you look at tonight's game at Notre Dame, it's going to be snowing. It's already snowing up there as well. I saw some video footage. And then Austin, right? You got some big-time atmospheres. If you could attend one of these games, just simply no skin in the game, I want to attend to experience what the hell it's like to watch. Because this has got to be right. This has got to be, maybe with the exception of Penn State and Ohio State, because I know they've had some big on-campus games. They got some monster rivals. I mean, this has got to be the biggest game that's taken place on these campuses in a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, playoff game, all the marbles, win or go home.
Yeah, standalone. Yeah, I think for me it's probably, if I can get through the cold, it's probably tonight. Like Notre Dame, like that's just I've walked the stadium, but I've never been there for a game.
Yep.
I've walked around the stadium. That's just one of those bucket list things that you kind of want to get to. So like I would think the Horseshoe is probably close to. Never been there either. In Columbus, but I'd probably say Notre Dame. I'm
right there with you. The history, and I've never been there. I think there's more to it than just football. That would be really cool. All right, this one's from Fred here, Ron. This one right here is from Fred. All right, Tyler, you can get on this one too, even though I think I know what your Aggie response is going to be. All right,
hatred.
Would you rather? Now it would have to be in the championship game. Would you rather see Texas, Georgia for a third time, in a championship game, or would you rather see one of the other schools in that top bracket play Georgia, which would be Clemson, Oregon, Arizona State, or Tennessee against Georgia?
One of those other teams.
I knew what the hell you were going to say.
That's an easy one.
I knew what you were going to say, Ron. What about you, man?
I don't see that one a third time. Like that. Like I honestly, and I don't mean to hurt you, Fred. That would have to be the very last matchup that I would want to see in the championship game. I don't mind seeing Texas play somebody else. I don't mind seeing Georgia play somebody else. But like those games, even those games weren't like, God, dog, man, I got to hang into that one. The first one, Georgia just dominated for the most part, except for a little run that Texas had in the third quarter. And then this last game, even though it was tight and it went to overtime, I don't know. It wasn't like, boy, I got to see that one again.
Yeah,
I
agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That neither one of those games were like, give me some more of that.
Sorry, Fred. You've heard that before.
I'll be honest. The scary part of this is, Ron, like I think if Texas gets there, I think they will have to have been a significantly better team than what we watched really this season, to be completely honest with you. And so I could get down with that part of it. Georgia's a team that might get there with a backup quarterback throwing the ball 10 times a game and just playing defense and being better coached than everybody else, having better dudes than everybody else. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to see Georgia in another championship game. In the past there's been some dudes that are electric, like some skill guys that can go, and there's been some sexiness to that game.
Especially maybe without their quarterback, too.
Yeah, with their quarterback.
He's not exactly been the greatest thing to watch.
I don't – and look, I guess I could probably get down with this young kid they got. Hell, he's like a damn fullback playing quarterback after that hit he took and then took that hit. It looked like he was going to the hospital, and then he got up and did the post-game interview after beating Texas. Yeah. I guess I may be able to get behind him. But if they make a run, it's going to be with his legs. It's not going to be his arms. That's going to be a boring-ass brand of football.
Unless you got like an Oregon in there with them,
so it's
the contrast. That could be the
man. I'd be good with Texas Georgia a third time though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
All right, coming up.
That means my bride be in a real good mood for about a month.
Yeah, she would. Hopefully longer than that. Coming up as we continue here on a Football Friday, a little baseball. There is news with the Astros. They have made a move.
Mm-hmm. Sure enough.
I think this now. It almost guarantees Alex Bregman's gone. If you have not heard that move, we'll let you know about that. And the thought of, is this a better baseball team than to end the season at home against the Tigers today? Is this a better baseball team? We'll discuss that next.
a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we're having a good time out here. Twin Peaks off 290. Come on out, make your way on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. The Drive is live on a Football Friday. If you have not done so, you might want to sign your name, put it in our raffle box. You'll have a chance to win an easy $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. White box right here on the table next to us if you're in the building or if you're on your way in. You can't miss it. We'll be hooking somebody up with that in the 5 o'clock hour. So come on out, hang out with us as we get you ready here on this Football Friday. A little baseball here, fellas. Those of you who are thinking, all right, Breggie's going to come back, and that Alex Bregman is still going to potentially be an Astro.
Is Breggie being ridiculous?
I don't know if he's being ridiculous, but this is taking a hit to him potentially coming back. As the news today, the Astros are working. Dana Brown and company, they make a move. They sign a new first baseman. All right, so they bring in Christian Walker. He agrees to a 3-year deal for $60 million to come and play for your Houston Astros. So basically pulling the old Jose Abreu deal at 20 per at first base, 34 years old. He'll be 34 when the season starts. March 28th is when he'll be turning 34. But he comes in to play first base. They've already signed Paredes. Traded for Paredes from the Cubs in the deal with Kyle Tucker. So it would be a thought that he would play third base unless he is in the outfield. So that is the move. And to me, when you've got a guy who played third and you got a first baseman who you just signed, it is hard to believe that the Astros are going to bring back Alex Bregman when all we have heard is the offer, 6 years, $156, which isn't even close to anything that has been projected for Alex Bregman. And not to mention, we also heard early in the week they tried to make a trade with the Cardinals to bring in Nolan Arenado. It just was denied because Nolan decided to use his no trade clause. So they have been trying to get, it looks like, replacements for Alex Bregman and move on for life without Alex Bregman, and they've done so. I want to roll from it this way to the people and you guys here. Do the Astros get better? This is their projected lineup. Altuve leading off at second. Payne at short, batting second potentially. Alvarez is the DH. Paredes in the 4 spot as the third baseman. Walker, the right, left. Walker, the lefty at first base. Then Yainer Diaz, the catcher. Then that right field spot that's open with McCormick and Myers finishing the thing off. In the rotation, Framber, Hunter Brown, Blanco, Arrighetti, and then, depending on the health, could be Luis Garcia, could be, we'll see how far Christian Javier gets in his rehab. Could be J.P. France. We'll see where he is in his rehab. I wouldn't bet on it, but I guess it could be Lance McCullers. We'll see who the other person is in that rotation. But I just read off that kind of potential lineup there with the rotation.
Did you mention Urquidy? Oh,
Urquidy. I don't think he's with the team. I don't think he's no longer with the team.
Is he out of here?
Yeah, he's gone.
What happened to Urquidy?
I think they let that ride. Jose Urquidy let him ride. But you heard that. Do you think the Astros are a better team today?
No.
Okay. Without Tucker, Bregman out, and we'll see the other spot in the rotation. So they have some work to do to be a better team than they were last year. Than the team that ended the season last year.
Yeah, a fully healthy Astros team last year with Tucker and Bregman. I have a hard time getting to a point where I think this team is better offensively or defensively. So, yeah, no, I don't think they're there yet. Hopefully they're not done making moves. And I think there is, we talked a lot about the outfield, right, in terms of what are they going to do in the outfield.
They got to turn a trick out there, that third outfield.
Look, I'm cool with being patient with the outfield right now to see if Chaz McCormick can get back to somewhat of a 2022 level. Was it 2022? Yeah, no, 2023. What is this year?
This is the 24 season.
So yeah, it was 2023 when he was. I mean, he spent a good chunk of his time in the season up around 1,000 OPS. I mean, he was top.
Chaz was good. Chaz was really good.
He was really, really good. Can he return to even remotely close to that? Can Jake Myers give you anything that the organization get remotely close to what the organization expects for him? Those things, I think, are a little bit of rolls of the dice that I'm willing to see kind of where are they sitting at the trade deadline, and if they need to make a move, this organization's proven to make a move.
Do you feel like this is a better team? Someone texted in, they must get better in the outfield. Jake and Chaz aren't it. This lineup could potentially be sustainable, but the bats don't replace the ones they lost.
Right. That's where I was going with this, though, Ron, is like, I mean, let's be honest. Like, Jeremy Pena's got to take a step.
And he took a step from 2 years ago
Sure,
to this year.
he's got to take another one.
About another one, yeah.
I mean, that's the deal. Is like
Jordan, you can't get hurt.
Jordan can't get hurt. Diaz has got to take another step, right? Diaz significantly better swinging the bat last year with less power, but better at the plate, more discipline, better average. I mean, he's got to take a next step. So, I mean, a little bit of this has got to be a play on the guys that are some of your better players, not just these outfielders that everybody's hoping can get better. But, I mean, part of this play has to be, Pena's got to be better. Diaz has got to be better.
And I'll tell you what, and we'll see if this happens. I think you got to also understand the division they're playing in, and that helps them. But those teams would be foolish if they don't go out and try to really, really try to upgrade their teams. Seattle and Texas, they'd be foolish if they don't. Now, I'll be honest with you. Since I've been here, I'm kind of with Tyler on Anaheim, whatever. But those other teams, they will be foolish if they don't go and tackle this team and try to track down the Astros. Because this right now, to me, that lineup where they are right now, we'll see what other moves they make, but they're vulnerable right now. That in terms of the firepower that the Astros have had over the years, this is a completely different thing. Someone said they are equal or greater than the 2024 team. I just disagree with that. Right? I think they are a lesser team right now without Bregman. And I know Tucker didn't play a lot, but he still played. I think they're a lesser team with that, and we'll see about the pitching. So I don't know. We'll see what else they get done, but that third outfield bat to start the year. Because clearly, if they were going to give 156 to Alabama, they got a little something. It has to be to me a better piece than let's just platoon somebody. I think whoever they bring into play, that third outfield spot should be the best hitting outfielder they have on the team. I mean, it don't take a lot to go over Jake and what Chaz has shown us recently. That's what it's got to be. All right, coming up, it's your opportunity. Open up the phone lines, Tyler. It's your opportunity. Give us your prediction of the game between the Texans and the Chiefs, but do it in a Patrick Mahomes voice. Tyler's going to open up the lines. I don't have a lot of confidence in this. I hope that you all prove me wrong, but we'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Okay. Bounce dryer can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive as we are live getting you ready on this Football Friday for the big game tomorrow. Not Sunday, tomorrow. Tomorrow as the Texans will take on the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead tomorrow at noon. Should be fun. Me and Figgy will be at the Barking Pig tomorrow checking out that game. Figgy, who is rolling hard with the Texans. I'm rolling with the Chiefs. The loser has to get dunked in the tank. Going and get a little water. Getting a little wet. As somebody will be, Figgy.
It's insane you are doing that.
It's a fun time. Shut up. That's damn right. It's insane he's doing it.
It's nuts.
Oh, I thought you.
No, Tyler's got that ice. As long as he shows up with them ice bags, we'll be all right.
That will help.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so put them in there. I bet put them in there for Figgy. Go ahead and do that thing for him. All right, it's your time. All right, Tyler's got the phone lines open, 713-572-4610. Tyler, I thought again, as I set it up, I thought he had a really good idea, and I'll be honest, and I like this thought. I just don't know if this thing's going to get executed well. And his idea is let's have our fans, our listeners, when I say our fans, rather fans of the team, some are our fans, and our listeners, go ahead and call in 713-572-4610, and you give your prediction and what you think is going to happen in this game, but you got to do it in a Patrick Mahomes voice. And I thought it was a great idea by Tyler. I'm not sure of the execution. My man Champ Slice on YouTube and Twitch said the same thing. I'm with Ron. I don't know how this is going to go well.
If I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go.
There you go, right there. Let's hear a little bit of Patrick Mahomes. For those of you who are trying to get in on this, let's hear a little Patrick Mahomes, Tyler, to maybe help them get their voices closer to it.
Hey, ho, Kermit the Frog here.
That's not Patrick Mahomes.
Well, first, my wife Brittany got them for me, so I had to. I'm not throwing y'all down, but I have to wear them, But at the same time, I threw them on that first season. We had a pretty good season that season. I only wear them for game day though, so I can't get. They're not too worn down. They're not like these nasty. They're not like this nasty.
Yeah, there's a little Patrick Mahomes. Tyler, give us a little bit of Pat. You start it off. You kick it off, Tyler. Give us your prediction of the game and why you think this is going to go. Set the stage for the people on what this should sound like.
Yeah, I'd be glad to, Ron. My ankle's feeling a lot better right now today on Football Friday than last weekend and end of the week. I talked to Coach Andy Reid. Ankle's ready to go. But I think I got to go with the final score tomorrow up here at Arrowhead. I think the Texans are actually gonna. I think they're actually gonna beat us, and I think the final score might be 31-24.
I think James Carville, the political pundit from down south in Louisiana, showed up a little bit in there.
That was actually better than the Muppets you had rolling earlier. That wasn't bad.
Had a little Louisiana.
Thank you, Clint. You're a hell of a quarterback, man. I watch your film all the time, man.
All right. Again, Texler's coming in. Tyler sounds like Yoda. All right, so that's the vibe. That's what we're looking for. Give us your prediction to score. And why you think it is. You don't have to tell us what conversations that you and Andy had, like Tyler did, but give us what you think the score is. All right, who's first, Tyler?
Let's go with Matt.
All right, Matt, here we go. It's a lot riding on you, Matt. You're leading off.
Hey, Pat Mahomes here. We're going to get out to a good start, but we're going to ultimately end up at 24-17 because my ankle's just not feeling great.
Hold on, Matt. Matt, you sound.
It sounds just like Kermit.
Kermit is what you sound
like identical to Kermit.
Matt. Is that not the joke?
Yes. No, it was great.
Great. Matt, but that was really Kermit. All right, text it in. All right, Matt, leading off. All right, that was good. That was good, Matt. Tyler leading off. All right, again, 713-572-4610. Give us your prediction of the game, but you got to sound like Patrick Mahomes. You got to get that frog in you and feel like Patrick Mahomes. Matt let it off well. Who's next, Tyler?
Let's go with Christina.
Oh, we got a lady in the house, Christina. Well, I don't know. I'm thinking Christina's a lady. Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, I'm going to wake up and have a good breakfast, with some eggs and put plenty of ketchup on it, with that protein. So it's really, really good. And I think I'm going to feel good with my ankle out there. I think it's all right. And, I think I'm going to slide and slip around and step out of bounds and stuff. And, I think we'll pull it off. I think it's 23-20, at the end of the day. Got those rests in my pocket. So, yeah.
Nice effort.
You gave it your all.
If she'd had the ability to growl a little bit, because you're right, he's gravelly in the beginning and end of words.
Christina, that wasn't good. I'm going to be honest with you. I really appreciate your effort.
It's better. It's tenfold better than yours. And you've been listening to the guy your whole life.
That wasn't better than mine.
Tenfold.
It wasn't. It sounded like Christina. That's what it sounded like. I mean, she gave a great effort. I heard her. I like her synopsis.
It's
not easy. It's not easy. I will admit.
It's higher pitch, probably on the female register more than men.
Tyler, what 1 to 10? What was Christine?
Oh, maybe a 2. I love you, Christina. Appreciate you listening. That was a rough impersonation.
I mean, it's a great effort. All right, who's next, Tyler?
Let's go with Danny.
All right, Danny. Come on, Danny. Pick it up. Here we go. Let's hear your prediction.
Yeah. We've had a really great week of practice. Watch a lot of film. We think we know these guys pretty well. We've been studying and looking at that Bungarooski play. We're going to pull it out at the right time. And we got Taylor Swift's best underwear. It's ready to go. I'm going to wear it tomorrow. And we're going to take this thing 24-13.
Bungarooski. That's pretty good, Dan. That's not bad. That's not bad. You know what? Pat has a tendency to say things twice a lot, like in a row. Yeah, yeah, or Yeah, what? Or, yeah, like he does. That was good.
You chose the wrong MFer.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. Time keeps
parachuting in. Look, those are better than most.
I really listen. I love the effort. I love the effort. Solid job so far. I would say that was it Matt. I think Matt's in the leader in the clubhouse right now. Though he really just. I mean, I thought Picky was coming up next. All right, let's get one more in, Tyler. Who's next?
Let's go with Rafe.
Rafe. Oh wow, I haven't heard that name since Rafe with Friends. All right, go ahead, Rafe.
Hello, can you all hear me? This Patrick Mahomes, dude. I think the Texans gonna win 35-7.
What? It sounded more like Jerry Jones.
Rafe is there cracking himself.
He can't take himself serious.
Dang. All right. Do we got one more?
We can't end on that one. I need one more.
We got it. We can't end on Rafe. All right, come on. Who's last?
Let's go with Wallace.
All right, God, dog, these names. Wallace, send us on.
And let you know I appreciate you. I know you're my biggest fan. We're gonna on Saturday, Taylor Swift using her voodoo magic to stop Christian Harris from covering Travis Kelce. I'm gonna be eating up that defense like well done steak and a bottle of ketchup, going for that 3-piece baby. Cheap thumbs. She's by $100.
There you go, Wallace.
Oh, that's a great job, everybody. Good job out
Wallace. There. You brought in the ketchup with the steak thing, so you went in and gave us some of the. That's good. Listen.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
Great job. Great job.
It was a really good job, everyone. It was very impressive.
All right, Tyler. Really great job. Listen. I did not think we were going to get that. See, people are texting in. Where is Sean Pendergast? I don't know. I didn't know what we were going to get. I thought we were going to get a lot more Christina, and I feel like I'm taking Christina out. And that was when she clearly stood out. As the low end, but I thought everyone did a good job. Melissa's probably booing Christina, right? Because she only wants to be the only female.
Well, that's all right. Shout out to she's not going to be the only one showing up wanting to whoop you and Tyler's ass.
People are really laughing at Rafe. Vote who won that one. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Wallace sounded like Chewbacca. Someone said sounds like a German Patrick Mahomes. That's not bad. No, listen. Hey, good job. Wait a second. And that's the biggest part. Now I'll give Christina this credit. You sold out. All right, you sold out. You let it out. You gave it everything you had. You sold out for it. I got to go back to Christina. I don't think you gave everything you had. I think.
Boy, y'all are really piling on Christina.
I love you, Christina.
I appreciate you calling. I appreciate your effort, sister.
Oh, I understand the effort. I don't know if it was your best effort, but I think maybe you worked on it a little bit more. I do.
You only gave her 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean.
What'd you want her to do? Stop her day and practice up for 2 hours?
Someone texted in. People are really loving Rafe. Rafe is the winner.
Hey, Rafe just gave a score and got the hell out.
Wesley said the last guy and the first guy. They're duels. I haven't heard Sean's. Is Sean's better than everybody else's?
I hadn't heard it.
I hadn't heard Sean's. Have you heard Sean's, Tyler?
Yeah, it's not bad. Pretty good.
You like yours better, don't you?
Of course.
I feel like Tyler and Sean got a little duel going on.
Yeah, I could see that. It started from the first game of the season.
Oh yeah.
Not good, Sean.
That, yeah.
Sean,
I feel like
Sean
there's.
Hasn't.
Yeah.
Has Sean thrown that in your face?
He did tweet whenever I was sick and out last week. He tweeted me a tweet of all the players that were in A&M's #1 draft class that have now transferred.
That's completely unnecessary.
He didn't. And then next week he said, "Dude, I didn't know you were sick. I wouldn't have done that."
I bet he had a big ass smile on his face when he sent that. Oh, I didn't know you were sick. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. The Astros make a big move. Clint gets excited about something the Texans did, and we'll get you ready for the big college football first ever 12-team playoff game that gets going tonight. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all. They've been helping Houston, Texas for over 25 years, man. Contact them day and or night, 24/7, 365.
1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber, as well as Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is we are live on a Football Friday here at Twin Peaks, right off 290. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. There's TVs all over the place. There is a college, the very first 12-team playoff college football playoff game tonight between Notre Dame and Indiana. You got TVs all over the place to watch it. Basketball as well, college, NBA. So this is a great spot to come to and kick your Friday night off right. Great food, great drinks, great scenery. It's everything that you need. So come hang out tonight. You can be here. Hey, we're here till 6, but you can come on out a little bit later than that as well. So make your way on out here to Twin Peaks off 290. All right, first off, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes and the latest story here with the Houston Astros. And Clint, to me, this feels like the clincher. The Astros and Christian Walker, first baseman, veteran first baseman. He'll be 34 years old on May 28th. He has agreed to a 3-year, $60 million deal. And I think we can go a couple of ways with this. First, Clint, your thoughts on this move to go out and get the first baseman, to go out and get him. They found the replacement for Abreu. It's a similar deal. Abreu was getting $20 million around. He's getting $20 a year here. Your thoughts on the Christian Walker move?
Yeah, look, I absolutely love it. I mean, it's the age part of it is the only part for me to be anybody would be concerned about, and the age just doesn't bother me at this point in time. I mean, the guy the last 3 years of his career has had the best 3 years, with the exception of one. I think his second year in the league, I think he had a big year. But really, overall, the last 3 years, offensively and defensively, have been the best years of his career.
Gold Glove the last 3 straight years.
Gold Glove 3 straight years. If you look at his OPS, over 800 3 years in a row, that would have been second on this baseball team. Well, third if you want to count Tuck in the short stint he played in regular season. But the only two better would have been Tucker and Yordan Alvarez. 26 homers would have been third on the team. Again, I'm going to assume that Tucker would have got more than 26 had he been healthy. So Yordan and Tucker were the only two ahead of him. Bregman had 26 himself. He's a career 250 hitter. And so, look, I think he's a great at first base, obviously. I think this is big for the Astros. If you're gonna move Tuck and not sign Bregman back, you better bring some heat in that lineup, and I like this. I like this ad here, man.
Yeah, if he can continue playing to the level that he has played lately. 2 years ago was a really, really big year. He found himself on MVP ballots. Last year he did take a step back from the previous year where he was in the 30 home run area, over 100 RBIs. For also was better. Diamondbacks were in the World Series last year. And then last year, some steps back. But power hitting first baseman, good defensive first baseman. You're not going through the Diaz, got to play first. Sometimes, the John Singleton, the platoon that was going there. You got your first baseman. And it looks like to me, Clint, you have your third baseman. Again, I do the age thing is the age thing, and now understanding this is how they do business, right? They are not deterred by getting a first baseman in his mid-30s and then having to eat the contract like they were with Jose Abreu. They looked at it as a one-off situation and are not afraid to go there again. They were trying to do something similar with the Nolan Arenado, and now they do get it done with Christian Walker. So it's clear they are going that route, short-term deals with older players, and hopefully you still get multiple good years out of him and not have it turn away that it did with Jose Abreu. Now, the other part that you did state in there, Clinton, I think it is the case. I think to me this is the nail in the coffin on the Alex Bregman. I think Alex Bregman is going to be playing baseball somewhere else. You got Paredes to play third base. You got Walker in. Now he's going to play first base.
No, God!
I know, Tyler. It's maybe something you better start coming to terms with. But this looks like the final nail in the coffin in bringing Alex Bregman back.
Yeah, I would agree with that. With every move, it was. With every move they make, man, it looks like we're further and further away from bringing Bregman back, because you can add the prospect they got. What's Cam's last name?
Smitty.
Cam Smith. I mean, if they had it their way, I'd imagine they want him to climb them charts and play lights out and be in right field before you know it this year. So I would imagine that they've got several replacements picked at this point. I hope they're not done. But, Ron, you're right. I mean, the corner infielders look like they're spoken for, and Bregman's not one of them. So I would still love to see it, and they can figure it out. Maybe miraculously Paredes can play right field or something, or maybe they've got a DH situation that could come to fruition. But other than Jordan, and Jordan can play left, which I'm not opposed to, but it doesn't. It seems like that would be a long shot for Bregman at this point.
Yeah, because Dana Brown already made the comment of we want to primarily use Jordan at DH is what he had said earlier.
Yep.
So that's the move that is made. Christian Walker, 3-year deal, $60 million. He is going to be the newest member of the Houston Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, you'll be excited by this news with the Texans. Texans sign Irv Smith Jr. to the 53-man roster. They waive Steve Sims Jr. and elevate Andrew Beck and Jarrett Wayne for the Chiefs game. But for you, Irv Smith Jr. is somebody you have been looking at and liking what you're seeing, and thinks that he could be a real asset moving forward for this team.
Yeah, look, here's the thing, is if you look at the Texans team, and there's no immediate answer, and there's no great answer, so I'll preface it with that. But here's the deal, is if you look at this Texans football team and you say, we've got to do two things better. We've got to run the football better, and we've got to protect the quarterback better. There is zero doubt. It's not even remotely close. If that is the case, it's not even remotely close. Irv Smith is the better tight end, the best tight end on his team right now. It is a huge gap between him and Dalton Schultz in how they pass protect and how they block in the run game. It is.
And you don't think that gap is big in the passing game from Schultz to Irv Smith?
No, I do not. No, I do not. Not damn sure not if they're going to use the tight end the way they've used the tight end this year.
They shouldn't have gave him $12 million.
Agree wholeheartedly. But
if it ain't that gap big enough, then Irv Smith.
Agree wholeheartedly. But if you're going to go out there in a game when C.J. Stroud checks the ball down and doesn't be aggressive hardly at all against the Dolphins and just checks it down, which by the way I'm proud of, I like, and that tight end's going to have 2 catches or whatever it was. If that's what you're demanding out of your tight end in a game where your quarterback is checking the football down consistently, then there is zero doubt about it. If that's how you're tight end, there's zero doubt about it that Irv Smith is bringing more to the table. And I don't think you have to watch film long. You watch Irv Smith about 5 plays, and you are extremely convinced that his physicality is just on a whole other planet from Dalton Schultz.
I won't argue that.
The being unwilling to quit in pass protection is – I mean, he made a play last game. I described it to you last week, Ron. He made a play that is just – I mean, it's C.J. getting T-boned in the back, or he sticks with his guy, recovers, and C.J. escapes up the middle untouched and goes and runs for a handful of yards. Right? I mean, it's just that is what you need out of your tight end position right now, and Irv Smith is no doubt the best. This move doesn't surprise me one bit. Now,
be interested to see how much he plays, how many snaps he gets. There's no Stover. Obviously, there's no Tiggy Quatoriano.
Well, we need to go back and look at the snap count over the last couple of I've seen it, but I didn't really pay much mind to Irv Smith last week, the week before last week. We need to go back and look at that the last couple of weeks and see how it's trending, if it's trending upward or if it's staying the same or kind of how it is. I would be willing to bet you, Ron, that this is one of those things where they're saying we got to get this guy involved more.
Yeah, we'll see. Irv Smith back there. Someone texted and said, "Yes, Andrew Beck is back." I've been asking for a fullback all year. All right, we'll see. I don't know if you remember his fullback in last year. He for me, if I remember, maybe I'm off. If I remember, he gave me some Dalton Schultz vibes in his physicality.
Well, he damn sure didn't give you the 180 of Dalton Schultz because I'd have been clamoring at what the hell did y'all do letting him go? How'd y'all let him get out of town? Had he given you some physicality? So I do think he gives you more than just throwing a tight end back there, a Cade Stover back there, and hoping that it works out. I do think that he brings a little more to the table than that. But we'll see how he uses them. Right now, in this offense, it's going to be very interesting to see how Bobby Slowick, what personnel he wants to live in, moving forward. I would imagine it's going to be a lot of 12 personnel with Dalton Schultz and Irv on the field together. But it's going to be interesting to see with these moves they're making.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. That's the latest there. Irv Smith and multiple others on the roster ahead of this game against the Chiefs.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, it is happening a couple of hours from now, Clint. One game tonight. Indiana will travel to Notre Dame to face the Fighting Irish in South Bend at Notre Dame Stadium. They will play tonight for the right to face the Georgia Bulldogs in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl. 11-1 versus 11-1. Before we get kind of into this game, because I'm intrigued to see this because there's a bit of a contrast between these teams. Do you like the format in which teams are hosting these playoff games?
Oh, I love it. It's my favorite
part of it.
Other than the smaller teams, the off-brand teams, if you will, getting real opportunities and playing for something throughout the season. I think my second favorite part of the expanded playoffs is literally on-campus first-round playoff games that I just couldn't imagine going back. I get like when first time Arkansas played Texas back, I think we announced that we were pregnant with Liv, so 3 years ago. When I think we had, when Mallet was there, we had Alabama or Georgia at home one year when Mallet was making a run. I mean, those monster games are just freaking nuts. I couldn't imagine what it's like at a team that's lived in the top 15 or top 20, has made the playoffs and has a home playoff game in December. I mean, it's got to be nuts, man. So yeah, it is. I love the format. I mean, it's those atmospheres got to be absolutely nuts.
Yeah,
we hadn't been able to watch. I hadn't anyway watched any College Game Day today to see kind of what it's like, but I would imagine that it's some of the most impressive we've seen.
Yeah, it is, and they are selling out, and that's kind of one of those bucket list spots to go, and it's cool to have the first game there, hosted there, a playoff game on campus. What do you think about this game? Because this is, if you look at through the year, this has been a kind of a contrast in styles. Like Indiana, for the Roar, they've been a high-scoring team, and they put up some big numbers. And Notre Dame has kind of been a tougher team. Riley Leonard running the ball with his using his legs and obviously throwing the football as well.
Well, it's interesting, Ron, because I think you've got the best run defense in the country in Indiana versus one of the top run offenses in football in Notre Dame.
That includes their quarterback with it.
Yeah, and I think if you look at it, Notre Dame's schedule when it was all said and done was not impressive. I mean, the best two games on their schedule, I think, is Texas A&M and Georgia Tech probably. And you caught Texas A&M. It's not even the Texas A&M that we're talking about today. You caught Texas A&M out of the gate when they didn't know their tail end from the hole in the ground, right?
Notre Dame, supposed to be a reputable university, right?
So, I don't know that they caught a great Texas A&M team if we're being completely transparent here. So I think both teams have a suspect strength of schedule. I think it's a great matchup. The Indiana run defense versus the Notre Dame run heavy offense, and I think when you look at it the rest of the way, Indiana's a much better matchup than one would think. Man, I love this matchup. Two teams in the same state, first time ever in the college football playoffs. Two teams from the same state have matched up. There's snow on the ground. I hadn't seen the weather update lately, but it was coming down earlier today before we got to work. And so,
which you would think they would probably favor Notre Dame and just how they want to operate.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so, Ron. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll tell you this. This is a much better. Like, if you just take the logo off the helmet, it's a much tighter matchup than I thought. You mentioned both teams are scoring a boatload of points. Yeah. Literally, they're back-to-back. One team's, I think, scoring 38.5, one's scoring 40 or something like that. So
43, 38.5.
I mean, they're right there. They're both scoring a boatload of points. I think, I really liked Riley Leonard. Hell, everybody liked Riley Leonard coming out of Duke. I mean, he was one of the top pro prospects, or expected to be one of the top pro prospects. Boy, that's fell off. His team's in the college football playoffs, and that somehow has fallen off, right? So I don't know who has the better quarterback. So it's going to be – I mean, Indiana's got a much better chance. I thought this was going to be Notre Dame skull drag. Like, I thought Notre Dame was going to skull drag.
You changed on that a little bit?
Absolutely, 100%. I think this has got a real chance to be a fourth-quarter game, and it wouldn't shock me one bit if Indiana didn't pull it off.
All right, coming up as we continue here on a Football Friday Live for Twin Peaks right here off 290. Come on out. Bobby Slowick, hopefully you're listening, and if you're not listening, you're already thinking about what we're going to talk about. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do
SportsRadio.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Congratulations to our latest winner. I ain't going to put him out there just in case he ain't supposed to be here. But congratulations to our latest winner out there as we're live here right off 290, Twin Peaks. Never come empty-handed. And we've hooked a couple of people up with $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoor. You can't miss that. You're gonna come out with something. You're gonna come out with something that you need or something that somebody else needs.
Somethings.
Yeah, multiple. Something. Can't go in there and not get what you need. So, congratulations to our winners here. All right, Clint. When it comes to C.J. Stroud, when it comes to this game for you, what's the most important thing? The most important thing happening in that building?
I think it's what's being communicated to him, and it's the same. Everybody that listens, I've talked about this multiple times, right? I wasn't concerned about it early on because it was we hadn't seen what the product looked like, right? And we talked about it in a sense of I've said from jump, like the C.J. Stroud and how he juggles game managing and putting their foot on the throat, like that is going, and being aggressive ultimately, that is going to dictate the outcome of this season for the Texans. How he juggles that, I said it in camp the first time that he mentioned being aggressive, literally the first day of training camp, and that's holds true, right? I mean, you look up and you're 8 games in, and he's getting his head beat in, and yeah, boy, he's got some explosives now, and yeah, he's been really good against man or this or that, but he's getting the hell beat out of him. And we talked about it. I said, there's no way that this guy's. It's sexy. Everybody likes it, and it's real sexy when you beat it and you throw for 300 yards, but you got the hell beat out of you. But when you get injured or when it backfires on you, it's not going to win consistently. It's going to be a problem, and. Now we've seen a shift in that Detroit game go all the way back to more of the game management stuff, and there's a little bit of a struggle of when and how to take those shots. And
they've done a better job of that, right?
I think they've done a good job of noticing and recognizing, like, hey, this is where we got to live and what the hell we got to do, right? It's not just status quo. It's not about just execution. It's not about doing what we're doing and executing. And it's more about what's going to win in the playoffs, right? And while I think what we see, they're doing a much better job, but what Bobby Slowick, when he talks to the media, anytime he starts talking about explosives, I cringe. I cringe. And he was asked.
Cringe?
Yeah, you want to cringe? Here it is. By the way, Bobby Slowick here is asked. It's a follow-up question, and he's asked, hey, because he mentioned, boy, we really did a deep dive on what it is that we do well and what we do good in the first 13 weeks of the season, and we're going to focus in on that. And the follow-up question was, well, what is that? What do y'all do well? And here's Bobby's answer.
Well, I can't give all the secrets, but I would say explosives would be the number one thing. If you keep it fairly generic, our quarterback's really good at throwing explosives. We got really good skills. We got a really good running back. We got a great tight end. We got guys that can stretch the field if they need to, and also can catch the ball underneath and run for it. So I think, like, if you take out last week, which I don't know if we had an explosive, maybe we had one, and yet we still are ranked like 6th in the NFL going into last week. We were somewhere in the top 3, and we've been there pretty much the entirety of the last year and a half. So that would probably be the number one thing that jumps out is, at any time, if we get what we want, that the players can just make explosive, fun plays happen.
That right there, Ron. Stretching the field, explosive. If we get what we want, we can make all this and that happen.
Which end was he looking from?
He's not wrong. By the way, he's not wrong. I just don't like the answer as it pertains to the messaging that needs to be to the quarterback, that the quarterback needs to hear every day. So it's just when I hear it, man, I cringe, brother.
Yeah, I guess we can see though they haven't been operating like that though, right? Like I haven't gotten a feeling, and I think the point you made was the Detroit game. That seemed to be when kind of the quicks started happening more. Yeah. It doesn't feel like to me that they have been. I've seen a lot of CJ holding that sucker and them just trying to hunt down explosive plays.
No,
you know what? So he's saying it, and because I would agree. What is the most consistent thing and the best thing that this offense has done? To me, I would say throughout the totality of the season, it would be big plays to Nico Collins. It would either be Joe Mixon. But I would say Nico Collins because Nico's done it against any kinds of defenses, really, like when he's been able to play. I don't like that one to me. I would look at that as not as much just Joe Mixon doing it against anybody. Because Joe Mixon, there was a point earlier in the year where like Joe Mixon running is the best thing that they do. I think overall the best thing they do is Nico Collins for big plays. I can hear that, but it's like, for instance, in the second half, we didn't just see them saying, all right, man, let's just drop back and just wing this sucker and try to hunt down explosives. Yeah. So I don't think they've actually, like he said that, but I don't think that they played that
to
way.
Be fair, I think he got caught off guard. But the problem with it, you talk about how they play, and if we're going to dig a little deeper, right, the problem is when you hear Bobby talk about playing, it's, hey, man, we left a lot of plays out there. Hey, man, we left a lot. We got to execute better. We left a lot on the field. We left some points on the field kind of deal. And then we're talking about the aggression again. It's not overly concerning for me. It's just when I asked the offensive coordinator I didn't ask him. Landry actually did. When the question is asked, hey, what is it y'all do well? I would like to hear, man. Hey, the last month we've been better doing this, and that. We really like what this guy's bringing to the table, what that guy's bringing to the table. We're fully healthy, so we got a better shot. I would just prefer to hear some of those things other than, be more aggressive or how good we are at taking shots.
Yeah, we'll see. To me, it's more of an actions than words thing, and it's they have done a good job of not saying, all right, man, we're gonna hunt down these. Let's get those. I think it could be, Clint, like you talked about. Yeah, they missed points on the board because, we went on a wheel route on 3rd and 3 to our running back instead of our tight end that was open.
And you look at that play, if you're Bobby, you're going, well, that's a play where we didn't get what we want, and we tried to force it.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you're talking about, man, we're good at explosive plays, and we're aggressive. We need to stretch the field. We need this instead of, hey, let's stay ahead of these fine completions. Let's get in a rhythm. Let's convert third downs. Let's be good in the red zone. That kind of thing. Let's be better in chaotic situations of getting the ball out and buying time. I'm overselling this because it's just. I think it was a comment where he was caught off guard. I just hope like hell that's not the messaging to the quarterback is that we're going to go out there and we're going to stretch this sucker against the Chiefs.
Yeah. No, I am intrigued and really interested to see his approach in this game, to see if he is like, hey, man, let me just stick to what we do that is best for us, or if there's any, let me match what's going on the other side. So a lot of what he's being preached and told to this week will be a big part of this game. Coming up as we continue here, the Mahomes injury. Should that affect how DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke approach this game with Patrick Mahomes? Would you do things different? Do you expect and hope to see them do something different to Patrick Mahomes because he has an ankle injury? Also, T-Mill's Best Bets, a lot as we continue to ride and finish up here, right here on a Football Friday Live on the Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks. Heck, I'm standing in the middle of
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks off 290. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. A little Football Friday action as we are live here, 290 Twin Peaks. Come on out. And this is going to be a spot to go. I see some people rolling in. I mean, look at this. We got a couple out here taking shots and drinking beers. The hell about? That's what I'm talking about here, man.
I like
they
your
out
style.
Here, that's what I'm talking about. She took it like a damn champ. Look at her. Damn it. Give her. Come on, stand up and give her. Give her a girl. Get up off your damn feet. Let's go. Give her a damn hand. Great job.
That's a great job.
That's okay. Tyler's really embracing it. That's how you kick off a Friday evening, and you can come out and have some fun out here too. Plenty of TVs everywhere. You can watch that Notre Dame Indiana game. You can watch NBA. This is the spot right here, Twin Peaks. Good food, good drinks. You can bring your lady or your man here and have a good time as well. Again, before we start rolling here, want to thank everybody who has helped put this on. Shout out to all of the staff here at Twin Peaks. Done a great job. They always take care of us here. As well as our promo team. They always do a great job. Osita stepping up and always doing a fantastic job. Our engineer, Matt, always holds us down, keeping us on the air as well as keeping us on YouTube. And Twitch, Tyler holding it down there. Always difficult when we're not in studio. He's holding it down, keeping us on the air there. So we appreciate everybody. Congratulations to our winners as well. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in a bit. Clint, excuse me. And Tyler and the listeners out there. And I see some people already texting in. Does the injury to Patrick Mahomes impact this all? Does the injury, should it impact how the Texans approach things? Should D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke, should they look at this and say, all right, he's hurt. We want to get him off his spot.
I'm ready to go.
I know it, Pat. But should that? And that was Pat, right? That wasn't Matt or somebody else.
That was actually me.
That was not you. But should this influence at all what the Texans do defensively?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think you run into trouble if you try to change things up. One, I'll be honest with you. I just judge by what we're seeing. I don't think Patrick Mahomes is rolling here 65% or something. I don't think he's as hurt as some people. It looked bad, and he limped off bad, and he didn't finish the game. But clearly, to me, man, a guy with an injury of what we saw and his importance and where they are right now, a 2-game lead in the AFC, he would at least get a day off.
Yeah.
He's practiced every day. He's practiced. I know he's had some tape. He's done everything. They said that he did a full practice. Andy Reid said he looks good. I think you get yourself in trouble trying to do things different because the only thing that really comes to mind is say, all right, hey, he's got a bad ankle. What we're going to do is, and what we're going to try to test is, all right, man, we're going to heat him up. We're going to put more pressure on him. And I just don't think he is back there in a move, and he can't protect himself. I don't think he's that injured.
No, I don't think he is either. They just showed some practice footage of him throwing the ball around. I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday, but I mean, he's not favoring his ankle or leg in any way, shape, or form in his throwing motion. And he's rotating off of his back foot onto his front foot, transferring his weight. I mean, there's no. I'm not saying he could take off and run a 40. I think he might. I don't think he'll be as quick or be able to move as fast as I don't know if he'll be as quick or as fast, but I think he'll be mobile. He'll get hit and limp around, and then in the fourth quarter he'll run for 12 yards and convert an important fourth down. It doesn't change any way, shape, or form how you defend Pat Mahomes. Good luck figuring it out the best way to defend him, but no, there's nothing specific you do with this injury.
If he was less mobile, would it have changed it anyway? Would it have?
No, he's not a guy you spy on. I mean, it's distributing the football accurately. Most of the time, he's on time with it. He will extend plays, obviously, when need be, and the game dictates that. But no, I don't think there's a whole lot of like a gimpy ankle with Lamar Jackson changes things. Anthony Richardson changes things. Josh Allen changes things. But when you get to guys like Pat, and you get to guys like CJ, and you get to guys like Joe Burrow, a gimp ankle is not
something that changes
not something that changes how you defend the guy.
Yeah. So I would agree there too. I think you do what you do. I think you don't mess around and kind of mess with that. Real quick, I do want to get a thought from fans. We talked about this earlier. Where are you in your fandom of the Texans? Are you in a place where you believe, like you actually believe that they can go in, walk in? My man right here he's up and down. I don't know. Do you actually believe they can go on the road to Arrowhead and win, or are you more of, hey man, let's hope. I hope they can get in there and play with them and see what happens, or do you have actual belief in that? My man right here is being honest right now. He's going up. My man right here said he got his Houston Texans hoodie on right now. He said, I believe if they're going to go in there and get them jokers. Where are you, my man? Of course, Tyler, he said he's got another gentleman said, I got Mahomes on my fantasy team, though. So
I'll do the best I can, man.
He's going to do the best he can. As you can hear, there's fake Pat. But no, I'm curious where people are in this thing, your confidence level in the Texans right now, right? As you go game to game, I saw somebody text this earlier, which team's going to show up? Is it going to be the team that played the Bills and the team that played the Dolphins last week, or is it going to be that team that played the Jags and the Titans, prior to the bye week? That is like which team is going to come out? I would assume you get the good Texans.
Yeah, I don't. There's nothing that we've seen that tells us that there's any way we can put a finger on what team we're going to see. I do think there's a chance that you get that explosive offense with C.J. Stroud on the ones and twos having a big game. I think there's a chance that you get an offense that is completely overwhelmed and can't move the football. I mean, it's there. There's literally I don't know what team to expect. When you play a lesser team, like I expect the team to show up and beat the brakes off of Tennessee the last game of the season. Unless it doesn't matter and Davis Mills is playing and you're not getting, the starters aren't playing. Even then, I think they probably beat them. But as long as the team is average to subpar, I think they're going to show up and handle business. Yeah. When they play a better football team like this, I have no idea what
it's consistent, because I think they showed up and played the Packers, even though it wasn't great. They hung in there and got turnovers. They played really well for a half against the Lions, and that game was tight. It's the only one that's been really
turnovers in those two games.
I know it, but I mean they found a way. But the only one that just got away from them was Minnesota.
Yeah,
like that. Yeah. That's the only way. So. I assume this is going to be tight. Real quick, your thoughts, how you see this game going. You didn't do your prediction. You can do it in your normal voice.
Okay, thank you.
You can do it. How do you see this going?
Yeah, I think it's a low-scoring game. I think it's 21-10.
21-10? Mm-hmm. Who you got winning?
Chiefs.
Oh, 21-10. All right, no, I think it'll probably be a little bit tighter than that, potentially. Although we'll see. We'll see how much Tim Settle and some of those words that maybe slid into that locker room a little bit. But yeah, I would say I'd say like 24-17, something like that with the Chiefs. Tyler, what's your prediction? We got 35-10 Texans?
No, I got 31-24 Texans.
Well, you got a high-scoring game.
There he is.
There you go.
The ever-rare 30 burger for the 2024 Texans.
There you go.
It'd be a good time to do it, man, against this defense.
Hell yeah.
Third time this year they would have done it.
You'll have some serious belief. If that happens, hell yeah.
Coming up right behind us, head coach DeMeco Ryans, as soon as we hand this thing off to the fellows on Texans All Access. D'Amico Ryans will jump on the show from 6 to 9. Then Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti will hold it down from 9 to 10, and then we're live and local. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Christopher Santiago, 10 to midnight tonight right here live on Sports Radio 610. All right, Tyler, you got some weekend bets for us. Give us your best bets. T-Mill's best bets to make some money through the weekend. Had a nice night.
Yes, sir.
You had a nice day. Now, you did even better than actually what you did. 4 out of 6. Not bad. What you got this weekend?
Yeah, 4 for 6 on Thursday night football last night. Going to keep that going here into the weekend. I got 5 best bets for NFL action over the weekend. I got, of course, since you just heard my score prediction, I got them plus 3.5 at Arrowhead.
I just think you should walk away from those. Those are so personal. Those are personal, and you think with your heart on those. With that money, man.
I'm not saying I don't, but if I can sense that and it's heavy, like I just don't bet.
That maroon money.
Yeah, I got deep pockets, son. So Texans plus 3.5. Staying in the AFC South, I have the Colts minus 3.5. Then I got the Panthers plus 5. Then I have Vikings, Seahawks over 42.5 points. And then Eagles, Commanders under 45.5 points in that game. Those are your best bets for over the weekend. Follow me to that money. I've been dominating NFL wagers.
He said he's been dominated.
I mean, that's you got the Colts and the Panthers on here somehow. Too.
That Panthers
about who
one.
they playing.
My man been doing his studying now.
The Colts one, I don't know as much. I don't feel as great about that. I just cannot predict